Chapter 1. Entering the world of Dragon Ball. Xiao Yi felt somewhat bewildered. He had merely taken his family to a hot spring establishment named Edo Castle for a relaxing bath out of sheer curiosity. He had perused some free manga provided in the lounge, eventually settling on his childhood favorite, Dragon Ball. As he read, drowsiness overtook him, and upon awakening, he found himself inexplicably transported to the world of Dragon Ball. The recognition of his surroundings was instantaneous. It was evident that he was in the Dragon Ball universe, particularly upon spotting the explosive-haired little fellow swinging from vines in the forest. Before Xiao Yi could take any further actions, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Welcome, player Xiao Yi, to the world of Dragon Ball here. By completing the tasks set forth by the system, you can obtain a plethora of treasures. You have 59 minutes remaining before you exit the game. Novice Task 1. Descend the mountain, make your way down from this precipice. Hint. Observe the people and objects around you, as they may provide significant assistance. Novice Task 2. Collect valuable items. The system will reward you based on their worth. Novice Task 3. Befriend Little Goku. Gaining his friendship, become Little Goku's enemy. Opposing him may bring considerable danger. Hint. Discover who Little Goku is on your own." Xiao Yi was uncertain about the origin of this voice, yet the countdown timer in his mind sparked a flicker of hope. He believed he could return to his original world. Although he was skeptical of the system's veracity, he recognized that his best chance at improving his predicament lay in trusting it. Moreover, the system's guidance clearly catered to unfamiliar players, whereas Xiao Yi had grown up immersed in the world of Dragon Ball, affording him a distinct advantage. However, the more Xiao Yi learned about the Dragon Ball realm, the more he understood that while it appeared enchanting, it was rife with peril. Presently, he found himself in a cave high upon a rocky mountain, with a verdant pond below, while Little Goku was in the adjacent forest, energetically scouring for ingredients. To descend the mountain, Xiao Yi merely needed to call out to Little Goku. Given Goku's good-hearted nature, he would undoubtedly assist him down the cliff. Conversely, becoming an adversary to Little Goku seemed tantamount to courting death. Even if Xiao Yi possessed superior strength, he could still fall victim to Goku's explosive power. Forming a friendship with Little Goku, however, appeared quite feasible throughout the narrative. Goku was portrayed not only as a martial arts enthusiast, but also as a voracious eater. Xiao Yi, who had once attended a culinary course to impress his current wife, though not on par with professional chefs, was certainly more skilled than the average person. Xiao Yi was confident that his culinary skills would easily win over Little Goku. Nonetheless, with only 1 hour to complete the task, achieving it seemed nearly impossible. The second task, however, caught Xiao Yi's attention more acutely beyond the system's rewards. He was curious to see if he could bring any treasures back to the real world. The potential alterations to his life were staggering to contemplate. After surveying his surroundings, Xiao Yi refrained from immediately calling out to Little Goku and instead ventured deeper into the cave. He sensed that such a cave could not have appeared without reason and surmised that treasures might lie within. Of course, it could also be the lair of some monstrous creature, though he deemed that possibility unlikely. Thus, Xiao Yi resolved to take a risk. Even if he failed, he believed he could avoid life-threatening danger with caution. As he progressed into the depths of the cave, the passage widened significantly, transforming from a single-person entryway to a broad expanse capable of accommodating several vehicles side by side. This only reinforced Xiao Yi's conviction that something extraordinary lay within. Indeed, at the far end, he encountered a stone door. The system chimed in. Developing hidden task. Lock stone door, find a way to open it. There may be surprises within. Hint. The door is heavy. It cannot be opened with your strength alone. Seek assistance. Xiao Yi had not anticipated that his exploration would be obstructed by a door. He now had no choice but to seek Little Goku's help in opening the formidable stone barrier. Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! Xiao Yi returned to the cave's entrance and called out loudly in Goku's direction. Soon, his voice elicited a response from the little warrior. "Huh?" Goku appeared momentarily perplexed, glancing around before finally spotting Xiao Yi against the rocky backdrop. Tap, tap, tap. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, Goku sprinted towards him with remarkable speed despite the distance. He leaped and swung from vines between trees, soon arriving at the pond beside Xiao Yi. Plop! Just as Goku was about to dive into the water, a massive maw suddenly opened beneath him, startling the little warrior into an abrupt halt at the pond's edge. The owner of the enormous mouth, a gargantuan crocodile, swam away in disappointment into the depths of the pond. Moments later, more colossal crocodiles emerged from the water surface. Xiao Yi was drenched in cold sweat. Had he not been a poor swimmer and aware of the dangers in the Dragon Ball world, he might have leaped into the pond upon seeing the task, with consequences that were all too predictable. Goku was equally troubled, wanting to approach, yet wary of the gigantic crocodiles lurking in the lake. Use the golden staff. Xiao Yi, not bothering to explain further, offered a timely suggestion. If Goku continued to ponder, he might take too long to arrive at a solution or even decide to leave. Xiao Yi was unconcerned about the staff's range in the manga. Goku had once used it to send a rabbit leader to the moon, so this short distance posed no challenge. Following Xiao Yi's prompt, Goku quickly understood and extended the golden staff into the cave where Xiao Yi stood. However, Xiao Yi was preoccupied with the treasures within the cave and gestured for Goku to join him inside. An adult might have suspected a trap and declined the request, but Goku, in this innocent phase, did not overthink it. He utilized the golden staff to arrive beside Xiao, marking their first genuine interaction. Chapter 2. The Return. Goku curiously examined the creature before him. This being, resembling my grandfather. Could it be the human my grandfather spoke of? Xiao Yi scrutinized Goku. In turn, the little warrior's appearance was strikingly similar to his animated counterpart, cartoonish, with a wild mane of black hair, large expressive eyes, and a fluffy tail, exuding an indescribable cuteness. Hello, I am Xiao Yi. Hello, I am Sun Wukong. Are you a human? Goku seemed to have forgotten that Xiao Yi had previously called his name. Yes, I'm human. Haven't you seen one before? I have. My grandfather was human, but he passed away a long time ago. How peculiar. Why do you not have a tail? After a somewhat childish exchange, Xiao Yi and Goku became more acquainted. Xiao Yi formally invited Goku to join him in exploring the cave. At Goku's age, curiosity about everything was at its peak, so he readily accepted Xiao Yi's request without hesitation. Together, they approached the locked stone door, and at that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Locked stone door. Opening it may yield unexpected treasures. Utilizing the strength of others is indeed the mark of a wise individual. Seeing the system's prompt confirmed Xiao Yi's suspicions. He indeed required little Goku's assistance to open the door. Goku, without a moment's hesitation, pushed against the stone door with all his might. However, despite his utmost effort, the door remained stubbornly shut, not yielding even a fraction. Witnessing this, Xiao Yi's heart sank. If even Goku could not open the door, what hope did he have of obtaining the treasures within? Adding to Xiao Yi's frustration was the dwindling time. If he did not act swiftly to open the door, he might not have another chance to return to this cave. Even if he remained in the vicinity, Goku would surely not be there, and the opportunity to claim the treasures would likely slip away forever. Sun Wukong, why not try using the golden staff? Xiao Yi suggested. Helplessly, little Wukong was exceedingly obedient, promptly drawing out the golden staff and striking the stone door. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of vigorous blows, one would expect that even a robust metal door would be left dented and uneven. However, this stone door bore not a single mark of damage. Instead, the ground was pockmarked from the strikes, and the mountain wall adjacent to the door was riddled with a multitude of cracks. Upon observing the ground and the mountain wall, Xiao Yi experienced a sudden flash of inspiration. A bold thought emerged in his mind. Although the stone door was impervious to entry, the surrounding mountain wall and ground lacked the same sturdiness. They could easily excavate a tunnel to access behind the stone door. Indeed, after little Wukong valiantly battled the loosened earth with his golden staff, a passage leading directly behind the stone door was successfully completed. At this point, less than 20 minutes remained before Xiao Yi's return. The subsequent journey proceeded with remarkable ease, allowing Xiao Yi and little Wukong to pass through the stone door and enter a hidden chamber. Within the chamber, aside from a skeleton clad in a robe, sitting cross-legged, there were no other items of value to be found. Just as Xiao Yi was about to succumb to disappointment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed. Detected character not belonging to the Dragon Ball world. Mysterious Taoist of no value. Storage ring immortal artifact note. Unclaimed item can be refined with blood to recognize its master meditation cushion immortal artifact note. Unclaimed item can be refined with blood to recognize its master sitting upon it during cultivation enhances comprehension. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi reached out and removed the storage ring from the Taoist's hand, just as he intended to move the Taoist's remains. The entire body erupted into a ghostly blue flame in a matter of moments. The Taoist was completely consumed, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Where the Taoist once sat, only the system-identified immortal artifact, the meditation cushion, remained. Little Wukong, observing the spectacle, was filled with curiosity. He searched the spot where the Taoist had spontaneously ignited, eager to understand how a corpse could so suddenly ignite and vanish entirely. Seizing the moment of little Wukong's distraction, Xiao Yi swiftly stored the storage ring and meditation cushion into the system, a functionality he had only just discovered, realizing that the system could indeed preserve items of great value. At this juncture, time was of the essence. Xiao Yi, reminded of his descent task, urged little Wukong, "Son Wukong, there's nothing of interest here. It's quite dull. Let us depart and go to your home." "Oh, all right." Little Wukong, still in a daze, replied vacantly. Just as they prepared to retrace their steps, Xiao Yi suddenly recalled the impenetrable stone door. Could it possibly be a treasure? Approaching the stone door, he noted that the system's prompt still read, "Locked stone door." However, upon removing the latch from the door, the system's message changed. Magical stone door, crafted from exceedingly precious materials of value. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi stored the stone door within the system and hurried to reunite with little Wukong, who had already reached the cave's exit. Utilizing the golden staff, they successfully emerged to the surface. "Why do you run so far to urinate? It's quite troublesome," little Wukong complained. "Is your home far from here?" Xiao Yi disregarded little Wukong's trivial grievances. "Not far, just over 5 peaks like this one. It's very close." Little Wukong innocently pointed to a towering mountain, much higher than the one Xiao Yi had just descended. "Xiao Yi." As Xiao Yi looked at little Wukong in silence, unsure of how to respond, the system suddenly announced, "There is 1 minute remaining until the opening time. It is advised that the player log off in a safe location upon next login. You will resume here. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further. I will return in a few days. Could you come and bring me to your home then?" "Of course. My home has many delightful things. When you return, I will take you to play." Little Wukong nodded enthusiastically. Then Xiao Yi felt a sudden dizzying whirl, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke once more, he found himself in the relaxation hall of a bathing center, where his wife was playing with their 1-year-old daughter on the slide in the children's area. Holding the Dragon Ball comic in his hand, he pondered, could it have all been a dream? Just as Xiao Yi grappled with uncertainty, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, player Xiao Yi, for successfully leaving the Dragon Ball world. The system will now summarize this adventure." Chapter 3, A Letter. Newbie Task 1. Descend the mountain completed. Reward, 10 gold ingots. Newbie Task 2. Harvest ongoing task, storage ring. Exchange with the system. Reward, 10,000 gold ingots. Meditation cushion. Exchange with the system. Reward, 8,000 gold ingots. Magical stone door. Exchange with the system. Reward, 5,000 gold ingots. Novice Task 3. Friends Foes. Completed. Gain the friendship of little Wukong. Reward, 10 yuan bao. Hidden Task. The locked stone door. Completed. Open the stone door through wisdom. Reward, 50 yuan bao. In summary. Total yuan bao accumulated, 70. Items: storage ring, meditation cushion, mysterious stone door. Overall evaluation, excellent. Having passed the novice trial, the system unlocked the mall service. A series of system notifications left Xiao Yi in a daze, fortunately. Alongside the auditory reminders, there was also a textual prompt. As Xiao Yi gazed at the system interface in his mind, he felt that he might have struck a considerable fortune this time, although he was unaware of the exact functions and purchasing power of yuan bao. He could infer its value through comparison, a mere 10 yuan bao for a simple novice task, and only an additional 50 yuan bao for the challenging hidden task. Yet, the 3 items he obtained behind the stone door were worth a substantial amount of yuan bao. Revealing their true worth, Xiao Yi first opened the system interface and discovered that the homepage displayed a full-body image of himself, with frames for equipment and items behind various parts. Beneath this image were Xiao Yi's basic attributes. Name, Xiao Yi. Gender, male. Strength, 10, 10. Speed, 8, 10. Spirit, 12, 10. Attribute points, none. Merit points, 256. Goodwill earned from helping others. That he then accessed the system mall interface, which dazzled him with an array of products. Perhaps due to his recent entry into the Dragon Ball world, most of the items in the mall were related to that realm, including various capsules, each more imaginative than the last. There were capsules for villas, airplanes, yachts, almost anything one could conceive was available. However, all these items required gold coins for purchase, and Xiao Yi found himself lacking in that currency. Of course, he discovered that yuanbao could be exchanged for gold coins at a rate of 1 yuanbao for 100 coins. But there was no option to convert gold coins back into yuanbao. This indicated that yuanbao held far greater value than gold coins, making the exchange of yuanbao for gold coins potentially a rather unwise transaction. In the system mall, many items remained locked, requiring Xiao Yi to elevate his level to unlock them. After reviewing the mall and confirming that there were no essential purchases to be made, Xiao Yi exited the mall to continue searching for a way to enter the Dragon Ball world. The hour he spent in the Dragon Ball world had instilled in him a profound fascination. A stark contrast to his mundane existence in the real world, which he likened to that of a despondent fish. He recognized that the Dragon Ball world represented a pivotal opportunity for his rise. Thus, seeking a method to enter it became his utmost priority. Indeed, within the system, there was an emblem of a hexagram, at the center of which lay an image of the 7 Dragon Balls, accompanied by an entrance symbol beneath it. However, the entrance symbol displayed a black frame, with a prompt beside it stating, "The free trial time for entering the Dragon Ball world has expired. To enter, one must exchange merit, 1 merit 1 day." Upon reading this, Xiao Yi finally understood the purpose of merit points and felt a sudden joy akin to being rewarded for good deeds. After meticulously reviewing the system to ensure he had left no stone unturned, he confidently exited the interface. At present, Xiao Yi's foremost desire was to recognize ownership of the storage ring and meditation cushion, as well as to explore any unexpected treasures within the storage ring. However, given that he was currently at a bathing center amidst a throng of people, it was impractical to examine these items in plain sight. Just then, his wife Bai Miaoxin and daughter Nuan emerged from the children's play area. Xiao Yi noticed that Nuan, barely over a year old, had fallen asleep in her mother's embrace after exhausting her energy in the delightful play zone filled with other children. Although the second-floor leisure area of the bathing center provided a resting zone, Xiao Yi's family felt uncomfortable sleeping among strangers, especially with concerns for Nuan's safety. Thus, they chose to change clothes and head home. As Xiao Yi drove his recently purchased domestic car, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. Both he and his wife were formal employees of the state, yet in this third-tier city, their salaries barely covered the family's daily expenses, making savings nearly impossible. Xiao Yi had long contemplated resigning to pursue more lucrative opportunities, not for personal gain, but to improve their family's quality of life. He also yearned for a second child. Yet the current financial situation made that aspiration seem daunting. However, with the system at his disposal and the possibility of traversing into the Dragon Ball world, he believed that with sufficient effort, transforming their circumstances was entirely within reach. Lost in these hopeful thoughts, he couldn't help but chuckle, drawing his wife's attention, who promptly reminded him to focus on driving, lest he invite an unforeseen collision of vehicles. He parked smoothly downstairs, and the couple carried their slumbering daughter into the elevator, successfully reaching their residence on the 23rd floor of the building. The environment was quite pleasant, yet it was regrettable that the property did not belong to Xiao Yi, which further fueled his eagerness to resign and secure a home of his own. After placing Nuan in the master bedroom to rest with her mother, Xiao Yi retreated to the secondary bedroom, retrieving the storage ring and meditation cushion from the system. Following the system's instructions, he pricked his finger to initiate blood recognition for ownership. Xiao Yi had anticipated a complex process, even envisioning a potential fainting spell. But to his surprise, only a few drops of blood were required for the storage ring to acknowledge him as its master. Subsequently, he performed the same ritual for the meditation cushion. Once recognized, he sat upon the cushion and immediately felt an extraordinary clarity of mind. Eagerly, he commenced an examination of the items left behind by the nameless Taoist within the storage ring. The contents were modest, Yet with the system's assistance, Xiao Yi discerned the general purpose of these items. To his astonishment, he also discovered a letter from the original owner addressed to the inheritor of the storage ring. Chapter 4. Body Refinement Technique. The letter was penned by the Taoist for the benefit of the individual who would inherit the storage ring. It recounted the life of this Taoist, who, as the system had indicated, was not a native of the Dragon Ball world but hailed from a cultivation planet known as Jinlan Star. This Taoist was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Fire sect on Jinlan Star. Named Louis. He had reached the pinnacle of the Void Refinement realm. While attempting to ascend to a higher realm, he was ambushed by enemies. Faced with the impossibility of survival, he forcibly enhanced his mana in a desperate attempt to perish alongside his assailants. To his astonishment, the immense energy he unleashed opened a spatial passage, leading him to the Dragon Ball world. However, upon entering the Dragon Ball world, Louis found himself in a state of utter exhaustion, capable only of hastily constructing a large door to ward off ordinary beasts. After writing this letter, he departed from the mortal realm. Unexpectedly, after many years, Xiao Yi has indeed obtained the legacy of Luhi Daoren. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's discovery of this hidden chamber, it would soon have perished alongside the destruction of the Dragon Ball world, even if it were later restored by the Shenlong. The legacy of Luhi Daoren would not have been included, as it did not belong to the realm of Dragon Ball, thus fading into the annals of history. However, with Xiao Yi's intervention, Luhi Daoren's legacy has been preserved and passed into his hands. Understanding the circumstances, Xiao Yi felt little sentimentality. After all, these were merely fictional characters to him, lacking any profound sense of reality. Even the later appearance of Luhi Daoren was but a fleeting encounter, hardly evoking any deep reflections in Xiao Yi. Subsequently, Xiao Yi examined the items within the storage ring, which was approximately the size of a football field. At this moment, it contained few items, likely due to Luhi Daoren's tribulations, during which he had left behind only what was deemed unnecessary for his descendants. Within the ring lay 3 items: a jade slip for passing on teachings, a set of formation flags, and a collection of exquisite spirit stones. Xiao Yi first examined the jade slip, discovering it to be a comprehensive inheritance leading directly to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The reason Luhi Daoren did not place the jade slip and other items within his sect was that he had stumbled upon it during an adventure. It was not a relic of the sect. Additionally, the jade slip itself was protected by an exceedingly complex formation, making it nearly impossible for even someone at the peak of the refining void and merging Dao realm to damage it in any way. The second item, the set of formation flags, was a spiritual treasure crafted specifically for Luhi Daoren's tribulation by the renowned formation master, Qinglian Jushi. Its primary function was to absorb the divine lightning that descended from heaven and earth during the tribulation. Indeed, the formation flags lived up to their name. When Luhi Daoren faced his tribulation, the flags were deployed as his outermost defense, successfully absorbing the first 3 layers of the 6-9 heavenly thunder, only swaying slightly without showing any signs of damage. Recognizing the exceptional quality of the flags, Luhi Daoren could not bear to see them destroyed during his tribulation, so he placed them into the storage ring. Having absorbed a total of 21 tribulation lightning strikes, the formation flags had now been enhanced in quality, elevating them to the status of a semi-immortal artifact. The exquisite spirit stones were originally meant for Luhi Daoren's rapid replenishment. It is worth noting that on Jinlan Star, the highest grade of spirit stones available were these exquisite ones, often produced at a rate of only 1 per large spirit stone mine. The more than 20 exquisite spirit stones before Xiao Yi were the culmination of Luhi Daoren's lifelong efforts and collection. Exquisite spirit stones are precious because they contain an abundance of spiritual energy of exceptionally high purity, which can be directly absorbed by humans without any adverse effects. Furthermore, once used, these spirit stones can gradually absorb external spiritual energy over time, restoring them to a full state. The collection of exquisite spirit stones in Xiao Yi's storage ring were those previously utilized by Luhi Daoren during his tribulation, now restored to their former glory, with the only cost being a pile of spirit stone dust beside them. Xiao Yi, who was currently bereft of resources, these 3 items could be considered treasures, particularly the unique jade slip, which for an ordinary person like him, represented a key to unlocking the path of cultivation. Xiao Yi sat upon a cushion, grasping the jade slip in his hands, entering a state that hovered between sleep and wakefulness. Images and texts continuously flowed into his mind from the jade slip. His entire brain operated passively, and after a while, he experienced a pain akin to needles pricking at his head, coinciding with the cessation of the transmission of teachings from the jade slip. Through this transmission, Xiao Yi acquired the foundational cultivation techniques leading up to the qi refining stage, specifically the methodologies for transforming an ordinary person into one with innate capabilities. A qi refiner must first possess a powerful physical body. The stronger the body, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy, which in turn facilitates a more comprehensive coverage of that energy throughout the body, benefiting future qi refinement. The portion of teachings Xiao Yi received detailed the body refining techniques prior to the qi refining stage. This world boasts a myriad of body refining methods, akin to the training Master Roshi provided to Goku and Krillin during their time at the Kame House. However, that particular training was largely beyond the capacity of most humans, only feasible for prodigies like Goku and Krillin, who had received specialized training. For someone like Xiao Yi, who had already passed the age of 30 and whose meridians had solidified, attempting to endure Master Roshi's body refining techniques would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, the body refining techniques he obtained did not impose any age restrictions. Any ordinary human, even an elderly individual, could successfully refine their body as long as they adhered to the prescribed practices. The Jade Slip provided a series of movements, and by executing these actions, one could achieve body refinement and form a congenital Dao body with fully connected meridians, which would significantly enhance future cultivation efforts. This series of exercises comprised 20 layers, corresponding to the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels. Each layer contained 9 movements, and successfully performing these 9 movements in succession would equate to unblocking a meridian. Upon completing all 20 layers, one would undergo a profound transformation, culminating in the formation of a congenital Dao body. However, to successfully master the 20 layers of body refinement techniques, one must supplement their training with a substantial intake of meat, extracting the energy needed to nourish the physical body. Without ample meat to support this process, one risks depleting their vital essence and becoming incapacitated. Chapter 5. Re-entering the Dragon Ball world, Xiao Yi did not immediately attempt the body refinement techniques. He had already spent a considerable amount of time in the guest room, and his wife by Miao Xian and daughter Nuan Nuan would soon awaken. He certainly did not wish to frighten them due to his actions. He quietly exited the room, tiptoeing to the doorway of the master bedroom. Upon gently pushing open the door, he found his wife and daughter still peacefully asleep, allowing him to relax and sit down, lost in thought. What manner of entrance had he taken into the Dragon Ball world? Was it a soul transference, or had his entire physical form traversed through? Would the passage of time on Earth change upon entering the Dragon Ball world? Xiao Yi was beset with these questions, contemplating the necessity of once more venturing into the Dragon Ball world for a deeper understanding. However, the foremost issue confronting him was one of safety. Without the protection of Goku, how could he ensure his security within the Dragon Ball world? It is important to note that entering this realm does not allow for immediate return. One can only exit once the designated time has elapsed, with a minimum duration of 1 hour. How would he address the safety concerns during this period? At present, Xiao Yi possesses an array of equipment, which includes a storage ring, a celestial artifact, a mat, also a celestial artifact, a mysterious stone gate, and a Tao-Tai array flag, a semi-divine artifact. Although both the storage ring and the mat have acknowledged their master, they lack any offensive or defensive capabilities. The results of the system scan on the Tao-Tai array flag revealed it to be a semi-divine artifact, requiring a cultivation level of refining spirit and returning to void, with a retrieval cost of 5,000 gold coins. As for the mysterious stone gate, its description states, a wondrous stone gate with a certain degree of protective properties, a special item, requiring bloodletting to acknowledge its master. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yi, the description of the stone gate underwent a subtle transformation. At a moment when he was in dire need of protection, without a hint of hesitation, he pricked his finger and let his blood fall upon the now palm-sized stone gate as his blood touched the surface. A miraculous scene unfolded. The stone gate morphed from its original size into a card adorned with golden inscriptions. Concurrently, Xiao Yi became aware of the card's function. This card remained concealed around Xiao Yi's body, materializing into a tangible stone gate only when an object threatened him, encircling him to thwart external attacks. Additionally, it could be wielded as a weapon against adversaries. Naturally, the stone gate could also manifest as a colossal gate. However, in that form, it would lack the ability to fly, thus forfeiting the capacity to safeguard its master at all times. Upon realizing that this stone gate possessed protective capabilities, Xiao Yi was elated. He understood the gate's defensive prowess, which could withstand even the legendary golden staff from the Dragon Ball universe in its early stages, it would be a trivial matter to shield Xiao Yi. With the most pressing defense issue resolved, he prepared to embark on another adventure in the Dragon Ball realm. The following day, Xiao Yi requested a day off from work and booked a room at a nearby hotel. He positioned a DV camera, which he had prepared in advance, directly facing the bed and activated the recording function. With everything set, Xiao Yi used his merits to purchase an hour of time. Seated himself in the center of the bed and entered the Dragon Ball world once more. Upon his second entry into the Dragon Ball universe, Xiao Yi found himself in the same location where he had parted ways with Son Goku previously. Although his primary aim this time was to test the flow of time, he felt compelled to explore the Dragon Ball world now that he had the protection of the card. Xiao Yi was situated in a remote and pristine forest to enhance his exploration. He had spent the previous night studying the appearances of valuable herbs, hoping to unearth one for sale to improve his family's circumstances and facilitate his resignation. However, much to his disappointment, although this secluded area was rich in herbs, he lacked the experience of a seasoned herbalist and couldn't discern genuine ginseng from mere weeds. Left with no choice, Xiao shifted his focus to another target, hunting dinosaurs. This decision stemmed from the fact that his body refining technique necessitated a substantial intake of meat to replenish the energy expended during the process in the real world. While meat was plentiful, its energy content was lacking, and Xiao Yi simply did not possess the funds to purchase it. Conversely, the fauna within the Dragon Ball universe was laden with energy capable of swiftly replenishing his stamina. Dinosaurs, regardless of the world, stood as some of the most formidable creatures. Xiao Yi was drawn to their immense size and the abundant energy inherent in their flesh, as for whether he could successfully hunt a dinosaur. He held little confidence. Viewing it merely as an experiment at the very least, he felt assured in the Stone Gate's defensive capabilities that in the expansive forest, wildlife was abundant. After the Stone Gate had dispatched 5 wolves, a bear, and a tiger, Xiao Yi finally laid eyes on the colossal creature he had only seen in science fiction films. The dinosaurs depicted in comics and animations appeared endearing, yet in reality, they emanated an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Before him stood a gigantic Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering at least several meters high and exceeding 50 meters in length, rendering Xiao Yi akin to a diminutive mouse in comparison. Despite his attempts to reassure himself that there was no need for fear, as the massive hind leg of the Tyrannosaurus descended like a small mountain, Xiao Yi found himself involuntarily retreating. However, his speed was no match for the dinosaur's size. The Tyrannosaurus's hind leg, akin to a colossal piledriver, came crashing down toward Xiao Yi's head. At that moment, the card, which had previously remained concealed, suddenly activated as if triggered, transforming into a small door that surged upward against the force of the dinosaur's leg, intercepting the descending limb. Subsequently, the door expanded and retaliated, growing to the size of the Tyrannosaurus. And with a single strike, it brought the dinosaur crashing down, before reverting to its card form and concealing itself once more. Though the narrative may suggest a lengthy ordeal, the entire sequence unfolded in less than a minute. The Tyrannosaurus lay lifeless amidst the underbrush, stirring a flurry of smaller creatures. Its massive body sprawled in a pool of blood, leaving a significant crater in the ground. Observing the gigantic dinosaur before him, Xiao Yi utilized the storage ring to stow away the colossal carcass. As time approached its limit, he sought out an open grassy area, ensuring no larger animals would emerge, before pausing to await the completion of the hour. Chapter 6. A reunion with Son Goku. As the countdown reached 0, Xiao Yi's figure gradually faded, departing the Dragon Ball world and returning to the reality of his hotel room. Without hesitation, he immediately retrieved the DV camera to review the footage captured within. To Xiao Yi's astonishment, although he spent an hour in the Dragon Ball world, merely 6 minutes elapsed in the outside world, indicating a time disparity of tenfold between the two realms. Having observed from the DV that his body had indeed vanished for a period, this revelation was nothing short of a monumental boon for Xiao Yi, as it meant he could now immerse himself in the Dragon Ball world for training, thereby conserving a substantial amount of time. With the clock barely striking past 8 in the morning, and contemplating a long stay in the Dragon Ball world, Xiao Yi realized he required a complete set of cookware for preparing various meats. He ventured into a large kitchenware market, where he procured several large grilling racks, a comprehensive set of outdoor cooking utensils, several sizable boning knives, and an assortment of spices. He then visited an outdoor supplies store and purchased an exceedingly sturdy tent, This expenditure consumed an entire month's salary. Further solidifying Xiao Yi's resolve to resign from his job. Glancing at the time, which was still only 10 in the morning, Xiao Yi decided to delve back into the Dragon Ball world for another round of training, aiming to master the body refining technique before re-emerging. With over 6 hours until the end of the workday, it meant Xiao Yi could remain in the Dragon Ball world for a staggering 60 hours. Initially, Xiao Yi had envisioned training in the Dragon Ball world, returning to the real world at night to conserve his merit points, thus saving a considerable amount. However, reality proved less favorable than anticipated. Originally possessing 256 merit points, the 1-hour traversal cost him merely 1/24 of a point. Unexpectedly, the system deducted a full merit point from him, making Xiao Yi realize that time exchange in the Dragon Ball world was calculated by days. Even exchanging for a minute required the expenditure of 1 merit point. This revelation dashed Xiao Yi's hopes, prompting him to exchange 2 merit points before entering the Dragon Ball world. As over 2 hours passed in the outside world, a full day had elapsed in the Dragon Ball realm, where Xiao Yi arrived in the early morning that he found a flat patch of grass. Processed the wild beast he had brought, and after a brief marination, commenced his practice of the body refining technique. Since the movements were transmitted through a jade slip, there was no margin for error. Xiao Yi merely needed to ensure his actions mirrored those in his mind. The first 3 movements were exceedingly simple, and he executed them flawlessly, just as he began to believe he might possess a talent for martial arts. Reality delivered a harsh blow, reminding him of the arduousness of the body refining technique. The 4th movement proved challenging. Despite exerting all his energy, he barely managed to complete it, and immediately afterward, he felt significant discomfort in his body. Sweat poured from him relentlessly, and after merely 10 minutes, he experienced dizziness, as if he might faint at any moment. From the jade slip, he learned that this indicated he had reached his physical limit and should cease training immediately. Replenishing with ample energy food, lest he deplete his inherent vitality to counterbalance the energy expenditure from his physical enhancement, Xiao Yi promptly halted his training. Although less than 20 minutes had passed, he felt utterly exhausted, and his stomach grumbled insistently. He hurriedly placed the partially marinated meat strips onto the grilling rack, while simultaneously arranging the prepared charcoal beneath it, initiating his first barbecue since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. To his astonishment, he devoured half a wolf, and while wolf meat was not particularly palatable and bore a faint odor, Xiao Yi's prior marination effectively eliminated the gamey taste, rendering it as tender and delicious as beef, leaving him quite enchanted. Drawing from his earlier experience, Xiao Yi refrained from resuming training immediately. Instead, he placed some more challenging cuts of meat on an automatic grill to cook slowly. He wrapped several whole chickens, freshly processed, in lotus leaves and mud from the pond, burying them beneath the charcoal to prepare a beggar's chicken. Not neglecting the iron pot for outdoor cooking, he utilized the leftover entrails from the tiger, bear, and wolf, combined with fresh wild mushrooms from the surroundings, to brew a pot of fresh mushroom and entrail soup. Having completed these preparations, Xiao Yi embarked on a new round of training. This time, he felt a marked difference. The 4th movement, which he had previously struggled to execute, now flowed with ease after his meal. By the time he reached the 5th movement, he completed it in one breath, only breaking a slight sweat without pushing his body to its limits. This significant change filled Xiao Yi, who had previously been troubled by the body refining technique, with renewed hope. The meat from the Dragon Ball world felt almost like a miraculous elixir. At this rate, he might well complete the body refining technique before exhausting his merit points and transition into the energy cultivation phase, just as Xiao Yi focused intently on mastering the 6th movement. A small Goku appeared from seemingly nowhere, drooling over the meat on the grill. However, upon spotting Xiao Yi practicing nearby, he refrained from rushing over to snatch food, instead patiently waiting for Xiao Yi to finish. Xiao Yi quickly completed the 6th movement, feeling as though he had just emerged from a sauna, drenched in sweat. Spotting the small Goku standing beside him, he greeted him joyfully before approaching the grill. Seeing that Goku had been waiting there, mouth-watering yet surprisingly refraining from indulging in the barbecued meat, Xiao Yi handed him a skewer of perfectly roasted meat while taking one for himself. Indulging in hearty bites, Xiao Yi's training session had not been lengthy, thus the meat was perfectly cooked, glistening with juices and showing no signs of being overdone. Meanwhile, the soup in the iron pot and the beggar's chicken buried beneath the charcoal would require additional rounds of training before they were thoroughly cooked. Fortunately, small Goku was still quite young and did not have the ravenous appetite he would later possess, so the amount of meat on the grill was just sufficient for both Xiao Yi and Goku to fill their bellies. Chapter 7. Unarmed Slaughter of Waves. Xiao Yi was immensely pleased to encounter small Goku so swiftly. Even more delightful was the fact that with Goku's arrival, the system finally issued tasks to Xiao Yi. Task 1. Successfully reach small Goku's home before dusk. Though this is a formidable task, it should be quite enjoyable with small Goku's company. Reward: 100 gold coins. Task 2. Learn rock, paper, scissors martial arts with small Goku. The fighting technique taught to small Goku by Gohan. Highly practical. Reward: 500 gold coins, 5 ingots. Task 3. Capture a wolf without any tools. Time-limited task. Reward: complete within 3 days for 1,000 gold coins. 10 ingots. Complete within 5 days for 500 gold coins, 5 ingots. Complete within 7 days for 100 gold coins. The A.S. Xiao Yi perused the 3 tasks sent by the system, along with the noticeably diminished rewards. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he had completed the novice tasks. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. He contemplated this as he checked the time, noting it was still early, and thus did not rush to return home with small Goku, instead continuing to practice the movements of the body refining technique nearby. Your movements are quite strange, Xiao Yi remarked. What's strange about them? Do you know martial arts? Not really. This is just a series of movements to enhance physical strength. My grandfather taught me martial arts. Oh really? What is it called? Rock, paper, scissors. What? Rock, paper, scissors. I'm not asking to play a game. I'm referring to the name of the martial arts. What a peculiar name. What's strange about it? Everything about it is strange. By the way, could you teach me this set of martial arts? Let me think. If my grandfather didn't say no, then that means I can, right? All right, you teach me rock, paper, scissors, and I'll teach you the movements I practice. Such a peculiar movement. Can I opt not to learn it? Avid or reluctant to learn? As Xiao Yi practiced the movements of body refinement, he engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Xiao Wukong. Although Xiao Wukong professed his disinterest in studying, his innate love for martial arts compelled him to join Xiao Yi in mastering the techniques of body refinement. However, whether due to the transmission jade slip or other reasons, Xiao Wukong's attempts, despite mirroring Xiao Yi's movements perfectly, yielded far less impressive results, leading him to ultimately abandon his training in body refinement. Conversely, Xiao Yi quickly grasped the fundamentals of the rock-paper-scissors fist technique, and by noon, he had already mastered it quite adeptly. Essentially, the rock-paper-scissors fist technique is a form of unexpected combat, utilizing sound to momentarily confuse the opponent. Allowing for a swift attack, Xiao Wukong had mastered this technique at a young age, so it was hardly surprising that Xiao Yi could do the same. Glimpsing at the time, it was already 10 past noon, and Xiao Yi had successfully practiced 18 movements, meaning he had opened 2 meridians in a single day. Such a pace would undoubtedly astonish martial artists on Earth. With 2 meridians opened, Xiao Yi checked the changes in his attributes within the system. Discovering that his physical attributes had transformed to name, Xiao Yi, gender, male, strength, 40, speed, 40, constitution, 40, neural response, 40. This indicated that Xiao Yi's attributes were already 4 times greater than those of an average human. If he continued along this trajectory, upon completing his body refinement training, his physical qualities could reach 40 times, or even more, than that of an ordinary human, which should suffice before the first martial arts tournament. With 4 times the physical prowess of an ordinary human, he calculated that he could traverse 5 major mountains and reach Xiao Wukong's home by evening. Xiao Yi mused quietly to himself. We have run out of food. Xiao Wukong exclaimed. Let us go to your home, and along the way, we can hunt some animals. In the evening, I shall prepare a sumptuous dinner for you, Xiao Yi suggested to Xiao Wukong. Sounds great. The more animals we catch, the better. Your cooking is truly delightful, Xiao Wukong replied, drooling with anticipation. Given the limited time to scale 5 mountains, Xiao Yi would not proceed as Xiao Wukong did, swinging from branches. Thus he needed to make haste, and hunting would have to be left to Xiao Wukong. After cleaning his tools, Xiao Yi stored them all in his spatial ring. Xiao Wukong, observing this action, curiously inquired, Are you using celestial magic? No, I possess a celestial artifact that can hold numerous items, even the carcasses of slain animals, Xiao Yi explained, introducing the concept of the storage ring to Xiao Wukong. How marvelous. If only I had such an artifact, I could carry plenty of food and eat whenever I felt hungry, Xiao Wukong remarked with longing. With 4 times the physical attributes, coupled with the recently learned rock-paper-scissors fist technique, Xiao should now be capable of independently hunting a wolf. Therefore, he kept a vigilant watch on the surroundings as here it must be said that the enhancement of levels, particularly the increase in neural response speed, had significantly sharpened Xiao Yi's observational skills. What once appeared as a tranquil forest now revealed numerous concealed dangers beneath its serene facade. However, the density of the forest made the deliberate search for a wolf exceedingly challenging. Along his journey, Xiao Yi hunted various animals, including several wild boars, a leopard, and a tiger, not by design, but rather because these creatures happened upon him while he was running and attacked. The stone tablet deemed them a threat to Xiao Yi and consequently eliminated them, allowing Xiao Yi to collect their remains within his storage ring. Just as Xiao Yi was about to scale the fifth mountain, he finally caught sight of a wolf. He attempted to communicate with the stone slab, instructing it not to intervene. As he wished to confront the wolf himself, to his surprise, the stone slab responded with a clear consciousness, leading Xiao Yi to realize that it might possess sentience. Nonetheless, this was a positive development. He had previously worried that if the slab maintained such behavior, there might come a day when, during a friendly spar with Xiao Wukong, it could perceive Xiao Wukong as a threat and strike him down. Although Xiao Yi had previously dispatched several wolves, those were merely the slab's instinctive reactions, and he had played no active role. Thus, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding this solitary wolf hunt. However, having received the task, he was determined to fulfill it. While he might have had a greater chance of success if he waited until the following day, Xiao Yi was unwilling to postpone. If he required overwhelming strength even for such a minor test, he would inevitably hesitate when faced with greater challenges in the future. This was not the mindset Xiao Yi desired. He resolved to eradicate such lazy thoughts at their root. Xiao Yi focused intently on the wolf before him. As the wolf charged towards him, ready to pounce and tear him apart, Xiao Yi sprang into action, with a speed that the wolf could not react to. He maneuvered beneath its belly, swiftly positioning himself at its side and delivering a series of powerful blows to its midsection, incapacitating the creature, which collapsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth. After a brief moment, once he confirmed the wolf was truly dead, Xiao Yi collected its carcass into his storage ring. Chapter 8. The unexpected surprise of dinosaur meat. Upon reviewing his tasks, Xiao Yi noted that aside from the first task, successfully reaching Xiao Wukong's home, which remained uncompleted, he had accomplished the other two, feeling quite satisfied with his performance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wukong had approached Xiao Yi, saying, "Once we scale this mountain, we will arrive at my home. You walk so slowly. Do all humans outside move at such a sluggish pace?" Xiao Yi looked at the playful Xiao Wukong swinging from the branches of a large tree and couldn't help but feel a desire to deliver a playful punch to his head if he could manage to best him in a match. Xiao Wukong's home was situated atop a mountain, surrounded by a vast open space devoid of vegetation, making it an ideal training ground. At that moment, Xiao Wukong had dragged a huge bear to Zhao Shan's side, implying that dinner would indeed consist of this furry creature. As Xiao Yi prepared the meal, he began to contemplate his next steps. Earlier, he had inquired about Xiao Wukong's age, learning that he was now 13. If Xiao Yi recalled correctly, Sun Wukong first encountered Bulma at the age of 14, later discovering that Xiao Wukong had miscalculated, and it should have been 12, meaning Xiao Yi had a full year to prepare. Such a span of time was ample for Xiao Yi to perfect his body refinement training. However, that was not the priority. The crux of the matter was that he needed to accumulate sufficient merit before the plot commenced. Otherwise, even if he wished to partake in the unfolding events, he would regretfully miss certain occurrences due to time constraints, which was simply unacceptable for Xiao Yi. To gain merit, the foremost requirement was to amass enough wealth. With sufficient funds, establishing Hope Elementary Schools or aiding the elderly would be effective shortcuts to acquiring merit. In the world of Dragon Ball, there existed many ways to earn money. However, only a few legitimate methods could translate to the real world. One of Xiao Yi's earlier thoughts was to harvest aged medicinal herbs, which were universally valuable across realms, with only slight variations in efficacy, making them easy to sell. Yet, as previously stated, Xiao Yi could not identify the appearance of medicinal herbs. If it were possible to become a master herbalist solely through books in this world, herbs would not hold such value. Initially, Xiao Yi had envisioned treasures in this realm, tangible gold and silver. However, upon reflection, he realized that treasures had only been discovered twice in this world. Once in the possession of the Bull Demon King, and the second time during the underwater skirmish between the Red Ribbon Army and Xiao Wukong, where they stumbled upon pirate treasure. Nevertheless, both instances of treasure were nearly unattainable. The pirate treasure lacked a specific map, rendering the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. As for the Bull Demon King's treasure, Considering the formidable strength of the Bull Demon King and the raging flames of the Flaming Mountain, Xiao Yi could only gaze in longing. "Hey, the meat is burnt," Xiao Wukong exclaimed, eyeing the charred remains of the roasted meat. "Ah, I know. I thought you liked your meat a bit charred, that if you don't, I can roast it again." "You truly are a picky little rascal," Xiao Yi replied, looking at the burnt offering. "Xiao Wukong, never mind. I shall focus on perfecting the body refinement technique before anything else, if necessary. I might even resort to becoming a bandit myself." Xiao Yi pondered inwardly. Dinner was a sumptuous feast of wild boar. While the bear that Xiao Wukong had caught had, after yet another moment of distraction from Xiao Yi, been reduced to nothing but charred remains. The following morning, upon awakening, Xiao Yi found that Xiao Wukong was already up, diligently practicing martial arts fundamentals outside in the courtyard. That a sense of embarrassment washed over Xiao Yi. Here was a 12 or 13-year-old child who, without any external motivation, managed to train daily, while he himself only stirred from slumber when the sun was well overhead. The disparity was staggering. Xiao Yi retrieved some bread and milk from his storage ring and shared a portion with Xiao Wukong before commencing his own meal. He then took out the roasting rack and meticulously processed the game they had hunted the previous day, even going so far as to completely disassemble the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of Xiao Wukong's curious gaze, preparing all of it for roasting and placing it into his storage ring for future needs. Although the storage ring of celestial grade could not contain living creatures, it preserved food in its original state once stored. Not to mention, Xiao Yi collected the enormous dinosaur bones, ensuring none of the precious materials went to waste. These were ideal for making soup. After placing the meat on the roasting rack, Xiao Yi began to practice the body refinement technique. The movements of this technique grew increasingly challenging as one progressed, despite having advanced to the 3rd level in one go yesterday. Achieving similar rapid progress moving forward proved to be quite difficult. Indeed, after commencing his training, Xiao Yi found that even after consuming a considerable amount of roasted meat, his speed did not match that of the previous day. After an entire morning of practice, he had only managed to complete 9 additional movements, with his physical attributes reaching 6 times that of an average human, for a person entirely devoid of any cultivation. Merely practicing for 2 days to achieve such a 6-fold enhancement in physical capabilities was nothing short of monstrous. Yet Xiao Yi remained unsatisfied with this progress. It was likely that any martial artist who had spent decades merely opening a few meridians would be left in despair upon witnessing such rapid advancement. By noon, having exhausted himself once more, Xiao Yi was about to satiate his hunger with tiger meat when he suddenly noticed a piece of dinosaur meat that had been cooked and not yet stored. Instinctively, he stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew. Compared to other meats, dinosaur flesh was far more resilient and exquisitely tender. Once he tasted it, Xiao Yi found it impossible to stop until he had consumed 5 pieces, only pausing when he realized that, despite eating, he was merely half full. The gnawing hunger in his belly informed him that he had only satisfied a fraction of his appetite, but the sheer energy contained within the dinosaur meat was overwhelming. If he did not release it promptly, he risked exploding from the internal pressure. The only outlet for this energy was, of course, through further training in the body refinement technique. Xiao Yi tirelessly practiced, moving from one completed movement to the next until his body could no longer withstand the exertion and he began to break out in a cold sweat. He replenished his meat intake once more. He was astonished to discover that he had reached the 33rd movement in his body refinement technique. Just moments ago, he had struggled with the 28th movement, and to think that a mere few pieces of dinosaur meat could yield such results left him utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 9. Resignation. By the time Xiao Yi was set to depart from the Dragon Ball world, he had advanced to the 45th movement in the body refinement technique, having opened 5 meridians. This rate of progress was immensely rapid, even in comparison to his first day. However, such advancement came at a cost. He was utterly exhausted and had consumed a significant portion of the dinosaur meat. It was worth noting that this Tyrannosaurus Rex was over 50 meters long and stood more than 10 meters tall, weighing in excess of 100 tons. Today alone, Xiao Yi had consumed nearly 10 tons of meat, an outrageous quantity, nearly 100 times his own body weight. Awakening from a stupor on the hotel's grand bed, Xiao Yi glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. This aligned closely with his expectations, indicating that he had not been unconscious for long after leaving the Dragon Ball world. In just one day, he had undergone a profound transformation, not only in his cultivation but also in his perspective. Previously, Xiao Yi's social circle had been exceedingly limited. His family, work, and the people he interacted with in a year barely exceeded 100. His life had been a monotonous cycle of labor, devoid of excitement. Yet, with the advent of the system that had transported him to the Dragon Ball world, the passion he thought had long faded with age surged back to life, rekindling the insatiable curiosity of his youth. Xiao Yi resolved to resign from his position. Although he had yet to earn a single penny from the Dragon Ball world, he was confident that wealth would soon flow to him if he so desired. All he needed to consider was how to acquire it in a more sensible manner. Resigning at his age was a daunting decision, particularly as a formal employee of the state in the past. Whenever the thought of resignation crossed his mind, he had hesitated in the face of such reasoning. However, the Xiao Yi of today, empowered by the system, felt no need for deliberation. Ignoring his superior's pleas to stay and bidding farewell to familiar colleagues, he arranged to meet them for an evening gathering before confidently departing from a job he had held for over a decade. Xiao Yi did not disclose his resignation to his wife, Bai Miaoxin. She was a thoughtful person. Had she learned of his hasty decision to leave this hard-won job, even if it did not lead to a loud argument, she would likely sulk alone, a sight he wished to avoid. After resigning, Xiao Yi wasted no time and went directly to the largest ornamental fish store in the city, purchasing a variety of juvenile fish, dragonfish, koi, and flower horns. This expenditure drained several thousand yuan, plunging the already financially strapped Xiao Yi into an acute sense of embarrassment over his empty pockets. With no other options, he resorted to overdrawing his credit card, renting an apartment in the suburbs, and acquiring several aquariums to accommodate his prized ornamental fish. Although Xiao Yi was merely a novice in fish keeping, the equipment he purchased was researched through search engines just the day prior. His confidence in nurturing these notoriously difficult-to-care-for fish stemmed primarily from the exquisite meat he had brought back from the Dragon Ball world. While he lacked certainty, this was still a venture worth attempting. Should it fail, he could always return to the Dragon Ball world to procure valuable items for sale in this realm. However, should he succeed, he would be poised to resolve his monetary issues entirely, providing a credible explanation to Bai Miaoxin regarding the source of his newfound wealth. After categorizing the ornamental fish into different aquariums and adjusting the water temperatures accordingly, Xiao Yi sliced the meat from the Dragon Ball world into fine strips and fed them to the delicate juvenile fish. Naturally, he could not begin by offering dinosaur meat, as it might lead to digestive issues, overwhelming the little creatures with energy before they had a chance to grow. Thus, he started with some wild chicken meat. And the results were remarkably evident. The initially listless fish, having adjusted to their new environment, swarmed eagerly toward the chicken strips as soon as they were introduced into the aquarium. Within minutes, the morsels were consumed entirely. The fish that had feasted on the wild chicken meat appeared revitalized, and Xiao Yi noted their visible transformation. They not only grew slightly in size, but also became more aesthetically pleasing than before. This was not merely a figment of Xiao Yi's imagination. His physical attributes had now reached 10 times that of an average human, particularly in terms of enhanced neural reflexes, enabling him to observe details he previously overlooked. Upon witnessing these changes, Xiao Yi felt increasingly confident in his hypotheses in the present day. Once the ornamental fish mature, Xiao Yi stands to gain a significant profit, thus alleviating his financial woes. However, prior to that, he must reach out to potential buyers who possess purchasing power, a task that proves to be quite formidable. It requires extensive online research and participation in numerous specialized chat groups, where he disseminates information about his exceptional ornamental fish, attracting enthusiasts to make purchases. Given the growth rate of his fish, they will reach maturity within a fortnight, compelling Xiao Yi to secure enough clients within this limited time frame. Thus, during the day, Xiao Yi occupies himself in his apartment, practicing body refinement techniques while simultaneously tending to the fish. Occasionally, he engages in conversations with fellow enthusiasts, sharing recent photographs of his prized specimens. Gradually, Xiao Yi becomes a notable figure in the ornamental fish forum, with his posted images frequently shared by others, resulting in an increasing number of followers. One day, Xiao Yi leaves a message in the group, announcing that his ornamental fish will reach maturity in approximately 3 days, inviting interested enthusiasts to contact him. Following this announcement, many reach out, yet only a handful express genuine intent to purchase. Most merely inquire, and some even question the authenticity of Xiao Yi's fish. Ignoring the idle chatter of these skeptics, Xiao Yi records the contact information of those genuinely interested in viewing the fish, scheduling a meeting for 3 days later in his city. Due to their diet, which included substantial amounts of carnivorous food from the Dragon Ball universe, and even a small portion of dinosaur meat a few days prior, his fish have not only grown at an astonishing rate, but have also undergone significant evolution, transforming from unsightly ducklings into graceful swans. This has saved Xiao Yi considerable time, as merely 12 days have passed since he resigned from his previous job. Chapter 10. Sales during this period. Xiao Yi has not only focused on nurturing his ornamental fish, but has also diligently pursued his own cultivation. The tranquil environment of his apartment fosters his training, resulting in rapid progress. He has mastered the 90th movement of body refinement, achieving physical attributes 20 times that of an average human. This surpasses the limits of human comprehension, as the world's most elite special forces operatives possess physical capabilities merely 3 to 5 times greater than that of an ordinary individual, marking them as the most formidable humans known to date. As for the existence of cultivators on Earth, Xiao Yi remains uncertain and understands that he must observe carefully if ancient qi practitioners truly exist on Earth. He must exercise caution, for only a fellow cultivator like himself comprehends the true extent of their potential. Although Xiao Yi is not yet capable of resisting firearms, his heightened physical attributes allow him to anticipate and deftly evade bullets at the moment a trigger is pulled. Furthermore, in his homeland of Huaxia, firearms are stringently regulated, making them a rare sight. Within such an environment, Xiao Yi's extraordinary physical capabilities render him nearly superhuman. Relying solely on online interactions for selling his ornamental fish is impractical, as even a few purchases from individuals would be a commendable outcome. Thus, the remaining exquisite specimens must be sold through offline transactions. Consequently, establishing his own storefront becomes essential. However, Xiao Yi's hesitation in setting up a shop stems primarily from financial constraints. He hopes to use the profits from this current sale to secure initial capital for either renting or purchasing a more upscale location. To avoid undervaluing these exquisite fish due to his lack of market knowledge, Xiao Yi invests time and resources consulting with a renowned local ornamental fish dealer. After several days of learning theoretical knowledge, particularly concerning the pricing of high-end fish, the dealer perceives Xiao Yi merely as a wealthy patron, willingly answering all his inquiries. As per their arrangement, Xiao Yi arrives at the airport to welcome several online acquaintances from various parts of the country. These individuals, having interacted on the ornamental fish forum, quickly bond over their shared passion upon meeting. In contrast, Xiao Yi finds himself the most reticent among them, not out of natural introversion, but rather due to his inability to contribute to discussions about ornamental fish without exposing his ignorance. Nevertheless, as the host, Xiao Yi cannot neglect his potential customers. He deftly shifts the conversation to local culinary specialties. Those with the means to purchase expensive ornamental fish are typically individuals who place a high value on quality of life. While they might show little interest in other topics, discussions about food ignite their enthusiasm, prompting lively exchanges as each person shares their favorite culinary experiences. Despite coming from a modest background and not having sampled particularly exquisite dishes, Xiao Yi has always taken an interest in gastronomy, allowing him to engage in this topic. The group shares laughter and conversation, soon arriving at Xiao Yi's rented apartment. Although primarily intended for fish cultivation, Xiao Yi has considered the sales aspect in his choice of residence. Hence, he resides in a meticulously renovated apartment, a newly built property that, while costly, he willingly invested in. Upon entering Xiao Yi's home, the guests are immediately drawn to the large aquarium that occupies much of the living room, filled with one or several exquisite ornamental fish in each tank. As avid enthusiasts, they quickly recognize these fish from the images Xiao Yi has previously shared on the forum. To their astonishment, the beauty of these fish far exceeds their photographic representations. Not only do they lack the anticipated photo editing discrepancies, but their true value is significantly underestimated. Such exquisite creatures evoke a strong desire for possession, and without Xiao Yi needing to prompt them, they eagerly inquire about prices. Observing their eagerness and wishing to establish a favorable rapport, Xiao Yi quotes a competitive price, much to the delight of the buyers, who had anticipated far steeper costs. Though they are affluent, being taken advantage of is seldom a source of joy, and this gesture indicates that Xiao Yi regards them as friends. Elated, the buyers begin selecting their preferred ornamental fish. Perhaps due to the enticing discounts offered by Xiao Yi, coupled with the undeniable quality of the fish, enthusiasm spreads rapidly, resulting in 5 buyers acquiring over 10 exquisite specimens. Among these, the dragon fish is the most prevalent. In Xiao Yi's mind, it is the most profitable species, and indeed, it holds the title of the emperor among ornamental fish. The buyer's expenditures range significantly, with the least amount exceeding 100,000. While one individual purchases a blood-red dragonfish for 300,000, a sum far below the staggering 500,000 price tag seen at auctions. Collectively, these 5 buyers generate over 10 million in profit for Xiao Yi, whose initial investment can be deemed negligible in the blink of an eye. He transforms from a penniless individual into a wealthy and handsome entrepreneur. The buyers, particularly the one who acquired the exceptional blood dragon fish, are immensely satisfied, having witnessed the record-setting fish at auction. In their eyes, the specimen purchased from Xiao Yi outshines that celebrated fish in both size and color, all at a price 200,000 less. How could they not be delighted? Even more gratifying is the fortunate connection they have made with Xiao Yi, an expert in ornamental fish. The sheer number of exquisite specimens in his possession speaks volumes about the scale of his fish-rearing enterprise. With the establishment of this line, it will become exceedingly easy for them to acquire exquisite ornamental fish in the future. Chapter 11. The storefront. It appears that these online acquaintances had likely prepared extensively in advance. Shortly after the transaction commenced, several armored vehicles arrived in succession to transport all of these precious ornamental fish. Naturally, given the value of these fish, the online acquaintances insisted on accompanying them, and after expressing their apologies, they reluctantly bid farewell. Xiao Yi gazed at the substantial funds that had suddenly appeared in his bank account, his heart brimming with excitement. Although, since acquiring the system, material possessions had ceased to be his pursuit. The sudden influx of wealth stirred an undeniable exhilaration within him as an ordinary individual. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi immediately drove away from his rented apartment and returned to his home, simultaneously calling his wife, Bai Miaoxin, to inform her to take a day off, as he had delightful news to share. Though Bai Miaoxin was unaware of the specifics, she generally complied with Xiao Yi's wishes and, after requesting a leave of absence from her superiors, hurried home. Upon Xiao Yi's return, he found his mother entertaining their daughter, Nuan, who was in high spirits, prompting him to join in the playtime with his daughter. Before long, Bai Miaoxin returned home from work and, upon seeing that the family was mostly gathered, Xiao Yi began to share recent developments with them. When they learned of Xiao Yi's resignation, expressions of concern surfaced among them. However, their astonishment was palpable upon hearing that Xiao Yi had earned over 10 million in just half a month through his own endeavors, while they had little understanding of ornamental fish. The prospect of earning in a fortnight what they could not accumulate in a lifetime was undoubtedly indicative of a lucrative industry. In light of this, Xiao Yi's decision to resign appeared remarkably astute. Had it not been for this newfound wealth, perhaps the family would have continued to worry about Xiao Yi's job security, but with ample finances, they naturally ceased to fret over a mere government position. With newfound affluence, the notion of purchasing his own storefront naturally climbed to the forefront of Xiao Yi's plans, and he broached the topic of Bai Miaoxin resigning as well. Although Bai Miaoxin's current teaching position was not overly taxing, Xiao Yi felt uneasy about managing the store without her presence, especially since his parents were aging and should not be burdened with such exhausting tasks. Additionally, Xiao Yi needed to devote significant time to exploring the Dragon Ball world, making Bai Miaoxin the most suitable candidate for the role. Moreover, her responsibilities would merely involve overseeing the store and managing accounts, which was considerably less strenuous than her daily lesson preparations. That afternoon, the family convened to organize their plans for the foreseeable future. Xiao Yi's father, who was currently based in another city engaged in sales, expressed his willingness to resign and assist Xiao Yi if manpower became an issue. The decision regarding Bai Miaoxin's resignation was eventually accepted by the family, though transitioning from teaching was not straightforward and required a period of adjustment. This provided Xiao Yi with the perfect opportunity to prepare the store and renovations, relieving Bai Miaoxin of any related worries. Naturally, Xiao Yi was pleased at the prospect of his father returning to help, as years of work had kept him separated from his mother, and now that he had the means, he wished to afford his parents a few days of respite. Furthermore, the idea of engaging in charitable acts was also on Xiao Yi's agenda now that he had money. However, as it was a time for spending, he utilized his downtime from searching for a storefront to purchase a significant quantity of food, personally delivering it to various nursing homes throughout the city for the elderly residents. While partaking in these charitable endeavors, Xiao Yi continuously monitored the growth of his merit points within the system, discerning a pattern. Although all recipients were elderly, the merit accrued varied significantly depending on their circumstances. After conducting numerous experiments and observations, Xiao Yi understood that those who received less merit were typically not in financial hardship or had children, while those who garnered more merit were often struggling or living alone. Armed with this knowledge, Xiao Yi directed his charitable efforts with newfound purpose over the following period. He first approached the municipal government in Jiangqing, seeking to extend warmth to impoverished families, the staff at the city government. Understanding Xiao Yi's intentions provided him with a list of individuals in dire need after consulting their superiors. However, to ensure the sincerity of Xiao Yi's motives, they assigned an employee to accompany him during this charitable endeavor. Xiao Yi was thoroughly satisfied with the city government's responsible approach, which further fueled his motivation to engage in good deeds. Indeed, upon delivering goods to these underprivileged households, he noticed a substantial increase in his merit points. Furthermore, wishing to provide long-term assistance to these families, Xiao Yi meticulously recorded their situations in a notebook, exchanging contact information and promising that they could reach out to him should they encounter difficulties. In addition to his charitable pursuits, Xiao Yi did not neglect the selection of his storefront. After careful consideration, he decided to purchase a shop in the most bustling commercial district. The clientele for his ornamental fish would not comprise the average consumer. Thus, establishing his store in a prime location aimed to enhance the visibility of his business and facilitate convenient purchasing for genuine buyers. Due to time constraints, Xiao Yi did not dwell excessively on the store's price. Ultimately, he purchased a two-level commercial property of 300 square meters in the city center for $9 million, with 100 square meters on the upper floor and 200 on the lower, ample space for a large ornamental fish store. He enlisted the largest renovation company in the city to undertake the project, specifying the use of the finest materials in accordance with his vision. One floor designated as the fish store and the other as a reception area for family visits. The cost of the high-end renovations amounted to $1.5 million, which was discounted considering Xiao Yi's potential as a future client. Although Xiao Yi's funds were limited, he proceeded without hesitation to transfer the initial payment to the renovation company to commence work. Once all these matters were settled, a month had elapsed, and nearly a year had passed in the Dragon Ball world, bringing Xiao Yi closer to the moment when Goku and Bulma would meet. Thus, he resolved to re-enter the Dragon Ball world to immerse himself in the unfolding narrative. Thanks to his diligent efforts, Xiao Yi successfully elevated his merit points to 500, allowing him to remain in the Dragon Ball world for over a year, a duration sufficient for the early plot developments. Chapter 12. The Wait Before the Plot. Now, Xiao Yi's task was to prepare for his entrance into the Dragon Ball world, as this journey might require considerable time. Therefore, some preliminary preparations were essential. The renovation process did not require excessive concern, as the contract outlined all materials, and with the system's accompanying detection features. Any deceit from the renovation company regarding materials would certainly lead to dire consequences for them. Additionally, with both his father and wife having resigned from their jobs, they could regularly visit the store for quality checks, alleviating any worries about the workmanship. Regarding the ornamental fish, Xiao Yi was keen on pursuing a high-end market. Low-end ornamental fish held little value and would necessitate additional manpower for care, thus proving counterproductive. However, the security aspect required immediate attention. In Xiao Yi's vision, it would be optimal to hire individuals capable of both security and customer service roles, minimizing the need for excessive personnel while creating a welcoming atmosphere, as few customers prefer to shop under the watchful eye of security staff, while many could serve as waitstaff and numerous capable security personnel existed. Finding individuals who could fulfill both roles proved rare. Such talent would require specialized training, making them challenging to locate. Simultaneously, the personnel must be reliable, for these individuals are confronted daily with ornamental fish valued in the tens of millions. A single act of greed could lead to immeasurable losses. In desperation, Xiao Yi sought out a large employment agency, articulating his requirements and requesting that they present suitable candidates within a month for him to interview. Having accomplished this, Xiao Yi returned home to bid farewell to his parents and wife, explaining that he was heading to a mysterious location for procurement, cautioning them that there may be no telephone or internet access. Urging them not to worry. In truth, Xiao Yi had concocted this narrative long ago when he initially explained the origins of the ornamental fish to them. On an unforeseen occasion, he had caught the attention of a Taoist, who imparted some martial skills to him and appointed Xiao Yi as an agent to amass wealth in the secular world for charitable purposes. Although this explanation would not withstand scrutiny and appeared to be the product of a second-rate screenwriter, it became utterly convincing to his family once Xiao Yi demonstrated his extraordinary physical prowess, which surpassed that of an ordinary human by 20-fold. Thus, when Xiao Yi mentioned his intention to procure a batch of meat to nourish the ornamental fish, his family found nothing peculiar about it. In fact, Xiao Yi had previously shown them the dinosaur meat, even preparing a delightful meal, allowing them to experience the extraordinary qualities of such sustenance. It was no surprise that ordinary fry could evolve into top-tier ornamental fish. Xiao Yi's actions were intended to gradually acclimate his family to his identity as a practitioner, while also preparing them for a future introduction to the world of cultivation. After all, adaptation to new phenomena requires a gradual approach and should not be rushed. As for the matters concerning the system and the Dragon Ball world, due to their fantastical nature, Xiao Yi chose not to disclose the truth to them, as sometimes, knowing too much can become a burden. After arranging everything, Xiao Yi departed the following morning, arriving at an apartment he had previously rented. After inspecting the doors and windows, he summoned the system from his mind and purchased 30 days of time in the Dragon Ball world. This time, Xiao Yi was uncertain about the meeting time between Goku and Bulma, thus he could only enter in advance and wait patiently. Upon entering the Dragon Ball world, Xiao Yi found himself once again in the backyard of Goku's home. And upon moving to the front yard and not seeing Goku, he decided to practice while awaiting Goku's return. During this period, Xiao Yi had been preoccupied with finding a store and engaging in charitable activities, leaving him no time to train. Consequently, he had remained stuck at the 90th movement of his body refinement technique. He practiced the first 90 movements to reacquaint himself, and despite having not trained for over half a month, he was pleased to discover that he could still perform the movements with ease, without any hindrance. However, rather than proceeding to the 91st movement, he followed his previous routine of placing the processed dinosaur meat on the grill, lighting the kindling that Goku had prepared earlier, and setting it beneath the grill, allowing the meat to rotate automatically. Concerned that Goku might return unexpectedly, Xiao Yi grilled a double portion of meat. And upon seeing the dinosaur meat sizzle with juices, he commenced training the 91st movement. At this point, the effects of the dinosaur meat had diminished for Xiao Yi, but he could hardly fathom any other creature in this world possessing greater physical energy than that of dinosaurs. Thus he continued to train diligently. In the past, Xiao Yi could practice 4 to 5 movements in a morning, but now, after a full morning's effort, he barely completed the 91st movement. Mastering it would require at least an afternoon. At this pace, Xiao Yi estimated that completing the body refinement technique would take him a minimum of 3 months, assuming there was no abrupt increase in difficulty. Just as Xiao Yi was contemplating, Goku appeared, carrying a wild boar on his back, and exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, is that really you? I thought I saw something in the yard and thought it was a bear. Hello, Sun Wukong. It's been a while." Xiao Yi responded, equally delighted to see Goku. "Yes, the last time I saw you, I was only 13. Now I'm 14. Goku counted on his fingers. "Indeed, how swiftly time passes," Xiao Yi remarked, glancing outside at the sweltering summer sun. "The barbecue you make is so delicious. The ones I've made lately pale in comparison," Goku said, drooling as he drifted into a daydream. "Today, I'll prepare a whole pig feast for you." Xiao Yi, of course, understood Goku's excitement. "Great, I'll go chop some wood." With that, Goku dashed off. That evening, a sumptuous whole pig feast filled Goku's yard, and both Xiao Yi and Goku remained silent, eagerly stuffing their mouths with food. Fearful that one would consume all before the other, Xiao Yi finally felt a sense of relaxation, as if his mind and body were liberated. Although he had enjoyed the company of his family, he felt an invisible pressure compelling him to remain perpetually busy. In contrast, the Dragon Ball world offered no such constraints, only the pure companionship of Goku, allowing Xiao Yi to relish a life of simplicity, comprised solely of eating, sleeping, and training, which he found to be the most beautiful existence, free from the relentless struggles of other matters. Chapter 13. The quest for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps it was this inner relaxation that enabled Xiao Yi's training speed to surpass that of the first day over the next few days. While it could not compare to the initial pace, he was steadily increasing at a rate of 2 movements per day. One day, while practicing in the yard, he suddenly heard voices outside. "Is this your home?" A girl's voice inquired. "Xiao Yi, look, a girl has come to our house," Goku exclaimed, beaming with pride. "Hello, I'm Xiao Yi," he introduced politely. "Wow, what a handsome guy." "Hello, I'm Bulma," Bulma said, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she beheld Xiao Yi, who stood shirtless, his body adorned with well-defined muscles. In truth, Xiao Yi's appearance could only be considered above average, but as he honed his body refinement technique, particularly as his skills deepened, his looks had also improved. Coupled with the fact that he was now over 30, the prime age for a man to exude maturity and charm, it was no wonder that Bulma was smitten. "Grandpa, look, a girl has come to our house," Goku called out as he opened the door to reveal the 4-star Dragon Ball. "Over here," the Dragon Ball replied. Just as Bulma was lost in admiration for Xiao Yi, she suddenly heard Goku's words and turned to see the Dragon Ball placed prominently on the central cabinet in the room. Oh, it really is just as the radar indicated, Bulma exclaimed, joyfully grasping the 4-star Dragon Ball. Hey, don't touch my grandpa, Goku said anxiously. That's my grandpa's heirloom. No one is allowed to touch it. Xiao Yi found the dialogue amusing as it mirrored that of the comic. At that moment, the long quiet system suddenly issued a task. Task 1. Accompany Bulma and Goku on a quest to collect the Dragon Balls. The journey for the Dragon Balls is finally commencing. Following the protagonists is a shortcut to enhancing one's strength. Hint: try not to alter the plot, or unforeseen dangers may arise. Reward: 5,000 gold coins, 50 ingots. Task 2. Rescue Bulma from the pterodactyl, the classic hero saving the damsel. This will quickly garner Bulma's favor. Hint: minor alterations will not affect the overall plot. Reward: 500 gold coins. Task 3. Assist Goku in rescuing the turtle. Receive a gift from Master Roshi. Reward: 500 gold coins. Upon seeing the system's tasks, Xiao Yi realized that his training was about to come to a close. He paused his training and proposed going out hunting, intending to prepare a lavish feast for Bulma's arrival that evening. This gesture left Bulma, meeting him for the first time, somewhat flabbergasted, while simultaneously increasing her fondness for Xiao Yi. That night, Xiao Yi prepared a grand feast, not only featuring meats that Goku adored, but also thoughtfully preparing a variety of vegetable dishes for Bulma, which deeply touched her, altering the way she looked at Xiao Yi. After dinner, Bulma invited Xiao Yi and Goku to join her in the search for the Dragon Balls. Little Wukong, in a state of bewilderment, failed to grasp Bulma's intentions. However, his inherent kindness led him to lack the ability to refuse her, resulting in his bewildering acquiescence shortly thereafter. As for Xiao Yi, without a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed to Bulma's request, which brought immense joy to Bulma, who had already harbored a fondness for him. The following day marked the commencement of their quest for the Dragon Balls. With Xiao Yi and Little Wukong joining the expedition, Bulma retrieved a convertible off-road vehicle from her capsule box. Serving as their mode of transportation, as they traversed the countryside on narrow paths, Bulma drove the vehicle at high speed, akin to a spring outing, eagerly heading towards the next Dragon Balls location. After a morning of travel, Bulma suddenly appeared flustered. Wait for me. I'll be back shortly, she said, her cheeks flushed. All right, Xiao Yi responded promptly. Huh, where are you going? Little Wukong inquired, perplexed. You're so foolish. When a girl says that, it means she needs to use the restroom. Bulma finally revealed her tough girl nature. You mean to urinate? Little Wukong muttered. Huh, why go such a long way to relieve yourself? You could do it right here. I just don't understand, he remarked, thoroughly confused by Bulma's actions. Suddenly, a distant cry for help echoed. Ah. Did she get bitten by a snake on her backside? Little Wukong speculated as he chased after Xiao Yi, who had already sprinted ahead. Upon their arrival, they beheld a pterodactyl grasping Bulma in its claws. The creature paused momentarily upon seeing Xiao Yi and Little Wukong, then inquired, Are you her friends? Indeed, Xiao Yi replied, ignoring Little Wukong's presence and nodding affirmatively. The pterodactyl scrutinized Xiao Yi and Little Wukong, then glanced back at its captive, particularly noting Xiao Yi's well-defined muscles protruding from his tank top. Without uttering a word, it attempted to take flight and escape. However, Xiao Yi had already observed the creature's movements and, as it began to spread its wings, he rushed towards it, delivering a powerful punch that shattered its wings, rendering them limp. Why did you attack it? Do you intend to eat it? But we just had lunch, Little Wukong asked curiously, eager to assess the edibility of the large bird. You fool, Xiao Yi is saving me. Bulma interjected, unable to stand by any longer without defending him. Isn't it your friend? Little Wukong innocently inquired. Ignoring their banter, Xiao Yi decisively struck down the fleeing pterodactyl with a single blow, storing it within his storage ring. How did you fit that pterodactyl in there? Is it a capsule? Bulma questioned, her curiosity piqued. This is a storage ring, crafted through the techniques of a cultivator. I'll let you examine it when we have a moment to spare. Xiao Yi readily replied, fully aware of Bulma's intentions. In truth, he too was eager to see if the world's greatest scientist could unravel the mysteries of the storage ring. Oh, Xiao Yi, you were so kind to me, Bulma exclaimed, her expression turning infatuated. That evening, they halted in a desolate area devoid of human presence, preparing to camp. That moment, Bulma produced a capsule and tossed it into the distance. With a resounding pop, the capsule transformed into a small villa. Not only was Little Wukong astonished, but Xiao Yi, witnessing it for the first time, also displayed a look of intrigue. Haven't you ever seen a capsule before? Bulma inquired, perplexed by their astonishment. I've only heard of them, but I've never encountered a real capsule. Xiao Yi admitted honestly. Dou, how unfortunate. When you come to my house, I have many such capsules. Bulma said sympathetically, gazing at them with pity. Hey, don't look at us like that. Xiao Yi complained. I apologize. I just didn't expect you to be so impoverished. Bulma continued to tease. What kind of sorcery is this? Little Wukong finally snapped out of his shock. This ISNT sorcery. It's called a portable capsule. Bulma corrected him. With a flick, Bulma activated the lights. Wow, it's just like during the day in here. Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully. You're so uncultured. You don't even know what electric lights are. Bulma scoffed at him, yet she couldn't help but mischievously turn on the television, relishing the surprised expression on Little Wukong's face. Observing Bulma's playful interaction with Little Wukong, Xiao Yi felt a sense of youthful exuberance himself. Hey, why do you smell so bad? Go wash up before dinner, Bulma remarked as she neared Little Wukong. Catching a whiff of his unpleasant odor, what's washing up? Little Wukong asked, puzzled. Goodness, no wonder you smell so foul. Bulma gazed at the filthy child as if he were a monster. After a bout of playful chaos, Bulma helped wash Little Wukong's back and discovered his tail. Oh my, that tail is real, Bulma exclaimed, somewhat stammering in surprise. Did I scare you? That's right. Only boys grow tails, Little Wukong asserted confidently. Do boys really grow tails? I've never seen a bare-bottomed boy, Bulma mused, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yi. I certainly don't have anything so peculiar. Xiao Yi felt compelled to defend himself. Both Xiao Yi and Grandpa are boys. Yet neither has a tail, Little Wukong pondered aloud. Right? Who grows tails? Bulma seemed to finally grasp the reality. Because Grandpa and Xiao Yi are quite strange, Little Wukong concluded based on his own logic. The strange one is you. Bulma finally snapped back into clarity. Say whatever you wish. With a nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Wukong remarked, you truly possess a carefree spirit, to which Bulma could only respond with a helpless sigh. After a brief interval, her cheeks flushed, Bulma approached Xiao Yi, offering to assist him with a back rub. Although this world is set in an anime realm, its cultural nuances still lean towards the ideologies of the island nation, where it is deemed perfectly natural for women to attend to men in such a manner. No, thank you. I prefer not to have others assist me in this regard, Xiao Yi replied, as a traditional Huaxiao man, finding such foreign customs rather disconcerting. Ultimately, Bulma, still the shy young woman she was, retreated to take her bath alone, slightly puzzled by Xiao Yi's refusal. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yi ventured outside to prepare the peculiar pterosaur he had hunted earlier for roasting. Curious to see if this creature, reminiscent of a mythical beast, could enhance his body refinement techniques. Recently, the benefits of consuming dinosaur meat had waned for him, leaving Xiao Yi to rely on painstakingly slow efforts to elevate his practice. A torment for someone accustomed to rapid advancement. Encountering a talking beast today, he was determined not to miss the chance to sample its flavor, while also hoping it could expedite his physical cultivation. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, capturing the attention of both Bulma and Xiao Wukong, whose appetites were piqued. Bulma hastily concluded her bathing ritual. At that moment, Xiao Yi had just completed a task. Appearing as though he had emerged from water, his shirt soaked and cast aside. Noticing Bulma and Xiao Wukong exiting the villa, and the pterosaur nearly ready for consumption, he beckoned them to join him in savoring the meal. Bulma, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the pterosaur that had nearly made her its prey, exhibited no semblance of ladylike decorum as she seized a wing and devoured it ravenously, seemingly intent on avenging her earlier fright. Xiao Wukong, as per usual, indulged in his food with wild abandon, oblivious to everyone around him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, relishing the delicacies crafted from the pterosaur, contemplated the creature's remarkable intelligence, which evidently granted it energy levels 3 to 4 times that of the Tyrannosaurus he had previously hunted, a fact discernible from the quantity of food he consumed. However, for Xiao Wukong, the voracious eater, this difference was inconsequential. He feasted with unbridled joy, often surpassing Xiao Yi in his intake. Xiao Yi savored each bite. He experienced the remarkable sensation of energy coursing into his body, eagerly absorbed by his ravenous physique. Gradually, as dinner drew to a close, the presence of Xiao Wukong ensured that not a morsel of food went to waste. Only when the serving dishes were entirely empty did he pat his belly and depart contentedly from the campfire. The following day, at dawn's first light, Xiao Yi commenced his physical training, having dined late the previous evening. He had not engaged in any further practice, leaving him unaware of the extent to which the unusual pterosaur had augmented his strength. After a series of exercises, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His body refinement technique had successfully broken through a minor bottleneck, advancing to the 13th level. For some time, he had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 12th level, regardless of how diligently he trained or how much meat he consumed. Yielding no tangible results, the text mentioned that upon reaching the 12th level, one would encounter a small bottleneck, but overcoming it would allow for the unblocking and interconnection of the 12 meridians within the body. Initiating a preliminary cycle, assessing his newfound physical prowess, Xiao Yi discovered that his attributes, which should have been equivalent to a typical human's 24 times, had surged to 36 times following his breakthrough, a revelation that filled him with exuberance. Despite the considerable effort he had invested, the rewards were undeniably significant. Humming a cheerful tune, Xiao Yi made his way back to the villa. Due to his training, he found himself without the time to prepare breakfast for Bulma and Xiao Yukong, settling instead for whatever provisions were readily available within the villa. Upon his return, he chanced upon the spectacle of a giant sea turtle making its entrance. "Well, isn't this something? Who's this slowpoke?" Xiao Yukong exclaimed. Addressing the large sea turtle, "Who are you speaking to?" Bulma inquired as she emerged from the villa. "Oh, Xiao Yukong. Huh, why is there a sea turtle here?" Bulma asked, puzzled. "Apparently, it isn't you," Xiao Yukong finally deduced. "Foolish Bulma," he remarked. "Isn't this a sea turtle? What is it doing here?" Bulma wondered aloud. "Excuse me, could I trouble you for a glass of salt water? Some seaweed would be delightful as well," the sea turtle implored Bulma. "Such an appetite," she replied. After some exchanges, they learned that the sea turtle hailed from the ocean, 120 kilometers away. "Shall we escort you back to the sea?" Xiao Yukong enthusiastically suggested. "Really?" The sea turtle could hardly believe its ears. "Stop joking. There's no time for that. It's only 30 days. Bulma interjected. "You seem to have plenty of time," Xiao Yukong countered. "Such a waste of time." Bulma retorted that I'll be back in no time. "It's all good," Xiao Yukong insisted. Just as they were at an impasse, Xiao Yi approached. "What a lively scene. Have we got a new guest?" He feigned ignorance, following a round of explanations. Xiao Yi grasped the situation. "Then let us set off for the seaside and return this esteemed sea turtle to its home," he decisively proclaimed. "All right, we'll follow your lead," Bulma said, her initial reticence evaporating under Xiao Yi's gaze, transforming her intended objections into agreement. As they proceeded, they soon arrived at a narrow, winding path. Suddenly, a bear demon sprang forth from the adjacent thicket. Clad in human attire, the bear demon even sported protective gear. Wearing thick armor and wielding a hefty cleaver, he confronted Xiao Yukong, demanding, "Hand over that sea turtle on your back. It's my favorite delicacy." "Yukong, quickly hand over the sea turtle," Bulma urged, intimidated by the bear demon's towering stature. "I refuse," Xiao Yukong retorted defiantly. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed. "Sudden temporary mission. Defeat the bear demon. Your strength has reached a level where you can confront certain monsters. You must not always linger in the protagonist's shadow. Reward: 5 attribute points for defeating the bear demon alone. Assistance in defeating the bear demon will yield rewards distributed based on contributions." Xiao Yi meticulously scrutinized the system once more and was astonished to discover that it had undergone an automatic upgrade unbeknownst to him. The interface had now transformed into a more streamlined version. Name: Xiao Yi. Strength, attack power 185, speed 185, constitution, defense power 185, neural reaction 185. Note: values have been synchronized with the alien detection device from the Dragon Ball universe. Attribute points: none. Currency: 85 yuan bao, 2100 coins. As for the marketplace, it had also been subtly adjusted. What was once a system shop limited to ordinary items now boasted 2 additional options in pristine white: martial arts and special items. Upon opening the martial arts category, Xiao Yi was thrilled to find renowned techniques from the early Dragon Ball world: Kamehameha, flight technique, solar flare, afterimage technique, Dodon wave, and magic ceiling wave, all of which left him salivating. The special items category was even more enticing, filled with extraordinary treasures: the golden staff, flying nimbus, banana fan, shrinking capsule, and Sinzabeans, each a coveted prize for Xiao Yi. However, these 2 categories could only be purchased with yuan bao, and the majority of items were priced in the hundreds, igniting a fervor in Xiao Yi, yet he lacked sufficient yuan bao to make a purchase. At that moment, the bear demon, unable to persuade little Yukong, charged at him with a large axe. Just as little Wukong prepared to evade, an arm intervened, halting the descending forearm of the bear demon. With a firm grip, Xiao Yi lifted the bear demon head down and forcefully slammed him into the ground, creating a deep crater the size of a basketball. This creature, towering at least 4 meters, struggled not even once before frothing at the mouth and perishing within the pit. From his recent hunting experiences, Xiao Yi noted that the animals in this world rarely exhibited signs of bleeding. Those slain by fist often died frothing at the mouth, and even when using blades to dismember. There was no geyser of blood, the site of the bear demon's demise. 2 green items and a pile of coins were left behind. Upon closer inspection, he discovered bear demon armor. Defense 5, green equipment equipable. Note, recycling yields 5 yuan bao. Bear demon axe, attack 5, green equipment equipable. Note, recycling yields 5 yuan bao. Coins, 1,000. Robbers are often quite wealthy. Xiao Yi observed how the modifications increasingly resembled a game system. Feeling somewhat speechless, yet chose to equip the items in their designated slots on the system homepage. After equipping, he noticed his attack and defense had both risen to 185, and the attribute points also increased to 5. He refrained from utilizing these 5 attribute points, for his current strength sufficed, and he deemed it prudent to save them for later accumulation. The skirmish was not particularly thrilling, merely a swift exchange. Concluding before Bulma and the Turtle Hermit could fully comprehend the events, the only one who caught a glimpse was little Wukong, who felt that Xiao Yi was significantly stronger than him, igniting a boundless fighting spirit within him. Their subsequent journey was uninterrupted, and within half a day, they arrived at the seashore. Thank you for your assistance. Please wait here for a moment. I must repay you. The Turtle Hermit exclaimed excitedly, then turned to swim slowly into the ocean. Shortly thereafter, a dark figure approached from the horizon, gradually drawing closer to the shore where little Wukong and the others stood. What is that? Bulma inquired with curiosity. It's the turtle we just saved, but there is someone standing on its back. Little Wukong exclaimed eagerly. You all have sharp eyes. I could barely discern a dark spot. Bulma remarked enviously. Sorry to keep you waiting. The Turtle Hermit called out. A peculiar bald old man, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, sporting stylish sunglasses, and leaning on a cane while carrying an enormous turtle shell on his back, greeted them. Hello, is the turtle your savior? The man in the floral shirt asked. Who are you, Grandpa? Little Wukong asked with curiosity. I am the Turtle Sage, he replied. Who saved you? The Turtle Sage asked the Turtle Hermit. It was these 2 boys, the Turtle Hermit said, pointing to Xiao Yi and little Wukong, ignoring the anxious Bulma beside him. Is that so? Thank you very much. To express my gratitude, I shall bestow upon each of you a treasure. The Turtle Sage declared. A gift? Little Wukong asked, puzzled. Come forth, immortal phoenix, the Turtle Sage proclaimed, pointing his cane towards the sky with great theatrics. Immortal phoenix, little Wukong echoed, bewildered. After a bit of showmanship, the Turtle Sage finally summoned the flying nimbus. This is the flying nimbus. It's yours, the Turtle Sage generously offered to little Wukong. Can it be eaten? Little Wukong asked innocently. This is a treasure. It cannot be consumed, the Turtle Sage replied, perspiring profusely. Just sit on the flying nimbus, and you can soar freely through the skies, he continued. Really? I can fly? Little Wukong asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed. However, only those with pure hearts can ride the flying nimbus. Which means only good children can, the Turtle Sage elaborated. This statement piqued everyone's interest, prompting them to attempt riding the nimbus. However, the results were less than favorable, aside from little Wukong. No one else could mount the nimbus. Not even its original owner, the Turtle Sage. It's possible that the nimbus has become unusable due to disuse. Don't worry about it, the Turtle Sage awkwardly explained. Let me think. What treasure should I give you? The Turtle Sage mused, looking at Xiao Yi. Just give me the Dragon Ball you're wearing around your neck. Xiao Yi, wishing to keep Bulma in the dark, decided to secure the Dragon Ball first. This, isn't it beautiful? I found it 100 years ago at the bottom of the sea, and now it's my necklace. Is this thing called a Dragon Ball? The Turtle Sage said while presenting the Dragon Ball necklace to Xiao Yi. Ah, it's a Dragon Ball, little Wukong exclaimed upon seeing the Dragon Ball in Xiao Yi's possession. That's the one displayed as the southernmost on the radar, Bulma remarked, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar. Is this thing valuable? The Turtle Sage asked, perplexed by their excitement. It might be quite precious. The Turtle Sage thought to himself. I never agreed to give you that. The Turtle Sage attempted to retract his offer. Please give it to me, Grandpa Turtle Sage, Bulma pleaded, unable to restrain herself. I can give it to you. But the Turtle Sage hesitated in his reply. What? Bulma wondered. Show me your shorts, the turtle sage said, his face unexpectedly turning red. You're supposed to be a sage. How can you say something like that? The turtle hermit exclaimed in disbelief. What's wrong with that? Even sages have their curiosities. The turtle sage retorted, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. I think I understand why you can't ride the flying nimbus, the turtle hermit chided. Silence. The turtle sage shot back. All right, I'll let you see. Bulma surprisingly agreed, her cheeks flushing. See? Bulma is a girl who speaks her mind. She lifted her skirt without hesitation. Wow. The turtle sage immediately gushed 2 streams of blood from his nose. Xiao Yi remained relatively calm. Yet the vivid scene lingered in his mind. How utterly mortifying. Bulma was unaware that she had completely exposed herself, yet her action of lifting her skirt filled her with embarrassment. That I should have brought my camera. The turtle sage lamented as he bid farewell to the group, yet internally felt a sense of regret. After parting ways with the turtle sage, little Wukong embarked on his quest to locate the 5th Dragon Ball. 3 days later, they arrived at the western region where the 5th Dragon Ball was said to be located. Is it around here? Little Wukong asked Bulma, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar. It south very close. Bulma affirmed confidently. Is it in a place with many houses? Little Wukong inquired, pointing towards a nearby village. Perhaps it's over there. Let us go take a look. Xiao Yi made the decision to proceed. Upon entering the village, their group discovered an eerie silence. Not a single human was seen outside, with all doors and windows firmly shut. It was unsettlingly quiet. Is anyone there? Bulma called out. Indeed, there is a sin of people. Little Wukong confirmed after sniffing the air. How peculiar, Little Wukong, it seems there is absolutely no one here, Bulma remarked, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar. Yet according to the radar, the Dragon Balls are right here. There should be many people around. I'll go take a look. Little Wukong's primal instincts told him that numerous human presences were concealed within a nearby house. Be cautious, Xiao Yi promptly cautioned. Understood, Little Wukong replied. Though it was evident he hadn't heeded the warning. Hello? Is anyone home? Little Wukong knocked on the door. It seems the door is locked. Bulma pointed out. Oh, Little Wukong said. With a resounding crash, he smashed his fist through the door, creating a large hole. Haha. The door is open. Little Wukong felt no remorse for breaking into someone else's home. You shouldn't act recklessly. Even Bulma, typically carefree, sensed that Little Wukong's actions might be inappropriate. Suddenly, a massive axe swung down upon Little Wukong's head. Xiao Yi, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine. Given his current strength, he would struggle to withstand such a blow, although Little Wukong cried out in pain. Clutching his head, he noticed the axe had shattered upon impact, reassuring him that his head must be unharmed. Ouch, that hurts, Little Wukong howled. Bulma, startled, found herself at a loss. What a useless fellow, a bald old man exclaimed. Astonished by the broken axe in his hands, how dare you strike me? Little Wukong shouted, his head swelling, brandishing his golden staff at the old man. I apologize, Lord Oolong. You can have whatever you desire. Just please don't take my daughter. The bald old man suddenly knelt before Little Wukong, pleading. Little Wukong, Oolong. After some explanation, the villagers emerged from their homes upon learning that Little Wukong was not the transformed Oolong. They also discovered the existence of Lord Oolong, a nearby monster capable of transforming into various forms, whose true appearance no one had ever seen. The bald old man recounted Oolong's tale. Yesterday, the monster Oolong arrived in the village and set his sights on my daughter. He elaborated on the reason behind his attack on Little Wukong. Leave this matter to us. We will ensure that Oolong does not capture your daughter again, Xiao Yi declared. Although the bald old man was somewhat skeptical, he couldn't help but nod upon seeing Xiao Yi's muscular physique. Xiao Yi spoke these words because he had received a temporary mission from the system. Mission: expose Oolong's tricks. Rescue the kidnapped girl from Oolong. Reward: Oolong's 72 transformations. Chapter 17. 72 transformations, not even any attribute points, and I'm offered the most useless ability as a reward. Xiao Yi couldn't help but mutter under his breath, seizing the opportunity while the villagers were seeking his assistance. Xiao Yi quickly inquired, Sir, have you ever seen this kind of ball? No, this is the first time I've seen one, the old man replied earnestly after examining the Dragon Ball. I have one just like that. A veiled ordinary woman exclaimed. Indeed, it's here, Bulma said excitedly. Grandma Paosi, the bald old man exclaimed, surprised to see the elderly woman step forward. Is this it? Grandma Paosi asked. Yes, this is a 6-star Dragon Ball. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. I believe my grandmother found it long ago. Grandma Posi reminisced. If you are willing to give me that ball, I will help you deal with the monster named Oolong. Bulma, who had previously seemed reluctant, suddenly appeared eager that if you can truly eliminate the monster, I'll gladly give it to you, but can a girl like you manage it? She said, casting a glance at Xiao Yi. Of course not me. Allow me to introduce this individual, Xiao Yi, a formidable practitioner with exceptional strength. Bulma proudly gestured toward Xiao Yi. Originally, Bulma had intended for little Wukong to disguise himself as a girl and infiltrate Oolong's lair. But Xiao Yi, aware of Oolong's true nature, deterred them from such an approach. It was more effective to capture Oolong directly. Given Oolong's cowardly and timid disposition, he would naturally lead them to his lair. Soon, noon arrived, the appointed time when Oolong was to come for the bald old man's daughter. A stout figure with two horns donned in a suit, meticulously styled hair, and holding a bouquet of flowers approached the bald old man's home from the outskirts of the village. The village remained deserted, just as it had been when Xiao Yi and his companions arrived, although they verbally expressed their faith in Xiao Yi. Their long-standing fear of Oolong compelled them to hide at a distance, waiting to assess the situation before making further plans. Just as Oolong was about to reach the bald old man's doorstep, Xiao Yi suddenly intercepted him. Will you surrender willingly, or shall I have to beat you first before you comply? Xiao Yi said with a smile, regarding Oolong, who towered over him. Oolong looked at this human, who was significantly shorter than himself, with curiosity. Do you really want to fight me? Don't waste time. Hand over the girl from yesterday, and I will spare your life. Oolong, feeling slightly apprehensive under Xiao Yi's unwavering gaze, suddenly transformed into a massive bull with a loud crash. Xiao Yi remained unfazed by Oolong's transformation, instead picking up some bricks and slowly crushing them into dust. Transform. With a resounding boom, Oolong morphed into a bat and took to the sky. Anticipating this, Xiao Yi swiftly leaped up, seizing Oolong by his wings before he could fly at that moment, perhaps due to the duration of Oolong's transformation expiring. He shifted from a bat into an adorable little pig. The villagers, witnessing Xiao Yi capturing Oolong, emerged from their homes, encircling him. Is this Oolong's true form? Bulma marveled in disbelief. Quick, apologize to everyone, Xiao Yi said as he bound Oolong to prevent him from transforming and escaping. I am sorry, Oolong mumbled, his head hanging low. Sigh, it's hard to stay angry at such a little pig. The bald old man was the first to forgive Oolong. What about the girl you kidnapped? Grandma Posi voiced the question on everyone's mind. She is doing well, Oolong replied, still dejected. Well then, let us go see your home. Bulma's spirits lifted once more. Simultaneously, a notification appeared in Xiao Yi's mind, indicating the completion of his mission. A scroll containing the spell for the 72 transformations was added to his system. The villagers, buoyed by Xiao Yi's defeat of Oolong and the news of the girl's well-being, were in high spirits as they chatted and laughed along the way. Grandma Posi kept her promise and handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. They arrived at a palace-like residence, the characters Oolong emblazoned above the entrance, confirming they had reached Oolong's home. Your home is truly extravagant, quite unlike you, Bulma remarked upon seeing the opulent structure. Wow, all of this was built with stolen money, Oolong admitted candidly. How shameless, little Wukong exclaimed. Heike, Daddy is here to take you home. Xiao, come back with Mommy. Liar, you needn't be afraid anymore. Numerous villagers joyfully called out to their daughters, who had been taken away. We've been very comfortable here. We have everything we need and don't even have to work. However, to the astonishment of the villagers, they were not greeted by their tearful daughters, who had been rescued, but rather by a group of girls who were unwilling to leave and return to their former hardships. I only desire gentle girls. They are too extravagant. I implore you to take them away. Oolong finally voiced his true feelings. After a strenuous effort, the villagers managed to bring the girls back home, while Oolong was forcibly taken out by Bulma to join the quest for the Dragon Balls. Only 2 Dragon Balls remained. This is proceeding even more smoothly than I anticipated, Bulma exclaimed joyfully as she piloted the speedboat. But why did you bring Oolong along? A puzzled Goku inquired. I want to know as well. Oolong said indignantly. Oolong's ability to transform may prove useful. Bulma explained her reasoning. Not at all. Traveling is far too exhausting. Oolong complained that it's swelteringly hot. Let's just sleep in our underwear tonight. Bulma attempted to entice Oolong. Hee, a little outing could be nice. Oolong immediately backtracked, blushing. At that moment, Xiao Yi finally had the opportunity to delve into the system's reward of the 72 transformations. After thoroughly examining the transformations, he suddenly realized that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Originally, the 72 transformations in Yulong's hands had not demonstrated their full potential. Due to Yulong's physical limitations, he could only maintain a transformation for 5 minutes before needing to rest, as he found it exceedingly difficult to endure. However, for Xiao Yi, this was no longer a challenge. With his enhanced physical abilities, he could maintain transformations for increasingly longer periods, given his current physical condition. Sustaining a transformation for 3 to 4 hours was entirely feasible. Chapter 18. Yamcha and Puar. Moreover, the 72 transformations did possess power post-transformation, but Yulong had never fully mastered them, rendering his transformations superficial. The version Xiao Yi acquired, however, was complete and divided into 3 stages. The first stage allowed for the proficient execution of all 72 transformations, akin to Yulong's current abilities. The second stage granted the ability to harness the full power of the transformed objects. Even a missile would possess explosive capabilities when transformed. Naturally, if the transformed object were to perish, the user would also suffer severe injuries. The final third stage allowed for the manipulation of the transformed object's power freely, even surpassing the inherent capabilities of the object itself. For instance, if Xiao Yi transformed into a cow, at the second stage, he could only exert the maximum strength of a robust cow. However, upon reaching the third stage, he could unleash his full potential. Upon discovering the formidable nature of the 72 transformations, Xiao Yi was filled with excitement. This technique was not only advantageous in the Dragon Ball universe, but also held immense potential in the real world. Furthermore, Xiao Yi learned from the Jade Tablet that, although it was termed the 72 transformations, it could actually transform into countless items. Reaching the 72 transformations merely permitted progression to the next stage of cultivation. How much longer until we arrive? Goku asked impatiently as he sat in the speedboat. Hey, where are you all going? Yulong, having been forcibly pulled into the group by Bulma, was unaware of their destination. We still have quite a ways to go. It should take another 2 or 3 days. Bulma replied while consulting a map. The Fire Mountain is to the southwest, she added. What, the Fire Mountain? Are you all really heading there? Yulong suddenly stood up in alarm. Why are you so frightened? Everyone looked at Yulong with curiosity. Don't you all know? There is a terrifying Ox King residing at the Fire Mountain. You have no idea how formidable he is. Yulong exclaimed animatedly, Do not worry. Xiao Yi will take care of him. Bulma had grown increasingly reliant on Xiao Yi. This is exciting. Goku, who had been listless, perked up at the mention of a powerful enemy. I refuse to go. Yulong, seeing that no one took his warning seriously, transformed into a fish and dove into the nearby river. He got away. I'm going in after him, Goku exclaimed anxiously. Calm down. Catching Yulong is easy. Watch me, Bulma confidently declared. Huh? Goku was puzzled as he watched Bulma retrieve a fishing rod. A pair of shorts as bait, Bulma exclaimed, attaching the shorts to the fishing rod and casting it into the river. Haha, I've caught one. Yulong, transformed into a fish, was clinging desperately to the shorts. Too bad, Yulong. How could you be so foolish? Goku remarked as he caught Yulong. As the group bantered and joked. They finally disembarked from the speedboat and set foot on solid ground. The moment Bulma realized the capsule containing her belongings was missing, she became distraught. Oh no. It must have fallen into the river, she said frantically. Quickly transform into a fish and go find it. I'll give you my shorts if you retrieve it. Bulma thought of Yulong's transformation ability. Don't be ridiculous. With such a vast river, Yulong wouldn't fall for that. No worries. Leave it to me. Xiao Yi reassured Bulma as he approached her. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Bulma's previously restless heart inexplicably found solace. Why not contribute your capsules? Xiao Yi smiled at Yulong. Yulong, feeling an ominous premonition from Xiao Yi's smile, stammered, Capsules? What capsules? I don't have any. He covered his waist, speaking uncomfortably. Bulma quickly discerned that Yulong indeed had capsules. He simply did not wish to part with them. Surrender your capsules, and I will give you my underwear. Bulma unleashed her trump card. Fine, but only if you give me the underwear first. Yulong ultimately succumbed to temptation and handed over the capsules to Bulma. As Bulma drove the RV into the desert, the system chimed once more. Temporary mission. Defeat Yamcha. Reward. 25 attribute points. Randomly obtain Yamcha's ultimate technique. Wolf Fang Fist. Note: Yamcha will become your future ally, so do not be too heavy-handed. Upon reading the system's generous reward, Xiao Yi couldn't help but marvel at its benevolence. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Yamcha was a formidable character capable of battling Goku in the early stages. had it not been for Xiao Yi's unexpected acquisition of the sage's legacy. Accomplishing such a daunting task would have been nearly impossible. Sure enough, not long after, Yamcha and his partner Puar, riding a modified motorcycle, approached the RV and signaled for them to stop. Xiao Yi understood that if Bulma exited the vehicle, the fight would likely not take place. Eyeing the enticing reward, he turned to Bulma and said, "Stay inside. We can handle this without you." Bulma's heart swelled with affection for Xiao Yi's thoughtful gesture, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "All right, but you be careful," she replied, completely ignoring the other two members of the group. "Xiao Yi," Yulong grumbled. "Who are you?" Goku asked curiously. "Hey, I'm Yamcha, the ruler of this wilderness." A cat-like creature accompanying him chimed in. "And I'm Puar." "Puar?" Goku echoed. "Are you the weepy Puar?" Yulong exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, Yulong," Puar exclaimed, equally astonished. "Puar, you know him?" Yamcha asked in disbelief, surprised to encounter a friend of Puar's in this location. "Yes, this is Yulong that he used to bully me back when I was in the Southern Transformation Kindergarten." Puar complained to Yamcha. "He's a little pervert who stole the female teacher's underwear and got expelled." Puar seemed determined to air all of Yulong's dirty laundry. "Shut up. Why do you remember such trivial matters?" Yulong retorted. Yulong found himself somewhat exasperated by Puar's remarks, feeling a surge of indignation. "You haven't changed at all," he exclaimed, with Xiao Yi chiming in from the side. Chapter 19. Onward to Flame Mountain. Enough of this. Hand over the money and the capsule swiftly. Yamcha finally lost his patience, eager to put an end to this childish exchange. It seems a confrontation is inevitable. "You may advance," Xiao Yi addressed Yamcha directly. At this moment, Yamcha, who had yet to embrace the ways of a true martial artist, was oblivious to the concept of yielding. Without hesitation, he brandished his curved sword and lunged at Xiao Yi with a horizontal strike. Despite having only mastered a rudimentary form of combat inspired by Xiao Wukong's rock-paper-scissors technique, Xiao Yi's physical prowess allowed him to perceive Yamcha's attack as if it were unfolding in slow motion, enabling him to evade it effortlessly. In a flash, Xiao Yi accelerated, positioning himself behind Yamcha before delivering a casual kick that sent Yamcha hurtling through the air. This strike, though not executed with full force, propelled Yamcha 4 to 5 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater. Goodness, to be so inexplicably flung away after a mere exchange. This left Yamcha, who prided himself on his martial skills, utterly disheartened. Wolf Fang Fist. In a fit of rage, Yamcha unleashed his signature move. Xiao Yi sensed an immediate shift in Yamcha's demeanor, transforming him into a solitary wolf in the desert, glaring ferociously to Xiao Yi's astonishment. After declaring his attack, Yamcha launched a kick, momentarily catching Xiao Yi off guard as he prepared to counter Yamcha's frenzied assault. However, the disparity in their strengths was too great. Xiao Yi effortlessly blocked Yamcha's flying kick with his arm, countering with his fist against Yamcha's claws, nullifying all of Yamcha's strikes with the Wolf Fang Fist. Throughout this exchange, Xiao Yi remained completely still, while Yamcha, after expending his ultimate technique, found himself exhausted, gasping for breath. The difference in their abilities was abundantly clear. Martial arts should be employed for righteous purposes. You have strayed from the path of true martial discipline. I hope you will find your way back soon," Xiao Yi remarked, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. "Thank you for your guidance. I shall remember your teachings today," Yamcha responded, seemingly accepting Xiao Yi's words. Whether due to the simplicity of those from the Dragon Ball world or Xiao Yi's overwhelming strength. Xiao Yi, are you all right?" Upon realizing the situation had been resolved, Bulma descended from the RV. Bang! Yamcha froze momentarily at the sight of Bulma, then collapsed onto the ground. Puar rushed over in a panic. "Quick, we must retreat," Yamcha urged Puar urgently. Yes, Puar nodded fervently. "That bandit is quite handsome," Bulma remarked as she watched Yamcha and Puar retreat. With the mission accomplished, Xiao Yi received a notification, task completed. Gained attribute points, 25. And additionally acquired Yamcha's special technique, Wolf Fang Fist. Seeing the task notification, Xiao Yi felt a surge of satisfaction, having now accumulated 30 free attribute points, which he intended to allocate once he reached the pinnacle of his physical training. Due to his continuous travels, his physical training had stagnated at the 13th level, practicing only briefly before dinner to prevent regression. Upon returning home, Yamcha pondered for a long while, increasingly convinced that his current life was not what he desired. Deep down, he yearned to become a true martial artist. Thus, after some deliberation with Puar, the next day they once again intercepted Xiao Wukong's group and sought out Xiao Yi. "I wish to learn martial arts from you," Yamcha declared, kneeling before Xiao Yi upon their meeting. "My strength is insufficient to teach you. but I can guide you in the right direction, Xiao Yi replied, still maintaining an air of superiority. Please, master, enlighten me. Yamcha earnestly implored Xiao Yi. First, accompany our group for a while. Once I deem your character satisfactory, I shall point you in the right direction. Initially, Xiao Yi intended to direct Yamcha to Master Roshi for training, but was suddenly interrupted by a system prompt. Reminder: avoid altering the plot of the Dragon Ball world. This revelation struck Xiao Yi with significance, as he recalled the initial warning from the system to refrain from altering the storyline. However, as time passed, he had somewhat forgotten. Yamcha, filled with blind admiration for Xiao Yi, readily agreed to his proposal. Just as he did, Bulma emerged from the RV, causing Yamcha to stiffen once more. This too is a form of training. Xiao Yi's light-hearted words acted as a catalyst, reviving Yamcha's spirits. Nevertheless, Yamcha and Pure did not share a vehicle with Xiao Wukong and his companions. Instead, they drove a separate off-road vehicle, following closely behind the RV as they headed toward Flame Mountain. 2 days later, wow, it's scorching hot. How strange, this is supposed to be the north, Bulma complained. Because this is Flame Mountain, Yulong replied, exasperated. Previously, Flame Mountain was known as Cool View Mountain. It was a rather pleasant place. Yulong explained, noticing the bewildered expressions of the group. However, 10 years ago, a fire fell from the sky and ignited the mountain, transforming it into the sweltering heat we experience now. Yulong continued. Look, that is the mountain. Yulong pointed ahead at the towering inferno. Wow, no wonder it's so hot. Bulma nodded in agreement. Such a massive fire. Xiao Wukong marveled. Perhaps we should avoid it. The Ox King is truly terrifying. Yulong fretted. Who is the Ox King? Bulma inquired, hearing the name for the first time. Don't you know? He is known as the King of Demons. He is exceedingly fearsome. Yulong hurriedly explained, hoping to convey the Ox King's terrifying reputation. If anyone approaches that mountain, he said, mimicking a beheading gesture, they will be killed. Is that so? Bulma asked, intrigued. Yulong nodded vigorously. The castle at the mountain summit is the Ox King's home, filled with treasures plundered from all around. But the Ox King guards it fiercely. No one dares to approach. It seems the 6th Dragon Ball must be there. Bulma mused aloud. Does the Ox King reside there? Xiao Wukong queried. No. He lives at the mountain's base. When the fire erupted, the Ox King and his child were out picnicking. Yulong explained. The flames raged so fiercely that even the Ox King couldn't return home. Yulong added. You seem to know quite a bit. Bulma remarked, puzzled. Of course, it's all clearly stated in the school textbooks. Yulong replied matter-of-factly. Chapter 20. Punishment for the Ox King. After a brief struggle, the group ultimately decided to press onward toward Flame Mountain. Ugh, it's so hot. Though Bulma had initially supported the idea of entering Flame Mountain, she couldn't help but complain incessantly once they were inside. Meanwhile, Xiao Wukong treated the place like an amusement park, playfully poking at a skull with a stick. Idiot, keep it down. The Ox King will hear. Yulong lamented. At a loss for words regarding such a foolish ally. Oh, that castle over there. Bulma disregarded Yulong's complaints, resolutely following her own path. According to the Dragon Radar, the Dragon Ball was indeed located there. If only we could fly over, Bulma thought to herself. Suddenly, she turned and spotted Xiao Wukong sitting atop the flying Nimbus. Xiao Wukong, can you fly over and retrieve the Dragon Ball? Let me take a look. Xiao Wukong replied, soaring into the air on the Nimbus toward the summit of Flame Mountain. It's burning hot, so scorching. When the little monkey king, Sun Wukong, summoned the Nimbus cloud to descend from above, he could not help but leap upwards as the scorching heat seared him. Just as Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction with Sun Wukong's behavior, a massive axe, towering taller than a person, crashed into the wall beside her, leaving a deep gash in its wake. Subsequently, a colossal man, resembling a bear and adorned with 2 giant horns atop his head, emerged from the flames. What are you rascals doing here? The Bull Demon King bellowed, his fury evident upon the arrival of Xiao Yi and his companions. Are you the Bull Demon King? Bulma stammered, taken aback by the grand entrance. Are you here to steal my treasures? The Bull Demon King, observing Bulma's hesitant demeanor, grew increasingly suspicious. Indeed, we have come to pilfer your treasures and to defeat you. Xiao Yi exclaimed, adding fuel to the fire. Temporary quest. The Bull Demon King's punishment. Throughout the tale, the Bull Demon King has committed numerous misdeeds without facing any repercussions. Impose a suitable punishment upon him so that he may recognize the crimes he has committed. Rewards: 50 attribute points, 1,000 gold coins, and a random portion of the Bull Demon King's treasures. The naturally hot-tempered Bull Demon King, upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, erupted in rage, seizing the towering axe and swinging it toward Xiao Yi. Before becoming the pupil of Master Rashi, the Bull Demon King was renowned for his innate strength. Later, he received the true teachings of Master Rashi. Although he could not wield the Kamehameha technique, his combat prowess was certainly formidable. As the axe came crashing down, Xiao Yi chose not to confront it directly. Instead, he executed a swift maneuver, leaping onto the blade of the axe, before the Bull Demon King could react. Xiao Yi delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending his massive frame flying several meters away. Struggling to rise from the ground, the Bull Demon King cast a glance at Xiao Yi, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Yet, true to his nature, he resolved to continue battling his adversary. Rising quickly, he assumed a martial arts stance and slowly advanced toward Xiao Yi. This moment, the Bull Demon King regarded Xiao Yi as a formidable opponent, akin to his master, Master Rashi. Despite having practiced martial arts less frequently in recent years, his foundational skills remained robust. Seeing the Bull Demon King discard his axe, Xiao Yi, now serious, resolved to engage him earnestly. The Bull Demon King surpassed Yamcha in martial prowess by leaps and bounds. Each move he executed was powerful and deliberate, showcasing his solid fundamentals. If not for Xiao Yi's superior speed and reflexes, he might have already succumbed to the Bull Demon King's might. However, this encounter served as invaluable practical training for Xiao Yi, granting him a comprehensive understanding of his own abilities. Initially, Xiao Yi believed his physical prowess had surpassed that of Master Rashi, and he naturally assumed he would triumph over his opponent. Yet, after clashing with the Bull Demon King, he realized that he had merely relied on speed and reflexes in combat against an opponent with a significant disparity in strength. Victory would be assured. However, when faced with a rival of comparable might, the outcome became uncertain. Should he encounter a seasoned warrior like Master Rashi, brimming with vast martial knowledge, Xiao Yi might find himself with no means of retaliation and face inevitable defeat. As time drew near, Xiao Yi, leveraging his extraordinary speed, positioned himself behind the Bull Demon King and unleashed a heavy punch, shattering the Bull Demon King's hands. This act of mercy stemmed from Xiao Yi's respect for the Bull Demon King as the father-in-law of Sun Wukong and a disciple of Master Rashi. Had it been up to Xiao Yi, considering the Bull Demon King's transgressions, execution would not have been unwarranted. The battle endured for a considerable duration, with only Sun Wukong and Yamcha able to witness the entire spectacle. Upon observing the remarkable duel, Yamcha realized that Xiao Yi had not exerted his full strength during their own confrontation. Quest completed. Rewards: 50 attribute points, 1,000 gold coins, and half of the Bull Demon King's treasures. Following the system's notification, a golden treasure chest suddenly materialized within the system's storage space, undoubtedly containing the Bull Demon King's riches. Throughout their journey, Xiao Yi had contemplated ways to acquire the Bull Demon King's treasures. Yet he found no viable approach, as the entire mountain was engulfed in raging flames with no discernible path for entry. Unexpectedly, during this quest, he attained a portion of the Bull Demon King's treasures, albeit only half, bringing immense joy to Xiao Yi. Acquiring merit points had always been of utmost importance to him. Although he was faring well in the real world, amassing substantial funds for charitable endeavors proved challenging. With this unexpected windfall, Xiao Yi could seamlessly convert it into cash and utilize it to assist numerous individuals in need. I have crippled your hands because you have committed numerous evils over the years. This is but a minor punishment. I hope you can reform and become a true martial artist, thus preserving Master Rashi's honor. Xiao Yi proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of a sage. Do you know the whereabouts of Master Wutian? The Bull Demon King, who had been writhing in pain on the ground, suddenly perked up upon hearing about his master. Struggling to rise and speaking excitedly, indeed, but have you considered how disappointed Master Wutian would be upon learning of your actions? Xiao Yi continued to admonish the Bull Demon King. I am aware of the many wrongs I have committed over the years, and I have deeply regretted them. If I could meet Master Wutian, I would personally apologize. The Bull Demon King confessed, filled with shame. The one you should truly repent to is not Master Wutian, but the innocent lives you have taken. I hope you genuinely seek forgiveness from them. Xiao Yi reminded him, noting that in the Dragon Ball world, the Bull Demon King had merely offered a cursory apology to Master Wutian, which did not reflect a true contrite attitude. Thank you for your guidance. I understand what I must do. The Bull Demon King knelt in gratitude. I hope you recognize your mistakes and become a genuine martial artist. Xiao Yi reiterated his counsel. Hey, how do you have the Nimbus Cloud and the Golden Staff? Who exactly are you? The now relaxed Bull Demon King finally noticed that Sun Wukong possessed Master Wuten's Nimbus Cloud and Sun Wukong's Golden Staff. Prompting his curiosity, the Nimbus Cloud was gifted to me by Master Rashi, and the Golden Staff was left to me by my grandfather. Sun Wukong replied earnestly, I can't believe you are the grandson of Sun Wukong. I am the Bull Demon King, a disciple of Master Wutian alongside your grandfather. Sun Wukong is the eldest disciple, while I am the second. The Bull Demon King exclaimed with excitement. Are you saying that Master Wutian is Master Rashi? Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. Yes, Master Wutian is indeed Master Rashi. The Bull Demon King affirmed, I have a favor to ask of you. The Bull Demon King addressed Sun Wukong, who was hovering in the sky. What is it? Sun Wukong inquired, intrigued. It is said that only Master Wutian's banana fan can extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain. The Bull Demon King explained. Could you please help me borrow the banana fan? He pleaded earnestly. Sure, but you must give me a Dragon Ball in return. Sun Wukong negotiated. What is a Dragon Ball? The Bull Demon King asked, genuinely curious. These orbs, Sun Wukong said, producing the 4-star Dragon Ball. Oh, I think I've seen one before. No problem. If you help me borrow the banana fan, I will give it to you. The Bull Demon King readily agreed. Fantastic. Sun Wukong cheered. I shall set off immediately. He declared eagerly. Wait a moment. The Bull Demon King called out to Sun Wukong. I did not anticipate your arrival, so I have already sent my only daughter, Chi-Chi, to find Master Wutian. I believe she should be on the way. Please take her with you. The Bull Demon King entrusted Chi-Chi to Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. She is a gentle girl, although a bit timid. She could be a good match for you, the Bull Demon King suggested. Surprisingly contemplating marrying off his daughter to Sun Wukong. Marry me? Little Wukong was at a loss, unable to comprehend the words of the Bull Demon King. This is his photograph. Remember it well, the Bull Demon King declared. Producing an image of Chi-Chi. All right, I see her. I will take her with me. Little Wukong stated without a moment's hesitation. As they watched little Wukong's figure gradually recede into the distance. Xiao Yi and the others fell into a contemplative silence. With little Wukong around, the relationship between Xiao Yi and the Bull Demon King was relatively amicable. However, without that connection, especially after Xiao Yi had just severely injured the Bull Demon King's hands, their rapport was unlikely to be as harmonious as it appeared. Moreover, the dangers extended beyond this. Master Rashi was no saint. On the contrary, he was rather petty. He might harbor grievances against the Bull Demon King himself. But if Xiao Yi were to act against him, resentment would be inevitable. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi, driven by his mission and a sense of justice, resolutely dealt a heavy blow to the Bull Demon King. Initially, Xiao Yi had intended to follow little Wukong after their quest for the Dragon Balls concluded, to study under Master Rashi and lay a solid foundation in orthodox martial arts. Yet, the encounter with the Bull Demon King forced him to alter his plans and seek alternative methods to enhance his strength. Wukong has returned, Bulma exclaimed with joy, eager to escape the oppressive heat of their surroundings. No banana fan. The Bull Demon King found this outcome difficult to accept, but Master Rashi will personally come to help us extinguish the flames. Little Wukong added. Look, he is here. A whirlwind swept through the skies as Master Rashi arrived on his turtle. The flames of Flame Mountain are indeed as formidable as rumored, Master Rashi remarked with a hint of awe upon seeing the inferno. Old Master, can you extinguish the flames here? Wukong innocently inquired. Hey, Bull Demon King. Master Rashi addressed the imposing figure before him. Yes, I am here, the Bull Demon King responded, behaving like a well-behaved child, entirely devoid of his usual arrogance. Your reputation is rather unsavory, Master Rashi stated, gazing toward Flame Mountain. Though it was to protect your treasure, you have surely taken many lives, have you not? Though Master Rashi maintained a calm demeanor, his words carried an unmistakable undercurrent of discontent. So you are already aware, the Bull Demon King stammered in trepidation. I admit I was wrong. I was truly bewitched. After extinguishing the fire, I will willingly relinquish the treasure. He prostrated himself on the ground in contrition. No need for that. It would be too regrettable. By the way, what happened to your hands? Noticing the Bull Demon King's sincere repentance, Master Rashi chose to forgive him and expressed concern for his disciple's condition. The Bull Demon King glanced at Xiao Yi, visibly troubled. I rendered his hands useless as a punishment for his past indiscriminate killings, Xiao Yi stated plainly, showing no intent to make things difficult for the Bull Demon King. Your name is Xiao Yi, correct? You have done well. Although Master Rashi praised him, his eyes betrayed a hint of coldness. You are truly pathetic. You cannot even extinguish this minor fire, Master Rashi chastised the Bull Demon King. Sigh, sigh. Suddenly, Master Rashi spoke mysteriously to little Wukong. Go. Right. Bulma, the old master wishes to discuss something with you, little Wukong announced loudly to Bulma. Huh, me? What is it? Bulma replied, perplexed. Come here for a moment. No one else move. Master Rashi said, somewhat bashfully. Youngster, you speak. Master Rashi ultimately hesitated to voice his own request. Oh, the old master wants to go on a date with you, little Wukong candidly revealed. Bulma responded in surprise. If you do not agree, I shall not assist in extinguishing the flames, Master Rashi added, shy yet resolute. What a joke. Why should I agree to this? Bulma fumed, incensed by Master Rashi's audacious proposition. If the fire remains, you will not obtain the Dragon Balls. Correct, Master Rashi stated with remarkable composure. Humph, how infuriating. That scoundrel Wukong has spoken nonsense again. Bulma silently fumed. So, can I leave now? Master Rashi pressed further. What is so terrible about a date? Little Wukong chimed in, supporting Master Rashi's stance. Be quiet. Bulma finally lost her patience and shouted at little Wukong, disregarding her image as a lady. Though Xiao Yi had experienced a rift with Master Rashi, he did not intervene in this playful banter. It seems an agreement has been reached, Chi-Chi observed as Master Rashi approached with a smile. All right, watch as I extinguish the flames of Flame Mountain, Master Rashi proclaimed, his expression one of satisfaction. Thank you. Master, the Bull Demon King quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Chi-Chi also hurriedly thanked Master Rashi, as they had resided at the foot of the mountain for 10 years due to the raging fire. Watch closely. Master Rashi shed his heavy turtle shell, revealing a physique resembling that of a skeleton. Huff. Ha. Hey. Master Rashi took a deep breath, and his frail form suddenly inflated like a balloon, his muscles bulging to an exaggerated extent. Akin to a bodybuilder. Everyone except Xiao Yi and the Bull Demon King gaped in astonishment at Master Rashi's transformation. Master Rashi is about to unleash the Turtle School's secret technique, the Bull Demon King exclaimed excitedly. Yamcha, what is this Turtle School technique? Puer, awakened by the Bull Demon King's outcry, inquired of Yamcha. The Turtle School technique is a miraculous martial art that concentrates internal energy and releases it, a signature move of Master Rashi. Yamcha explained, completely engrossed in Master Rashi's display. Turtle School technique. Master Rashi struck the signature pose, and a beam of light erupted from between his hands. A thick beam shot forth from Master Rashi and soared toward Flame Mountain. Look, the fire has been extinguished. As Master Rashi unleashed the Turtle School technique, his form gradually reverted to that of the previously emaciated old man. Amazing. Little Wukong and the others were once again left in awe of Master Rashi's formidable prowess. Master, the fire has indeed been extinguished, the Bull Demon King said, somewhat hesitantly. What? Such a powerful Turtle School technique, and you are still catching your breath? Master Rashi queried, puzzled. The mountain and castle. The Bull Demon King looked at the now flat landscape, speechless. Master Rashi also appeared momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Oh no, it's gone. The crowd, realizing the flames of Flame Mountain had vanished, exclaimed in astonishment. I must have overdone it. Master Rashi admitted sheepishly. A great fire had been successfully extinguished by Master Rashi's Turtle School technique, and Bulma, utilizing the Dragon Ball radar, soon discovered the 7-star Dragon Ball amidst the nearby ruins. Wow, it's so much cooler here. It has transformed into a suitable place to live. The Bull Demon King expressed his delight at the changes in his homeland. I'm sorry, I destroyed the castle as well, Master Rashi lamented. Still preoccupied with his earlier overexertion. It's nothing. The castle can be rebuilt, Chi-Chi remarked, having re-evaluated her opinion of Master Rashi upon seeing him filled with remorse. What an impressive skill, old master. Can you teach me this technique? Little Wukong gazed at Master Rashi, filled with admiration. Haha, that is impossible. It takes 50 years of rigorous training to master the Turtle School technique. Master Rashi replied earnestly. 50 years, little Wukong pondered, trying to grasp the concept of 50. Unable to comprehend how long 50 years truly was, little Wukong mimicked Master Rashi's earlier movements. Master, why don't you stay with us? The Bull Demon King earnestly invited his mentor. No, I prefer to live alone. It suits me better. Master Rashi politely declined the offer. Hey. As if grasping something profound, little Wukong suddenly unleashed a wave of energy, flipping the car they were riding in onto its side. A collective gasp of astonishment emanated from the crowd as they beheld the remarkable abilities of the young Wukong. Even the esteemed Master Rashi found himself intrigued by the boy's profound comprehension. The success of little Wukong left me utterly astounded. Witnessing Wukong's performance, Xiao Yi felt an irresistible urge to join in. Much like participants drawn to an engaging game, eager to showcase their own skills. Disregarding the onlookers, Xiao Yi ventured to an open space, mimicking Master Rashi's stance, slightly bending his knees and performing a gathering motion. In that instant, he sensed a surge of energy within him, seemingly guided by his own will, converging towards the palms of his hands. As Xiao Yi endeavored to channel this energy completely, he discovered it flowed through the 12 main meridians, coalescing at his palms from various parts of his body. Having already cleared all 12 meridians, the speed of this convergence was astonishingly rapid. In the blink of an eye, he had amassed an energy sphere within his palm. As this was merely an experiment, Xiao Yi swiftly closed the meridian pathway at his palm and hurled the energy sphere into the distant forest with a resounding boom, akin to a missile detonating. The forest before him was transformed, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Xiao Yi marveled at the sheer power of the energy blast he had unleashed. It was noteworthy that he had merely released a small fraction of energy. Yet its impact was colossal. Compared to physical strength, it was evident that the potency of the energy blast had escalated significantly. The crowd erupted in awe once more at Xiao Yi's display of might. Even Master Rashi, the founder of the Turtle School, could not help but be impressed by the power of Xiao Yi's energy sphere, and for the first time, he regarded Xiao Yi's strength with genuine respect. If, at the outset, Master Rashi harbored dissatisfaction regarding Xiao Yi's punishment of the Ox King, he now found the boy's actions entirely justified in light of his formidable abilities. It had become a matter of face. Initially, Master Rashi perceived Xiao Yi as merely a somewhat capable martial artist, and such a person striking against his disciple would be a slight against him. However, now that Xiao Yi's prowess was evidently on par with Master Rashi's, it was only natural to discipline the Ox King for his misdeeds, particularly since it was clear that Xiao Yi had not employed excessive force. Thus, Master Rashi's demeanor towards Xiao Yi softened, abandoning the coldness he had previously displayed. Chapter 23. The rabbit leader having bid farewell to Master Rashi and the others, Xiao Yi and his companions embarked on the final leg of their quest for the Dragon Balls. Only one Dragon Ball remained. Bulma piloted a magnetic levitation vehicle gifted by the Ox King, its speed markedly enhanced. "I can't wait to see the dragon," little Wukong exclaimed joyfully. The group journeyed westward, arriving at an area teeming with colossal mushrooms. "This place is truly peculiar," little Wukong remarked, gazing at the towering, tree-like fungi with curiosity. "Yulong, is there a town around here?" Bulma inquired of the driving Yulong. "How should I know? I've never been here before," Yulong retorted, feeling quite disgruntled at being repeatedly tasked with driving. "Oh no, we're running low on fuel," Yulong exclaimed anxiously as he noticed the fuel gauge dipping into the red. Just as their reserves were about to deplete, they stumbled upon a town. "Finally, we've reached a town," Bulma declared, clad in a sultry bunny girl outfit. "We can refuel now," Yulong added, equally pleased. "Hello," little Wukong cheerfully called out to a girl with her hair wrapped up. "Ah." The girl, upon seeing Bulma in the car, reacted as if confronted with sheer terror and fled rapidly. "The people here are very frightened of you," little Wukong observed, his keen intuition picking up on sentiments others could not perceive. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bulma retorted, displeased with little Wukong's comments. Upon arriving in the town, the group split up to explore. Xiao Yi began to examine the enormous mushrooms lining the roadside with intrigue. Such gigantic mushrooms, growing as straight as trees. They must be a local specialty. I wonder what they taste like, he mused, deciding to procure some mushroom seeds for Bulma to analyze their growth conditions. If they could quietly transplant them into the real world, it would undoubtedly be an impressive invention. At a shop specializing in local products, Xiao Yi purchased a significant quantity of mushroom seeds, having borrowed money from Bulma beforehand. Upon exiting, he discovered two members of the rabbit army engaging in a scuffle with little Wukong. In no time, little Wukong had dispatched the two rabbit army members to the ground. However, with Xiao Yi's discerning eye, it was evident that little Wukong had not exerted himself too forcefully and had sustained no injuries. The two rabbit army members called for reinforcements using their communicators. Xiao Yi felt a headache coming on from little Wukong's indecisiveness. Yet perhaps it was this very quality that had earned him the rightful title of protagonist in the Dragon Ball universe. Simultaneously, a system task was issued. Temporary task: defeat the rabbit leader. Reward: attribute points 10. Acquire the rabbit leader's superpower. Xiao Yi couldn't help but envy the superpowers of this world. They were abilities that defied reason. utterly disregarding the strength of either party. Within the range of the superpower, any adversary would inevitably fall victim. The rabbit leader's ability to transform anyone who touched him into a carrot was indeed a remarkable power, making it easy for opponents to be ensnared. Before long, the rabbit leader arrived in an adorable bunny car, drawing the gaze of the crowd. Emerging from the vehicle was a large rabbit walking upright. "Boss," the two rabbit army members cried out as they approached their leader. "Don't wail so pitifully." The rabbit leader, fully aware of his subordinates' shortcomings, admonished them. "Who dares to oppose the rabbit army?" he declared, hands clasped behind his back. Exuding an air of authority, those two, the defeated members hurriedly pointed in little Wukong's direction. "He, is that the head of the rabbit army?" Bulma remarked nonchalantly. "Just a big rabbit, and I was worried for nothing." Oolong added, appearing quite relaxed. "That fellow looks somewhat familiar." Yamcha, well-versed in various encounters, seemed to recognize the large rabbit. Pathetic, to be defeated by that little brat. The rabbit leader expressed his disappointment in his subordinates. "I apologize, boss," the two members stammered. "Hey." The rabbit leader leaped effortlessly from several meters away, landing before Bulma. "Let's shake hands," he said, extending his paw towards her. Bulma was momentarily taken aback by the rabbit leader's odd behavior. "This guy is really strange," Oolong remarked involuntarily. "I remember now. He's the one who can turn anyone who touches him into a carrot." Yamcha finally recalled the rabbit leader's identity. "Whatever you do, don't touch him," Yamcha shouted, attempting to warn Bulma. However, at that moment, Bulma's hand was already gravitating towards the rabbit leader's outstretched paw. Just in the nick of time, a hand intercepted Bulma's motion, narrowly averting contact with the rabbit leader's extended limb. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi soared into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the rabbit leader flying several dozen meters, crashing into a nearby house before coming to a halt. Upon inspecting the rabbit leader, it was clear he was foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Xiao Yi swiftly followed suit, delivering a decisive blow that severed the rabbit leader's head. Before anyone could react, he concealed the rabbit leader's corpse within his storage ring. Though the rabbit leader's abilities were limited, he was nonetheless a sentient being, and this body would undoubtedly prove advantageous for Xiao Yi's body refinement techniques. Task complete. Reward, attribute points. 10. Exclusive ability of the rabbit leader. In the personal storage compartment of the system, apart from the box of treasures obtained from the Bull Demon King last time, there lay a green orb. Xiao Yi understood that this must be the extraordinary ability of the rabbit leader that the system had mentioned. At this moment, less than 10 seconds had elapsed since Yamcha's warning, and while everyone remained in astonishment, Xiao Yi had already neutralized the rabbit leader. The onlookers, upon regaining their senses, could not help but feel astonished by Xiao Yi's swift reaction, equally surprised by his ruthless decisiveness. Particularly, Yamcha felt a wave of dread. During their last encounter, he had merely been soundly thrashed by Xiao Yi, and it was evident that Xiao Yi had shown him mercy. The townsfolk, witnessing the rabbit leader's defeat at the hands of these formidable warriors, could not contain their gratitude and rushed out to present an abundance of local specialties, amidst a jubilant send-off. Xiao Yi and his companions embarked on their final quest to seek the Dragon Balls. Chapter 24. The parting instructions here. In this vicinity, Bulma declared, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar. "Bulma, I have a question that has been on my mind for quite some time," Oolong said, driving while addressing Bulma behind him. "After gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, what wish do you intend to make?" Oolong inquired with curiosity. Didn't I mention it before? I want a Prince Charming," Bulma replied shyly. "Ah, a Prince Charming. We are exerting ourselves for such a trivial wish," Oolong retorted angrily at Bulma. "Children simply do not understand." Bulma dismissed Oolong's remarks. "Report to King Pilaf. A vehicle has appeared in Zone H15. With a long-haired woman in a trench coat standing atop a giant mushroom, speaking into a walkie-talkie. Indeed, it must be them. Proceed as planned." A voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. "Understood," the woman replied succinctly. "Hey, do you see that vehicle?" The trench-coated woman inquired into the walkie-talkie. "I see it." Another voice responded from the device. "All those Dragon Balls are in that vehicle," the trench-coated woman continued. "After enduring so much hardship to find the Dragon Balls, one ought to make a meaningful wish." Oolong couldn't help but turn to Bulma and express his grievances. "Less chatter, and you haven't contributed much at all," Bulma retorted irritably. Bang! A missile exploded beside the vehicle, shattering it to pieces. Xiao Yi swiftly caught Bulma, preventing her from falling to the ground. "Thank you, Xiao Yi," Bulma said, standing up, her cheeks flushed. "What just happened?" Oolong, slightly dazed from the explosion, queried. Ah, that startled me. Little Goku exclaimed. Appearing somewhat surprised but otherwise unscathed, suddenly, a mechanized suit emerged from the ground, landing next to the wrecked vehicle. Wow, what is that? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. The mech seemed oblivious to Xiao Yi and the others. Fixated on searching for something, there it is. Upon spotting the Dragon Balls in the box, the mech finally located its objective. My apologies, but the Dragon Balls now belong to us, a dog ninja inside the mech stated to those outside. Just as the mech was about to take off, Xiao Yi dashed up beside it and, without uttering a word, delivered a powerful punch that shattered the mech. The dog ninja inside, however, sustained minimal damage. This was, of course, a deliberate act by Xiao Yi. He was aware that the trio making their appearance would play a significant role in the unfolding narrative, and he certainly could not allow them to meet their demise. Xiao Yi and his companions subdued the dog ninja, advancing towards the direction of the 7th Dragon Ball. Lacking a flying vehicle, Xiao Yi and his group had no choice but to share a single flying car with Yamcha. What an idiot! Unable to handle such a trivial matter, a child dressed like a circus clown reproached the trench-coated woman. My apologies, King Pilaf. It was my fault. The trench-coated woman replied. No matter. Fortunately, they have come to us. King Pilaf remarked as he observed the radar display behind him. Hee, I did not expect to acquire everything so swiftly. King Pilaf thought to himself with delight, I will soon be able to rule the world. The Dragon Balls are indeed a marvelous artifact, he exclaimed joyfully. King Pilaf, they have arrived. The trench-coated woman interrupted King Pilaf's reverie. Much to his displeasure, they must have a radar as well, King Pilaf muttered under his breath. Right here, Bulma pointed at a colossal castle before them. How grand, little Goku remarked while seated on the flying Nimbus. Yamcha, are you feeling better? Pu'er was attending to Yamcha, who had fainted from the proximity of the earlier explosion. Thanks, Yamcha finally recovered and replied to Pu'er. Be extra cautious. Our opponent is no ordinary foe. Yamcha warned the group. Indeed, everyone nodded in agreement. What is that? Little Goku asked, noticing a forward-pointing arrow drawn on the ground. That's an arrow. Quite peculiar, Yamcha added, equally intrigued. Could there be something in that direction? Bulma wondered, her intellect momentarily faltering to avoid altering the plot. Xiao Yi could only follow silently behind, refraining from voicing any opinions. Eventually, little Goku and his companions found themselves trapped within a castle surrounded by walls on all sides. That they've locked them up, the trench-coated girl informed King Pilaf. What a fool. They couldn't even see such an obvious trap. King Pilaf expressed his exasperation at little Goku and his friend's reaction. Damn it. We're trapped. Yamcha pounded on the walls angrily. I warned you not to come in. Wulong complained. My fists are useless, little Goku said. Staring curiously at his own hands. At this moment, Xiao Yi sat quietly against the wall, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Bulma asked curiously. After this journey, I may need to leave for a while. Inside this capsule is a seed from the giant mushroom near Mushroom Town. I hope you can help me analyze its composition and find a suitable place for transplantation. I will come to find you in the city after some time. Xiao Yi said to Bulma, handing her a capsule. Where are you going? For how long? All right, I won't ask anymore. Here is my address. You must come and visit next time. I'll be waiting for you. Bulma said reluctantly upon hearing Xiao Yi's intention to depart. However, noticing Xiao Yi's discomfort, she showed understanding and refrained from further questioning, handing him a piece of paper. Haha, I am about to become the king of the world. King Pilaf resumed his daydreaming. King Pilaf, there are no Dragon Balls in the vehicle, the trench-coated woman reported to him. They must be on someone among them. King Pilaf snapped back to reality. Hey, listen up. A screen on the wall suddenly displayed King Pilaf's image. I am King Pilaf. As everyone turned their attention to the screen, King Pilaf proclaimed, You are the ones trying to steal the Dragon Balls. Bulma shouted, Indeed. If you do not hand them over quickly, you will deeply regret it, King Pilaf stated, showing no shame for his group's thievery. I will never give you the Dragon Balls. You can dream. Bulma made a face at the screen. Chapter 25, The Comprehension of Majin Buu used the hypnotic gas. King Pilaf instructed the trench-coated woman. What is that? Suddenly, numerous mechanized openings appeared in the 4 solid walls, from which a smoke-like gas began to pour forth. Cough, cough. What is this smoke? Little Goku's voice emerged from within the haze. As the smoke dissipated, everyone succumbed to a deep slumber. They are all asleep. King Pilaf exclaimed with excitement. System task, summon the dragon. Reward, 1 system upgrade scroll. Xiao Yi was not in a state of unconsciousness, with his current cultivation, he was capable of closing all his respiratory channels, entering a state akin to fetal breathing for a period. When King Bailoff and the woman in the windbreaker descended into the trap, Xiao Yi stood up resolutely and addressed King Bailoff, saying, "Produce your Dragon Ball, or you shall witness my formidable prowess." As he spoke, a powerful energy sphere coalesced in his hand, which he unleashed to demolish the adjacent wall. King Bailoff and the woman in the windbreaker. Xiao Yi successfully gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. "Arise, Shenron." Xiao Yi intoned the simple incantation. Suddenly, the sky was shrouded in darkness as the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a blinding brilliance, interlinking with one another. Subsequently, a colossal beam of light erupted from the space between the Dragon Balls, extending skyward and dazzling enough to render one unable to open their eyes. However, Xiao Yi perceived clearly that what emerged was not merely a beam of light, but a divine dragon enveloped in radiant energy. This dragon measured over 100 meters in length. Although constituted of energy, its entire form appeared as lifelike as a living creature. "State your wish. Any wish I can fulfill, but only one." The dragon gazed down at Xiao Yi with an indifferent demeanor. "My wishes." Xiao Yi hesitated briefly. "Grant me the comprehension akin to that of Majin Buu." After much contemplation, he finally articulated the desire he had long pondered. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." The dragon replied emotionlessly to Xiao Yi. Upon finishing its words, the dragon vanished into the ether, and the 7 Dragon Balls slowly ascended into the night sky. Suddenly, as if seized by an invisible hand, they were violently dispersed in all directions. As Xiao Yi gazed upon the sky, now restored to its luminosity, he sensed the changes within his body and felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding this journey with the Dragon Balls. To possess the comprehension akin to Majin Buu was the most suitable wish he could conceive for himself. Xiao Yi did not opt for the pursuit of immortality, a desire fervently sought after by Vegeta, not because he lacked the ambition, but rather he deemed such a wish futile, expressing that desire held little significance, as Xiao Yi was not a denizen of the Dragon Ball realm. His body belonged to another world, and thus, whether the dragon could fulfill that wish was debatable. Even if it were realized, upon returning to the real world, would he retain immortality? The answer was unequivocally no. Moreover, the most glaring flaw within the Dragon Ball world was the very existence of the 7 Dragon Balls. The subsequent narratives had also indicated that the greater the alteration made through the Dragon Balls, the more severe the backlash suffered by the wisher. Furthermore, the path Xiao Yi cultivated was inherently a technique that transcended life and death. Since he could attain immortality through his own practice, why entangle himself in such consequential karma to pursue an endeavor with uncertain outcomes? As for Majin Buu's comprehension, while undeniably remarkable, its consequential impact was relatively negligible. Yet, Majin Buu's comprehension proved immensely beneficial, whether in the realm of cultivating his path or grasping some unique skills within the Dragon Ball universe. Xiao Yi's inspiration stemmed from a particular episode in the manga, where Majin Buu's prowess deeply resonated with him. Son Goku took 3 whole years to master instantaneous movement, while the Kaioshin's version of the technique surpassed Goku's, requiring no initiation time whatsoever. However, this extraordinarily advanced technique was utilized just once before Majin Buu mastered it completely, wielding it with the same precision as its original user, a testament to his prodigious comprehension. Consider who Son Goku is, a genius capable of effortlessly executing the Kamehameha upon witnessing Master Roshi demonstrate it for the first time. Yet, even this exceptional talent was overshadowed by Majin Buu in terms of comprehension, highlighting the staggering nature of Buu's abilities. Xiao Yi had long harbored doubts about his ability to master the techniques inscribed within the Jade Tablet. Fully aware of the arduous nature of such practices, even with a mentor guiding him, merely relying on a Jade Tablet for impartation and a mat to enhance comprehension seemed a fanciful dream. However, with the comprehension of Majin Buu, Xiao Yi was nearly certain he could successfully cultivate the techniques inscribed within the Jade Tablet to their fullest extent. He found that the technique of the 72 transformations, which he had merely begun to grasp, had now reached the 3rd level of thorough comprehension. Additionally, in terms of martial skills, he had absorbed the essence of various techniques demonstrated by others, solidifying his foundational skills remarkably. Mission accomplished. Reward: 1 system upgrade scroll.at. That moment, Xiao Yi received a notification from the system that he examined the items within the system. A golden treasure chest brimming with riches, an exclusive ability from the rabbit leader, and a golden scroll, presumably the system upgrade scroll. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi opened the treasure chest, Previously, he had not had the opportunity to be alone, resulting in these items being stored within the system. The chest was filled with an array of gold coins, pearl necklaces, diamonds, and various rubies and sapphires, overwhelming Xiao Yi as he counted them. Afterward, he neatly placed the treasure chest into the storage ring he carried. He also unreservedly utilized the rabbit leader's exclusive ability, absorbing all of its powers. Any enemy that touched any visible part of his skin would transform into a carrot. This ability, surpassing that of the rabbit leader, evolved into an active capability. Finally, Xiao Yi retrieved the golden system upgrade scroll. He had saved this scroll for last, due to his concern that upgrading the system might jeopardize the items contained within or cause them to become damaged. Therefore, it was rather superfluous to transfer them into the storage ring. Chapter 26. Return. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi resolved to open the system upgrade scroll to initiate the system upgrade. Xiao Yi had executed his mission with remarkable success. In fact, just before his departure, he had left a letter beside the gathered crowd. The contents were nothing more than an account of how he had successfully thwarted King Bylof's nefarious plot. Yet he had encountered an urgent matter at home. Regrettably, his companions, including little Wukong, had fallen into a state of unconsciousness, leaving him no choice but to leave a letter and depart alone. They had agreed to meet again at the world's foremost martial arts tournament a year hence. This marked Xiao Yi's first encounter with a system upgrade, naturally prompting him to prepare adequately. Otherwise, should the upgrade occur, he might find himself immobilized or rendered unconscious, likely providing a feast for the colossal creatures of the Dragon Ball world. To his astonishment, upon opening the system upgrade scroll, Xiao Yi was unceremoniously ejected from the Dragon Ball realm and returned to the real world, with the system indicating that the upgrade would require 3 days. Glancing at the clock, he noted that barely 2 days had elapsed, earlier than he had anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi exited the apartment, making his way homeward, since marrying and having a daughter. He had scarcely left home. This extended absence, albeit only 2 days in the real world, had left him yearning for their presence. Upon returning, he discovered that only his mother and daughter, Wan, were at home. Inquiring revealed that his wife, Bai Miaoxin, had gone to the rental property to tend to their prized ornamental fish, while his father was occupied with overseeing the renovations at his shop. They would only return home around mealtime to prepare dinner, making the family busier than ever. Although Xiao Yi wished for a different situation, he respected their choices. After all, this was not akin to mere employment, but rather a pursuit of their own ambitions. As noon approached, his father and wife, Bai Miaoxin, returned home in succession, expressing their delight at Xiao Yi's unexpected early return. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the emotional anchor of the family in his absence. They had felt somewhat unsettled. Noticing the weary expressions on their faces, Xiao Yi deduced that the past few days had exhausted them, prompting him to take to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch using ingredients from the Dragon Ball world. The family joyfully relished the meal, a rare occurrence. Previously, both Xiao Yi and Bai Miaoxin had been occupied with work during the day, while his father frequently traveled for business, leaving only his mother and Wan at home during lunchtime. The lively atmosphere they shared was a stark contrast to their usual quietude. That afternoon, Xiao Yi prevented Bai Miaoxin and his father from venturing out, allowing the family to enjoy a warm afternoon together at home. Wan, thrilled by the presence of so many loved ones, played energetically until she finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, although Xiao Yi felt reluctant about his family's bustling activities, he knew that without a reliable employee, his father and Bai Miaoxin would have to remain busy for a while. Xiao Yi had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to liquidate the box of jewels he had acquired from the Dragon Ball world and use the proceeds for charitable purposes. However, he was entirely unacquainted with the jewelry trade, often hearing that it was a treacherous field where one could easily be swindled. If he were to approach a jewelry store to sell the gems outright, it was likely that a significant portion of the profits would end up in the jeweler's hands. Fortunately, despite his ignorance in the jewelry domain, Xiao Yi possessed the capacity to learn quickly. With his current level of understanding, he could become a jewelry connoisseur in a remarkably short time. He visited the library and perused a wealth of information regarding jewelry and auction houses, transforming from a complete outsider to someone who at least understood the basics of gem grading. He also discovered that the foremost auction house in the world for jewelry was called Sotheby's. From the treasure chest, Xiao Yi selected several flawless gems, including a stunning 215-carat flawless diamond that captivated him deeply. After familiarizing himself with the market value of gemstones, Xiao Yi realized that it was not merely the quantity that determined worth but rather the quality. taking the 215-carat flawless diamond as an example. Although it was tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the treasure chest, its value surpassed that of all the other treasures combined. Thus, his initial plan to sell every item from the chest evolved into a more prudent strategy of offering only a few flawless gems, fundamentally altering his approach. This decision not only mitigated his exposure to risk, but also ensured that the monetary gains remained substantial, which was precisely what Xiao Yi desired. However, despite the reduced risk, he would still need to auction the gems under his real name. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided that Sotheby's would be the most secure option, as a globally renowned auction house. Sotheby's certainly had a branch in China. However, in the small third-tier city of Jiangxi where Xiao Yi resided, it was unlikely that such a prestigious establishment would be present. Reluctantly, Xiao Yi, having just returned home for a day, had to bid farewell to his family and candidly expressed the purpose of his departure. The funds from the sale of the flawless gems were initially intended for charitable endeavors, so he simply needed to state that these gems were gifted to him by his mentor, with the hope of utilizing the proceeds entirely for good causes. After parting with his family, Xiao Yi boarded a flight to Shanghai. That afternoon, he arrived in Shanghai and entered Sotheby's branch in China. The auction house was located in the bustling city center of Shanghai, occupying a sprawling area of several thousand square meters. Upon entering the building, he noticed that only 2 receptionists were present at the front desk, alongside security personnel patrolling the premises. The other staff members were notably scarce. Xiao Yi approached the reception desk and requested that they summon the client manager, as he had an item of significant value to auction. True to Sotheby's reputation, the 2 receptionists courteously invited Xiao Yi to take a seat in the adjacent lounge, with one offering him a cup of Longjing tea while the other went to fetch a client manager. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, entered the reception room, guided by the receptionist. Following some pleasantries, Xiao Yi engaged in a deeper conversation with the client manager. Name Jiang Yuan. Chapter 27. Evaluation, sir. How may I assist you? Asked Jiang Yuan, the client manager, politely. I wish to sell some precious jewels with a value reaching several hundred million. I wonder if you have the authority to handle such matters. Despite his favorable impression of Jiang Yuan, Xiao Yi felt compelled to voice his concerns. Several hundred million. Jiang Yuan, initially nonchalant, suddenly displayed a keen interest. Not a problem. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the branch manager of Sotheby's in Shanghai, and handling the auction of several hundred million in jewels is well within my purview. Jiang Yuan replied with a smile. Then, are you not a client manager? Xiao Yi inquired, puzzled as he glanced at Jiang Yuan's name tag. Today, several client managers are on leave, and I'm merely filling in as a temporary client manager, Jiang Yuan explained a bit sheepishly. It don't matter. Do you have an appraiser available? I would like them to evaluate these gemstones. Xiao Yi said as he retrieved the flawless gems from his backpack. The previously jovial Jiang Yuan appeared utterly astonished upon seeing the flawless gems, particularly the enormous flawless diamond. Although Xiao Yi had claimed that the items he intended to auction were valued at several hundred million, Jiang Yuan, who had long been entrenched in the jewelry industry, had not taken the statement too seriously. He did not doubt Xiao Yi's honesty, but rather assumed that the seller's estimated value was typically exaggerated. Jiang Yuan had initially thought that the gems might be worth tens of millions, which he considered quite impressive. However, he was entirely mistaken. The true value of the gems, especially that of the flawless diamond, far exceeded Xiao Yi's expectations. While Xiao Yi had only gleaned a rough understanding of diamond pricing from books, he had deduced that the enormous diamond could potentially be worth several hundred million. Yet, he was unaware that larger diamonds often bore more inherent flaws. However, in the pursuit of the size of diamonds, some minor flaws are often overlooked by people. Yet, during auctions, these imperfections can be exaggerated to drive down prices. Nevertheless, to Jiang Yuan, the flawless diamond in Xiao Yi's possession appeared to be utterly impeccable. Both its color and cut were of the highest quality. And what was most commendable was that this magnificent diamond truly achieved perfection without a single flaw. Consequently, its price would undoubtedly exceed that of comparable diamonds by several multiples. The general manager of the Jiangxi auction house in the bustling metropolis, Jiang Yuan's capabilities were evident, and upon seeing the diamond, he promptly summoned the auction house's chief appraiser, Mr. Wu Zuandao. This esteemed gentleman, renowned in the field of gem appraisal, commanded respect, and even with Jiang Yuan's current status, he felt compelled to extend a personal invitation and offer a generous commission. He promised that only when truly exceptional treasures emerged would Mr. Wu be called upon for appraisal. Mr. Wu Zuandao, though his hair was silvered, bore a remarkably youthful visage, showing few wrinkles and exuding vitality. Had it not been for Jiang Yuan's earlier disclosure that Mr. Wu was over 70, Xiao Yi might have assumed that the gentleman before him was merely in his 50s, and that was only considering the gray hair. Observing Mr. Wu's unique features, Xiao Yi couldn't help but speculate whether the elder had practiced some form of body refinement technique, just as Jiang Yuan intended to introduce Mr. Wu to the current situation. He noticed Mr. Wu's eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the assortment of gemstones before him, completely disregarding Jiang Yuan's greeting. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Yi, Jiang Yuan opted not to disturb Mr. Wu's appraisal. Watching the elderly gentleman meticulously assess the gems with various tools, Xiao Yi felt a surge of admiration for someone who had truly transformed a passion into a vocation. After approximately half an hour, Mr. Wu reluctantly set the gemstones aside and turned to Jiang Yuan, declaring, "These are all flawless gems, devoid of any imperfections, and the craftsmanship is absolutely top-notch. Each piece could serve as a highlight in the auction." Though Jiang Yuan was already certain of the value of these flawless gems, hearing Mr. Wu's appraisal ignited a wave of exhilaration within him. Not only would this auction yield substantial profits for the auction house, but it would also significantly enhance his personal reputation. "Might I inquire if Mr. Xiao would allow my company to auction these flawless gems?" Jiang Yuan asked, even though he already suspected the answer. "Of course, but I hope to conduct the auction as soon as possible," Xiao Yi stipulated. "That is certainly feasible. However, such a large-scale auction typically requires at least 6 months of preparation to maximize the profits from these treasures." Jiang Yuan patiently explained, "I cannot afford to wait that long, that I require a substantial amount of capital. If your company cannot liquidate these gems in a short time frame, I will have to express my regrets." Xiao Yi replied, visibly disappointed. "We can advance 50% of the appraised value, with Jiadisi Auction House providing the funds up front. Once the gems are sold at auction, we will deduct that amount from the proceeds and return the profits to you," Jiang Yuan proposed, sensing the impending loss of a valuable opportunity and thus revealing the auction house's most favorable terms. "The appraised value?" Xiao Yi expressed skepticism regarding this valuation, "that we will absolutely base the appraisal on the average market value for your batch of gemstones. If you find the price unsatisfactory, we can certainly negotiate," Jiang Yuan quickly reassured him. "Very well. Then please estimate the value of my gemstones," Xiao Yi responded, nodding toward Mr. Wu Zuandao. Seeing Xiao Yi's willingness to engage, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of joy, realizing that the auction was likely to be successfully commissioned. Following this, a lengthy assessment ensued, lasting over 2 hours. In addition to Mr. Wu, Jiadisi had also invited several top industry experts to provide evaluations via video conference. The exceptional quality of the gems, particularly the flawless diamond, had stirred excitement among the upper echelons of Jiadisi, prompting them to leverage their full capabilities to retain Xiao Yi as a valuable client. The appraisal results emerged, revealing that these gemstones, based on standard market selling levels, were valued at approximately 3 billion RMB. Moreover, I have just communicated with our headquarters, and they have agreed to advance you 70% of that amount, totaling 2.1 billion RMB. I wonder if Mr. Xiao finds this outcome satisfactory. Jiang Yuan looked at Xiao Yi with hopeful anticipation. "That is perfectly acceptable. I truly appreciate your company's sincerity," Xiao Yi replied with delight. Chapter 28. Disclosure. After signing a multitude of commission contracts, Xiao Yi finally secured the substantial sum. It is important to note that 2.1 billion renminbi is not an insignificant amount for Jiadisi Auction House. The promptness with which they disbursed the funds was likely motivated by their desire to finalize a successful commission agreement with Xiao Yi. Despite Jiadisi's consistently high ranking within the industry, they struggled to distinguish themselves from several competing auction houses, a persistent source of concern for their management. The few treasures Xiao Yi brought forth, though limited in number, were each of exquisite quality. If managed effectively, Jiadisi could host an unprecedented large-scale auction, greatly enhancing their reputation. Furthermore, if they failed to seize this opportunity and allowed Xiao Yi to auction his treasures elsewhere, it could inflict significant damage on their standing. Xiao Yi paid no mind to these considerations. With the influx of capital, he could pursue even more charitable endeavors, just as he began contemplating how to allocate this fortune for good causes. An unexpected event abruptly derailed his meticulously crafted plans. The phone rang urgently, and upon checking the caller ID, Xiao Yi was surprised to see Jiang Yuan's name, whom he had only recently parted with. Without a second thought, he answered the call. "Mr. Xiao, I sincerely apologize. Due to an oversight on our part, Your personal information has been compromised by a rival company. I am profoundly sorry for the inconvenience this has caused. Jiang Yuan's voice was filled with remorse on the other end of the line. Do you have any idea how much trouble this could bring to my family? Xiao Yi had anticipated the risk of exposure, but had not expected it to happen so swiftly. I am truly sorry, Mr. Xiao. This is not something we at GIDC wish to see. A lapse within our company led to this unfortunate situation, causing you considerable inconvenience. Jiang Yuan continued to apologize. Enough. I will discuss this matter with you in person. It is not something that can be resolved over the phone, Xiao Yi stated bluntly, cutting off Jiang Yuan's attempts to explain further. Understood. I will be waiting for you at the auction house. Jiang Yuan replied. Although Xiao Yi had signed a contract with GIDC Auction House, with a substantial penalty clause in place, this was predicated on the confidentiality of his identity. With his identity now compromised, he was clearly the aggrieved party. If the situation escalated, GIDC could face serious repercussions for leaking vital client information. Xiao Yi had initially intended to purchase gifts for his family, but after encountering such a predicament, his enthusiasm for shopping evaporated. He hailed a taxi, heading straight to GIDC Auction House to thoroughly investigate the details surrounding the breach of confidentiality. However, just as Xiao Yi entered the taxi, his phone rang once more. Displaying an unfamiliar number, without hesitation, he answered the call, and a middle-aged man's voice came through the receiver. Mr. Xiao, greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Hu, the branch manager of Subifu Auction House in the metropolis. I apologize for contacting you so abruptly, but our company is very interested in the flawless gemstones in your possession and hopes you might consider entrusting us with their auction. Qin Hu stated candidly. Are you the ones who stole customer information from GIDC? Xiao Yi immediately confronted him, lacking any desire for pleasantries. I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us. We have not stolen any client information. Such actions are illegal. As a reputable auction house, we adhere to strict regulations. Regarding your information, we acquired it through certain channels, but due to confidentiality agreements, I cannot disclose the source. The man responded with a formal tone. Leaving no room for doubt. I have already entrusted my gemstones to GIDC Auction House and signed an agreement. There is no possibility of auctioning them through your company, Xiao Yi asserted. Although Xiao Yi felt an overwhelming sense of indignation at the theft of his identity, he chose to exercise restraint, hoping that the other party would realize the futility of their actions and withdraw. There was no need for Mr. Xiao to concern himself, as long as he consented. All subsequent matters would be handled by our Subifu Auction House on his behalf, ensuring that Mr. Xiao would not be burdened with any breach of contract penalty. Qin Hu assured Xiao Yi over the phone. Yet, what benefits does this hold for me? Strangely, despite Qin Hu's exceedingly gentle tone and amicable demeanor, Xiao Yi could not muster any fondness for him. Perhaps the lingering sting of the theft clouded his judgment. Mr. Xiao need not worry. Our Subifu will not take a single penny in commission from the proceeds of this auction. Given the value of Mr. Zhao's items, the potential revenue could easily reach 200 million, which should sufficiently demonstrate our sincerity. Qin Hu hastily revealed their bottom line. If your terms surpass those of Jia Deshe, I would, of course, choose you. Very well. I shall meet with Jiang Yuan of Jia Deshe to discuss compensation matters. Having secured what he desired, Xiao Yi intended to hang up the phone. Mr. Xiao, while profit is undoubtedly significant, at times, other factors may outweigh mere financial gain. Qin Hu remarked with a hint of profundity over the line. I shall remember what President Qin has said today. Originally feeling a flicker of interest, Xiao Yi's impression of Qin Hu plummeted in an instant. How dare the other party threaten him? This matter would certainly not be resolved so easily. Soon, a taxi arrived at the entrance of Jia Deshe Auction House, where Jiang Yuan was already waiting outside, eager to greet Xiao Yi upon his arrival. Enough, we can discuss it inside. Xiao Yi interrupted Jiang Yuan's apology and strode directly into the auction house. Once seated, Jiang Yuan solemnly bowed to Xiao Yi and sincerely apologized, stating, I deeply regret the inconvenience caused to you on behalf of Jia Deshe Auction House. And we shall also offer a certain degree of compensation for the losses you have incurred. The losses I have suffered cannot be remedied by mere monetary compensation. However, I am eager to hear your company's sincerity. Prior to my arrival, Qin Hu from Subifu called to inform me that they would not charge any fees and would conduct the auction of my gems without any commission. Xiao Yi was not particularly concerned about the commission itself. Rather, he was infuriated by Jia Deshe's blunder, which prompted him to deliberately challenge them. Jiang Yuan had initially intended to mention the waiver of commission, but Xiao Yi had preemptively stated it, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Chapter 29. Press conference apologies, Mr. Xiao. We had indeed agreed beforehand to waive your commission. Despite the awkwardness, Jiang Yuan conveyed the company's higher-ups resolution. However, I will promptly report this matter to the company and ensure you receive appropriate compensation. Jiang Yuan swiftly assured Xiao Yi. In Jiang Yuan's view, both companies were of comparable strength, offering similar terms. Yet one had already compromised its own interests. Naturally, the scales of choice would tip in favor of the other. This is human nature. Jiang Yuan asked Xiao Yi to wait briefly while he left the meeting room to consult with Jia Deshi's upper management. Before long, Jiang Yuan returned to the meeting room, his expression tinged with regret as he addressed Xiao Yi. I have just reported to the company's higher-ups. Unfortunately, they did not agree to provide you with monetary compensation. However, they proposed an alternative form of recompense. We can elevate the grade of this auction to a premium level and allocate additional promotional funds to invite some top-tier clients. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Yi felt quite satisfied. Initially, he had intended merely to challenge Jia Deshi auction house, without any genuine expectation of benefits, yet he unexpectedly received such compensation, which pleasantly surprised him. Although he was not particularly familiar with the nuances of grade elevation, he understood that increasing the promotional budget and inviting elite buyers would undoubtedly lead to a higher selling price for his gems. Xiao Yi and Jia Deshi auction house drafted a new contract, with even stricter confidentiality clauses. While Xiao Yi's personal information had already been compromised, it had not yet been made public, and naturally, Jia Deshi could not afford any further issues, leaving the Jia Deshi auction house in high spirits. Xiao Yi was soon informed by Qin Hu of Su Bifu about his renewed contract with Jia Deshi. Initially, Qin Hu believed that Su Bifu had offered terms that were not only on par but even more advantageous than those of Jia Deshi. And with the leverage he held over Xiao Yi, he assumed Xiao Yi would have no choice but to cooperate. Yet, Qin Hu never anticipated that his final threatening remark would lead to the swift collapse of the entire plan. If you are not afraid of exposure, then I shall expose you even more thoroughly. With that, Qin Hu began to maneuver through the internet. Before long, numerous reports emerged online regarding Jia Deshi auction house's upcoming auction of flawless gems, complete with compelling text and photographs that lent an air of authenticity to the claims. While the public marveled at the beauty of these gems, the personal information of their owner, Xiao Yi, was also unveiled online. Initially, netizens assumed that such a collection of flawless gems must belong to a wealthy individual, only to discover that the owner was an ordinary person, igniting a fervent curiosity that surpassed even the allure of the flawless gems themselves. Why does this Xiao Yi possess so many flawless gems? Has he engaged in any illegal activities? After all, what would an ordinary person be doing with such immense wealth? In an instant, discussions about Xiao Yi proliferated across the internet, seemingly orchestrated by individuals with ulterior motives, portraying him as a villain who stumbled upon treasure yet failed to report it to the state, auctioning off national treasures and causing them to be lost. Consequently, a torrent of vitriol directed at Xiao Yi ensued, with many joining in the condemnation, primarily spurred by jealousy rather than the influence of a select few instigators. That Mr. Xiao, on behalf of Jia Deshi auction house, I extend my sincerest apologies for the trouble we have caused you. If you agree, our public relations department will handle the ensuing matters on your behalf, Jiang Yuan stated over the phone. Jia Deshi auction house could no longer remain passive. If Xiao Yi's reputation were tarnished, the auction would likely suffer as well. How does your company intend to address this? Xiao Yi wanted to see how Jia Deshi's public relations team would respond to his situation. In light of the current circumstances, we can only employ a considerable number of online commentators to rehabilitate your image. If you cooperate by donating to several Hope primary schools, we can reshape your public persona as someone who, despite becoming wealthy overnight, remains devoted to philanthropy, Jiang Yuan patiently explained to Xiao Yi. However, this approach is merely a passive countermeasure, and its effectiveness may be limited. Let's proceed with employing online commentators. And in addition, I would like you to organize a press conference in my name, inviting all possible media outlets. Furthermore, I have a recording of a phone call with Qin Hu from Su Bifu during the appropriate moment. Please ensure it is played. Xiao Yi instructed Jiang Yuan that a mere recording cannot serve as evidence, and given Qin Hu's cunning nature, he would never admit over the phone to his company stealing information. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but remind Xiao that I fully understand that this recording holds no legal weight, but I have no intention of relying on the law to assert my rights. Xiao Yi replied confidently, very well, since you are assured, we will fully cooperate with you. We hope you can extricate yourself from this unfavorable situation. Jiang Yuan, witnessing the unwavering confidence of Xiao Yi, consented to his proposal and promptly contacted the Public Relations Department of Jiadishi to offer their full cooperation, inviting all the media they could muster. Soon, on the day of the press conference, a luxurious five-star hotel in the bustling metropolis was entirely reserved by Xiao Yi as the venue for the event. Given that Jiadishi was at the forefront, coupled with Xiao Yi being a recent topic of fervent public discussion, the media, upon learning of the press conference, arrived early to secure advantageous positions. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Yi, accompanied by Zhang Yuan, made his entrance into the venue, whereupon a throng of journalists aimed their cameras at him, eager to behold the enigmatic tycoon whose voice had been widely recognized, but whose visage remained unknown. To the astonishment of many, Xiao Yi appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a university student in his 20s, with strikingly handsome features, a towering stature of over 6 feet, and a physique that, though partially concealed by clothing, still revealed well-defined muscles, prompting the journalists to question whether they had mistakenly arrived at a fashion show instead of a press conference. Chapter 30. Aftermath. Disregarding the reporter's astonishment, Xiao Yi confidently approached the podium and took his seat at the center. "I am Xiao Yi," he declared. "The purpose of today's press conference is to elucidate the truth behind the recent uproar surrounding the flawless gem incident that has been circulating online, without granting the journalists a moment for inquiries." He spoke directly and forthrightly. Subsequently, Xiao Yi recounted his experiences at the Jiadishi auction house, detailing the events of the past few days, culminating in the release of Qin Hu's recorded statements. Mr. Xiao, the predominant topic of discussion online is not the alleged leakage of your personal information, but rather the origin of these flawless gems. Is it true, as rumored, that they were acquired through the theft of national treasures? And if so, should you even be auctioning them? A journalist posed a pointed question. Although these reporters had been invited by Jiadishi, their connections with the auction house were tenuous at best, thus they posed their inquiries with unrelenting sharpness, leaving Xiao Yi little room for diplomatic response. Just as Zhang Yuan, seated beside him, began to feel apprehensive, Xiao Yi remained poised and replied, "What circulates online are merely rumors. Despite the fervor of these claims, no one has come forward to formally accuse me, Xiao Yi, of stealing national treasures, which serves as a robust counterargument." He then leisurely sipped his tea and continued, "Moreover, if such precious flawless gems had indeed appeared in historical events, there would surely be records in the annals of Chinese history. Yet to this day, no netizen has managed to identify any historical artifacts that correspond with these gems. Does this not serve as further proof? Of course, the subsequent announcement I am about to make, while it may not unequivocally prove ownership of these gems, will certainly silence those who allege that I have pilfered national treasures." Xiao Yi seemed to feel that his evidence was still lacking, and continued, "I intend to establish a fund with the proceeds from this auction to assist those in society who are most in need." "Are you suggesting that you will donate all the proceeds?" one reporter asked, somewhat uncertainly. "Certainly not. I am establishing a poverty alleviation fund, not donating the money for others to manage," Xiao Yi clarified. "So, does that mean you will be the ultimate decision-maker of this fund?" Another journalist, sensing the crux of the matter, smiled confidently. "While I may be the highest decision-maker of this fund, I will also publish the list of beneficiaries and the amounts allocated for assistance online, allowing the entire internet to supervise the process," Xiao Yi retorted, disregarding the reporter with a smirk. "Furthermore, I guarantee that in the first year, I will allocate more than half of the fund's total of over 3 billion to aid those most in need. Within 3 years, I will have expended the entire amount, with every detail published online for public scrutiny. Should there be any discrepancies, I am prepared to bear legal responsibility for my words today." Xiao Yi then unveiled an even more astonishing commitment. The previously lively group of reporters fell into an unexpected silence. Initially, they had contemplated how to extract sensational news from Xiao Yi, hoping to escalate tensions surrounding the event. Some journalists had even received bribes to pose particularly harsh questions, aiming to intensify the atmosphere of the press conference. However, Xiao Yi's impassioned address positioned him on a moral high ground, should any reporters dare to challenge him further. Their reputations would surely suffer dire consequences. To question his alleged theft of national treasures when he was pledging the proceeds for charitable purposes seemed utterly unfounded as for any insinuations regarding the fund's integrity. Xiao Yi's audacity to lay all accounts bare online was a commitment no other foundation had dared to make, yet he did so boldly in front of the press, leaving little room for skepticism. "Mr. Xiao, considering you are donating such a substantial fortune, has your personal life been affected?" A particularly astute reporter inquired about Xiao Yi's private affairs. If he could not be demonized, then perhaps a mythic narrative would suffice. I run an ornamental fish store, which is just getting off the ground, and I am also dedicated to supporting impoverished individuals. Xiao Yi casually promoted his business. What had initially been a meticulously orchestrated trap for Xiao Yi was deftly dismantled by him. And not only that, while many media outlets refrained from reporting on Subifu, it appeared that Xiao Yi and Jayadishi were determined to seize the opportunity to strike back at their adversaries. They released the video of the press conference online, cleverly obscuring Xiao Yi's face while leaving no detail unexamined. The video, though brief, encapsulated the essence of the situation, and despite Qin Hu from Subifu auction house only possessing a solitary phone recording, Xiao Yi's image was now at its zenith, rendering Qin Hu a pariah. Ultimately, Subifu auction house was compelled to clarify that Qin Hu's actions were solely his own and that he had been dismissed from the company. Through this incident, Xiao Yi, while yet to begin his charitable endeavors, had already garnered significant fame. Surprisingly, due to the success of this public relations maneuver, his notoriety diminished considerably, as public interest shifted from Xiao Yi himself to the charitable fund. Additionally, news of Xiao Yi's chiseled physique, reminiscent of a bodybuilder, spread. Although his face remained concealed in the video, a man with such an impeccable form could hardly remain unnoticed. Such a paragon of virtue inevitably attracted a multitude of admirers. And online, numerous women openly declared their affection for Xiao Yi, including many affluent heiresses. Faced with this overwhelming attention, Xiao Yi felt compelled to clarify on his Weibo that he was a father and very much devoted to his wife and child. Wishing the same for those young women seeking true love, this public display of affection prompted a call from his wife, by Miao, leading to a flurry of flirtatious exchanges, and Xiao Yi promptly assured her that he would return to meet her and their child as soon as he could. However, this display only fueled the competitive spirit of some women, who, undeterred by his marital status, resolved to win him back, thereby inadvertently establishing Xiao Yi's burgeoning harem. Chapter 31. New developments. Simultaneously, some netizens took note of Xiao Yi's mention of marriage and fatherhood, deducing from the video that he appeared quite young, likely in his 20s. Thus commenced an extensive search for Xiao Yi's true identity, with internet sleuths scouring various media outlets for his real appearance and background information. The results of this search were inconsequential. Instead, they revealed a jaw-dropping fact to the online community. It turned out that Xiao Yi's appearance was indeed as strikingly handsome as many had speculated. Yet contrary to assumptions, he was not in his 20s but rather 30 years of age. At such an age, having a wife and children was, of course, perfectly normal. After repeated confirmations, netizens could not help but express their astonishment, exclaiming how unfair life seemed, as if he were a favored child of destiny. As people's attention grew, his ornamental fish store became increasingly well known, even though his physical location was still undergoing renovations. However, his online store was already fully set up, with all the exquisite ornamental fish clearly priced and listed on the internet. Many viewers expressed regret while watching Xiao Yi's videos, lamenting his decision to donate all his wealth. If it were them, they would certainly retain a few $100 million for their own indulgence. Yet, upon seeing the extravagant prices of the ornamental fish, some costing several million each, they began to understand Xiao Yi's reasoning for giving away all his money. He simply did not lack for funds. Although they could not comprehend why such ornamental fish were priced so exorbitantly, they could observe the transaction numbers, revealing that this small online store had already completed dozens of sales, indicating that Xiao Yi had amassed sales totaling tens of millions. This revelation left the onlookers in utter disbelief. Xiao Yi paid no heed to the netizens' comments, nor did he concern himself with his online fish store, as his wife, by Miaoxin, managed all of it. For Xiao Yi, the most pressing matter was to examine the changes brought about by the system upgrade. The system had completed its updates several days prior, but due to the auction incident, he had not found the time to leisurely investigate it. Now, sitting on a plane back to Jiangcheng, he finally had the opportunity to peruse the specifics of the system's updates. Name: Xiao Yi. Strength, Attack Power 185-5, Bear Demon Blade, Speed 185, Constitution, Defense Power 185-5, Bear Demon Armor, Nerve Reaction 180. Note: values have been synchronized with the extraterrestrial detector from the Dragon Ball world. Attribute value: 90 yuanbao, 85 gold coins, 4100 Cultivation Technique, Body Refining Art, 13. Martial Arts, 72 Transformations, Max Level, Qigong Blast, Proficient, capable of various transformations, Wolf Fong Wind Fist, max level, special ability. Carrot Transformation Technique, max level. The various metrics on the homepage showed no significant changes, while the shop still displayed the original 3 categories: ordinary items, special items, and martial arts, with other pages remaining shrouded in darkness. Xiao Yi found it peculiar that despite the system's upgrade, these aspects had remained unchanged. What exactly had been altered? Suddenly, he noticed the section for exchanging merits for time in the Dragon Ball world, which had expanded from a single exchange option to numerous variations. Merit value: 1,000 points. Merits are not solely acquired through good deeds. Recognition from others also grants corresponding merits. Merit Golden Light assists in cultivation. During training, corresponding merit points must be consumed. If merit points are insufficient, the Golden Light will transform into merit points. Individuals with more than 1,000 merit points can convert them, with 1,000 merit points equating to 1 point of Golden Light. Merit Golden Wheel assists in training, protecting against fatal attacks. It requires the consumption of Golden Light. If there is not enough Golden Light, it will transform back into merit points. When Golden Light exceeds 1,000 points, it can be converted, with 1,000 points of Golden Light equating to 1 point of Golden Wheel. Note: special scenarios in the Dragon Ball world require the consumption of both Golden Light and Golden Wheel to enter. Reputation: when entering the Dragon Ball world, there is no need to exchange for time beforehand. Settlement occurs upon return. Note: if merit points are insufficient to cover the time spent in the Dragon Ball world, the character will be forcibly ejected from the realm. Note: one Earth Day permits entry into the Dragon Ball world only once. Upon reading the dense information, Xiao Yi felt momentarily overwhelmed, taking a considerable amount of time to grasp the system's upgrade objectives. Firstly, the system introduced 2 advanced versions of merit, Golden Light and Golden Wheel. However, while the new versions were advantageous, they required substantial merit points, which Xiao Yi could not currently afford. Nevertheless, this served as motivation for him to acquire more merit points. Otherwise, he would evidently be unable to access certain special scenarios in the Dragon Ball world. Another change was the adjustment of merits in relation to time in the Dragon Ball world, which had become more user-friendly and addressed corresponding bugs. The most beneficial alteration for Xiao Yi was the change in the exchange of merits for time in the Dragon Ball world. This modification not only made transactions more convenient, but also seemed to provide a protective mechanism, allowing Xiao Yi to return when faced with insurmountable dangers. Satisfied with the system's upgrade, Xiao Yi decided to exchange 1,000 merit points for 1 point of Golden Light. Upon the exchange, he distinctly felt that his entire being had transformed, as if every endeavor became remarkably easier with the aid of Golden Light. Remarkably, after the exchange, his merit points, which had been depleted, suddenly replenished to full capacity. Xiao Yi continued to exchange until he had acquired 9 points of Golden Light, stabilizing his merit points at 600, no longer on the rise. Xiao Yi was astonished that a single instance of online exposure, even without revealing his face, could yield such a significant amount of merit points. Overjoyed, he resolved to create noteworthy headlines in the future, ensuring that netizens would not forget him, unbeknownst to Xiao Yi. However, this surge in merit points was a result of his successful public relations efforts, which garnered widespread recognition. But before he could hold a press conference, his merit points had already dipped into the negative. He simply had not had the time to check. Moreover, these merits were, in essence, merely in advance. Should he fail to fulfill his subsequent promises, not only would these merits vanish, but his original merits would also suffer considerable depletion. Gazing at his considerable merit points, Xiao Yi felt elated that in the past, he had been cautious about spending merit points, refraining from dedicating excessive time to anything outside of plot development, fearing he might not have enough time for necessary story progression. Yet now, Xiao Yi was free from such worries. The abundance of merit points was more than sufficient for him to live in the Dragon Ball world for 2 to 3 decades. And with Bu's comprehension, he would temporarily not require the assistance of merit points in his training endeavors, thus allowing his merits to accumulate. Chapter 32. Mundane affairs at home. Xiao Yi wished to cultivate within the Dragon Ball world. Having realized that the growth rate in the real world lagged significantly behind that of the Dragon Ball realm. Although he had previously noted this phenomenon, his limited merit points had compelled him to train externally. Now, with an ample supply of merit points, he resolved to train exclusively within the Dragon Ball world. As the plane descended gently onto the tarmac of Jiangxing Airport, by Miaoxin and their daughter, Nan awaited his arrival outside. The moment Xiao Yi appeared, Nan raised her arms, giggling and requesting a hug. With his wife and daughter by his side, Xiao Yi felt a warmth envelop his heart, and the fatigue of recent days dissipated like mist. Upon returning home, he was greeted by a lavish spread of dishes, all meticulously selected by his parents from the market, featuring Xiao Yi's favorites: braised pork, spicy stir-fried intestines, chicken stewed with mushrooms, steamed perch, and boiled shrimp. Observing the bountiful feast, Xiao Yi was deeply touched. Although his parents had not voiced it, he could discern their immense satisfaction with his recent endeavors. Looking at his parents, who had noticeably strengthened due to consuming food from the Dragon Ball world, he noted their once mixed gray hair had transformed into a full head of black, and the wrinkles on their faces had significantly diminished, making them appear as if they were in their 40s. Bai Miaoxin's transformation was equally remarkable. Previously a few years younger than Xiao Yi, she now appeared as youthful as he did. Seeming to be in her 20s, her complexion significantly more vibrant than in the past. My wife would always apply a light touch of makeup before stepping out, but now that has become unnecessary. Of course, the most striking change is not in her, but in our daughter, Nuan. Just a short while ago, she was only beginning to walk, yet in these past 10 days, she has not only gained steadiness in her steps, but can now run with remarkable speed. In terms of height, it seems as though she has ingested a growth catalyst. She has shot up significantly, resembling a child of 2 or 3 years old. What amazed Xiao Yi the most was that Nuan, who previously could only utter simple words like daddy and mommy, can now engage in brief conversations with family members. All these phenomena undeniably indicate the extraordinary nature of the meat from the Dragon Ball world. Such miraculous substances must remain a secret from the denizens of the real world, particularly while his family lacks any means of self-defense and should not be exposed to public scrutiny. After dinner, my mother played with Nuan while my father and wife discussed the recent renovations and sales status of the ornamental fish shop. The renovations of the fish shop are nearing completion. Thanks to the use of environmentally friendly materials, there are no pollutants present. Therefore, once the renovations are completed, the shop can officially open for business. The online sales of ornamental fish have been exceptionally thriving. The exquisite fish Xiao Yi had been raising in his aquarium have nearly all been sold, yet online orders continue to increase daily, awaiting the maturation of the second batch of fish fry. This second batch was purchased by Bai Miaoxin 5 days ago, and due to the booming online business, she acquired a substantial quantity of fish fry. Moreover, she meticulously selected the most popular species for sale. The results during this period have been astonishing. In less than 10 days of online sales, Xiao Yi has garnered a net income of 60 million after taxes. However, this success is largely due to Xiao Yi's newfound fame as a nationally recognized figure, a phenomenon that cannot be expected to endure indefinitely. Even now, the volume of orders pales in comparison to the earlier days, as the hobby of keeping ornamental fish remains a niche interest. Nonetheless, Xiao Yi is unperturbed by this issue. In this peaceful era, the number of affluent individuals in Huaxia is gradually increasing, and they seek distinctive high-end experiences, which presents a lucrative avenue for Xiao Yi. The meat from the Dragon Ball world not only facilitates the evolution of ornamental fish, but also has the potential to enhance high-end pets. Considering the target audience, Xiao Yi has decided to focus on developing pet dogs. Currently, the market for pet dogs is flourishing. A purebred Tibetan Mastiff can fetch a staggering price of several million, and the pet dog market is incomparable to that of ornamental fish, among all animals. Dogs are the most beloved by humans, not only for their charming appearance but also for their loyalty. Many elderly individuals, after losing their spouses, often find companionship in pet dogs, spending their remaining years together. Xiao Yi is no stranger to pet dogs. Before the birth of his daughter Nuan, he and Bai Miaoxin had raised a golden retriever. However, after Nuan's arrival, he had to sorrowfully send the golden retriever to stay with relatives. This time, Xiao Yi plans to nurture a pet dog with the intention of bringing his golden retriever back. Time flies, and soon it was 7 in the evening. His parents had to return home to rest. Due to housing constraints, they do not live with Xiao Yi, and every day, his mother must take a bus to his home early in the morning to prepare breakfast for him before attending to Nuan. Now approaching 60, Xiao Yi feels a pang of concern for his mother, yet there is little he can do. However, with his newfound wealth, he can no longer allow his mother to endure such hardships. Xiao Yi resolves to look for a house the following day. That night, after driving his parents home, Xiao Yi retired to bed to discuss buying a house and a car with his wife. Bai Miaoxin, although she presents herself as gentle as water before him, she certainly has her own opinions. After an extensive discussion, they ultimately decided to purchase a villa the next day and choose 3 luxury cars from a dealership. The choice of a villa was largely driven by Xiao Yi's conviction that as they delve deeper into the world of Dragon Ball, Xiao Yi is bound to grow increasingly affluent, rather than opting for a transitional residence. It is far more prudent to directly acquire a villa that meets their desires. Moreover, there is another reason Xiao Yi has become a public figure, and as more people become acquainted with him. Living in a residential community may invite unnecessary complications. Additionally, there is something Xiao Yi has not disclosed. He intends for his family to engage in physical training in the near future, and a safe and comfortable environment is of paramount importance. The city Xiao Yi resides in is merely a third-tier small city, although the tourism industry has significantly inflated property prices in recent years. Compared to first-tier cities, the housing here is remarkably affordable, akin to cabbage. Chapter 33. Acquiring a villa. The following morning, Xiao Yi and Bai Miaoxin rose early, freshened up, and departed their home once their mother arrived. Heading towards a newly launched residential community in this era, most vacant lands in cities have been overtaken by towering buildings, making it necessary to venture to remote suburbs to find spacious villas. However, as these villa areas are designed specifically for the affluent, the public amenities are surprisingly commendable, even superior to those in the city center. Naturally, the prices here are not comparable to those in the city center. The villa they set their sights on is located in a riverside villa community, emphasizing a harmonious blend of mountains, water, and pastoral beauty, with a flowing river before them and a forested hillside behind. Yet, for someone like Xiao Yi, who has experienced the primal forests of the Dragon Ball world, the woods behind this villa community can only be regarded as an artificial garden. Bai Miaoxin, however, is effusive in her praise for the area, noting its proximity to public facilities. Within a mere 10-minute drive, there is a large hospital, along with private kindergartens, elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, essentially everything one could possibly need. Without hesitation, the couple decided that this would be their new home. Upon locating the villa sales center, they were greeted by a sales manager named Zhang. Xiao Yi expressed their intention to purchase a villa. Manager Zhang did not treat them dismissively due to their attire. It is understood that this area is somewhat distant from the city, and only genuine buyers would take the trouble to visit. Manager Zhang welcomed them warmly, leading them to the reception area to discuss the sizes and styles of the remaining villas. Xiao Yi could tell that Manager Zhang did not recognize him, which was quite normal. After all, not everyone is engrossed in entertainment gossip, and the promotional videos for press conferences had undergone facial retouching. Furthermore, with the deluge of information available daily, even if one remembers today, they are likely to forget quickly, especially in a small third-tier city. Even if Manager Zhang found Xiao Yi somewhat familiar, he would not dare to associate him with an online personality. As Xiao Yi examined the available villas, he found each one had its distinct characteristics. Some exuded traditional Chinese elegance, others showcased European opulence, while some featured modern minimalist designs. The variety clearly indicated that the developers had invested considerable effort. Given their current age, Xiao Yi and Bai Miaoxin gravitated towards a more contemporary decor, ultimately opting for a modern minimalist style. The villa features a soft white base, complemented by light-toned decor, evoking the warmth of a rising sun. The furnishings are incredibly luxurious, constructed from the finest materials, allowing Xiao Yi and his family to move in with just a few appliances and household items, making the transition both convenient and swift. Moreover, the villa is quite spacious, spanning 3 stories, with each level comprising an area of 500 square meters. Furthermore, the villa is complemented by an underground parking garage, a luxurious swimming pool, and a private lawn, bringing the total exterior area to approximately 1,000 square meters. This villa stands as the crown jewel of their villa complex, its opulence stemming from the developer's initial intention to reside there personally. However, due to financial constraints, the property had to be entrusted to a real estate agency for sale. Yet, despite its remarkable qualities, this exquisite villa remains unsold, primarily due to its exorbitant price. With a living area of 1,500 square meters and an external area of 1,000 square meters, the total asking price reaches an astounding 30 million RMB, and payment must be made in a single transaction. As the couple assessed the community security, they noted that the guards are all retired Special Forces personnel, organized into teams of 8, divided into 3 squads, patrolling around the clock. Each villa is separated by a landscaped greenbelt, ensuring a high level of personal privacy. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yi made the decision to purchase the villa, signing the contract with both their names and paying the amount in full to the sales center, finally receiving the keys to their new home. Naturally, the property deed will require some time to process, But such matters are the concern of the sales center. Such a high-profile buyer inevitably drew the attention of the seasoned sales staff. Accustomed to affluent clients, particularly striking was the couple's youthful allure. The man was handsome and dashing, while the woman radiated youthful beauty, prompting even the sales staff, known for their own attractiveness, to feel somewhat overshadowed. Ignoring the admiring gazes of the saleswomen, Xiao Yi took by Miaoxin's hand and departed the sales center, heading towards the 4S dealership. The dealership was not far from the villa area, as this locale is home to the wealthy, offering immense purchasing potential. Additionally, the dealership was strategically located in a spacious area with sparse foot traffic, conducive to vehicle test drives. Xiao Yi had long set his sights on a German off-road vehicle. Although it was not exorbitantly priced at just over $1 million, it had been his longtime favorite. Even now that he could afford higher-end vehicles, he chose to purchase this one first, upon arriving at the German car dealership. They found it relatively quiet, with only a few customers browsing. No one approached them immediately, each attended to their own tasks. Appreciating the tranquility, Xiao Yi and his wife walked directly to a Dior Q7. Admiring its exterior and interior, perhaps due to his fondness for the vehicle, Xiao Yi found himself increasingly enamored and planned to take it for a test drive shortly to assess its handling. Of course, as a German brand dealership, it offered more than just Dior. Prestigious brands like Maybach and Qibun were also available. Although Bai Miaoxin could drive, her knowledge of car brands was limited, and her father was even less informed. Therefore, Xiao Yi decided without consulting them to purchase one off-road vehicle from each of the three brands as their means of transportation. At that moment, a male staff member approached, gradually explaining the vehicle's specifications and performance. While Xiao Yi expressed his desire for a test drive, accompanied by the sales manager, Xiao Yi took the long-desired Dior Q7 for a spin. The performance of this luxury vehicle, priced over $1 million, was indeed incomparable to his modest domestic car, and after just a brief drive, he was thoroughly enamored. Subsequently, Xiao Yi also test drove the Maybach X7 and the Qibun GLE, all of which are considered the pinnacle of off-road vehicles in their respective brands. Although the sales manager was somewhat displeased with Xiao Yi's continuous test drives of such high-end luxury vehicles, he had no recourse. After all, the customer is king, and with the clear request for test drives, the sales manager, a mere employee, had no standing to refuse, opting instead to observe Xiao Yi's maneuvers carefully. As an experienced driver, Xiao Yi found the higher-end vehicles remarkably user-friendly, equipped with an array of supportive features, allowing him to navigate with ease. Without further ado, after test driving all three models, he decided to purchase the top-tier versions of each, handing over the transfer paperwork to the dealership, leaving the sales manager both astonished and delighted. As a substantial commission fell into his lap, the three vehicles were not inexpensive, totaling over $5 million, but the prospect of owning these luxury cars made Xiao Yi feel it was well worth the expense. That evening, he shared the news of his villa and luxury car purchases with his parents. They were not of an antiquated mindset. In their view, having money naturally warranted spending, especially on essential items like homes and vehicles. As long as the purchases remained within their financial means, the price was of little concern. Moreover, with property prices continuously rising, acquiring a villa served to preserve wealth, alleviating any cause for worry. Most importantly, they appreciated that their son was considerate enough to buy a villa for them to live in, as well as a luxury vehicle for his father, which was the sentiment they valued most. Here is $20 million. You and your father can use it as you wish. You've seen the success of my ornamental fish shop. It's a lucrative venture, and as long as the supply of fish remains steady, there is no need to fret over finances, Xiao Yi said, handing his mother a bank card. All right, I understand your filial piety. I will keep this money safe, his mother replied, filled with excitement, having awaited this day for years. No, you should spend it freely. If anyone from grandpa's or grandma's side needs help, feel free to assist them. If more is needed, just ask me, Xiao Yi insisted, worried that his mother might hesitate to use the money. Speaking of finances reminded Xiao Yi of the $2.1 billion in cash he had previously withdrawn from Jideshi, which remained securely in his bank account. He needed to put that money to work swiftly, converting it into corresponding merits while simultaneously elevating his own public profile. However, establishing a foundation was a lengthy endeavor. It was not something that could be set up overnight. Xiao Yi's immediate task was to create a website and leverage online resources to strategize, aiming to expedite the establishment of the foundation. While in Magic City, he had engaged Jideshi to connect with a headhunting firm, commissioning them to find a capable general manager, though this would take some time. The following morning, Xiao Yi rose early, informing his wife of his intention to go for a morning exercise before leaving the house. He made his way to a nearby secluded park, seeking refuge behind a dense thicket before entering the Dragon Ball world. Xiao Yi had not devoted sufficient time to practicing his body refinement techniques lately. Even during his travels with little Wukong, any practice was merely to maintain his skills. This time, he was determined to diligently resume his training, as it was fundamental to his survival in both worlds. Calculating the time, Xiao Yi realized it had been over 3 months since he left the Dragon Ball world, and little Wukong should have begun rigorous training under Master Rashi. He could not afford to be complacent. Otherwise, if little Wukong surpassed him, it would not only be a matter of pride, but also complicate future missions. During this interval, Xiao Yi had incidentally noted the distinctions between humans on Earth and those in the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, the humans on Earth possess meridians, allowing them to cultivate techniques that require such channels that in contrast, the humans of the Dragon Ball universe have no concept of meridians. They solely focus on physical training. When their bodies become extraordinarily strong, they naturally comprehend the existence of ki and can apply it in a rudimentary manner. It is difficult to ascertain which is superior. Earthlings, with their meridians, can learn certain techniques, while the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball realm, despite lacking meridians, possess a level of physical solidity that Earthlings cannot compare to. For instance, the current Krillin, with a physique barely reaching 20 points, can withstand bullets without injury, suffering only superficial wounds. Conversely, at a mere 20 points of combat power, Xiao Yi would be cleaved in two by a large blade, illustrating the stark differences between the two worlds' inhabitants. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi's offensive capabilities remain uncompromised. Equally sharp, yet his physical density pales in comparison to that of the Dragon Ball humans. The deficiency in physical solidity is a challenge for Xiao Yi, a flaw inherent to the distinct worlds that cannot be altered merely through effort. Should he wish upon the Dragon Shenron to render his body as solid as those in the Dragon Ball universe, his meridians would inevitably be affected, perhaps even vanish. The loss of his meridians would strip Xiao Yi of his greatest asset upon entering the Dragon Ball world, a notion he cannot accept. Thus, he must seek alternative methods to compensate for the inadequacy of his physical density. After preparing a sufficient amount of roasted meat, Xiao Yi endeavored to commence his physical training anew. However, this time, the experience felt entirely different from before, in the past. Although he exerted himself fully during training, he often felt a sense of helplessness, unable to reach his limits before having to cease. Yet, during this session, he discovered that the physical training posed no challenge whatsoever. The only limitation was his stamina. He continued until utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, before stopping. Of course, after crawling over to the roasting rack and consuming some meat, he gradually recovered and realized that this training had yielded surprisingly positive results. In his last training session, he required nearly dozens of attempts to progress a single movement, yet this time, he transcended a level, advancing from the 13th layer to the 14th. Moreover, he leaped across 7 movements, from the 111th to the 118th. Furthermore, upon completing these actions, the essence of each movement was etched into his body, becoming instinctual. Chapter 35. The true physical training. This was the delightful surprise brought by a comprehension akin to that of Bu. Originally, Xiao Yi had planned to devote any spare time over the next period to training in the Dragon Ball world, aiming to complete his physical training before the first martial arts tournament. However, with such unforeseen developments, he felt as though he had been struck by a delightful surprise. After a full day and night, Xiao Yi completed his physical training, with most of the time spent on roasting meat. Upon finishing his final movement, he felt as though he had undergone a transformation, experiencing an indescribable lightness throughout his body. Simultaneously, his skin began to exude a dark, foul substance, soon enveloping his entire being in a pitch-black hue, accompanied by an unbearable stench. Upon witnessing his appearance, Xiao Yi realized he could not return to the real world and sought out a nearby stream to cleanse himself of the incessantly emerging dark filth. To his astonishment, this substance proved exceedingly difficult to cleanse, resembling tar as it stubbornly clung to his skin. In desperation, he purchased a bar of soap from the Dragon Ball world along with a set of casual attire from the system. Remarkably, the effectiveness of the Dragon Ball items was indeed astonishing. The viscous black substance softened upon contact with the soap, allowing it to be washed away completely. Even more gratifying was the fact that the bar of soap and the outfit cost him a mere silver coin, equivalent to 1/10 of a gold coin, showcasing the affordability of ordinary items within the system. This also elucidated why a capsule villa in the system could cost only a few hundred to 1,000 gold coins, underscoring the low price of such commonplace items. After freshening up, Xiao Yi donned the attire procured from the system, feeling remarkably rejuvenated. At this juncture, he finally found the time to examine the changes in his attributes. Name: Xiao Yi. Strength, Attack Power 425, 5. Bear Demon Cleaver. Speed, 425. Constitution, Defense Power 425, 5. Bear Demon Armor. Nerve Reaction, 420. Note: values synchronized with the extraterrestrial detector. Attribute value: 90 yuan bao, 85 gold coins, 40.99 silver coins. 9 techniques. Physical training, 20. Martial skills, 72 transformations, max level. Ki Blast, proficient, capable of various transformations. Wolf Fang Fist, max level. Supernatural ability, Carrot Transformation Technique, max level. Xiao Yi was astonished to find his combat power had reached 420 points. After reviewing the upgrade records for each layer, he discovered that the last 8 layers each provided a boost of not 10 points, but rather 20 points, culminating in an additional 80 points upon reaching completion. With 420 points of combat power, it could be said without exaggeration that he had become one of the most formidable warriors in this world, with only the deity from the heavenly realm as a potential rival. Xiao Yi attempted to retrain in the physical technique, initially doubting its efficacy. However, to his surprise, during the training process, waves of spiritual energy surged into his body. Most of this energy converged at his dantian, where it coalesced into a key-like sphere. Meanwhile, a smaller portion of the spiritual energy dispersed through his meridians, continuously fortifying his bodily organs. At that moment, Xiao Yi realized that he had not truly mastered the physical technique. Rather, he had only just begun. That he learned that to fully engage in physical training, he must reach the 20th layer, fully connecting all his meridians, to allow spiritual energy to enter his body and effectuate a comprehensive enhancement. Throughout this process, Xiao Yi distinctly felt the increasing solidity of his physique. Although he had previously worried about his physical density, a lingering flaw from his earthly heritage that was difficult to rectify, he had not anticipated finding a solution in such a short time, thus alleviating his concerns. Just as Xiao Yi was enveloped in excitement, diligently training, he suddenly experienced a sensation of fullness within his body. He surmised that the spiritual energy his cells could endure had reached its limit, and any further training would have to wait until the energy was fully absorbed. This was a gradual process, not something to be rushed, and Xiao Yi found himself without any viable alternatives. However, he understood that practicing qi cultivation was futile until he had solidified the foundation of his body. It was not that he could not practice qi cultivation, but rather that if he embarked on this journey too soon, the spiritual energy would struggle to disperse throughout his body, merely accumulating in the dantian, thereby hindering the rapid enhancement of his physical density. Although he was immensely envious of the techniques available during the qi cultivation phase, he managed to exercise restraint, refraining from consulting the transmission jade slip, fearing that his willpower might falter and lead him to begin practicing qi methods before reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. Such hasty actions might not reveal immediate consequences, but as he approached the summit, problems would inevitably arise. A caution clearly stated in the transmission jade slip. This cultivation session could be deemed an overwhelming success. Upon checking the time, Xiao Yi realized a full day had passed, prompting him to teleport back to the thicket in the small park. To his surprise, he discovered a young couple engaged in a clandestine rendezvous. Seemingly oblivious to his sudden appearance behind them, as they were deeply engrossed in each other, Xiao Yi quickly vacated the thicket, reminding himself to avoid traversing in public in the future. Being spotted might not lead to significant repercussions, most likely dismissed as an urban supernatural event, but if captured by the ever-watchful surveillance cameras, it could spell serious trouble for Xiao Yi's family. Hastily returning home, Xiao Yi changed his attire under the curious gaze of his wife, Bai Miaoxin, and offered an explanation, wishing to avoid any suspicion that might jeopardize their marital bond. Though his explanation bordered on the unbelievable, Bai Miaoxin ultimately chose to believe him, especially in light of Xiao Yi's more radiant skin and youthful countenance reminiscent of an 18-year-old. Given the couple's unexpected presence, Xiao Yi resolved that relocating to the villa sooner rather than later would be prudent, allowing him to practice openly, unlike the current situation where he lacked a suitable space for cultivation. The villa's foundational renovations had long been completed, and it received periodic cleaning services, ensuring that despite its age, the interior remained immaculate. Xiao Yi merely needed to procure some furniture and appliances to officially move in. Fortunately, his family was not short on funds, so they visited the furniture market, purchasing items that matched their aesthetic preferences without concern for costs. The acquisition of appliances was equally convenient, as workers accompanied them for installation, allowing nearly all necessary items to be acquired by evening. Chapter 36. Warming the pot, however, it was already quite late, and according to Xiao Yi's hometown customs, warming the pot was essential before moving into a new home. Consequently, Xiao Yi did not rush to settle in, but instead instructed his parents to inform their relatives to gather for the pot warming ceremony over the weekend. Xiao Yi's parents refrained from disclosing his newfound wealth to the family, not out of a desire to conceal it, but simply due to a lack of opportunity to share. Lately, his father had been preoccupied with renovation tasks, leaving early and returning late, while his mother focused on caring for their daughter, Wan, leaving little room for visits to her mother's house. The notion of calling to boast about their son was something his parents, by nature, could not bring themselves to do. This weekend presented a perfect opportunity to share their son's financial success with the family, satisfying their vanity in the process. Xiao Yi's father, being the eldest sibling, had 4 younger brothers and sisters. Like many eldest siblings, he had taken great care of his family from a young age, enduring hardships and saving a significant portion of his military allowances to support them, which unfortunately led to chronic stomach issues. Xiao Yi's maternal grandmother, having lost her husband early, had to single-handedly support her 8 children. An arduous task to say the least. As the second child, Xiao Yi's mother often assisted her family, resulting in frequent arguments between his parents during his childhood, not due to a lack of love, but because they needed to balance the care of Xiao Yi with providing for the family, leading to inevitable strains. Xiao Yi harbored no resentment towards his parents. Their actions instilled a strong moral compass in him from a young age. Thus, even during his most challenging times, he focused solely on finding part-time work to contribute to the household. In recent years, as Xiao Yi's parents' siblings matured and established their own families, the frequent quarrels diminished, replaced by a sense of mutual understanding and support. Additionally, Xiao Yi had an uncle who had prospered in recent years, significantly improving the living conditions of his grandmother's family. However, this newfound prosperity also led to a subtle estrangement within what had once been a harmonious family. The following day was Friday, and Xiao Yi made a special trip to the market to procure an abundance of fresh vegetables. He also ventured into the Dragon Pearl world to hunt common livestock such as pigs, cows, and sheep, and even caught a sizable carp weighing several pounds from a stream, preparing to host a lavish feast for his family the next day. During this time, Xiao Yi did not waste the opportunity to practice his body refinement techniques several times, ceasing only when he felt a sense of fullness in his body. With all preparations complete, he commenced the elaborate meals preparation. Crafting a grand feast single-handedly required considerable time, and serving hot dishes often resulted in some cooling while others were still being prepared. Hence, Xiao Yi planned to pre-cook some of the more labor-intensive meat dishes and store them in his spatial ring, ensuring they retained their freshly cooked appearance when served the following day, thereby saving time and allowing his family to savor the most delectable dishes. Xiao Yi spent the morning alone in the villa, and in the afternoon, on a whim, he visited his ornamental fish store to check on the renovation progress. Upon arrival, he observed workers dismantling protective coverings from the entrance, indicating that the renovations had been completed. He spotted the owner of the renovation company, Mr. Huang, engaged in conversation with his father. Both men beamed with joy upon seeing Xiao Yi approach in his luxurious Dior Q7. "Mr. Xiao, your timing is impeccable. I was just discussing you with your father. Today marks the completion of the renovations. The cleaning lady just finished tidying up the entire store this morning. My work here is officially done." Awaiting your inspection, Mr. Huang exclaimed cheerfully. Despite the large scale of his renovation company, not all owners exhibited the same generosity as Xiao Yi in spending lavishly on store renovations. Thus, Mr. Huang was particularly invested in Xiao Yi's project, especially considering the potential for future collaborations. After touring the entire store, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Yi's face. It can be said that the decor here is nearly identical to the design plans he initially viewed on his computer, devoid of any embellishment. Furthermore, Xiao Yi took special note of the materials used in the renovations, discovering that they are of exquisite quality, not only visually appealing but also remarkably durable. Xiao Yi felt immensely satisfied with the renovations. After settling the remaining payment, he earnestly promised that he would prioritize this renovation company for any future needs. Boss Huang was equally delighted. and after shaking hands with Xiao Yi to bid farewell, he departed in his mobile. Although the renovations were complete, it was not yet time to open for business. In addition to purchasing items for the grand opening, Xiao Yi also needed to select an auspicious date for the ceremony. However, these matters would have to wait until he finished his current tasks, as the most pressing concern was preparing for tomorrow's hot pot gathering. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yi drove to pick up his family and took them to a large shopping mall in the city center, intending to indulge them in a shopping spree. This decision was motivated by Xiao Yi's desire to cultivate their spending habits, as his parents had always been frugal, and even with a considerable sum of money from Xiao Yi, they remained uncertain on how to spend it. His wife, Bai Miao, was even more so. Having grown up in a rural environment under her mother's influence, she had developed a habit of thriftiness, predominantly shopping online for inexpensive goods. Thus, Xiao Yi's intention to take them shopping was primarily to encourage them to embrace a more lavish lifestyle. Otherwise, even with newfound wealth, they would remain oblivious to how to utilize it, a scenario Xiao Yi wished to avoid. After a day of shopping, the family returned home beaming with joy. Upon presenting them with the shopping list, they were taken aback, realizing they had spent over $1 million in just one afternoon. However, judging by their expressions, it was clear they felt the experience was worth every penny. The following day, Xiao Yi rose early to prepare a feast, leaving the task of welcoming guests to his parents, thus providing them an opportunity to show off. After all, their son's success was a source of pride. Even if they did not vocalize it, the sentiment lingered in their hearts. Chapter 37. The world's greatest martial arts tournament before long. The doorbell rang, and at that moment, Xiao Yi's meal was nearly ready. He removed his apron and went to greet the guests at the door. The first to enter were his aunt, uncle, and younger sister. The trio took a moment to scrutinize Xiao Yi, while his lively sister cheerfully remarked, "Brother, you truly are a hidden gem. I never imagined you quietly amassed such a fortune. Don't forget your little sister when you're wealthy." "Of course I won't forget you. Just let me know if you ever need money," Xiao Yi replied playfully. Before long, relatives from his grandfather's side had mostly arrived, while those from his grandmother's side still needed some time to make their way over due to the distance. During this interval, his father acted as a guide, showing family members around the newly purchased villa. Regrettably, Xiao Yi's grandfather was bedridden and unable to attend. Xiao Yi had initially planned to exchange for a mystical being in the system to heal his grandfather's ailments, but he had been preoccupied with various matters lately, causing the plan to be postponed. Moreover, upon reflection, he realized he should not act too hastily. Suddenly healing a bedridden elder and even endowing him with greater vitality than that of an ordinary person would be difficult to justify. Unless Xiao Yi intended to relocate his grandfather elsewhere, he could only gradually enhance his grandfather's health using nourishing foods from the Dragon Ball universe, allowing his body to heal itself over time. It would be best to have others witness this process, and the nourishing foods would need to be referred to as supplements to gain greater credibility. Soon, his grandmother's family arrived at Xiao Yi's villa. To his surprise, his uncle was among them. Ever since his financial success, he had distanced himself from family gatherings, often sending his wife in his stead whenever attendance was required. Each time he did attend, it cast a shadow over the family atmosphere, making it difficult to recreate the warmth of past gatherings. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy at his uncle's presence. Despite their differing perspectives, they were still family, and his uncle's willingness to take time out of his busy schedule to celebrate Xiao Yi's new home was evident from the smile on his mother's face. In truth, Xiao Yi had always been somewhat of a recluse. Even in the company of family, the curious gazes directed at him made him feel uneasy. Fortunately, his father stood up to alleviate the tension, and as an experienced salesman, he effortlessly lifted the mood. Before long, the atmosphere grew lively as Xiao Yi emerged from the kitchen with exquisite dishes. His family once again scrutinized him, as if they were meeting him for the first time in years. To their delight, not only did the food look spectacular, but it was also astonishingly delicious, evoking a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring on a winter's day, with waves of warmth coursing through their bodies. While the relatives assumed this was merely a figment of their imagination, Xiao Yi understood that this sensation was indeed real. It stemmed from the spiritual energy contained within the creatures from the Dragon Ball universe, which played a crucial role in the evolution of the ornamental fish he raised. After the meal, the atmosphere grew even more congenial, and it was evident that the gathering had been a resounding success. As reflected in the unceasing smiles on his parents' faces, "Xiao Yi, come here for a moment. I would like to speak with you." At that moment, his typically reserved uncle approached him. Outside, he expressed, "Seeing your achievements brings me great joy. You are the one who donated over 3 billion online, correct? I was truly astonished when an employee mentioned it to me the other day. Indeed, that was me. I donated everything from the auction house." Xiao Yi calmly confirmed, showing no signs of excitement, as if he were merely stating he had eaten 2 bowls of rice yesterday. Isn't that a pity? Although his uncle spoke lightly, Xiao Yi could sense his underlying unrest. Why should it be a pity? You saw for yourself. Even without those 3 billion, I am living quite comfortably thanks to my ornamental fish business. Isn't that sufficient? Xiao Yi smiled as he addressed his uncle. Don't you want to earn more money? You're still young. You should have some aspirations. His uncle's voice rose slightly. Money is not my pursuit. It is merely a tool to make life more comfortable. Xiao Yi had long held a disdain for his uncle's views on wealth, and now that the topic had arisen, he felt compelled to voice his own perspective. Seeing you this way brings me joy. You should be more filial to your mother. She has endured much hardship over the years. His uncle said gently, "I will. You need not worry." Xiao Yi was acutely aware that his uncle did not genuinely concur with his words, which prompted the conclusion of this fruitless dialogue. Aside from this minor episode, the entire process of settling into their new life was remarkably smooth, and the family had developed a fresh perspective on Xiao Yi. In the blink of an eye, a month had swiftly elapsed, and Xiao Yi's family had adapted to their new circumstances. Each day, his parents would take their daughter, Wan, for leisurely strolls around the neighborhood. And when his father had free time, he would lend a hand at the fish shop. The ornamental fish store had officially found its footing just a few days prior, after Xiao Yi had entrusted a recruitment agency to find several security staff and employees. He had successfully vetted them, and following a celebratory firecracker display, the shop commenced its operations. After several days of sitting idly in the store, Xiao Yi began to grow weary of merely sitting there. Connecting with clients online, the monotony was becoming unbearable. In contrast, his wife, Bai Miaoxin, relished her current job, as she did not have to rise early and spend her days taking pictures of exquisite ornamental fish to post online. Awaiting customer selections, her work was delightfully effortless. Xiao Yi finally received news of the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, which would officially commence in 1 month within the Dragon Ball World. At that time, martial artists from around the globe would converge at the tournament site to partake in this grand event that occurred once every 3 years. Chapter 38. Preliminary rounds. Taking advantage of the next 3 days, Xiao Yi briefed his wife on the store's affairs before entering the Dragon Ball world. Currently, there was little for him to worry about in the outside world. His wife, Bai Miaoxin, and the staff he had hired were more than capable of managing the uncomplicated tasks at hand. As for the headhunting agency, they had yet to respond to Xiao Yi, though he was not overly anxious, for the funds were still in his possession, and he could activate the investment whenever he found talent. Upon entering the Dragon Ball world a day in advance, the system presented him with 2 tasks. Task 1. Win the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Reward, attribute points, 100, yuan bao, 100. Gold coins, 5,000, such generous rewards. How could he not exert every effort? Task 2. Karen Tower Trial. Complete the trial set by Karen and successfully obtain the Ultra Divine Water. Reward, attribute points, 100. Yuan bao, 100, gold coins, 5,000. Although the rewards are exceedingly generous, the Karen Tower is a special location, and each month spent there requires the consumption of 1 point of merit light. These 2 tasks posed no significant difficulty. They felt akin to a gift of experience, as Xiao Yi merely needed to follow the main storyline of Little Goku to effortlessly complete both tasks. Of course, he could venture out on his own, but doing so would forfeit the advantage of foresight, causing him to miss out on numerous treasures along the journey. What concerned Xiao Yi more was the Karen Tower trial, not due to the task's difficulty, but rather because it would require the use of merit light. It should be noted that a single point of merit light could sustain Xiao Yi's life in the Dragon Ball world for 3 years. However, within the Karen Tower, it would only allow for 1 month's stay. Moreover, the minimum consumption of merit light was 1 point, meaning that even if Xiao Yi spent just an hour in the Karen Tower, it would still deduct 1 point of merit light. The location Xiao Yi entered was not far from the venue of the martial arts tournament, which was another task he had undertaken during this period aside from training. The next day, when Xiao Yi arrived at the tournament site, he was deeply astonished by the vibrant atmosphere of the event. The outer perimeter of the tournament was thronged with at least 10,000 family members and supporters of the competitors. Not to mention the multitude of spectators who had come out of admiration. At least hundreds of thousands of people had gathered here. Upon arriving at the registration area, Xiao Yi noticed that little Goku and the others had yet to arrive. Thus, after registering, he opted to wait for them there. Just as the preliminary rounds were about to commence, he spotted Master Roshi, dressed in a suit, accompanied by little Goku, Krillin, and others. Xiao Yi, I never expected to see you here again. I am truly delighted, little Goku exclaimed, rushing over upon spotting Xiao Yi. I am equally pleased to see you again. Master Roshi, you seem to be in great spirits as well. Who is this? Xiao Yi joyfully responded to little Goku and politely greeted Master Roshi. It is you, Xiao Yi. Goku mentioned that your family had an incident recently. Has everything been arranged now? Master Roshi said warmly, clearly holding a favorable opinion of this young man. Everything has been settled. I have come here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament and to see Goku and the others, Xiao Yi replied, displaying the respect due to an elder towards Master Roshi. With you participating, I feel reassured, Master Roshi remarked with a knowing smile. I am Krillin, a disciple of Master Roshi. I look forward to your guidance, Krillin said, appearing somewhat shy upon meeting Xiao Yi. Do not be nervous. Little Goku is my good friend, and I believe we will become friends as well. Xiao Yi encouraged the still bashful Krillin. Are you both really going to compete? The registration staff inquired, confirming with little Goku and Krillin. Yes, little Goku replied firmly. Indeed. That's correct. Krillin chimed in. I can only accompany you this far. Go on in, and good luck, Master Roshi said to little Goku and Krillin as they prepared for the preliminaries. Yes, little Goku and Krillin responded without hesitation. I almost forgot. Those clothes are not suitable for combat. Change into these, Master Roshi said, retrieving 2 sets of training uniforms emblazoned with the character for Turtle from his travel bag. Wow, these look great, little Goku exclaimed joyfully after putting on the training uniform. These clothes are so cool. If we lose, it would be quite embarrassing, Krillin remarked, clutching the outfit as if it were a treasured toy. The 8 contestants who win the preliminaries will battle in front of everyone. I will wait outside. As long as I can see you, I will be satisfied, Master Roshi advised with concern. Yes, we will definitely give it our all. Little Goku and Krillin declared in unison. Xiao Yi observed Master Roshi's persistent admonitions to little Goku and Krillin and suddenly realized that this was the true essence of Master Roshi. No wonder he was held in such esteem by the world. Xiao Yi, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Master Roshi beckoned Xiao Yi after finishing his instructions to little Goku and Krillin. This is the first time these 2 children are participating in a competition, and I do not wish for them to win the championship, as it might instill a sense of arrogance that would be detrimental to their martial arts development. Master Roshi explained slowly to Xiao, I had initially planned to disguise myself and enter the arena to teach them a lesson, so they would understand that there are always greater talents beyond their own. However, upon seeing you, I dismissed that notion and hope you can guide them on the field. Master Roshi expressed his earnest hope to Xiao Yi. Simultaneously, the system sent a new task notification. Temporary task, Master Roshi's request. Provide guidance on martial arts to little Goku and Krillin on the field. Reward, attribute points, 30 gold coins, 2,000. Not a problem. I would be delighted to assist you. Xiao Yi readily agreed to Master Roshi's request. Thank you so much, Master Roshi said, visibly pleased. Afterward, Xiao Yi led little Goku and Krillin into the preliminary competition arena. Wow, are all these participants? Little Goku exclaimed, surveying the competitors, most of whom towered over 2 meters tall and were muscular. I think I'm definitely going to lose, Krillin said, feeling quite dejected upon witnessing such formidable competition. Do not lose heart. Have confidence in the results of your hard work during this time, Xiao Yi encouraged Krillin. Remarking that in the lexicon of the Little Wukong, there was no such thing as fear, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament had officially commenced. Chapter 39. The grievances of Galan Temple as Xiao Yi and the Little Wukong engaged in casual conversation. An elderly man with graying facial hair ascended the platform of the main venue, microphone in hand, to elucidate the rules of the competition. Today marks the commencement of the martial arts tournament, held once every 5 years. I extend my gratitude to all who have traveled great distances to be here. The old man began his address. This tournament seeks to select 8 contenders from a pool of 137 skilled martial artists from across the nation, thus rendering the competition exceedingly fierce. He continued leisurely. 137 participants. Clin's heart sank further upon hearing the elder's proclamation. Now, allow me to clarify the rules of the competition, the elderly announcer paused. Ensuring that the contestants were attentive before proceeding. In the duel arena, any participant who falls, loses consciousness, concedes, or weeps shall be deemed the loser, the old man articulated slowly, mindful that the contestants might not fully grasp his words. Killing one's opponent is strictly prohibited, and the use of weapons is forbidden. In the preliminary rounds, each match lasts merely 1 minute. If no victor emerges, the judges will decide. He elaborated, due to the large number of participants. The preliminary rounds would be divided into 4 groups. The final 2 victors from each group would qualify for the grand tournament. The old man meticulously outlined the rules. It is now time for the draw. Please gather at the arena according to your assigned numbers, he concluded before departing the platform. Xiao Yi and the little Wukong joined a throng of contestants at the lottery station to draw their numbers. I'm number 93. What number are you? Clin inquired, glancing at his number plate before turning to Xiao Wukong and Xiao Yi. I'm number 70. And you, Xiao Yi? The little Wukong queried. Hee, I am number 15. It appears we are not in the same group. Xiao Yi responded to both. We are in the same group. I do not wish to face you, Clin exclaimed, somewhat slow on the uptake upon reviewing the groupings. Although we are in group 3. Our numbers are quite distant, thus we are unlikely to clash. The little Wukong reassured him with calmness. It would be best not to face Wukong. However, if I lose in the first round, it would not matter. Clin lamented, still steeped in pessimism. But we have trained rigorously as he advised. The little Wukong countered optimistically, Do not worry. I firmly believe both of you will reach the finals. I must head to group 1 now. We shall meet again in the finals. Xiao Yi waved goodbye to the little Wukong and Clin as he turned towards the arena for group 1. We shall strive as well, the little Wukong and Clin called out in unison. Now, the preliminary round for group 3 begins. Contestants 69 and 70, please take the stage, announced a bespectacled referee with an impassive expression. I am the first, the little Wukong exclaimed as he clambered onto the stage. That little creature is competing too, remarked contestant My goodness, that fellow, number 69, has struck it lucky. Contestant B chimed in. How did such a wretched little brat even get here? Winning against such a tiny ant would hardly be commendable. The burly bald man, contestant 69, gazed disdainfully at the little Wukong. Cease your boastful words, the little Wukong retorted, feeling insulted by the bald giant's contempt. The time is 1 minute. Begin, the referee announced promptly. As the match commenced. The little Wukong utilized his agility, swiftly darting through the bald man's legs before he could react. Where did he go? The burly man struggled to locate the little Wukong due to his limited line of sight. I am right here, the little Wukong declared, playfully tapping the bald man's leg. To everyone's astonishment, the bald man suddenly toppled off the stage. Wow! The other competitors and the referee were momentarily stunned by the unexpected fall of the bald giant. Contestant 70 wins. Although the bespectacled referee was taken aback, his experience allowed him to swiftly announce the outcome. What just happened? Humph! Fool! He lost his balance and fell. Ah, I see. The little Wukong paid no heed to the other contestants' remarks, instead staring blankly at his finger as he gradually made his way toward Clin. Hey! How splendid! That guy fell all by himself, Clin exclaimed excitedly as he rushed to the little Wukong's side. The little Wukong remained silent, still in shock. Is this real? After a long moment, he finally regained his composure. Why is Clin suddenly noticing the little Wukong's odd behavior? Clin, if your opponent is not exceptionally formidable, do not exert yourself too much. What are you saying? Clin failed to comprehend the little Wukong's meaning. Is that you, Clin? A harsh voice interrupted. It truly is you. A burly, muscular monk approached Clin. Since you cried your way out of Doran Temple, we haven't seen each other for quite some time. A lean monk beside him added. Clin felt a surge of trepidation upon recognizing the 2 figures before him. What are you doing here? The burly monk mocked Clin. Surely you are not here to participate in the grand martial arts tournament, the lean monk inquired, while simultaneously disrespectfully patting Clin's bald head. Yes, I have signed up, Clin replied, resembling a mouse cornered by a cat. Are you joking? Have you forgotten the advice I gave you? The lean monk continued to ridicule Clin without restraint. You are in group 3, correct? What is your number? The burly monk asked. Number 93, Clin answered dutifully. How marvelous. You are my opponent. This shall be amusing. Ah, Clin had not anticipated such an outcome. Clin, I beg you, do not exert yourself too much, haha. The lean monk laughed mockingly. Clin, they are too much. Even the typically carefree little Wukong could not bear to witness it. When I was at Doran Temple, I was always bullied by them. This is it. He is quite formidable. I should withdraw from the competition. Clin's confidence had all but evaporated. What is there to fear? Give it your all. You can surely defeat him. The little Wukong encouraged Clin. One moment you tell me to hold back, and the next, to give it my all. Your contradictory words have left me bewildered, Clin remarked. Enough, just know that you will win. Now, contestants 93 and 94, please take the stage, the referee announced. Chapter 40. Advancement, it is my turn. Clin felt a surge of dread at the host's sudden proclamation. How could he possibly stand against the top martial artist of Doran Temple? The burly monk sneered from the audience. Humph, I will take good care of you. The lean monk chimed in. That fellow is nothing to be concerned about. Do not fear him. The little Wukong reassured Clin from the sidelines. Stop with the sarcasm. Clin was not particularly comforted by the little Wukong's words. Begin. Before Clin could prepare himself, the host's voice rang out. Ha. The lean monk launched a punch toward Clin as soon as the referee's command was issued. Whoosh. Although Clin was slightly startled, his instincts honed through years of training kicked in as he leapt backward, evading the lean monk's attack. Upon landing, he instinctively executed a powerful kick aimed at the lean monk's abdomen. As he turned to look back, Clin's kick was delivered without restraint, sending the lean monk hurtling out of the competition arena, even creating a human-shaped dent in the wall of the preliminary rounds venue. Silence. Wow. The spectators below gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Number 93 wins. Even the previously composed, bespectacled referee stumbled over his words in disbelief. By training according to the methods imparted by the elder, we have unknowingly grown quite formidable. Little Wukong joyfully exclaimed to Krillin. Ah, really? Krillin gazed at his own hands, still somewhat incredulous. Subsequently, the revitalized Krillin and little Wukong dominated the third group. Facing virtually no formidable opponents, it was not that their martial skills were exceptionally advanced. In fact, they had not learned any techniques at all. They relied solely on raw strength and speed, bolstered by their formidable physiques, which ordinary martial artists could hardly withstand. Among them was a martial artist in his 40s, an adept practitioner of Lion's Tooth Fist for several decades, whose skills were remarkable. Yet he still succumbed to little Wukong's superior strength and speed. Little Wukong secured the qualification to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Congratulations on earning your entry. Yamcha approached little Wukong and said, Huh, who are you? Due to the drastic change in his hairstyle, little Wukong barely recognized Yamcha. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha struck his signature pose, prompting little Wukong's memory. Wow, Yamcha. Little Wukong finally recognized him. Do you remember who I am now? Yamcha, looking at the young Wukong before him, said joyfully. Wow, it's been so long. Little Wukong was thrilled to see Yamcha here. You've cut your hair shorter, so I didn't recognize you. Little Wukong explained. Bulma said long hair is outdated in the city, so I cut it short. Yamcha replied, touching his hair. I never expected to meet you here. He continued with delight. That you're here to compete too, right? Did you earn your entry? Little Wukong asked curiously. Of course. I also secured my entry. That's my goal, Yamcha said proudly. But I doubt I can defeat you. Truly, you are the esteemed disciple of Master Roshi. Your skills are remarkable, Yamcha remarked with admiration. I didn't expect it myself. Little Wukong responded honestly. At that moment, the sound of applause erupted outside the arena, followed by the announcer's voice. Number 93 wins, secures entry to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Ha! Little Wukong cheered joyfully. He is also Master Roshi's disciple. Yamcha glanced toward the stage and said to little Wukong, Yes, his name is Krillin, and we train together. Little Wukong replied candidly. Even finishing as a runner-up seems a bit daunting. Yamcha thought helplessly as he watched little Wukong rush to the stage to celebrate with Krillin. By the way, Wukong, Bulma, Oolong, and Pure all came. Yamcha informed the still celebrating little Wukong. Huh, really? Upon hearing this news, little Wukong exclaimed with joy. It was worth celebrating, as little Wukong had few friends, and today he not only encountered Xiao Yi but also Bulma and others, who shared a deep bond from their previous journey together. All gathered at the tournament. Xiao Yi is also participating in the martial arts tournament. He is in the first group. Little Wukong suddenly recalled and told Yamcha. Yamcha felt a wave of despair regarding the competition. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was having a smooth experience as well. His opponents were not particularly strong, and what delighted him even more was that in this World Martial Arts Tournament, Xiao Yi earned 10 extra attribute points for every opponent he defeated. After 4 matches, Xiao Yi not only learned a plethora of martial techniques, but also unexpectedly gained 40 free attribute points, leaving him quite astonished. Yay! Little Wukong joyfully dashed out of the venue, eager to see Master Roshi and his friends. Fantastic! Fantastic! Krillin was still immersed in the joy of advancing, wanting to share the news with Master Roshi immediately. Excuse us? Please make way, due to the dense crowd. Little Wukong and Krillin had to navigate through the thronged so many people. How do we find Master Roshi and your friends? Due to their height, Krillin and Little Wukong were jostled in the crowd, unable to locate anyone. Hey, sir, could you help us, please? Little Wukong asked a balding man beside him. The balding man looked at the little fellow in confusion. The man watched as Little Wukong stood on his head, peering around, unsure of what to say. I see them. They're over there. Little Wukong exclaimed with joy that moment. Master Roshi had also encountered Bulma and the others. Wow, it's great to see you again, Master Roshi exclaimed, noticing Bulma, who had clearly grown taller. Master Roshi, where are you all living now? We went to the island to find Wukong, but couldn't locate him. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction regarding their unannounced move. To allow Wukong and the others to focus on their training, we relocated to a larger island. But enough of that. Our 2-person journey is still on my mind. Master Roshi reminisced about the promise Bulma made a year ago. Want to give it a try? Bulma, out of nowhere, produced a massive wooden mallet and struck Master Roshi, causing him to fall to the ground. Wow. Master Roshi dramatically fell, cooperating with the act. Chapter 41. The Draw Oolong. Little Wukong shouted happily from behind Oolong. Huh, Wukong. Wow, finally, I see you again, Oolong exclaimed, jumping up with excitement upon spotting Little Wukong. Yes, Little Wukong replied with joy. Bulma, Pure, how have you all been? Little Wukong turned to ask Bulma and Pure. Yes, Pure, hey, what are you doing here? Bulma asked, equally excited. Are you a contestant? Have you seen Yamcha? Oolong inquired. Yes, I saw him. He cut his hair short. I didn't recognize him at first, Little Wukong joyfully replied. This is Krillin. He trains with me, Little Wukong introduced, pulling Krillin into the conversation. Hello, Krillin said somewhat shyly. What was the outcome? Did you secure your entry? Although Master Roshi had an inkling, he still couldn't help but ask with concern. Hee, Little Wukong and Krillin exchanged a knowing smile, the answer evident without words. You did, right? Bulma asked curiously. Yes, Krillin, Yamcha, Xiao Yi, and I all secured our entries, Little Wukong declared joyfully. Xiao Yi? He is competing too. Where is he? Bulma's previously cheerful expression shifted to one of excitement. That I'm right here. Bulma, it's been so long, came Xiao Yi's magnetic voice from behind Bulma. That I'm so glad to see you. We all missed you. Bulma, usually so bold, felt a bit shy in front of Xiao Yi. That I missed you all too. Bulma, Oolong, Pure, it's been a long time, Xiao Yi replied, feigning ignorance of Bulma's affections. Indeed, you're still as impressive as ever, Oolong said, filled with admiration as he gazed at Xiao Yi. Hello, Xiao Yi, Oolong greeted politely. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. All contestants please gather at the Martial Arts Temple, the announcement echoed, interrupting the nostalgic chatter among the crowd. That we have to gather, Bulma said regretfully. See you in a bit. With that, Xiao Yi, Little Wukong, and Krillin made their way toward the Martial Arts Temple. Good luck, everyone cheered. Did you meet them? Yamcha asked Xiao Yi with a grin. Yes, I did, Xiao Yi replied. Indeed, Bulma has been thinking about you a lot this past year. Yamcha hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiao Yi felt conflicted. Even though he knew this wasn't the real world, he still struggled to move past his wife by Miao Xian. Thus, despite his admiration for Bulma and a budding fondness, he restrained himself. Haha, make way, make way. A giant man, exuding a foul odor, pushed his way through the crowd. Ugh, it stinks. Yuck, Little Wukong, with his acute sense of smell, felt overwhelmed by the stench. Who is that guy? Krillin turned his head, curious about the giant man. That he is quite fearsome. He has some terrifying moves. Yamcha spoke with a grave expression. The most terrifying aspect was the foul odor emanating from him. He had never bathed since birth. The stench was so unbearable that it compelled others to pinch their noses shut, providing him with the perfect opportunity to strike while his opponents were momentarily incapacitated. Yamcha revealed the intelligence he had gathered. How disgusting! Krillin exclaimed, "My nose is as sensitive as a dog's. I can't stand it." Little Goku lamented, rubbing his battered nose. "All right, would all participants please gather?" A young man with yellow hair, dressed in a suit and wearing sunglasses, announced. "Excuse me, could you please step aside a bit?" Even this staff member found it difficult to endure the presence of the foul-smelling giant. Swarms of flies buzzed around the putrid figure. "Now, we will determine the order of the matches through a lottery." The young man in sunglasses explained to the crowd that we will now begin the roll call. Mr. Nam, he called out according to the rules. A man whose hair was wrapped in a manner reminiscent of an Arab nodded in acknowledgement. Number 6. Mr. Nam's draw is number 6 that you will be in the third match, the young man stated after checking. Mr. Keenan, the monster. Here, a creature resembling a dinosaur with wings responded. Mr. Buck, the young man continued. Number 8 is the fourth match. Here, the foul-smelling giant responded curtly. Number 22 is the first match, the young man noted, covering his mouth as he marked it on the blackboard. Mr. Yamcha, he called. Here, Yamcha replied. Number 3 is the second match, the young man announced. Mr. Krillin, he continued. Here, Krillin responded nervously. Number 1 is the first match, and your opponent is Mr. Buck, the young man stated. What? Krillin exclaimed, shocked as if struck by lightning, dropping his number plate without realizing it. Hey! Buck chuckled maliciously from the side. Mr. Son Goku. It's me. Little Goku exclaimed, finally hearing his name after a long wait. Number 7 is the fourth match, the young man continued his record. Miss Lan Fong. Hi. A blonde beauty flirted with the young man. Mr. Xiao Yi, present. Xiao Yi nodded at the young man. The match order is set. There is no time limit, and the outcome is determined in one go. Falling off the stage or conceding means defeat. The young man explained the rules of the competition. However, attacking the eyes or vital areas is considered a foul, he emphasized. What constitutes a vital area? Little Goku inquired, puzzled to clarify. It's your... Well, you know, the young man replied bluntly. But I don't have any. The blonde beauty suddenly uttered a statement that left everyone in stitches. The competition is about to begin. Please take a moment to relax here, the young man said, wiping sweat from his brow. Hey, what about lunch? Little Goku asked, concerned about his empty stomach. The young man was taken aback. The competition is starting soon, and you still want to eat. You can eat after it ends. He suggested to Little Goku. I'm starving. Little Goku lamented, patting his empty belly. All right then, prepare lunch for him. The young man relented. Yes, this way, please. A plump monk gestured to Little Goku. Chapter 42. The first match. Krillin. Aren't you hungry? Little Goku queried as he departed, still thinking of his friend. Don't joke around. I'm too nervous to eat. Krillin, unlike the carefree Little Goku, could hardly stomach food at that moment. Following the plump monk, Little Goku arrived at the kitchen behind the temple, where a lavish meal had been prepared especially for him. Excuse me, another bowl, please, Little Goku requested, holding out his empty bowl to the monk as he devoured an entire table full of sumptuous delicacies. It seemed Little Goku was still not satisfied, leaving the plump monk at a loss for words. Thank you for your patience. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins, the young man in sunglasses announced from atop the massive arena. Addressing the audience below, thank you for waiting, esteemed guests. The first match will feature contestant Krillin against contestant Buck, he briefly stated. Additionally, the championship prize for this tournament is 500,000 yuan. Before we commence, let us invite the head of the martial arts temple to say a few words. The young man stepped aside to allow the head of the temple, a wrinkled Shar-Pei dog dressed in monk's robes, to take his place. Headmaster, please, the young man urged. Woof woof, the headmaster barked. Thank you. Headmaster, the young man responded. The audience erupted in laughter at the comical sight. The first match now begins. Contestants, please take the stage. Without hesitation, the young man launched into the match segment after the headmaster exited. Krillin, you can do it. I believe in you. Little Goku cheered from behind Krillin. Krillin replied, his agreement somewhat reluctant as he thought of his opponent. This contestant, Krillin, was only 13 years old, making him the youngest participant in this tournament. The odious contestant was named Buck, who had never bathed since birth. The young man provided the audience with a brief introduction to the two competitors. Ugh, that stench. Despite being far away, the audience found it hard to tolerate Buck's foul odor. Is that kid training with Goku? Oolong, pinching his nose, asked Bulma. Did I suppose so, Master Roshi? Bulma also pinched her nose while inquiring of Master Roshi. Indeed, those two have been training together. They are both diligent little fellows. Master Roshi proclaimed, attempting to maintain an imposing demeanor, though the act was undermined by his own nose-pinching posture. It's unbearable. In less than a second, he transformed into a comically grotesque figure. Hey, go for it. Little Goku had somehow climbed atop the wall beside the arena, shouting encouragement to Krillin. Krillin felt touched by the support. Are you ready? Falling off the stage counts as a loss. If you can't get up after a count of 10, that also counts as a loss. Shouting I concede also counts as a loss. There is no time limit, the young man declared rapidly while pinching his nose, outlining the rules of the competition. The first match begins. With a loud shout from the young man, the surrounding drums began to sound. Buck flashed a sinister grin at Krillin. Noticing Krillin pinching his nose, Buck stepped forward, attempting to envelop him in a bear hug. Although the stench made it difficult for Krillin to concentrate, he narrowly evaded Buck's embrace at the last moment. He actually dodged. Buck was taken aback by Krillin's reflexes. In that case, let me show you my bad breath, Buck declared, realizing that ordinary attacks were unlikely to threaten Krillin, and unleashed his special move, a blast of foul air that left Krillin feeling somewhat dizzy. Ugh, Krillin gasped. Just a bit more? Buck reached into his shorts, rummaging around it. When Buck pulled out his finger and thrust it in front of Krillin's face, a wave of rancid odor struck him like a heavy blow, sending Krillin crashing to the ground. Thud! Krillin fell back, lying on the ground. Krillin! Little Goku shouted in alarm as he saw Krillin down. Contestant Krillin has quickly fallen. Buck's foul attack is simply terrifying, the young man commented, now wearing a gas mask as he reported live from the scene. 1, 2. The counting official also donned a gas mask. One last move. Although Klin had been knocked down by Buck in the ring, it appeared that Buck had no intention of showing mercy. Buck turned around. Positioning his backside over Klin's unconscious head, with a resounding fart, he delivered yet another blow to the already dazed Klin. Wow, he just let one rip. He could become the champion of foul odors. The commentator exclaimed, highlighting the absurdity of Buck's antics. Buck's relentless assault left Klin unable to rise. The commentator, keeping his distance, continued to narrate the unfolding chaos. What a scoundrel! Buck seems quite displeased with Klin's early collapse, as he delivers a series of fierce kicks to Klin's abdomen. Wow, another heavy stomp. The commentator's voice resonated above the audience. Under the barrage of attacks, Klin exhibited no capacity to retaliate. How unfortunate, the commentator lamented. As the audience sympathized with Klin, who appeared to be little more than a child, the countdown had reached 6 or 7, heightening the tension in the air. Get up, Klin, don't let this scoundrel defeat you, exclaimed little Wukong, filled with excitement. 8. Klin, just think about it. You can't smell it. It's all in your mind. You don't have a long nose, little Wukong suddenly shouted, observing Klin's face as he lay on the ground. 9. Klin is regaining consciousness. Yes, Once the psychological barrier lifted, Klin sprang back to his feet. Wow, Klin has risen once more. He stood up before the count of 10. It's simply unbelievable. The commentator's voice revealed a hint of astonishment. Thank you, Wukong. Klin felt as if he had been reborn, showing no signs of fatigue. It's time for me to strike back. After enduring so much punishment, Klin was filled with pent-up rage. There are indeed those without long noses. But my weapon is not solely odor. In contrast, Buck's previously confident expression had turned grim. Cough. Ugh. Puffed. Buck continuously spewed thick phlegm at Klin, which was not only foul-smelling but also highly corrosive. However, for the rejuvenated Klin, it posed no threat. He easily dodged it and delivered a swift kick to Buck's face, sending him crashing to the arena floor. Before Buck could regain his footing, Klin approached him, removed his pants, and retaliated with a foul fart. I concede. Buck? Oh, what a miraculous turnaround. Klin emerges victorious in the first match, the commentator declared, astonished that even Buck found someone else's flatulence offensive. Chapter 43, Xiao Yi vs. Yamcha. Incredible. Klin, little Wukong, joyfully rushed to the ring to celebrate with Clin. Ha! I won! I won! Clin himself was surprised by his victory. Clin's martial prowess is extraordinary. He claimed victory in the first match in an instant. The commentator announced to the audience, "Wow! Ha! That little shorty is quite impressive." The audience gasped in amazement. I wonder if Master Roshi saw that. Little Wukong said excitedly to Clin. Clin, hearing this, glanced down at the audience. "Hey, miss, did you see that little bald kid up there? He's my apprentice. Isn't he impressive? I'm actually even stronger. Would you like to know more?" Master Roshi, meanwhile, was in the audience, engrossed in conversation with a voluptuous beauty. Clin chose to ignore Master Roshi's presence, finding it too embarrassing. "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the second match. Please proceed to the waiting room." The commentator instructed Little Wukong and Clin, who were still celebrating in the ring. Little Wukong and Clin had no choice but to leave the arena, heading towards the resting area. The second match features contestant Xiao Yi against contestant Yamcha. "Please welcome the fighters," the commentator announced. "Sigh, Yamcha has no confidence in this match," Little Wukong observed, unsure of whom to cheer for as he watched his two friends prepare to battle. Xiao Yi smiled at Little Wukong before stepping onto the stage with Yamcha. "This is contestant Yamcha." As Yamcha entered, his handsome appearance elicited cheers from many female spectators. "Humph, these Na'vi folks." Bulma scorned their enthusiasm for Yamcha. "Hey, Yamcha is your good friend," Oolong interjected, unable to hold back his discontent with Bulma's attitude. "Humph." Bulma, realizing her fault, refrained from arguing back for the first time. "This is contestant Xiao Yi." The commentator continued to introduce Xiao Yi. "Wow, another handsome guy. He seems even more attractive than the last. This trip was certainly worthwhile." A somewhat infatuated girl exclaimed to her friend. "Indeed, indeed." Her friend gazed at Xiao Yi without blinking. Bulma, originally displeased by the audience's support for Yamcha, felt even more irked upon witnessing the throng of beauties cheering for Xiao Yi. "Oolong, the second match is now underway," the commentator announced through the microphone. "Xiao Yi, I've undergone rigorous training this past year. I'm much stronger than I was a year ago," Yamcha declared loudly to Xiao Yi, seemingly trying to motivate himself. "Understood. I will take this seriously." Xiao Yi respected his friend to a great extent. Otherwise, he could easily defeat Yamcha with a single move. Wolf Fang Fist. Seeing Xiao Yi's serious demeanor, Yamcha recognized that his other techniques would be ineffective against him. His only hope lay in his signature move, the Wolf Fang Fist. As Yamcha unleashed his signature technique, it was indeed much faster and more ferocious than before. Xiao Yi nodded in acknowledgement, bracing himself to receive Yamcha's attack. Although Yamcha's moves were imperceptible to ordinary onlookers, to Xiao Yi, they seemed to unfold in slow motion, and he met the assault with remarkable ease. Xiao Yi noticed that in the past, each time he had blocked Yamcha's Wolf Fang Fist, he had felt a dull pain in his palms upon contact. However, this time, he felt no pain whatsoever. Even more astonishing was the sensation that when his palm collided with Yamcha's fist, a force of recoil seemed to propel Yamcha's fist away, with the intensity of the recoil increasing in proportion to the ferocity of Yamcha's attack. Xiao Yi realized that this was the result of his body refinement technique. Since all of Xiao Yi's meridians had been opened, although his combat power had ceased to increase, the strength of his flesh had continued to grow exponentially. Showing no signs of abating even now, Xiao Yi finally understood why his technique was called body refinement. The prior task of opening the meridians was merely to enhance the effectiveness of the body refinement technique on himself. "Here's a little breeze for you. Take this." Seeing that Yamcha had exhausted his moves, Xiao Yi swiftly closed the distance and unleashed a gust of energy that sent Yamcha flying out of the ring. The audience gasped as they witnessed Yamcha being knocked out of the arena. "Yamcha is out of bounds. Xiao Yi is the victor," the commentator proclaimed, relaying the result of the match through the loudspeaker. What an exhilarating display. This battle felt like a dream. Xiao Yi's martial arts are exceptional. With just one move, he clinched the victory. The commentator continued to stoke the excitement of the match. "How could this be? I couldn't even withstand a single move from Xiao Yi." Although Yamcha had anticipated defeat, he never imagined he would be unable to handle even one of Xiao Yi's attacks, highlighting the vast gap between them. Yamcha lost. Little Wukong had foreseen the outcome, yet the manner in which it unfolded left him utterly astonished. "Your friend is simply incredible. Will I be the next to face him?" Clin said nervously. Defeating Yancha in just a few moves, Xiao Yi's skills have indeed progressed significantly. Little Wukong could not help but exclaim, "It is now my turn to engage in combat with Xiao Yi in the 5th match." Clin was still pondering the fierce gust of wind from Xiao Yi's palm. "I have utterly failed. The gap between you and me grows ever wider." Although Yancha was aware of the outcome, he did not anticipate such a devastating defeat. "In the time to come, you may seek training from Master Rashi. He is the finest teacher in this world, capable of laying a solid foundation for you." Xiao Yi suggested to Yancha, "Thank you for your guidance. I shall strive diligently in my training." Yancha expressed his profound gratitude for Xiao Yi's counsel. To practice martial arts requires a resolute heart that is unwavering and indomitable. "I can point you in the right direction, but the essence must be gleaned from within yourself." Xiao Yi imparted further wisdom to Yancha. He was aware that, as the story progressed, Yancha would gradually descend into the role of a mere bystander. A fate tied not only to his innate abilities, but primarily to his lack of a resilient martial spirit. Chapter 44. Nam and Lan Fang in the 2nd match. The unheralded Xiao Yi decisively defeated Yancha, causing a stir within the arena. The 3rd match was about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the 3rd match. Please welcome competitors Nam and Lan Fang to the stage. The announcer's voice resonated once more across the arena. As Xiao Yi and competitor Nam brushed past each other in the resting corridor, Xiao Yi suddenly edged closer to Nam, concentrating all his mental energy and directing it towards him. Nam calmly ascended the martial arena, displaying no signs of discomfort, while Xiao Yi felt an overwhelming fatigue. "Alas, I still lack the formidable mental prowess of Master Rashi. I cannot perceive anything at all," Xiao Yi lamented. His actions were inspired by having witnessed in a comic how Master Rashi could connect to others' memories merely through mental focus. Thus, he endeavored to replicate this feat, only to discover how far he fell short. As a veteran powerhouse who had dominated Earth for half a century, Master Rashi indeed possessed remarkable qualities. Such esoteric skills pertaining to the mental realm could be wielded with ease, showcasing the extraordinary depth of his mental strength. Though constrained by his physical limitations, Master Rashi had cultivated his mental discipline to an impressive degree, suggesting that this venerable warrior was perhaps far more complex than he appeared. The 3rd match featured competitor Nam against competitor Lan Fang. The 3rd match begins. With the announcer's proclamation, Nam prepared to launch an attack. "Hey, do take it easy on me." Lan Fang coyly tossed flirtatious glances at Nam. However, just as Nam felt a rush of warmth, Lan Fang unleashed a fierce kick without hesitation. Caught off guard by Lan Fang's sudden ferocity, Nam was struck squarely and sent soaring. Following this, as Nam struggled to regain his balance, Lan Fang delivered a powerful blow, crashing down onto Nam's back and knocking him to the ground. Just as Lan Fang ready to knee strike, Nam, quick to react, sidestepped the potentially devastating blow and countered with a swift chop aimed at Lan Fang. Lan Fang stood frozen in apparent fright, resembling a startled maiden. Noticing her expression, Nam immediately moderated his force, and when their arms collided, there was no strength behind it. "Doh, that hurts," Lan Fang whimpered as if her arm had been broken. Collapsing to the ground in tears, "Oh no, Nam has caused Lan Fang to cry." The announcer's voice echoed from backstage. "Wah, how dreadful." Lan Fang's sobs only intensified. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" Nam, feeling as though he had committed a grievous error, repeatedly apologized to Lan Fang. Yet this was precisely Lan Fang's scheme. Seeing Nam approach to offer apologies, she delivered a sudden, powerful punch to his solar plexus. The impact left Nam momentarily breathless. "Hey, watch my fist." Lan Fang seized the opportunity to strike, aiming to knock Nam down. However, her punch failed to land on Nam's face, as he had just regained his footing and caught her hand. "I will treat you as an adversary and fight with all my might." Nam finally recovered from his disorientation. Nam is angry," the announcer explained to the distant audience. "He, really angry?" Lan Fang attempted to play her tricks once more. "No need to pretend to be a pure maiden. It's of no use," Nam declared resolutely before charging towards Lan Fang. Nam's dual-fisted assault landed before Lan Fang. Lan Fang was taken aback by Nam's unwavering determination, barely evading his strikes with a well-timed roll. "You forced my hand," Lan Fang murmured to herself as she swiftly shed her outer garments, leaving only her bra and panties to flaunt her figure before Nam and the spectators. "What?" Nam's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What do you think, innocent boy? Lan Fang teased, striking a pose. Hee hee. So, do you dare look at me now? Lan Fang exclaimed gleefully as she noticed Nam's flushed cheeks and averted gaze. Nam stepped back, with nowhere left to retreat. Trapped at the edge of the arena, the announcer warned, "The My village is counting on me." Nam realized, cornered, that if he failed this time, the people of his village might not survive. Lan Fang launched a rapid onslaught as the announcer's voice rang out. Yes, just close your eyes. If you do not look at her, there will be no problem. In the final moments, Nam finally devised a strategy. Whoosh, bam. Just as Lan Fang thought she was assured of victory, Nam sprang into action, leaping over her head and delivering a swift chop to the back of her neck, incapacitating her with a single strike. Counting to 10, Nam declared triumphantly as he secured his victory, the announcer's voice echoing throughout the arena. 3 matches of the World Martial Arts Tournament had concluded, with Clin, Xiao Yi, and Nam emerging victorious. At last, the 4th match was about to commence. Now, the 4th match begins. Competitors Sun Wukong and Kinnan, please enter the arena. As Nam and the unconscious Lan Fang exited the stage, the announcer's voice resonated once more. Chapter 45, Little Wukong vs. Kinnan, Part 1. Ah, Wukong has finally made his appearance, Yulong exclaimed gleefully. What kind of person is Kinnan? Bulma inquired, intrigued by the other competitor. Let us all work hard together. Yamcha, Pure shouted enthusiastically. Suddenly, a creature resembling a dinosaur, complete with an enormous tail, lumbered onto the martial stage. What in the world? It's a monster, Yulong exclaimed in fear at the sight of Kinnan. Where is Wukong? Bulma noted the absence of the expected competitor. Where is Sun Wukong? The announcer wondered aloud, perplexed. What is happening? Why hasn't he appeared? The audience murmured restlessly, missing a competitor from the stage. Competitor Sun Wukong. Please enter, the host incessantly shouted towards the backstage through the loudspeaker. Haha, are you too frightened to come out? Kinnan proclaimed with a sense of self-satisfaction. Huh? He was still here during the 2nd match. Yamcha said anxiously. Both Wukong and Clin were equally concerned. Wukong, where have you gone? It's time for the match, Clin called out repeatedly, searching everywhere. Not over there. Player Nam also joined in the frantic search. What on earth is happening? Hey, come out. The audience was beginning to lose their patience. That guy has fled. I have triumphed, Kinnan exclaimed, becoming increasingly jubilant as he sensed the audience's agitation. Wukong, wake up. It's your turn, Xiao Yi called out to the slumbering Wukong, who was lost in a deep sleep. Hoo-hoo, little Wukong. It's your turn to compete. Yet you are indulging in a nap. Unlike Xiao Yi, Clin was far less composed, dragging the still drowsy Wukong along, fearing that the referee might disqualify him for being late. What? Has the match begun? Little Wukong, still somewhat dazed, asked. Hurry, hurry. The referee in sunglasses was equally anxious, having come backstage in search of Wukong, while chaos erupted in the audience. I apologize, everyone. Contestant Sun Wukong was just napping, the host explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. The crowd was taken aback, never expecting that a participant would hold up such an important match due to a midday slumber. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. The freshly awakened Wukong greeted the audience with remarkable energy. Kinnan, standing aside, fumed with anger, feeling utterly disregarded. Now, the 4th match begins, the host announced from the arena. You little brat, watch me make you cry. Kinnan was still brooding over Wukong's indifference. Hey. Little Wukong was stretching on the side, and to Kinnan's eyes, such actions were nothing short of a provocation. Wukong, go for it, Yulong shouted from the sidelines, wearing an outfit identical to Clin's. Who are these 2 little rascals? The audience began to take notice of Wukong and Clin's martial arts uniforms. Hey, what is this? Look, Kinnan wants Wukong to see his palm. It's nothing. The naive Wukong leaned in closer. At that moment, Kinnan swung his thick, powerful tail, sending Wukong flying into the wall behind the martial arts arena. Oh no, Kinnan's sudden strike has slammed contestant Sun against the wall, the host exclaimed. Equally astonished, thud, after crashing into the wall, little Wukong tumbled onto the arena floor. This move was effective. The match has barely begun, and contestant Sun is already down, the host announced loudly. Wow, the audience gasped in astonishment. Hee, victory! Kinnan made a gesture of triumph. Thud, little Wukong, as if unscathed, sprang back to his feet in a swift motion. Both the host and the audience were taken aback by Wukong's recovery. Incredible. The wall is damaged. Yet contestant Sun appears completely unharmed. The host explained in disbelief to the audience. Who says I'm fine? That hurt. Little Wukong remarked. Holding his cheek, da-da. Kinnan stood in shock, realizing that his most powerful attack, his tail, had seemingly failed against this little rascal, who remained lively after taking a hit. Of course. How could Wukong be so easily defeated? Clin declared proudly. Watch me. Hey. Little Wukong dashed towards Kinnan, blocking his massive punch with his right arm, while delivering a powerful blow to Kinnan's stomach with his left. Ouch. Kinnan writhed in pain from the strike. Hey. Ah, haha. Little Wukong, undeterred, executed a front flip, landing behind Kinnan, seizing the temporarily immobilized Kinnan, and performing a suplex, tossing him out of the arena. Wow. The audience collectively gasped as they witnessed Kinnan being thrown out of the ring. Goodness, such strength. Contestant Sun, though petite, has hurled the large Kinnan out of the arena. Contestant Sun has turned the tables. The referee announced emphatically, clap. However, Kinnan, who appeared to be falling out, flapped his massive wings and soared back into the air. The audience erupted in astonishment. I'm not that easy to defeat. Kinnan boasted. Huh. Little Wukong, who thought he had already won, looked quite surprised. Kinnan flew back into the arena. According to the rules, one must land outside the ring to be considered out. So he hasn't lost yet. The referee, seeming slightly embarrassed by his previous hasty judgment, clarified for Wukong and the audience. Wow. The audience exclaimed in unison. Is it really possible? Little Wukong was equally astonished. All right then, I'll make you utter the words I concede. Little Wukong assumed a martial stance, preparing to attack Kinnan once more. Hey. Kinnan, appearing confident, unleashed a viscous substance. Wow. Little Wukong, caught by surprise, found himself ensnared by the sticky substance. Haha. You've been trapped by my magical bubblegum. Kinnan reveled in his success. I can't move. Little Wukong struggled, but the magical gum seemed to tighten the more he resisted, and no matter how much you struggle, my magical gum will not loosen. Kinnan taunted, relishing Wukong's futile attempts. You're like a puppet at my mercy. As Kinnan spoke, he flexed his arms, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to little Wukong. Oh no, before Wukong could devise a plan. Kinnan struck down with a heavy punch, landing squarely on Wukong's head. Woo-woo, little Wukong winced in pain, unable to utter a word. Kinnan approached the immobilized Wukong, lifting him effortlessly. What are you going to do? Wukong, seeing Kinnan's action, couldn't help but feel anxious. I'm going to throw you out of the ring. Kinnan declared, echoing Wukong's deepest fears. No, we should have a fair fight. Wukong pleaded desperately, but his words fell flat. Oh, this time contestant Sun is in serious trouble. The host's voice rang out from the arena. I can't move. If I'm thrown out, I'll lose. It seems contestant Sun has no hope left. The host lamented. Haha. You're finished, Kinnan announced as he prepared to toss Wukong out of the ring. Wah. Little Wukong screamed as he was hurled towards the outer limits of the arena. Wukong, it's over. There's no hope, Clin exclaimed in despair. Oh dear. The audience watched in horror as Wukong soared further away. Nimbus, come save me. In midair, little Wukong finally remembered his trusty companion, Nimbus. Whoosh. As he swiftly descended, little Wukong landed not on the ground, but on the soft, fluffy Nimbus. That was close, he exclaimed, as he soared back towards the arena. You saved me. Thank you, Nimbus. Little Wukong expressed his gratitude, sitting atop Nimbus. It's been a while since I last saw you. I was truly worried you had forgotten me. Little Wukong joyfully spoke to the Nimbus cloud. Wow. The audience gasped in astonishment as they beheld little Wukong seated upon a cloud, re-entering the arena. What is that? Kinnan, the competitor, had initially believed he was victorious, only to be taken aback by Wukong's unexpected return atop a peculiar cloud. Oh, how wonderful, Yamcha and Krillin exclaimed with delight. But Wukong is still stuck. Xiao Yi calmly remarked. I'm back, little Wukong proclaimed as he rode the Nimbus cloud, leaping directly onto the stage. Humph, what is that thing? Aren't tools prohibited? Kinnan challenged the announcer from below the stage. Aren't you flying up there yourself? And using that? Gum. Little Wukong expressed his dissatisfaction with Kinnan's accusations. The wings are my own, and the magical gum is part of me. Kinnan and little Wukong engaged in a spirited debate. That moment, The announcer, uncertain of how to proceed since such a situation had never arisen before, decided to consult with the director. After deliberation with the director, we have decided to make an exception for the marvelous cloud used by contestant Sunday. However, it may only be used this once. Should it be utilized again, a loss will be declared. The announcer conveyed the outcome of the discussion to the audience. Little Wukong did not expect that he could no longer use the Nimbus cloud, meaning if he were thrown out again, he would likely face an immediate defeat. Now you're in trouble. Keenan, though somewhat dissatisfied with the announcer's ruling, was nonetheless pleased that little Wukong could no longer summon that strange cloud. It's over for you, Yamcha. Krillin voiced his concern. Xiao Yi, just a slight delay. Regardless, your defeat is certain. Keenan gleefully approached little Wukong. Wow. Seeing Keenan preparing to unleash the same attack, little Wukong anxiously cried out. You're finished. Here's a punch for you. Keenan threw a powerful punch, which, if it connected, would send little Wukong tumbling off the stage. No, little Wukong, roll away, Keenan exclaimed. Keenan realized that his punch seemed to have struck nothing at all. Where did that kid go? Keenan searched for little Wukong's whereabouts. The audience below appeared to witness something incredible, shouting loudly. Following the gaze of the audience, Keenan finally spotted little Wukong, who had sprouted a long tail, which was now hanging from his punching arm. It's a tail. My tail has grown back. Little Wukong rejoiced at the sight of his newly sprouted tail. Yamcha seemed to recall a terrifying image, his voice trembling. His tail? Krillin, unaware that little Wukong could grow a tail, was also taken aback. Wukong's tail. Yulong stammered. How did it grow back? Bulma recalled the night of their last adventure when little Wukong transformed into a giant ape. If I can't break free from this thing, there's no way to win. How infuriating. Little Wukong exerted all his strength, launching an attack on the magical gum. Are you even human? Keenan felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he watched his magical gum swell immensely. Bang! I'm free. Little Wukong joyfully admired his liberated hands and feet. Keenan was left speechless in shock. Having a tail is much more comfortable. Little Wukong supported himself with his tail, bouncing around on the ground. Bang! Suddenly, little Wukong kicked the wall beside the stage, causing a significant portion of it to collapse. Great. That felt fantastic. Now, it's time for my counterattack. Little Wukong declared his intent to Keenan. I surrender. Keenan inexplicably produced a white flag from somewhere, waving it frantically, prompting a well-prepared little Wukong to collapse onto the stage. Contestant Sun has emerged victorious, the announcer declared. Who would have thought he had a tail? The audience erupted in astonishment. Wow, incredible, they exclaimed. Chapter 47, Xiao Yi vs. Krillin. Contestant Sun Wukong has achieved victory. Though small in stature, he possesses astonishing strength. The announcer addressed the bewildered audience. The same can be said for Krillin, who also demonstrated remarkable skill in the first match. How is this possible? Little Wukong chuckled to himself. I would like to conduct a live interview with both of them. Please have contestant Krillin come up to the stage. The announcer believed this would be a splendid way to enhance the atmosphere. This is no time for jokes. Wukong's tail has grown back. If he encounters a full moon, it could lead to serious trouble. Bulma voiced her concerns. Wukong, how did you get a tail? Krillin, genuinely curious, wondered how little Wukong, who seemed quite normal, had grown a tail after just one match. I broke it before, but it grew back just now. Little Wukong seemed to misunderstand Krillin's inquiry, responding off topic. Congratulations to both of you for advancing to the semifinals. At such a young age, both possess remarkable martial arts skills. Krillin, you're 13, right? How about you, Sun Wukong? The announcer directed the microphone towards little Wukong, steering the conversation toward their ages, which intrigued the audience. Is this for me? Little Wukong pointed at the microphone, confused. You fool. That's a device to amplify sound. It's a microphone. Krillin, exasperated with little Wukong's ignorance, shouted, disregarding the thousands of spectators. Little Wukong remained perplexed. The audience erupted into joyous laughter at little Wukong's antics. It seems the audience thoroughly enjoys your humor, the announcer remarked, chuckling. Stop embarrassing yourself. Just answer the questions. Krillin whispered to little Wukong, knowing well that he was not joking, but simply lacked common knowledge. 9, 10, 11, 12, little Wukong counted on his fingers. 12 years old. He declared confidently. 12. Didn't you say you were 14 last time? Krillin questioned in confusion. Hee hee, I wasn't good at counting before, but didn't Grandpa teach us? 11 comes after 12, little Wukong laughed. Ha ha, the audience doubled over in laughter once more. 12 years old. What a child, so foolish, Bulma muttered indignantly. Haha. Thus, the youngest contestant in this tournament is the mere 12-year-old Sun Wukong. The announcer exclaimed joyfully. Wukong, so you are younger than me, Bulma remarked excitedly. But I'm taller than you, Krillin. Wukong quipped, delivering a biting retort to Krillin. Ha! The audience could hardly contain their laughter at the playful banter between Sun Wukong and Krillin. I have a question, Sun Wukong. Is your tail real? The announcer posed the query that had piqued the audience's curiosity. Indeed, suddenly growing a tail is quite strange. Besides, I've never heard of anyone with a tail. Krillin regarded little Wukong skeptically. My tail is real. Little Wukong replied, unfastening his martial arts uniform to reveal his tail, exclaiming, Look! The audience erupted into laughter as they beheld little Wukong's bare backside, tail, and all. See? Little Wukong playfully turned his rear toward Krillin. Enough. Put your pants back on. Don't embarrass yourself here, Krillin anxiously called out to Xiao Wukong. Ha ha ha, audience. Are you performing a comedic skit? The host, unable to restrain himself from commenting on the antics of Xiao Wukong and Krillin, inquired curiously, moreover, you are both dressed in identical martial attire. Which martial arts school did you train at? We did not train at a school. We learned martial arts under Master Wu Tian, Krillin replied earnestly. What? Master Wu Tian? The host exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, meanwhile, the audience below the stage erupted in a chorus of gasps. So, they are disciples of Master Wu Tian. No wonder these two young lads are so formidable. The spectators whispered among themselves. It is worth noting that these audience members had traveled great distances to witness the martial arts tournament, and the majority were ardent enthusiasts of martial arts. Thus, the name of Master Wu Tian was certainly familiar to them. Is he the one who is reputed to be the god of martial arts? The host pressed on. Indeed, he had stopped accepting disciples, but made an exception for the two of us, Krillin declared with great pride. This is truly astonishing. These two youths are actually disciples of Master Wu Tian. No wonder their skills are so advanced. Yet, the fact that Master Wu Tian is still alive, the host's words caused the once self-satisfied turtle hermit, seated in the audience, to collapse to the ground. Krillin, the fifth match is about to commence. Although contestant Xiao Yi is a formidable opponent, as a disciple of Master Wu Tian, you should have the confidence to defeat him, right? The host asked Krillin. No problem. I will definitely defeat him. Though Krillin was aware of Xiao Yi's strength, he could not help but respond with enthusiasm after receiving such commendation. All right, the fifth match is finally about to begin. Please welcome contestant Xiao Yi to the stage. The host's voice resonated from the arena. It's my turn to take the stage, Xiao Yi remarked to Yamcha as he exited the waiting room and made his way toward the competition arena. Contestant Xiao Yi has taken the stage. Now, let the match begin. The host, sensing that the atmosphere was sufficiently charged, announced loudly. The fifth match officially commenced with the sound of a gong. Xiao Yi, although we are friends, I will not go easy on you in this match, Krillin said to Xiao Yi, who stood before him. No worries. Come at me. And you might not know this, but my strength surpasses that of Xiao Wukong by a considerable margin. Do not hold back. Otherwise, you may not even have time to unleash your ultimate technique. Xiao Yi cautioned Krillin before launching his attack, ensuring that Krillin would not take it easy during the competition. What? Krillin glanced incredulously at Xiao Wukong outside the ring. Indeed, Xiao Yi's strength is vastly superior to mine. Xiao Wukong, seemingly oblivious to the concept of undermining a teammate, incessantly praised Xiao Yi's might. Even if you are indeed that powerful, I will not allow you to win so effortlessly, Krillin declared as he charged toward Xiao Yi. Chapter 48. Guidance. Xiao Yi watched Klin's performance with satisfaction. Although Krillin often appeared quite shy, he proved to be increasingly reliable in critical moments, a quality befitting a martial artist. Hey! Krillin lunged directly at Xiao Yi, and since he had not learned any techniques from the turtle hermit, his attacks were limited to close-range strikes. As expected, when Krillin reached Xiao Yi, he threw a straightforward punch, unembellished and direct. However, due to the incredible speed, even those who could see it would struggle to react in time. Yet, the term ordinary person did not apply to Xiao Yi, who evaded Klin's powerful punch with a backward somersault. As soon as he landed, he faced Klin's follow-up spinning kick, which he narrowly avoided by ducking. Just as Xiao Yi lifted his head, he found Qin's left hook aimed directly at his temple, prompting him to lean back to evade. However, this left hook was merely a setup for a right hook, and at that moment, Xiao Yi was in the least advantageous position to muster his strength. Reluctantly, Xiao Yi extended a hand to intercept Qin's attack. The reason for Xiao Yi's apparent struggle at the onset was that he intended to train both Xiao Yukong and Qin in the arena. Xiao Yi suppressed his own speed to match Qin's level and adopted a defensive stance, which made him appear somewhat beleaguered. Nevertheless, this indirectly showcased Qin's exceptional martial arts talent. That I have 2 moves to make. I will strike, Xiao Yi declared, channeling his energy to separate the two. Prepare yourself. Xiao Yi assumed a martial arts stance, finally beginning to take the match seriously. Hey. With that, Xiao Yi unleashed a straight punch. Wow. Qin barely registered the punch before being sent crashing into the wall behind the martial arts arena. I didn't see your punch at all, Qin stammered, clearly still recovering from the previous blow. I used the same speed as you. You simply have yet to master your rapidly increasing power and speed. Once you grasp it, you will be able to do the same, Xiao Yi explained to Qin with a smile. Really? Can I also throw a punch like that? Qin asked, visibly skeptical of Xiao Yi's words. Watch closely. You will be able to see it. Believe in yourself, Xiao Yi encouraged, demonstrating the lightning-fast punch once more as if he were a teacher instructing a student. Can I really see it? Qin concentrated all his attention on Xiao Yi's fist. Hey. Xiao Yi executed the same punch as before. Did I see it? Qin felt as though he had broken through a barrier. Finally able to track the trajectory of Xiao Yi's fist. Very well. Did you see it clearly? Xiao Yi observed Qin's rapid understanding and smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for your guidance, but I still intend to finish this match. Qin slowly rose to his feet, as if reborn. Excellent. Give it your all. I won't hold back either. Although Xiao Yi claimed he would not hold back, his demeanor suggested otherwise, indicating that this was not his true strength. Then let me show you. I am a disciple of Master Wu Tian, Qin declared with unwavering confidence. Hey, Qin charged toward Xiao Yi once more. This time, however, Xiao Yi did not adopt a defensive stance. Instead, he rushed forward to meet Qin's advance. The host and audience looked on in bewilderment. Xiao Yi and Qin concluded their brief exchange, with Xiao Yi maintaining an air of calm, his attire unruffled. Thud. Qin, who had been standing moments ago, fell face first onto the arena floor. Contestant Qin has fallen. The countdown begins. 1, 2, 3, 4. Although the details of the match were unclear, it did not hinder the referee from making a judgment. Get up, Qin. You can't lose. Come on. Despite knowing Qin had taken a heavy blow, Xiao Yukong remained hopeful that Qin would rise again. 5, 6, 7, 8. As the countdown continued, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Qin, stand up. Xiao Yukong shouted again. It hurts. It hurts so much. Seemingly spurred by Xiao Yukong's voice, Qin slowly began to rise from the arena. He's up. Qin is back on his feet. The host announced. It hurts so much. Qin, amazing job. Xiao Yukong cheered for Qin, beaming with pride. After taking such a heavy punch, even I would struggle to get back up. This little guy's willpower is truly exceptional, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Wow, just now, I couldn't see their movements at all. Me neither, the audience gasped in awe. Though you saw my movements, it is evident that your own reactions did not keep pace. Surrender, Xiao Yi maintained his composure as he addressed Qin. I concede. Thank you for your guidance. Though reluctant, Qin recognized the considerable gap between himself and Xiao Yi, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude for Xiao Yi's instruction. Contestant Qin concedes. Contestant Xiao Yi wins. The host's voice rang out just in time. Contestant Xiao Yi successfully advances to the finals. Whoever emerges victorious in the 6th match shall face off against the esteemed Xiao Yi for the championship title. The host then announced, Now, let the 6th match commence. It will be a battle between the formidable Sun Wukong and the skilled Nam, as Xiao Yi assisted Qin in descending from the arena. The host's voice resonated throughout the stage. Wukong, you must reach the finals and reclaim victory on my behalf. Do your best, Qin urged the eager Wukong, who replied with unwavering confidence. Yes, I will give it my all. With only 2 matches remaining, the excitement was palpable. The 6th match was on the verge of beginning. The victor of this contest would vie for the championship against Xiao Yi, who among Nam and Sun Wukong would prevail. The time for the final showdown was drawing near. Who would be the one to claim the grand prize of 500,000 yuan? On the stage, The host delivered an impassioned speech, while Nam and little Wukong prepared for battle. When Nam heard the mention of the 500,000 yuan cash prize, her previously focused demeanor shifted to one of anticipation. Chapter 49, Little Wukong versus Nam. Mother, brother, dear villagers. I will surely win and bring back enough water. Nam thought of her suffering family and neighbors back home, her resolve to win strengthening. Wukong, you absolutely must win. Oolong shouted enthusiastically that if you win, I'll treat you all. Bulma chimed in. All right, little Wukong responded, his interest leaning more towards food. Now, let the sixth match begin, declared the host, donning sunglasses as the gong sounded. Both Nam and little Wukong entered combat mode, scrutinizing each other's moves for weaknesses. With a playful grin, little Wukong smiled at Nam before his form began to shimmer and fade. Nam, quick to react, sensed danger and instinctively closed her eyes, relying on her inner vision to gauge Wukong's movements. Wukong launched a powerful kick, but Nam had already anticipated his move, leaping into the air just as he struck. To Wukong's astonishment, Nam executed a flying kick from above, aiming directly at him. With remarkable reflexes, Wukong performed a backward leap, evading the attack as it struck nothing but air. Nam, relentless, pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of side kicks in rapid succession. Ha! 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 Wukong absorbed Nam's blows before retaliating with a series of powerful punches. The battle intensified, with each successful hit from Nam met with an equal response from Wukong. Suddenly, Nam utilized the rebound from the arena wall to leap high into the air, delivering a hand chop that sent Wukong crashing to the ground. Wukong groaned as he clutched his neck, rolling on the floor. Victory is mine. I will throw you out of the ring, Nam shouted. Invigorated by this rare opportunity, though Wukong was momentarily down, his tail instinctively struck out, ensnaring Nam's ankle and bringing her crashing to the ground. Tail. Nam had been aware of Wukong's tail, but was unprepared for its use as a weapon. Hee hee, fun, isn't it? Wukong said, playfully flaunting his tail like a new toy. What a spectacular showdown, an extraordinary battle of offense and defense. Neither side is yielding, the host exclaimed during a brief pause in the fight. How to defeat her? Wukong pondered, facing Nam, who exhibited no visible weaknesses in her techniques. I've got it. I've devised a new move, he declared, addressing the poised Nam. Nam was momentarily taken aback by this peculiar little character. Here I come, he gulu. With that, Wukong began spinning like a top at an astonishing speed. What is this? Nam was utterly astonished by Wukong's technique. As she marveled, Wukong spun towards her, gradually closing the distance. Caught off guard, Nam was propelled backward by the force of their collision. Ouch! Rubbing her slightly injured chest from the impact, Nam was genuinely surprised. The power is immense. I can't approach. Only evade, she thought to herself. Wukong continued to close in, forcing Nam to retreat. Oh no, this is bad. Unbeknownst to her, Nam had retreated to the edge of the arena. One more step backward would send her tumbling off. Yet Wukong, undeterred, continued his relentless spin towards Nam. It's over. I'm about to fall. I'm going to lose, Nam thought despairingly. However, just as she prepared to surrender and close her eyes, she noticed the spinning had ceased. Upon opening her eyes, Nam was astonished to see Wukong swaying unsteadily before her, as if inebriated and collapsing upon the stage, unable to rise. Oh no, Wukong has spun himself dizzy, Nam thought, seizing the opportunity. If I throw him out, I will win, but his tail may cause trouble again. She recalled Wukong's previous tail attack with trepidation. Then, it must be done. With that, Nam sprang into the air as if propelled by springs. Wow, what a high jump! The host exclaimed. Here comes my move, Sky X Punch, Nam shouted, positioning herself in a dramatic dive, arms crossed above her head, descending towards Wukong. My apologies, young one. I must win. The villagers are counting on me to bring back water to save them. Nam silently expressed her deep remorse. This is bad. Wukong is in danger, the host's voice echoed from below the arena. Wukong, wake up! Oolong and the others shouted urgently. Wukong seemed to stir slightly. Namo Amit Ba, Nam chanted, striking at Wukong with a devastating blow. The impact landed squarely on his throat, and though she intended to hold back, the force was so great that even Xiao Yi could not help but pale at the sight. Wukong gasped, his mouth agape, emitting a faint groan. The audience, including the referee, was stunned by the ferocity of the attack, prompting Nam to remind him, 1, 2, 3. The referee, jolted back to reality, began counting. Alas, that hit was solid. Yamcha remarked with disbelief. I fear he may not rise. Xiao Yi acknowledged the inevitable outcome. Klin, deeply concerned for Wukong's safety, fretted for his friend's well-being. I am a believer and will not kill you, but after being struck by the Sky X punch. You won't awaken for 10 days, Nam said, hands clasped in prayer, addressing the unconscious Wukong. Chapter 50. Little Wukong's victory 5, 6, 7, 8. The referee continued counting. Wukong actually lost. Oolong found it hard to believe, just as the referee began counting to 9. Wukong's finger twitched ever so slightly. The player Nam was utterly astonished by this phenomenon. As soon as the referee announced the figure, little Wukong sprang up from the ground. Nam's eyes widened like 2 eggs. At that moment, he could no longer describe his astonishment, for he knew better than anyone the weight of his own strike. Although he had avoided the fatal blow, standing up again was an impossibility. The referee and the audience below were equally taken aback by little Wukong's sudden leap, left speechless. Cough, cough. I'm up. Despite appearing extremely uncomfortable, little Wukong nonetheless managed to rise to his feet. He has stood up. Yamcha gasped in disbelief. The ever-composed Xiao Yi was genuinely astonished. Under such an assault, to remain unscathed was a feat he could not achieve at the same level. Incredible. Only Krillin, without overthinking, cheered loudly for little Wukong upon seeing him back on his feet. Nam, however, could not fathom how little Wukong could still stand after enduring such an attack. Wow, that is extraordinary. The audience collectively applauded. Though they might not discern the strength behind Nam's attack, they understood that anyone else would have perished after experiencing such a fall from such heights. Yet little Wukong remained vibrant and full of life, prompting their admiration. Amazing, truly astounding. Little Wukong is remarkably strong. Nam was left speechless. The host's voice echoed from below. This is impossible. How can someone struck by that move still stand? Perhaps the attack was miscalculated. Nam forcefully conjured a rationale to bolster his confidence. Crack, crack. Little Wukong was adjusting his slightly misaligned skull back into place. All right, let us go again. This time, we must determine a victor. Nam proclaimed as he leaped high into the air. Nam has jumped again, appearing as tiny as a bean. The host passionately narrated to the audience. Wow, all right, I'll jump too. Although little Wukong was unaware of Nam's intentions, his playful spirit led him to mimic the leap. All right, watch my move, Super Sky X Punch. This time, Nam recognized little Wukong's formidable defense and no longer held back, unleashing his full power in an attack. Suddenly, Nam felt a figure whisk past him, soaring to even greater heights. Oh no, I've jumped too high. Little Wukong made a sudden halt in midair, then exerted all his strength to pursue downward. It was evident that in terms of both height and speed, little Wukong far exceeded Nam, easily surpassing him. This guy is incredible. Nam finally grasped the extent of their disparity. I've caught up. Little Wukong, as if playing a game, closed the distance with Nam. You little rascal, Nam exclaimed, unable to resist throwing a punch at little Wukong, who was now within arm's reach. Hee. Yet, instead of engaging in combat, little Wukong darted toward the ground. You brat. Nam, feeling teased, angrily followed suit. Wow, they are engaged in a fierce battle in the air. It's impossible to discern. This is an unprecedented encounter, and I'm at a loss for words. The host lamented, craning his neck to follow the action. If they're coming down, it seems little Wukong is slightly faster. As they neared the ground, the host finally caught sight of their forms. Fantastic. I've surely won this match. Nam exclaimed in exhilaration while soaring through the air. I've won. At the same time, little Wukong, having landed, confidently declared, oh, hey. Upon landing, little Wukong immediately dodged backward, then took a running start to deliver a kick aimed at Nam's landing spot. Bang, thud. The kick landed squarely on Nam's chest, propelling him out of the ring and concluding the match. Hee. Little Wukong beamed with joy after sending his opponent tumbling off the stage. Victory. Little Wukong wins. The host announced with certainty after confirming Nam's fall from the ring. Regrettably, Nam has exited the arena. What an incredibly thrilling match. The host declared to the audience, though. Oh. The crowd erupted in cheers for little Wukong. Wonderful, wonderful. Krillin and Yamcha embraced in celebration, while Xiao Yi merely smiled at little Wukong on the stage. The victor is little Wukong. Though he is young, He has delivered an extraordinary performance. He will advance to the finals to battle against the equally skilled Xiao Yi. The host explained during the intermission that you're amazing, Wukong. Krillin rushed onto the platform to celebrate with little Wukong. Having triumphed in such a challenging match, little Wukong appeared immensely pleased. Awesome. The championship must surely be his. Incredible. Truly impressive. Nam, the defeated, felt quite dejected. However, his performance had been commendable. The host did not overlook Nam's fall from the ring. Addressing the audience, young man, I concede my defeat. Congratulations. I hope you claim the championship. Nam sincerely congratulated little Wukong. Thank you. The blessing from his opponent brought great joy to little Wukong. All right, it's finally time for the finals. Who will claim the honor of being the best in the world? After a 10-minute break, we will proceed to the most exhilarating final match. Will it be little Wukong or Xiao Yi? The host enthusiastically reported from the stage. Are you preparing to leave without watching the finals? Given his role as a substitute for Master Roshi, Xiao Yi felt compelled to see things through to completion. Yes, I cannot delay any longer. Nam politely remarked to Xiao Yi. Fellow villagers, I sincerely apologize for failing your expectations and not being able to bring back water. He thought, feeling deep remorse for the disappointment he would face upon returning home. Nam, take this back with you. Here, Xiao Yi tossed something to Nam. Smack. What? Isn't this a portable capsule? What for? Nam was perplexed by Xiao Yi's intentions. No, there's nothing inside. Xiao Yi chuckled, addressing Nam. Nam was increasingly puzzled by Xiao Yi's actions. All you need to do is shrink the water and place it in the capsule. It will be much easier to carry back. Xiao Yi explained to Nam. How did you know I was going to buy water? Nam found it increasingly difficult to decipher Xiao Yi. Master Wu Tian informed me. Xiao Yi maintained a cheerful demeanor. After a bit of explanation, Xiao Yi successfully attributed the act of kindness entirely to Master Roshi, prompting Nam to feel immense gratitude toward him. Task completed. The Good Samaritan behind the scenes. Completed the character arc of Master Roshi and transferred all credit to him. Reward. 50 yuan bao, 1,000 gold coins. Wow, this reward is truly substantial. As Xiao Yi beheld the system's reward, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. It is worth noting that after tirelessly completing tasks for an extended period, he had only amassed a mere 85 yuan bao. Yet this time, he was granted a staggering 50 yuan bao all at once, which undoubtedly exhilarated him. This time, Xiao Yi utilized the system to acquire a portable capsule, expending 100 gold coins, and in return, he received a bounty of 1,000 gold coins, yielding a remarkable tenfold profit. Upon reviewing his personal attributes, he noted, Name, Xiao Yi, Strength, Attack Power 425, 5, Bear Demon Axe, Speed, for 25, Constitution, Defense Power 425, 5, Bear Demon Armor, Reflexes, for 20. Note. Values have been synchronized with the extraterrestrial detector from the Dragon Ball world. Attribute points, 140, excluding Yamcha. Each match grants an additional 10 attribute points. Yuan Bao, 135, gold coins, 49.99, silver coins, 9, martial arts, body refinement technique, 20, skills, 72 transformations, max level. Ki Blast, skilled, capable of various transformations. Wolf Fang Fist, max level. Abilities, Carrot Transformation Technique, max level. Xiao Yi was quite satisfied with his attributes. However, upon seeing that his body refinement technique had yet to reach max level, he couldn't help but feel a profound curiosity. Xiao Yi's constitution had undergone a tremendous transformation, and he could confidently assert that even when compared to the martial artists of the Dragon Ball world, he was not far behind. Yet, even with such a physique, he could still sense a continuous growth each day, leading him to ponder whether he could elevate his constitution to an extraordinary level akin to that of a scion. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals are about to commence. May I invite competitors Xiao Yi and Sun Wukong to the stage, just as Xiao Yi was still reveling in the joy of completing a hidden task. The host's voice echoed throughout the arena. Dear spectators, the pivotal moment is upon us. The finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament are about to begin. Who will be crowned the world's best this time? The esteemed Sun Wukong or the formidable Xiao Yi? The crucial moment has finally arrived. The host fervently narrated on stage, elevating the atmosphere to a thrilling climax. Wukong, give it your all. You must defeat him. Krillin encouraged little Wukong that I will give it my best. Little Wukong, though aware of Xiao Yi's immense strength, responded cheerfully to Krillin. Xiao Yi, you must also strive hard, Yamcha called out to Xiao Yi as he prepared for the match. Fear not. Although little Wukong possesses exceptional talent, he is still not my match. Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively at Yamcha. Competitors, please take the stage, the host announced from the ring. Son Wukong appears quite joyous. The host, noticing the smile on little Wukong's face, couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, I am thrilled to have the opportunity to battle Xiao Yi once more, little Wukong exclaimed with delight. Do you two know each other? The host deduced from little Wukong's words that there seemed to be a prior acquaintance between the two competitors. Of course, both Xiao Yi and little Wukong chimed in unison. Wow, who would have thought that the two finalists of the World Martial Arts Tournament would be such good friends? Doesn't this heighten everyone's anticipation? Very well, I hereby declare the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament to be underway. Following the host's impassioned words, he exited the stage, leaving it to Xiao Yi and little Wukong. I will show no mercy. Xiao Yi assumed an offensive stance and declared to little Wukong. Neither will I. Little Wukong responded in kind. Hey, this time, Xiao Yi did not passively endure. He unleashed a direct punch. Devoid of any flair, aimed squarely at little Wukong. The finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament had finally begun. Who will ultimately secure the 50 million yuan prize? The victorious Xiao Yi or Sun Wukong? The host remarked from the sidelines. Whoosh! In response to Xiao Yi's powerful punch, little Wukong did not choose to confront it head-on. Instead, he leaped into the air. Hey! As Xiao Yi observed little Wukong soaring upwards, he retaliated with a flying kick aimed at him. Wow! Little Wukong did not anticipate that Xiao Yi could reach him even at such heights. Little Wukong, suspended in midair, found himself without leverage and was solidly kicked by Xiao Yi. Whoosh! After sending little Wukong flying, Xiao Yi gracefully landed back on the stage. Wow! Xiao Yi, seeing little Wukong soaring in the distance, did not let his guard down. He understood that little Wukong was no easy opponent. Oh no! Wukong is about to be thrown out of the ring, Yamcha exclaimed anxiously. The Nimbus Cloud has also been banned for use, Krillin added, equally concerned. What foolishness, to think that evading an attack would suffice. How careless. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. This situation had turned dire. What to do now? Little Wukong, suspended in the air, pondered his next move. This match was unfolding at an unexpectedly rapid pace. The championship was claimed by the handsome Xiao Yi. As the host's words were drowned out by the audience's cheers. Wow, what is that? Oolong was the first to react. He didn't get thrown out of the ring, Bulma exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Fantastic, Pure chimed in merrily. Although this was a duel between friends, none wished to see either of them suffer a humiliating defeat. Little Wukong, relying on his constantly spinning tail, soared through the sky. Wow, competitor Sun is utilizing the rotation of his tail to fly like a helicopter. The host animatedly narrated from the sidelines. Did you not expect this? Xiao Yi and little Wukong both felt immense pride in their clever maneuver. Indeed, you are truly brilliant, Xiao Yi praised him wholeheartedly. I initially intended to return using the Kamehameha, but ultimately decided to save that technique for later, little Wukong candidly revealed to Xiao Yi. Chapter 52, Great Ape. Although the Kamehameha is an excellent offensive technique, it exhausts stamina drastically, so it is best to avoid using it without confidence. Noticing little Wukong's apparent reliance on the Kamehameha, Xiao Yi felt compelled to advise him. Understood. Thank you for your guidance. Little Wukong expressed his gratitude to Xiao Yi. Alright, then let me see how much progress you've made over the past year. Although Xiao Yi and little Wukong shared a friendship, it resembled that of an older brother caring for his younger sibling. Alright, watch this, little Wukong exclaimed as he unleashed the afterimage technique, launching an attack toward Xiao Yi. Again with this move. Useless, Xiao Yi retorted, mirroring little Wukong's action by employing the afterimage technique as well. However, Xiao Yi's version manifested 7 distinct afterimages of himself across the arena. Wow, competitor Xiao Yi has also executed this astonishing technique, creating 7 images. Who among them is the real one? The host marveled at the display from both competitors. Puff! Concurrently, little Wukong's attack connected with one of Xiao Yi's afterimages, shattering it, while Xiao Yi's counterattack swiftly followed, striking little Wukong's body. Haha, I found you. A small Wukong appeared in the air, launching an attack toward Xiao Yi. Puff! However, little Wukong's determined punch met only air, breaking yet another afterimage. Hey, Xiao Yi had stealthily moved behind little Wukong, delivering a kick that sent the still-dazed little Wukong crashing into the wall behind the stage. 1, 2, 3, the host dutifully counted down the seconds. You startled me. Phew. Little Wukong emerged unscathed from the damaged wall, having suffered no harm whatsoever. Wow, what an exhilarating exchange of offense and defense. It leaves me utterly dazzled. The host's words punctuated the previously tense atmosphere. Wow, that was incredible. The thrilling finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament were fiercely contested. Currently, competitor Xiao Yi held a slight advantage, while competitor Sun appeared somewhat on the defensive. The host relayed to the audience. With a sudden and audacious assault, Xiao Wukong launched a direct attack, employing the previously taught rock-paper-scissors technique bestowed upon him by Xiao Yi. Upon witnessing this familiar opening move, Xiao Yi instinctively anticipated the subsequent martial maneuvers of Xiao Wukong. Scissors. As Xiao Wukong declared his choice, he unexpectedly revealed rock, aiming a decisive blow towards Xiao Yi's face. Although taken aback, Xiao Yi's reflexes allowed him to evade the oncoming strike at the last possible moment. Not overly surprised that Xiao Yi had dodged his lethal attack, Xiao Wukong unleashed a sweeping kick, continuing his relentless pursuit. Smack. Once again, Xiao Wukong's efforts met with futility. Since the contest began, he had scarcely landed a hit on Xiao Yi, while the latter had delivered 2 punishing kicks, leaving Xiao Wukong in a rather disheveled state, albeit uninjured. Truly, the finals of the world's premier martial arts tournament were nothing short of exhilarating. Xiao Yi appeared to be gaining the upper hand. Yet the outcome remained uncertain as nightfall approached. Upon hearing the announcer's words, Xiao Yi recognized that Xiao Wukong's transformation was imminent, a moment he had been anticipating. Throughout the preceding battles, Xiao Yi had discerned a fascinating phenomenon. Engaging in combat with others yielded rewards, be it attribute points, gold coins, or other treasures, with the value of rewards correlating to the strength of one's opponent. However, during his earlier bout with Yamcha in the finals, he had received no rewards at all, prompting Xiao Yi to contemplate whether fighting the same individual, now endowed with significantly enhanced power, would yield any benefits. Xiao Wukong's transformation presented the perfect opportunity to test this hypothesis. Be careful, I shall unleash the Kamehameha. Faced with the lack of advantage in both fists and feet, Xiao Wukong resorted to his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. Bring it on. Xiao Yi eagerly awaited the surprises that Xiao Wukong might unveil. As Xiao Wukong crouched in a horse stance, hands positioned at his waist, he began to gather energy, slowly channeling it into his palms, and with a shout of Kamehameha, he released the accumulated energy. Kamehameha wave. Just as the Kamehameha approached, Xiao Yi extended his left hand, unleashing an upgraded version of the Kamehameha wave. Though similar in nature to the Kamehameha wave involved pre-compressing the energy within his body before launching it forth. Akin to the Kamehameha itself. Boom! Upon collision, the Kamehameha shattered, while Xiao Yi's Kamehameha wave surged forward with relentless momentum, obliterating Xiao Wukong's Kamehameha in its path. As the wave neared Xiao Wukong, Xiao Yi deftly redirected its trajectory, sending it soaring into the sky. Remarkable, the legendary Kamehameha, a technique only wielded by Master Roshi, now finds another practitioner in addition to Son Goku, and it seems even more formidable, the announcer exclaimed with palpable excitement. No, this is not my Kamehameha. Mine lacks such overwhelming power. Unbeknownst to the announcer, Master Roshi was observing from the sidelines, astonished by Xiao Yi's skyward assault. Xiao Wukong, transfixed by the soaring energy attack, suddenly caught sight of the luminous moon above. Whoa! Upon glimpsing the moon, his eyes glazed over, and his body began to enlarge, growing rapidly until he transformed into a towering ape, standing several meters tall. Roar! Now in his gigantic form, Xiao Wukong wreaked havoc. Yet Xiao Yi did not stand idly by. He promptly engaged the transformed Xiao Wukong in combat, to better match the colossal ape. Xiao Yi himself transformed, growing to a similar height, and charged at the giant creature. The two clashing fiercely. Chapter 53. Victory. Though Xiao Wukong had lost consciousness, the strength of the giant ape was exponentially augmented, exhibiting wild and chaotic attacks that in contrast, while Xiao Yi had grown larger. His combat prowess remained unchanged, resulting in a stalemate. Whoosh! Bam! As the battle dragged on, with time running out for the transformation, Xiao Yi finally revealed his trump card, enduring a direct hit from the giant ape to deliver a palm strike to its form. Boom! Xiao Yukong's giant ape form morphed into an adorable carrot, just as Xiao Yi's transformation came to an end, returning him to his true self. The carrot transformation skill, bestowed upon him by the Rabbit King, had never been employed until now. Upon mastering it, Xiao Yi had turned it into an active ability, deployable at will upon contact with an opponent. Completion of hidden task. Defeat Xiao Yukong in his giant ape form. Reward. Attribute points. 100 points. Skill. Rational. Giant ape transformation. Upon transformation, personal strength increases tenfold, lasting 1 hour. Followed by a year of debilitation where all attributes are reduced to 1/10 of their original value. While the reward of attribute points may seem trivial in the long run, the giant ape transformation was undeniably a vital survival skill, despite its significant drawbacks. Yulong, take this. Xiao Yi tossed the carrot to Yulong. This is Xiao Yukong. Keep a close watch on him. Once I leave the arena, find a place away from the moonlight, and I shall help him revert to his true form. Yulong trembled upon realizing the carrot was Xiao Yukong. Clutching it tightly, fearing that others might break it. What an unexpected conclusion. The giant ape Son Goku had been transformed into a carrot by the now giant Xiao Yi, leaving the announcer momentarily speechless. How had the martial arts tournament veered into such fantastical territory? Xiao Yi has emerged as the champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. The announcer's voice resonated from the arena. Wow, absolutely thrilling. Xiao Yi, you are the best. Bulma exclaimed that I love you, Xiao Yi. Beautiful ladies, I wish to marry you. A bunch of superficial women, Bulma remarked, irritated by the numerous beautiful ladies boldly professing their affection for Xiao Yi. Hey, you're one of them too, Yulong retorted, commenting on Bulma's fickle-natured. Do you wish to become a roasted pig? Bulma glared at Yulong. This match was simply astounding, truly worthy of the World Martial Arts Tournament. It has broadened our horizons, the announcer proclaimed. Let us applaud Xiao Yi. His performance was nothing short of exceptional. Clap, clap, clap. The audience, prompted by the announcer, rose to their feet, applauding Xiao Yi for an extraordinary match that had undeniably expanded their horizons. Here is the champion's prize of 500,000 yuan. The announcer presented an envelope to Xiao Yi. Thank you. This marks Xiao Yi's first monetary reward since arriving in this world. Task 1. Claim victory in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Completion. Reward. Attribute points. 100, yuan bao, 100, gold coins, 5,000. Xiao Yi glanced at his attributes. Name, Xiao Yi strength, attack power 425, 5, bear demon axe, speed, for 25. Constitution, defense power 425, 5, bear demon armor. Note, values have been synchronized with the alien detector. Attribute points, 320 yuan bao, 235 gold coins, 89.99 silver coins, 9 techniques. Body refining technique, 20, 72 transformations, max level. Qigong bullet, proficient, can produce various transformations. Qigong wave, advanced spell of Qigong bullet, special ability. Carrot transformation technique, max level, martial arts. Giant ape transformation. Such attributes left Xiao Yi feeling immensely satisfied. At least in the early stages, he was already invincible. Although in the later stages, such cultivation would render him unable to defeat even minor characters. Xiao Yi had no intention of immediately assigning his attribute points. He preferred to wait until his body reached its limits before allocating them. Hey, Xiao Yi descended from the arena and greeted the friends who had gathered together. Xiao Yi, your performance in the match was truly spectacular, Bulma shyly said to Xiao Yi. Thank you. Xiao Yi responded to Bulma with a gentle smile. Though I knew you were strong, today's match made me realize that you have far surpassed me. I hope you can channel this strength towards just causes. Master Roshi suddenly revealed a serious expression as he spoke to Xiao Yi. I will. Xiao Yi replied with a smile to Master Roshi. Xiao Yi, hurry and restore little Wukong to his true form. Holding this carrot makes me feel like time is dragging on endlessly. Oolong interjected before others could continue their pleasantries. All right, I see it's getting late. How about I treat everyone to a meal? We can restore little Wukong at the restaurant. Seeing that everyone looked somewhat fatigued, Xiao Yi suggested. Sounds good. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Bang. Little Wukong instantly transformed from a carrot back into a child. Albeit one who was not dressed. Hey. Where are my clothes? Little Wukong, just awakening, was still somewhat disoriented. Here you go. Xiao Yi had previously purchased a set of clothes for little Wukong from the system and handed them to him. Thank you. little Wukong said as he accepted the clothes from Xiao Yi. Sizzle, crunch, crunch. The entire restaurant was filled with the sound of little Wukong devouring his meal, and other patrons gazed at him in astonishment. Gulp, gulp, little Wukong slurped the soup before him. Your appetite is still as enormous as ever, Oolong exclaimed in astonishment. Bring more dishes, Xiao Yi instructed the waiter. Yes, the waiter promptly responded. Wow, so delicious, so delicious. Little Wukong was immensely pleased with his meal. He ate enough for 30 people, Bulma said in shock. More like 50, Yamcha corrected, though he too was startled by little Wukong's actions. Hey, can I have 2 more bowls, please? Little Wukong shouted at the waiter. I am terribly sorry, but we've run out of ingredients and can no longer cook. The waiter had to apologize to little Wukong. All right then, I'll settle for being 8/10 full. Little Wukong rubbed his belly, declaring, bang, the group collectively collapsed. Chapter 54. Farewell, will you continue to train after returning? Xiao Yi asked little Wukong, who was seated in the vehicle. Of course. Little Wukong replied, no need. I've taught you everything I can. Master Roshi suddenly interjected. From now on, you won't need to follow me. You should train on your own. I can see you are capable. It was evident that Master Roshi felt quite reluctant to part with his 2 young disciples. But he made this decision for their martial arts development. Well then, I want to find my grandfather's Dragon Ball. Little Wukong, due to his young age, was quite carefree. You still want to look for Dragon Balls? Bulma turned around in surprise to ask. Of course. Little Wukong replied, as if it were a matter of course. What is a Dragon Ball? Krillin asked, hearing about the Dragon Balls for the first time. A Dragon Ball is a glowing stone. Collect all 7, and it can grant you 1 wish, Xiao Yi explained at the opportune moment. Wow, is there really such a miraculous thing in the world? Krillin exclaimed in wonder. However, it's best not to use such things lightly. It is a power that disrupts the natural order, and excessive reliance on it can lead to terrifying consequences, seeing the longing looks on everyone's faces. Xiao Yi cautioned. Xiao Yi is right. The natural order must not be broken. Otherwise, calamity will ensue. Master Roshi, hearing about the effects of the Dragon Balls for the first time, couldn't he help but speak up. I only want to find the 4-star Dragon Ball left by my grandfather. While searching for the Dragon Balls, I can also train. Little Wukong seemed to recall his previous adventure, speaking with excitement. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. Oolong quickly refused, seemingly recalling some unpleasant experiences, fearing that little Wukong might drag him along. Krillin, what are your plans? Master Roshi then inquired of his young disciple. I can't say for sure right now, but I hope to follow Master Mutant. Krillin had no particular destination, thus hoping to continue learning martial arts from Master Roshi. Is that so? While Master Roshi maintained a neutral expression. Inside he was cursing Krillin, as he had originally hoped to have some alone time with Launch, only to have Krillin act as a third wheel. Krillin, to rapidly improve your strength, you need to broaden your horizons and continuously battle with the martial artists of this world. Seeing Krillin's attitude, Xiao Yi kindly reminded him that it's important to note that while Krillin's strength may not match little Wukong's, they are quite similar if he hadn't chosen a life of comfort. He could have surpassed little Wukong. He certainly wouldn't have ended up as a supporting character in the later stages without much standout performance. Indeed, the path of martial arts requires constant battle. Krillin, you should venture out. Master Roshi seized the opportunity to advise Krillin. Xiao Yi, thank you for your advice. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, Krillin reflected thoughtfully. Yamcha, though you have had plenty of adventures over the years, your foundation isn't very solid. I've already spoken with Master Roshi. During this period, you'll be training on his island to strengthen your basics, Xiao Yi said to the driving Yamcha. Thank you, Xiao Yi, Master Roshi. I'll be in your care during this time. Yamcha expressed his gratitude to Xiao Yi, then turned to Master Roshi. Not a problem, Master Roshi mused, realizing his time alone with Launch was ultimately going to be disrupted. Xiao Yi, what are your plans? Bulma shyly inquired of Xiao Yi. I'm quite free during this period, and would like to learn from Dr. Brief, that I'm not sure if Bulma would welcome that. Xiao Yi smiled as he spoke to Bulma. That's wonderful. I mean, of course, you're welcome, Bulma exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, but then immediately blushed, realizing Xiao Yi was right in front of her. Grandpa, is my luggage in there too? Little Wukong asked Master Roshi. Yes, it's all in there. Master Roshi replied, unsure why little Wukong was asking that. Goodbye, everyone. I'm off on the Nimbus cloud, little Wukong said as he took his belongings from the luggage. What? You're already going to search for the Dragon Balls. Krillin was astonished by little Wukong's actions. That I want to find them as soon as possible, little Wukong replied to Krillin. Such a hasty character. Master Roshi couldn't help but comment. Xiao Yi, in these 3 years, I will train diligently. When the next World Martial Arts Tournament arrives, I absolutely will not lose to you. Little Wukong had been brooding over his loss in the match. All right, 3 years from now, I hope to see a completely transformed you. Xiao Yi, seeing little Wukong's fighting spirit, responded joyfully. Nimbus Cloud. Boom. Little Wukong leaped onto the Nimbus Cloud. Wukong, good luck, Master Roshi encouraged. Thank you, little Wukong replied. Hey, is it really that difficult to find those Dragon Balls? Krillin asked Wulong beside him. Extremely difficult. Wulong nodded and said, Wukong, I shall accompany you. Krillin remarked to the young Wukong perched atop the flying Nimbus. No need. You cannot ride the Nimbus. The young Wukong firmly declined. Krillin then recalled that he indeed could not board the Nimbus, making the prospect of joining the young Wukong on his adventure rather troublesome. You know how to use the Dragon Radar, right? Bulma inquired with a hint of concern. Of course, replied young Wukong. Farewell, everyone. After bidding farewell to his friends from the Nimbus, he sped off into the sky. Good luck. Wulong and Krillin shouted repeatedly. Can he manage alone? Yamcha expressed his worry. I believe he can, Master Roshi reassured, feeling confident in young Wukong's abilities. How could this happen? You lost the airplane capsule, Wulong lamented to Bulma. Enough chatter. Even a beautiful girl can make mistakes. Bulma retorted, her demeanor becoming less gentle towards anyone but Xiao Yi. Oh no. We're out of fuel, Yamcha exclaimed. After encountering a series of obstacles, the group finally returned to Master Roshi's island, while Krillin had already chosen to embark on his solitary training journey along the way. We must take our leave as well, Xiao Yi and Bulma announced as they boarded an old-fashioned flying machine gifted by Master Roshi to travel safely. Wulong said reluctantly, see you at the next martial arts tournament. Yamcha called out to Xiao Yi, safe travels. Master Roshi thought highly of the young man before him. Chapter 55. Learning in West City, Bulma piloted the flying machine through the bustling streets, landing directly on a vast helipad. Xiao Yi, come, let us meet my parents, Bulma said, her face flushing slightly. I'm back. She called out to the empty grand hall. Hello, miss. Several robots greeted her in unison. Xiao Yi found the somewhat unsightly robots amusing. Realizing that Dr. Briefs did not excel in the creation of artificial beings, where's my dad? Bulma asked the robots. He should be in the yard, the robot replied without hesitation, indicating it had developed artificial intelligence. Your home is truly magnificent, Xiao Yi marveled, noting that in the heart of this bustling city, such a grand residence was a testament to the founder of the Universal Capsule Company. Hey, go fetch my dad. Bulma instructed a small flying robot. Yes, the little robot responded. So many cats and dogs. Xiao Yi's attention was captured by a parade of small animals. My dad brings all the stray cats, dogs, and even dinosaurs home. Bulma explained with a smile. Dad's here. Bulma was the first to spot Dr. Briefs riding his bicycle toward them. Bulma, what's the matter? Dr. Briefs asked, puzzled by his daughter's demeanor. This is Xiao Yi, the person I told you about. He wants to stay here and learn for a while. Bulma introduced Xiao Yi to her father. Hello, Dr. Briefs. Xiao Yi promptly greeted him. Oh, so you are the one Bulma has been talking about? Very well. You are welcome to my laboratory for the time being. Dr. Briefs readily accepted Xiao Yi's request without a second thought. Have you two kissed yet? Dr. Briefs inquired, looking at his daughter and Xiao Yi. How could that be? Bulma exclaimed, both embarrassed and angry. You really are behind the times. Dr. Briefs expressed his disdain for Bulma's lack of romantic progress with Xiao Yi. How embarrassing. Being confronted with such a question from her father made even someone as bold as Bulma feel bashful. Xiao Yi, let me show you where you will be staying. Bulma preferred not to lead Xiao Yi straight into Dr. Brief's laboratory, as that would entirely thwart her intentions of getting closer to him. All right. Thank you, Bulma. Xiao Yi was not in a rush to follow Dr. Briefs. After all, Bulma was a technological genius in her own right, surpassing her father in many areas. Wow, this room is stunning. Is it for me? Xiao Yi exclaimed upon seeing the lavishly decorated room, which spanned over 100 square meters. Of course, this is the room I prepared for you. My room is right next door. Would you like to see it? Bulma said shyly. Sure. Xiao Yi was equally curious about how Bulma's personal quarters looked. This is my room. When the door opened, Xiao Yi was taken aback. His astonishment was not due to the opulence. as one would expect from the daughter of the Universal Capsule Company, but rather the overwhelming amount of research equipment occupying more than half of the room. This is your room. Xiao Yi wondered how a girl raised with a silver spoon could have such a space. I have loved scientific research since childhood, so my room might differ from what you imagined. Bulma felt a flutter of anxiety, unsure of Xiao Yi's opinion of her. I truly admire independent girls, Xiao Yi said kindly upon seeing Bulma's expression. Really? That's wonderful. I knew you wouldn't mind. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, akin to a defendant being declared innocent by a judge. Come, let me show you my research achievements. With Xiao Yi's reassurance, Bulma eagerly took out her proudest invention to showcase to Zhao Shan. This is my latest invention, the shrinking device. Just wear it and press this button, and you will shrink. As she demonstrated, her body swiftly transformed to the size of a mouse. What do you think? However, before Bulma could finish her display, a high heel came crashing down, completely squashing her to. You must be Xiao Yi. Hello, I am Bulma's mother. A remarkably youthful and beautiful woman greeted Xiao Yi. Hello, Xiao Yi said, astonished at the sudden appearance of the woman. Bulma's mother was startled by the unexpected figure beneath her foot. How did you end up under my foot? Though surprised, Bulma's mother still smiled at her daughter. You stepped on me, Bulma exclaimed, losing her usual patience with her mother. You shrank so small, how was I to see you? Bulma's mother retorted. You shouldn't have barged in. Bulma was quite upset with her mother's intrusion into her room. I apologize. My daughter can be quite chatty. Bulma's mother smiled at Xiao Yi. Thank you. I'm not particularly fond of alcohol, Xiao Yi politely declined. How can you disregard me like this? Bulma was displeased with her mother's attitude. Don't mind her. She's just going through a rebellious phase. Bulma's mother chuckled to Xiao, and I'm going crazy. Somehow, Bulma could never maintain her composure in front of her mother. When are you two planning to get married? Bulma's mother suddenly turned to Xiao Yi and inquired. However, Bulma's mother felt that introducing her parents to Xiao Yi might not be the wisest course of action. Very well then, I shall take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation, Bulma's mother said with a playful smile as she exited. After Bulma's mother stirred the pot, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Xiao Yi, please don't take it to heart, Bulma attempted to explain, but once the words were out, she found herself at a loss for how to continue. Thus, Xiao Yi settled quietly in Bulma's home, diligently studying technological knowledge with Dr. Brief each day. Whenever he encountered something he did not understand, he would consult Bulma, rapidly enhancing his intellectual repertoire. Gradually, he began to grasp many advanced technologies from the Dragon Ball world that far surpassed those of Earth. The comprehension skills he possessed, akin to those of Majin Buu, proved immensely beneficial here. Knowledge that would typically take ordinary individuals decades to master, Xiao Yi accomplished in merely a week. Nonetheless, Xiao Yi did not bid farewell. He continued to accompany Dr. Brief into the laboratory daily, conducting experiments, while occasionally sharing flirtatious moments with Bulma. All the while, he awaited the arrival of little Wukong. Chapter 56. The Art of Flight. Bulma. Little Wukong's call shattered the tranquility of Xiao Yi's brief respite. Xiao Yi, I wish to search for the Dragon Balls with son Wukong. Would you care to join us? Bulma gazed at Xiao Yi with hopeful eyes. Sure, but how do you propose we get there? Xiao Yi inquired. That we can use the shrinking device I invented. Once we shrink, little Wukong can carry us there. Bulma explained to Xiao Yi, no need for that. I have a far superior method. When shall we depart? Xiao Yi asked little Wukong. Right now. Little Wukong, being of an impatient nature, was eager to leave the moment the dragon radar was repaired. Dad, where have you put my capsule box? Bulma queried. Addressing Dr. Brief, who was busy repairing a motorcycle for a police officer. On my desk. Where are you off to? Dr. Brief responded. I'm going with Xiao Yi and little Wukong to search for the Dragon Balls. Bulma said, as she picked up the capsule box from the desk and tucked it into her pocket. Off again. If you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, be sure to ask your father for a beautiful lady. Dr. Brief quickly advised Bulma. Why are you and Mom always like this? Bulma exclaimed excitedly to Dr. Brief. Xiao Yi, we are ready to set off. How will you travel? Little Wukong asked Xiao Yi. Me. Like this. As he spoke, Xiao Yi levitated into the air and spun around gracefully. Wow, Xiao Yi, have you grown wings? How can you fly? Little Wukong asked in astonishment, glancing at Xiao Yi's back. This is a technique related to Qi, known as the art of flight. Xiao Yi explained to little Wukong. Can I learn it? Little Wukong asked eagerly, his eyes shining with desire. Of course. It's merely a simple application of Qi. The key lies in flexible control of your energy. It's not very difficult. Xiao Yi demonstrated while instructing little Wukong. Wow, Xiao Yi, how did you soar into the air? Buma, noticing Xiao Yi, exclaimed in amazement. Eventually, with a flushed face, Buma shrank down and nestled into the front of Xiao Yi's shirt, and the three of them embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Have we not arrived yet? We are already over the sea. Little Wukong, seated atop the Nimbus, began to feel a bit drowsy. It will be a while longer. Buma, nestled within Xiao Yi's shirt, observed the dragon radar. The next one should be Grandpa's 4-star ball. Little Wukong expressed excitement. The Red Ribbon Army headquarters. An intelligence officer reported to the one-eyed leader. That child seems to be heading towards General Blue's area. That little brat. He's incredibly swift, the one-eyed leader grumbled. Send that brat's photograph to General Blue and inform him to eliminate him on sight. The one-eyed leader ordered with a fierce expression. Yes, sir. His subordinate complied. At the temporary camp of Blue's squadron, General Blue, irate, demanded, hasn't he been found yet? Everyone is searching diligently, but it's like finding a needle in a haystack. One of his tiger-headed subordinates explained that I don't want to hear any excuses. General Blue snapped, dismissing his subordinate's protest. Hey, what are you doing? General Blue pointed angrily at a soldier monitoring the radar. Me, the soldier, bewildered, replied. What time is it? And you're still picking your nose? General Blue bellowed in frustration. My apologies. The soldiers suddenly realized they might be in trouble. Disgusting. Execute him immediately. General Blue commanded, wiping non-existent dust with his handkerchief. Spare me, General, the intelligence officer pleaded, collapsing to the ground, continuing to beg for mercy as he was dragged away by guards. Bang! The sound of a gunshot silenced the cries for mercy outside. What a delightful sound, General Blue remarked, thoroughly engrossed. General Blue, we have news from headquarters. The fox-headed intelligence officer, not daring to delay, hurriedly reported the recent intelligence. Oh, he is coming here. General Blue expressed surprise that it seems the Hillbar and Walter armies have been utterly destroyed by this child. One of the crocodile-headed subordinates reminded General Blue. They are a disgrace to the Red Ribbon Army. How amusing. General Blue's face revealed no signs of worry, only anticipation and amusement as they soared into the tropics. Little Wukong called out. Stop. Quickly, stop. The Dragon Ball is right below. Buma pointed to the vast ocean beneath them. What below? It's all water down there, nothing else. Little Wukong exclaimed. It might be at the seabed. All right, let's temporarily land on a nearby island, Xiao Yi suggested, surveying the waters below. A boat. It appears there are inhabitants on the island. Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully upon spotting a vessel at the island's edge. Phew, I was feeling quite stifled. Upon landing, Buma leapt from Xiao Yi's chest. I'll dive to the seabed to search, Little Wukong declared, pointing towards the ocean. There is no need for such a primitive method. You should be grateful I came along. I was well prepared with a submarine capsule, Buma stated, retrieving a capsule from her pocket. Why is there only one capsule? Buma opened the capsule, only to discover it contained just a single capsule, prompting her to exclaim in surprise, the capsule belongs to Dad. I must have taken the wrong box, Buma lamented, feeling a sense of despair. What does it contain? Little Wukong asked curiously. I don't want to look. It surely isn't anything good, Buma replied. Based on her knowledge of her father's tendencies, it might be useful. Little Wukong countered from the side. That could be true. Who knows what might come in handy on this small island? Buma considered, realizing that without the capsule, their tasks would indeed be inconvenient, and she decided to give it a try. All right, Dad, I'll trust you this once. With that, Buma tossed the capsule to the ground. Boom! A barrage of adult magazines erupted from the capsule. How strange. What are they doing? Little Wukong asked Xiao Yi. You're still too young to understand. They are. Xiao Yi began to explain this subject to Little Wukong. Children shouldn't look at that. Buma snatched the magazines from Little Wukong's hands. Xiao Yi, you must not look at this either, Buma said, her face flushed. Oh, here you go. Xiao Yi promptly handed the magazines back to Buma. This old man, I will never trust him again. Bulma, while speaking, tore apart the publications into shreds. Chapter 57. The Arrival of Danger. Then I will dive down to search. Little Wukong suggested as he noticed Bulma was at a loss. Be careful. I will stay with Bulma on this small island to see if any humans are residing here, Xiao Yi advised Little Wukong. All right, await my good news. With that, Little Wukong rode his Nimbus cloud and departed from the island. Bulma, let us go and see if there are any humans on the island, Xiao Yi said to Bulma beside him. Okay. During their time together, Bulma displayed an unusually obedient demeanor. If there are inhabitants, we should be able to procure some capsules, Bulma remarked uncertainly as she observed the desolate island. Do not fret. Look, what is that? Xiao Yi pointed to the sky. Buzzing, two helicopters gradually approached from above. Yay, hello, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, raising her arms and greeting the helicopters. However, to Bulma's astonishment, she was met with bullets fired from the aircraft. Humph. Xiao Yi, seeing the bullets fired towards them, swiftly erected an energy shield in front of himself and Bulma. Wow, Xiao Yi, I am so grateful for you. Otherwise, I would surely perish here. Bulma gazed dreamily at the man she admired. Her eyes filled with hearts that do not worry. I am here. Xiao Yi gently reassured Bulma before launching two energy blasts into the air, targeting the helicopters above. Boom! Boom! The sky echoed with two resounding explosions, resulting in two fireballs plummeting towards the ground. Whoosh! I heard explosions. What is happening over here? Little Wukong flew over from a distance, inquiring of Xiao Yi. Two helicopters attacked us, but I shot them down. Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. By the way, how is your search for the Dragon Balls going? Xiao Yi asked Little Wukong. I cannot dive to such depths. Little Wukong lamented. Wait, I have a brilliant idea. Little Wukong suddenly exclaimed with excitement. The Turtle Hermit's place is not far from here. There must be a diving capsule there. Little Wukong felt a swell of pride for devising such a good idea. When Bulma heard the name Turtle Hermit, her brows furrowed. Hee, am I clever, or what? Little Wukong boasted. Humph, I absolutely do not wish to seek help from that old pervert. Bulma continued to complain as they flew through the air. We have arrived. Right there, Little Wukong announced first. Whoosh, Little Wukong leaped off the Nimbus cloud. Clap, Xiao Yi followed closely behind, landing on solid ground. Oh, it's Little Wukong and Xiao Yi. I've missed you both. The great sea turtle greeted them. Ah, long time no see, turtle. Little Wukong responded warmly. I am a sea turtle, not a tortoise. The great sea turtle corrected him. Where is the turtle hermit? Little Wukong inquired. Inside. Turtle hermit, Wukong and Xiao Yi have arrived. The great sea turtle called into the small house. Who? Wukong and Xiao Yi. The turtle hermit peeked out from the house. Xiao Yi, hello, long time no see. How have you been? The turtle hermit greeted Xiao Yi. Very well. I've been learning technology from Dr. Brief and feeling quite fulfilled. Xiao Yi responded cheerfully. Oh, did you find the Dragon Ball that Gohan left behind? The turtle hermit asked Little Wukong. Not yet, Little Wukong replied sheepishly. Then why are you here? The turtle hermit asked curiously. Bulma, you explain. Little Wukong nudged Xiao Yi's chest. Whoosh. Although Bulma initially hesitated to step forward, she had no choice but to jump down from Xiao Yi's chest upon Little Wukong's insistence. The turtle hermit stared curiously at the miniature Bulma who had just jumped down from Xiao Yi. Hello. Suddenly, Bulma transformed back to her normal size and greeted the turtle hermit. Oh. Bulma's unexpected appearance startled both the turtle hermit and the great sea turtle. How did you do that? The turtle hermit exclaimed in shock. With this, it can shrink and restore. Bulma explained to the turtle hermit the function of her shrinking device. Wow. That's fascinating, the turtle hermit remarked with amazement. I invented this, for I am a genius, Bulma said proudly. Bulma, quickly tell him. Little Wukong urged. Oh right, turtle hermit, do you have a submarine we could borrow? Bulma asked the turtle hermit. A submarine? Yes, but what do you need it for? The turtle hermit asked, puzzled. It seems there is a Dragon Ball at the bottom of the sea, but I cannot swim that deep. Little Wukong explained to the turtle hermit. I see. That's fine. I will lend it to you. The turtle hermit readily agreed. Thank you, Little Wukong said joyfully. How could he lend it to us so easily? Bulma was skeptical of the turtle hermit's words. However, the turtle hermit quickly changed his tone and revealed his condition. Indeed, Bulma thought to herself, you must give me that shrinking machine. The turtle hermit said to Bulma. This? Bulma sighed in relief. I was worried you would ask for my shorts or try to take advantage of me, Bulma said, patting her chest. The turtle hermit looked at Bulma in speechless disbelief. But it would be troublesome without this. Let us do it this way. I will give it to you. Bulma, seemingly fearing the turtle hermit might change his mind, immediately handed the shrinking device to him without hesitation. Hee. Thank you. The turtle hermit promptly donned the shrinking device on his wrist. Now, give me the capsule for the submarine. Bulma directly instructed the turtle hermit. Krillin and Yamcha took the submarine to the neighboring island for special training. They should be back soon, so please wait a moment. The turtle hermit informed Bulma. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. What is going on? Why has T that could gone to find the Dragon Balls but instead gone to that place? It's simply incomprehensible. The one-eyed leader observed the radar. I found it strange for a while. That little brat must have accomplices. How could such a small child possibly create such a sophisticated radar? There must be a formidable scientist backing him, the black-clad advisor remarked to the one-eyed leader. So his current location might just be their base? The one-eyed leader concurred. It is highly likely, the black-clad advisor affirmed. Good. Relay orders to General Blue. Have him scout that location and find the enemy's base. The Blue Army's temporary base. Understood. We will commence the reconnaissance immediately. General Blue responded over the phone. Chapter 58. Pirate Treasure. Why haven't they returned yet? Bulma said, a bit bored. They will be back soon. The turtle hermit replied, gazing towards the seat. I'll just step into the restroom for a moment. Bulma announced. It's on the far left as you enter, the great sea turtle kindly reminded her. Upon hearing the word restroom, the turtle hermit's mind began to wander. How wonderful. I didn't expect to have an opportunity so soon, the turtle hermit thought, glancing at the shrinking device on his wrist. Oh dear. I'm so tired. Time to watch some television. The turtle hermit casually walked into the house. Bang. Press these two buttons simultaneously, the turtle hermit instructed himself, following Bulma's earlier guidance. Whoosh. Wow, I really shrank, the turtle hermit thought with delight. Hey, Tada. Here I come. The turtle hermit scurried through the hall and squeezed through the gap beneath the restroom door. Oh wow, what luck. She's just about to take off her shorts, the turtle hermit thought. Ready to enjoy the view. This shrinking is fantastic. What happened? It's already over. Master Roshi was taken aback upon seeing Bulma donning shorts, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Crack. Ah, splash. Crack. Whoosh. Ah, so overwhelmed with exhilaration, Master Roshi inadvertently tumbled into the toilet, only to be swept away by the flushing water. I wonder what that sound was. As Bulma was washing her hands, she suddenly heard Master Roshi's voice and instinctively turned to look. Yet found nothing behind her. Is he not back yet? Bulma inquired of Goku. Indeed. Goku replied, gazing into the distance. Oh no, it reeks terribly. We must hurry to the sea and wash up, Master Roshi lamented, noticing his clothes soaked in foul water, prompting him to strip off his garments. Weren't you watching television? How did you get so drenched? The sea turtle curiously asked Master Roshi. I'm simply elated. Do you have a problem with that? Unbeknownst to the sea turtle, his inquiry struck a nerve with Master Roshi, causing him to leap in excitement. Something's flying over. Look, Goku exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. It's Krillin and the others, the sea turtle joyfully announced. Goku, Krillin shouted in delight upon spotting Goku. Hey, greetings to you all. Goku waved to those aboard the submarine. Hello, Goku, Xiao Yi, Bulma. It's lovely to see you too. Yamcha addressed the two standing beside Goku. Greetings, Yamcha. You seem to be training diligently lately, Xiao Yi remarked, noticing Yamcha's significant improvement in strength. Indeed, this submarine is quite impressive. Even the fastidious Bulma found herself satisfied with the vessel. Goku, what brings you here? How's the reconnaissance playing? Any discoveries? General Blue inquired via intercom. Nothing yet. However, there are very few islands here. I believe we'll find something soon. The reconnaissance pilot reported to General Blue. Go. I see. We could borrow the submarine, and while we're at it, search for pirate treasure on the seabed around here. Krillin suggested to the group. What is a pirate? Goku asked, bewildered. Is that really a thing? Bulma echoed, astonished. The treasure you speak of must be around here, right? Krillin queried Master Roshi. Yes, indeed. In the past, there was a band of pirates who hid their plunder somewhere on the seabed nearby. Master Roshi reminisced. Haha, how delightful. Treasure hunting, that sounds exhilarating. Bulma expressed her eagerness. That sounds intriguing. May I join you? Krillin asked Goku. Sure, but be warned, we might encounter danger. Goku cautioned Krillin. Master Roshi, I wish to go too, Krillin exclaimed to Master Roshi. Very well, go and assist Goku. Master Roshi encouraged Krillin. Just as Xiao Yi and Yamcha were about to speak, Xiao Yi interrupted. Yamcha, you need not accompany us. You have had enough experiences. Now you must calm your mind and build a solid foundation to achieve greater breakthroughs in martial arts. Krillin requires such training. Your circumstances are different, Xiao Yi explained to Yamcha. Understood, Xiao Yi. Thank you. I will certainly strive to do my best. Yamcha expressed heartfelt gratitude for Xiao Yi's thoughtful guidance. Virum, we are setting off. Goku announced to Master Roshi and the others that be careful on your journey. The sea turtle called out that we await your good news. Yamcha added, whoosh. Is that an airplane? Were we not supposed to go to the seabed? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Don't worry. This can also dive underwater, Bulma confidently assured, seemingly well acquainted with the submarine. You are not deceiving me, are you? Goku asked, still uncertain. Oh no. How careless of me. I left the bag containing 2 Dragon Balls on the island. Bulma suddenly fretted. There's no need for concern. Master Roshi will keep an eye on it. Krillin replied calmly. That's true. We can retrieve it upon our return. Bulma felt reassured by Krillin's words and relaxed. Ah, General Blue. We spotted an aircraft. It's heading that way. I believe it's that kid. The pilot of the reconnaissance plane reported to General Blue. Investigate the direction they came from. The enemy's base may be there. General Blue commanded. Whoosh. Indeed. We have discovered a small island. There's a house located at ESA 7024. The reconnaissance plane relayed to General Blue. Zoom in. See if anyone is there. General Blue instructed the reconnaissance pilot. Yes, the pilot confirmed. 1 woman, 1 turtle, and, an old man. No other individuals detected. The reconnaissance plane reported back to General Blue. Bulma, are you not going to the restroom? Master Roshi called out to Bulma, who was about to enter the house. Huh? Bulma was taken aback by Master Roshi's remark. The sea turtle. The old man must be the doctor who created the radar. General Blue proclaimed, convinced he understood the situation. Virum. Yes, we have arrived. Let us dive. Bulma instructed Krillin, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar. Whoosh. The submarine plunged into the ocean, all the while being observed by General Blue from afar through binoculars. Chapter 59. The Cave. Haha. It truly is that little brat. This time, there are 4 of them. General Blue felt immense joy in locating Goku. All right. Understood. I will report to General Blue immediately. Intelligence officer reported to General Blue. That island is indeed their base. Hee. Let me take care of them. General Blue exclaimed with excitement. Listen, we will split into teams A and B. I will lead Team A to chase after that brat. You will command Team B to assault the enemy's base. Do you understand? General Blue instructed a portly officer. Understood. The portly officer saluted General Blue as he responded. Right here, directly below us. Bulma pointed to the Dragon Ball radar, addressing Krillin. Strange. I don't see any Dragon Balls. Krillin remarked, peering at the seabed with confusion. Impossible. It must be right beneath us. Bulma asserted confidently about her Dragon Ball radar that I'll go look for it. Goku volunteered. If I wear this, will I be able to breathe underwater? Goku asked curiously about the breathing apparatus Bulma handed him. Indeed, Bulma confirmed. Look carefully. Bulma's voice echoed in Goku's ears. Wow, it can even talk. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. There's nothing here. Huh, there's a trench. It looks quite deep. Could the Dragon Balls have fallen in there? Goku pondered aloud. Wait a moment. I will measure the depth from the side. Bulma said to Goku. This seems about right. This trench is incredibly deep. Bulma muttered to herself. Can you squeeze into the trench? Bulma inquired via intercom. That it's too narrow. I can't fit. Goku replied honestly. If only we had that shrinking machine. Goku lamented. Wait a moment. Bulma hesitated. What's wrong? Krillin asked curiously. From the cross-section, this trench seems to connect to another location. I'll expand the range and take another look. Bulma mentioned to herself. The Dragon Ball radar can even detect terrain. Xiao Yi was astonished. Although he had been learning from Dr. Brief during this time and had grasped most of Dr. Brief's knowledge, the Dragon Ball radar was designed and manufactured by Bulma, incorporating a knowledge system entirely different from that of Dr. Brief. Indeed, the Dragon Ball radar was originally the most advanced radar, and locating Dragon Balls is merely one of its many functions. Bulma observed Xiao Yi's astonishment and couldn't help but speak with pride. She held a profound admiration for Xiao Yi, not only due to his formidable martial prowess, but also because of his exceptionally extraordinary learning ability. From Dr. Brief, she learned that during this period, Xiao Yi had virtually mastered all of his findings, and this mastery was not merely a superficial memorization, but rather a complete and profound understanding that it could be said that, in terms of scientific research, Xiao Yi had now become entirely comparable to Dr. Brief. Such a genius, who was also the object of her affection, held her in esteem for her scientific acumen. How could Bulma possibly contain her joy? Look, there's a cave below. We can enter through that opening. Bulma exclaimed, pointing it out to Xiao Yi with the Dragon Ball radar in hand. Can we go in? Goku inquired of Bulma. Goku, come back quickly. Buma shouted to him at that moment. In the sky not far from Master Rashi's island, a squadron of bombers was flying toward the island. How many personnel are there at the enemy base? One pilot asked the corpulent commander. It seems there's only an old man and a woman. Easy to deal with, the corpulent commander replied with great composure. Meanwhile, General Blue's submarine was gradually approaching the submarine occupied by Goku and the others. We are nearing the enemy's submarine, the radar operator reported to General Blue. Shall we commence the attack? The captain of the submarine, Hippo, asked General Blue. No, let us wait a bit longer. We'll attack once they locate the Dragon Balls. General Blue was not merely interested in eliminating Goku. He was far more intent on acquiring the Dragon Balls. Just a bit further ahead, we've found it. Right there? Let us go in. Buma excitedly directed Krillin, who was piloting the submarine. General Blue, the enemy seems to be heading into that cave. The radar operator reported to General Blue. The Dragon Balls must be there. Excellent. Let us begin the assault, General Blue ordered with enthusiasm. Fire the torpedoes, Captain Hippo commanded. What just happened? Krillin exclaimed in panic as explosions erupted beside him. Missed, the radar operator reported to General Blue. Incompetent. Prepare for a second shot immediately, General Blue commanded Captain Hippo. What's going on? Krillin shouted in alarm. That submarine is attacking us. Boom appeared outside the submarine and noticed a large submarine not far away launching torpedoes at them. How annoying. Is it those Red Ribbon Army again? Goku frowned. What? Buma and Krillin exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. You mean that Red Ribbon Army? Buma trembled as she spoke. You know about them? Goku asked Buma, bewildered. They're searching for the Dragon Balls. They keep bothering me. Goku said to everyone. You must be joking. You've gotten involved with them? The Red Ribbon Army is the most nefarious organization in the world, Krillin exclaimed in shock. Wow, they've launched torpedoes again. Quickly, let us enter the cave. Upon realizing the notorious Red Ribbon Army was involved, Krillin and the others lost their will to fight and focused solely on escaping into the cave to evade the incoming attacks. They missed again. They've escaped into the cave, the radar operator reported to General Blue. Quick, pursue them. Eliminate the one firing torpedoes. General Blue ordered his subordinates. Understood. They replied. Boom, they're catching up. Speed up. Buma urged Krillin as the massive submarine drew ever closer. Think of something fast. Otherwise, we'll be hit sooner or later, Krillin shouted. Why didn't you mention the Red Ribbon Army? Buma yelled at Goku, as what was intended to be a pleasant journey turned into a perilous adventure. There's hope. The cave is narrowing, Krillin exclaimed joyfully. This is good. Their submarine is too large to enter, Krillin said with relief. Prepare the small submarine. I'll take charge personally, General Blue instructed his subordinates. Meanwhile, at Kame House, a low hum filled the air. The giant turtle gazed toward the distant sky and remarked, What is that? Master Rashi also looked up into the sky. The bombers landed on the small island. Capture them, the corpulent commander ordered. Huh? Master Rashi was taken aback by their sudden actions. Who on earth are you? He asked the intruders. Are you the doctor who created the advanced radar? The corpulent commander asked confidently. What doctor? Me. Master Rashi was even more bewildered by their words. Stop playing dumb. We've done our homework, the corpulent commander stated assuredly. I'm not playing dumb. Who are you? Master Rashi was increasingly confused by their self-important chatter. We are the Red Ribbon Army, the corpulent commander proclaimed proudly. Oh, I've heard of you. Your reputation is quite poor. You're an organization notorious for committing evils and opposing justice. Master Rashi remained calm. Contrary to what the corpulent commander had anticipated, there's only one woman in the house, a soldier said as he escorted Lan Chi out of the small dwelling. What do you want with me? Master Rashi asked the corpulent commander. Hand over the 2 Dragon Balls that are here with that little brat, and make us a radar for him. The corpulent commander articulated his demands with confidence. The Dragon Balls left here? Master Rashi looked at Lan Chi with curiosity. They forgot their backpack. It could be inside. Lan Chi suggested to Master Rashi. What do you want the Dragon Balls for? Master Rashi turned to the corpulent commander and inquired. That's none of your business, the corpulent commander brusquely replied, clearly uninterested in engaging the elderly man in conversation. What if I refuse? Master Rashi challenged the corpulent commander. You should know that opposing us will lead to death. The corpulent commander laughed at the audacity of the old man before him. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. Master Rashi replied nonchalantly. You audacious fool. The corpulent commander was taken aback that the old man truly dared to stand against the Red Ribbon Army. Hey! Without giving the enemy a chance to react, Master Roshi delivered a heavy punch, causing the corpulent commander's eyes to bulge as he fell slowly to the ground. Ha! Master Roshi did not allow the Red Ribbon Army any opportunity to counterattack. After knocking the corpulent commander down, he soared into the air and kicked another soldier to the ground, followed by striking another soldier with his cane. Bang! Thud! Wow! Master Roshi unleashed his speed to its fullest, knocking down soldiers left and right, rendering them temporarily incapacitated. A soldier, finally regaining his wits, began firing his submachine gun at Master Roshi. Bang, bang, bang. However, Master Roshi's reflexes were equally quick. He deftly maneuvered to catch all the bullets aimed at him in his hands. Have you had enough? Master Roshi asked the soldier who had been shooting. The soldier was astonished to find that he had emptied his magazine without managing to kill the old man before him. Clatter, clatter. Master Roshi tossed the bullets he had caught onto the ground. The action left the soldier wide-eyed in shock. Thud. Bang. Master Roshi stepped forward and kicked the soldier, sending him flying. Stop, or I'll kill her. A burly man, realizing he was no match for Master Roshi, seized Lan Chi and threatened the old man. Oh no. This is bad, Master Roshi thought, feeling apprehensive about the predicament if you don't want him to die. Hand over the Dragon Balls. The captor pressed, seeing Master Roshi seize his aggressive stance. Just as Lan Chi was in a panic, she suddenly spotted the giant turtle approaching with a branch laden with leaves. Slowly crawling over, rustle, rustle, the giant turtle struggled onward. All right, it's just the Dragon Balls. Upon witnessing the actions of the great sea turtle, Master Roshi could not help but feel a sense of relief. In an effort to distract the burly man, he acquiesced to his demands that if you dare to play tricks, do not blame me for being ungracious. The muscular figure, sensing the ease with which Master Roshi consented, felt something was amiss and threatened him. Hand it over now. To avoid prolonged delays, the man insisted that Master Roshi immediately deliver the Dragon Ball into his hands. Hiss, hiss. At that moment, the great sea turtle had already brought a leaf to the vicinity of Lan Chi's nose. Achoo! Lan Chi finally sneezed due to the leaf's presence. You foolish girl, sneezing at a time like this. The burly man expressed his displeasure, startled by Lan Chi's unexpected outburst. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The blue-haired beauty he had just kidnapped now had her hair transformed into a golden hue. How dare you call me a foolish girl? Before the man could react, the enraged Lan Chi declared angrily. Hey, crack. After proclaiming her displeasure, Lan Chi swiftly seized the man's arm, choking her, and forcefully broke it. Following that, a powerful back fist sent him flying. Say that again. I dare you. Speak up, Lan Chi relentlessly demanded, while the burly man had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Fool, idiot, scoundrel, Lan Chi incessantly pounded the unconscious figure, seemingly intent on waking him from his stupor. Stop it, Lan Chi, enough. Master Roshi hurriedly intervened, fearing that if Lan Chi continued her assault, the man could very likely be killed. Humph! How dare they provoke me? Lan Chi retorted, still seething with anger. Indeed, Master Roshi felt compelled to placate her, realizing that she might be even more formidable than the Red Ribbon Army. Meanwhile, a pilot who had narrowly escaped Master Roshi's wrath was stealthily making his way towards the helicopter. Hey, you there? Master Roshi appeared to have already detected his presence and called out to him. What is it? The pilot was startled by Master Roshi's shout, yet he steeled himself to inquire. These fellows lying here are too much of a nuisance. Take them away. Master Roshi gestured towards the numerous unconscious victims scattered about. Understood, the pilot replied, bracing himself to comply with Master Roshi's command. Chapter 61. The Electric Light. At this moment, Xiao Yi and his companions were cornered in a cave by General Blue and his Red Ribbon Army A-team. Buzz 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 They've switched to smaller boats. Little Wukong exclaimed to Krillin ahead. Fire the torpedoes, Captain Hippo inquired of General Blue beside him. No. If the cave collapses, we will perish too. Keep pursuing. General Blue commanded Captain Hippo. Hurry. We are almost upon them, Bulma urged Krillin insistently. Are we outside the cave? Little Wukong questioned, puzzled as the submarine entered an underground cavern. No. We are still within the cave. It just happens to have air. Bulma affirmed, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar. We can't use the submarine. We must escape quickly. Hey, Krillin exclaimed as he leapt from the submarine onto the cavern floor. Let me carry you up, Xiao Yi said casually. wrapping his arm around Bulma's waist and leaping forward. "Thank you, Xiao Yi," Bulma replied, her cheeks flushed. "Hey, Bulma, Xiao Yi, hurry up and run. They are closing in." Little Wukong displayed no signs of panic. Rather, he seemed to view the situation as an exhilarating game. "Got it. You talk too much," Bulma complained, feeling that little Wukong had disrupted the romantic atmosphere. Puffed, puffed. At that moment, the two submarines of the Red Ribbon Army surfaced, and Bulma could no longer afford to scold little Wukong. She grabbed Xiao Yi and fled. "Stop for a moment," Xiao Yi called out to the running Krillin and little Wukong, pulling Bulma along. "What is it?" little Wukong asked as he approached. "Why are we running? Can't we just deal with them?" Xiao Yi suggested to the group. "Right?" little Wukong exclaimed, realizing the validity of Xiao Yi's point. "No, they have guns," Krillin interjected, rushing over. "As long as we avoid the bullets, we will be fine," little Wukong replied excitedly. Having been in a position of constant retreat, he was eager for a direct confrontation that suited his disposition. "Xiao Yi, this is very dangerous," Bulma expressed her concern for Xiao Yi's safety. Despite acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning, "Don't worry, I'm quite strong. These people pose no threat to me. Besides, if I were to tragically perish, you could always use the Dragon Balls to resurrect me." Xiao Yi reassured her, resorting to a benevolent deception. "Right? Just be careful, Xiao Yi. Make sure to return safely," Bulma urged him softly. "Wukong, you must also do your best. But this is also your fault." Bulma expressed her displeasure towards Wukong for leading them into danger, especially for putting Xiao Yi at such risk. Meanwhile, aboard the Red Ribbon Army submarine, another scene unfolded. "What is it?" General Blue inquired of Captain Hippo, who was piloting the submarine. "They abandoned the submarine and fled." Captain Hippo reported to General Blue. "Pursue them," General Blue commanded decisively. "General Blue, a call from Team B." Just as General Blue prepared to leap from the submarine to pursue, Captain Hippo informed him. "Oh, this is Blue." General Blue answered the call. "What?" "The entire army has been wiped out." Hearing the report from the other end of the line, General Blue was taken aback. "Wait, do not pursue any further, don't be reckless." Captain Hippo shouted to his subordinates. "The enemy seems to be more formidable than we anticipated. We must not act blindly. We must be certain before we proceed." General Blue delivered a stern admonition to his men. "They're just 3 children and an adult," one of his subordinates scoffed dismissively. Yet one of those children single-handedly defeated Colonel Hilba and General Walter. Furthermore, Team B's assault on the enemy base was completely thwarted by a mere old man and a woman. General Blue was compelled to disclose this humiliating defeat to his subordinates. How could this be? The previously dismissive soldier was left speechless by the shocking news. "Oh, how strange. Why aren't they pursuing?" Little Wukong originally intended to wait for the Red Ribbon Army to arrive before engaging them in battle. However, after waiting for some time, he found there were no soldiers from the Red Ribbon Army in sight. "Why don't we go over and deal with them?" little Wukong suggested to Xiao Yi beside him. "Don't be reckless. This could be a trap," Bulma interjected, preempting Xiao Yi's response. "Let us keep moving forward and wait for the Red Ribbon Army to come, then we can handle them." Xiao Yi, who had been ready to confront the Red Ribbon Army directly, altered his statement upon seeing Bulma's worried expression. "We have no choice. We can only proceed," Krillin observed as both little Wukong and Xiao Yi abandoned their plans for direct confrontation, stepping forward to explore the cavern. "Just wait and see. I have a way to deal with those few." General Blue was currently addressing his subordinates. "Is it really possible to find the Dragon Balls by going forward from here?" Little Wukong asked Bulma, gazing into the seemingly endless cave. "It should be fine as long as we aren't killed by the Red Ribbon Army," Bulma replied, her sense of safety rapidly diminishing upon realizing their adversaries were the Red Ribbon Army. "It seems they have not pursued us," Krillin noted, glancing back without spotting any sign of the Red Ribbon Army. "It's too dark. I can't see anything at all." Little Wukong inadvertently found himself at the forefront of the group. "Your head is brighter. You can lead the way," Bulma joked to Krillin. "Hey, I'm getting annoyed," Krillin retorted, still sensitive about his baldness. "Oh, snap." As Xiao Wukong gazed upon the dark wall, he noticed an object resembling a button and impulsively pressed it. To his astonishment, it turned out to be the switch for illuminating the cave. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden influx of light. With just a press of this button, the cave is lit. Xiao Wukong exclaimed joyfully. How could there be lights in here?" Bulma remarked, puzzled. "What on earth is going on?" Krillin also expressed his bewilderment. "It seems we are not the first to enter this cave. Someone must have utilized it before," Bulma speculated. "How could this be?" General Blue's subordinate in the Red Ribbon Army asked, flustered. In my opinion, this cave could potentially be a secret base, General Blue conjectured. Chapter 62. The Trap. This place is truly perplexing, and General Blue harbored significant doubts. Why are there lights in an underwater cave? Bulma continued to ponder who might have installed these electric lights. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name from behind. Bulma turned to look. Snap. A skull was staring directly at her. Ah! A scream echoed from the depths of the cave, startling the Red Ribbon soldiers behind her. The enemy is screaming. Go see what's happening. General Blue commanded the soldier who had previously questioned him. What me? The soldier pointed to himself in disbelief. Thud. Thud. With no choice but to heed General Blue's orders. Facing certain death for disobedience, the soldier bravely approached, overcoming his fear. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yi removed the skull from his head, mocking Bulma, who had collapsed in fright. Both Bulma and Krillin jumped at Xiao Yi's antics. What are you doing at a time like this? Focus, Bulma shouted at him. Yukong, where did you get that thing? Krillin gazed at the skull in astonishment. Right here. Look, Xiao Yi pointed to a corpse beside the wall. Ah, I remember now. I know where we are, Krillin exclaimed as realization dawned on him. Didn't I mention that pirates hid their treasure nearby a long time ago? This is the place, he said excitedly. Oh, so that's it. This location is indeed quite concealed, Bulma said, enlightened. I never expected to find it here. What an unexpected discovery, Krillin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Xiao Yi, oblivious to Krillin and Bulma's excitement, merely observed. Hooray! Hooray! Bulma leaped with joy. The soldier sent to scout overheard their conversation. General Blue, General Blue, I have heard some astonishing news. The soldier hurriedly reported to General Blue. Really? There's treasure in this cave. General Blue was equally astonished by the news. This is an exciting discovery, akin to the Dragon Balls. Commander Red will surely be thrilled, General Blue declared with enthusiasm. Haha, fantastic. Wonderful, Krillin exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the pursuing Red Ribbon soldiers. Krillin, don't forget that the Red Ribbon Army is still behind us. Bulma reminded him, noting his excitement. I'm much more interested in a hearty meal. Xiao Yi mumbled to himself. Wow, what a smooth path, Krillin exclaimed, noticing that the uneven stones had transformed into a flat surface. This road is a bit strange. What are all those holes in the ground and walls? Bulma expressed her concern regarding the numerous holes. Forget about it. I'm only thinking about the pirate treasure. Krillin was fixated on the treasure, dismissing Bulma's worries. Crack. What's this? As Krillin stepped onto the path, he triggered a mechanism, and a barrage of arrows flew overhead, striking the wall beside him. Xiao Yi was startled. This is serious. I sensed something was off, Bulma exclaimed in panic. What is this? Krillin fell to the ground in fright. It's a trap designed to deter treasure hunters, Bulma explained. Once you step on the button on the ground, arrows shoot out from the holes in the walls. She added, fortunately, your height spared you from being hit, Xiao Yi remarked. Aren't you short too? Krillin retorted, still sensitive about his height. Now we're in trouble. We can't get past this. The Red Ribbon Army is closing in from behind. What do we do? Bulma worriedly asked. That's simple. Just don't step on the buttons on the ground, Xiao Yi said matter-of-factly. What a naive thought. With so many buttons, how could we possibly avoid stepping on them? Bulma pointed out the densely packed buttons. Just jump over. Whoosh. Thud, Xiao Yi declared, stepping back to gather momentum and leaping over the flat path. That's terrifying. It must be at least 20 meters. Bulma stared at Xiao Yi in awe. Hey, you all better jump over too, Xiao Yi called out. Right, that's all we need to do, Krillin realized. Don't be ridiculous. Humans can't do that. Bulma protested as she saw Krillin retreat. Hey, we are pupils of Master Roshi. This is a piece of cake, Krillin confidently asserted. Hey, whoa. Krillin attempted to jump like Xiao Yi, but miscalculated his height, striking his head against the cave's ceiling and falling back down. Crack, crack, crack. Fortunately, Krillin fell at the edge of the mechanism, only brushing against it with his head while lying down. Thus the triggered arrows missed him. Xiao Yi quickly grabbed Krillin's legs and dragged him away from the trap. That was close, Krillin said, rubbing his head. Who told you to jump so high? Xiao Yi chided him. Bulma, it's your turn. Jump, Xiao Yi shouted to Bulma at the other end of the mechanism. Are you kidding? I can't jump over, Bulma angrily replied. Women are so troublesome, Xiao Yi muttered. Bulma, let me carry you over, Xiao Yi offered. Fantastic, Xiao Yi, you're the best, Bulma exclaimed, eagerly leaping into Xiao Yi's arms. Whoosh! With Bulma in his grasp, Xiao Yi ascended smoothly, effortlessly flying over the mechanism without triggering any traps. That we made it. Bulma, Xiao Yi gently whispered to Bulma, who was still in his embrace. That was quick. Bulma reluctantly stepped out of Xiao Yi's arms. What is happening on the enemy's side? General Blue inquired of the scouting soldier. General Blue. It seems the enemy has stopped moving ahead. Also, it appears that those 4 individuals are unarmed, the scouting soldier reported to General Blue. They hastily fled from the submarine, so they likely forgot their weapons. Even if they're formidable, without weapons, they're merely 4 ordinary people, he sneered. Hee. Oh ho ho ho. We will surely win. General Blue chuckled with a somewhat deranged demeanor. Chapter 63. The Mechanical Monster. Alright, let us press onward. Krillin urged Xiao Yi and Bulma, who remained rooted in place. It seems there are no more traps here, Xiao Yukong declared, leading the way. Let us proceed with caution, Krillin advised, having learned from his earlier experience. Let us go. There's nothing to fear. Charge ahead. Let us annihilate them all. General Blue spoke to his subordinates, urging them forward with a command. With a fervent battle cry, his troops charged ahead. Hee. The Dragon Balls and treasures shall belong to me. General Blue leisurely strolled behind. Suddenly, distant cries of anguish echoed from his men. General Blue, intrigued by the sound, felt a twinge of concern. What is happening? Upon rushing over, he was met with the grim sight of his subordinates falling victim to traps. How could they have triggered the mechanisms? The scene before him was hard for General Blue to comprehend. How did those little rascals manage to get past? Even the pirates would struggle to pass through. As a general of the Red Ribbon Army, he quickly deduced the crux of the matter. There must be a secret passage. Here. This is it. Employing reverse logic, General Blue discovered a button hidden within a rock in front of the traps. With a click, he pressed the button, and the adjacent rock slowly shifted, revealing another passageway. Indeed, a secret path. Just wait and see. I shall show you the extent of my prowess. General Blue felt an immense pride in his own cleverness. It's so spacious inside. Little Wukong stepped into a vast area, gazing in astonishment at the surroundings. Upon hearing little Wukong's exclamation, Bulma and Krillin hurried over. Wow, it's a pirate's harbor, Bulma exclaimed. Krillin, unable to fathom such a place existing within a deep trench, remarked, I never imagined the treasure would be hidden here. No wonder the pirate base went unnoticed. Xiao Yi also expressed his astonishment that it seems that there truly is treasure here. Krillin, witnessing the enormity of the base, felt increasingly confident in the tales of riches. If there are submarines, there must be other exits, Bulma asserted. Why? Little Wukong asked, puzzled. Because in the past, we didn't have capsules to shrink the submarines for transport. So there must be alternative exits. Bulma explained to little Wukong. So that's how it is. Little Wukong realized that it would be better to wait until they find the Dragon Balls before making a move against them. General Blue calculated to himself that, what sound is that? Little Wukong suddenly exclaimed as if he had made a discovery. Is it the Red Ribbon Army? Krillin inquired. Doesn't seem like a person? Little Wukong replied uncertainly. Not a person? Could it be the ghosts of pirates? Bulma said, filled with trepidation. Over there. Little Wukong pointed in a direction that a series of mechanical sounds echoed, and from the direction he pointed, a mechanical monster emerged. Bulma screamed in fright at the sudden appearance of the mechanical beast. The creature bore a skull-like head, human limbs, and a long tail, wielding a massive sword. With a swift motion, the mechanical monster approached the group and, before anyone could react, swung its sword menacingly. Watch out, Xiao shouted, quickly wrapping his arms around Bulma's waist and leaping aside. Is it truly a ghost? Bulma exclaimed. Astonished. No, it's a robot, Xiao Yi clarified. What is that? General Blue, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the mechanical monstrosity, questioned. The mechanical creature, having missed its initial strike, transformed one of its arms into a machine gun and began firing at Xiao Yi and the others. Little Wukong and Krillin darted away from the hail of bullets, while Xiao Yi took cover with Bulma at a distance. Damn it. After evading a barrage of bullets, little Wukong seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to the mechanical monster's shoulder from behind. That fiend, Krillin capitalized on the moment as well, executing a swift strike that cleaved the creature's massive sword in two. With rapid-fire punches aimed at the mechanical beast's chest, little Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks. So they can fight. General Brew finally realized that the ones he was pursuing were indeed martial artists. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. The mechanical monster retaliated with a heavy punch that sent Krillin flying. And Little Wukong's previous assaults seemed to have little effect. "Krillin, are you all right?" Little Wukong rushed over, concerned for his companion. "Ouch, that hurts," Krillin replied, cradling his chin. "That creature is formidable." He admitted to Little Wukong that it has some skill. Little Wukong conceded as well. "That robot is the guardian of this place," Bulma warned them. The mechanical beast, sensing an opportunity, resumed its gunfire towards Little Wukong and Krillin. "Krillin, you protect Bulma. I'll handle this guy," Xiao Yi instructed. "Huh? Okay." Krillin, having faith in Xiao Yi's abilities, readily agreed without a second thought. "Xiao Yi, I'll take care of this creature. You all go ahead and find the Dragon Balls," Little Wukong urged, stopping Xiao Yi from assisting him. "All right, I understand." Xiao Yi realized that Little Wukong's desire for battle had been ignited by the confrontation. He wouldn't relent until either the foe was vanquished or he himself was defeated. "Hey!" Bang! Little Wukong seized the moment and kicked the mechanical monster into the sea. "Now hurry up," he urged Krillin. "All right, be careful," Krillin cautioned Little Wukong. Swish! Humph! "The Dragon Balls are mine." Seeing Xiao Yi and the others retreat, General Brew stealthily emerged from the shadows, closely following behind them. "Is Wukong going to be all right on his own?" Bulma voiced her concern as they ran. "Don't worry. Wukong will dispatch that mechanical monster swiftly," Xiao Yi reassured Bulma with calm confidence. Wow! General Brew followed Xiao Yi and the others into a passageway made of blue bricks. Chapter 64, Treasure. "Did you hear the explosion?" Krillin turned to Xiao Yi and Bulma. "Yes. What happened?" Bulma glanced back, puzzled that it must be the sound of the mechanical monster being destroyed by Wukong. Xiao Yi asserted confidently. "Crash, crash." "Huh." Krillin heard a noise above and instinctively looked up. The explosion has cracked the walls. "Oh no. This cave seems like it's going to collapse," Bulma exclaimed anxiously. "Goodness." Hearing Bulma's words, Krillin quickened his pace. "Ah. There are two paths," Bulma exclaimed in surprise. "Which one should we take?" Krillin asked, feeling uncertain. "The radar indicates the Dragon Balls are this way. We need to mark it. Otherwise, Wukong might go the wrong way," Bulma instructed Krillin. With a swift motion, Krillin etched an arrow into the ground with a stone. "Let us hurry." Bulma urged. "Is it that way?" she pondered mischievously, erasing the arrow and drawing it in reverse. General Brew, seeing the arrow Krillin had drawn, realized it was a marker for the little boy with the long tail, and he promptly reversed the arrow's direction before hiding in the shadows. "Huh. There are two paths." Before long, Little Wukong arrived at the fork in the road and spotted the two passages. A directional marker. "How wonderful," Little Wukong exclaimed upon seeing the arrow on the ground. It's this way." He dashed towards the direction indicated by the arrow. Hee, what a fool. So easily deceived. General Brew, concealed in the shadows, felt triumphant as he pursued Xiao Yi down the path he had chosen. Crash, crash. Oh no, the collapse is accelerating. Krillin observed the widening fissures in the ceiling in alarm. "Run," Bulma urged Xiao Yi with urgency. "Huh? What's ahead?" Bulma gasped in astonishment. "A well. How could there be a well here?" Clinch remarked peculiarly. "There is no path ahead. It seems we must descend to continue our journey." Bulma, upon noticing the end of the passage, pointed out the water well that connected to the ocean depths. With a splash, Xiao Yi and the others leapt into the well, traversing the underwater passage previously excavated by the pirates. Must we really dive? How troublesome. I wonder if this water is clean. Moreover, the seawater irritates the skin. But it seems we have no choice, General Blue muttered while removing his clothing. Despite his reluctance, General Blue helplessly plunged into the deep well, swimming along the underwater route forged by the pirates. Meanwhile, Xiao Lukong was running along an incorrect path, puzzled. "Strange. I'm running so fast, yet I still haven't caught up with them." Xiao Lukong mused aloud. No way forward. Just as he contemplated this, he suddenly looked up to find he had reached the end of the passage. How could this be? Just as Xiao Lukong felt at a loss, the stone slab beneath him suddenly split with a loud clang. Wow, a trap. As he fell downward, Xiao Lukong realized he had plummeted into yet another snare. He felt as though he had landed on a soft surface. Just as he was perplexed, he looked down and discovered he was standing atop the head of a gigantic octopus. It's been ages since I've had a snack delivered right to me," the octopus joyfully exclaimed. With a leap, Xiao Wukong sprang from the octopus's body onto a nearby rock. "Hey, I know you. Aren't you a cuttlefish?" Xiao Wukong said. Addressing the octopus, "I am an octopus," The octopus retorted angrily. I am very busy. Farewell. Eager to reunite with Xiao Yi and the others, Xiao Yukong decided to leave the octopus behind. Leaving so soon? It's not that easy. After all, I finally have a chance for a feast. If you go, what will I do? The octopus declared, using its tentacles to ensnare Xiao Yukong. Wow, what do you think you're doing? Let me down. Xiao Yukong yelled at the octopus. You're so small, you wouldn't even be enough to fill my teeth. The octopus hoisted Xiao Yukong up, disdain evident in its tone. Bang, 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 bang. The octopus relentlessly swung Xiao Yukong against the adjacent rock wall. Xiao Yukong, battered by the blows, rapidly became weakened. Ha ha ha. You're finished, the octopus gleefully observed Xiao Yukong, who was on the brink of collapse, eagerly anticipating the delightful meal to come. How infuriating. Hey, allow me to present you with a gift, Xiao Yukong feebly suggested. What gift? The octopus, intrigued by Xiao Yukong's words, asked. Kamehameha. Xiao Yukong struck a pose to unleash his Kamehameha. What is that? The octopus mistakenly believed Xiao Yukong was offering it something. Bang! The energy wave from the Kamehameha struck the octopus squarely in the eyes, transforming the massive creature into a delectable roasted octopus. This is authentic roasted octopus, just what I was craving. Though it's a bit tough, Xiao Yukong said, munching on the cooked octopus, which, due to its age and lack of seasoning, did not taste as delightful as he had imagined. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and the others had finally discovered the fabled treasure. We found it. This is it, Clinch exclaimed excitedly, gazing at a colossal treasure chest before him. Bulma was equally astonished by the enormous chest. Heave-ho! Bulma and Clinch, momentarily fatigued, suddenly became invigorated upon seeing the chest of riches, abandoning Xiao Yi to rush forward and collaborate in opening the treasure box. Bang! At last, with their combined efforts, Bulma and Clinch pried open the massive chest. Wow! They were momentarily dazzled by the sight of the overflowing gold and silver treasures. This is incredible. Clinch, who had never encountered such treasures before, could not help but leap for joy. These items are worth a fortune. Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, though initially stunned, quickly regained her composure and began appraising the jewels. I'm afraid these treasures belong to us. The Red Ribbon Army. General Blue emerged slowly from the water, addressing the jubilant Xiao Yi and his companions. Chapter 65. Telekinesis. Clinch was startled by the sudden appearance of the enemy. The Red Ribbon Army? Bulma was equally alarmed by the mention of the name. Is it just you left? Xiao Yi inquired. Humph, I alone can easily handle all of you. General Blue, feeling insulted, retorted angrily. Want to fight? Let me take you on. Clinch, upon realizing that only one member of the Red Ribbon Army remained, felt a surge of confidence, though quite self-assured. Are we? General Blue scoffed at the sight of the diminutive Clinch preparing to battle him. Bring it on. Clinch struck a martial arts stance. Xiao Yukong, enjoying his roasted octopus, was suddenly alerted by a scream emanating from the opposite wall. What was that sound? It sounds like Clinch. How could the noise be coming from there? Xiao Yukong pondered curiously. Meanwhile, on the other side, Clinch lay defeated on the ground, his body marred with wounds. Where did all that confidence go? In stark contrast, General Blue stood unharmed, highlighting the vast disparity in their powers. How impressive! Bulma exclaimed from behind the treasure chest, witnessing Clinch being effortlessly subdued. Clinch, come rest. Let me handle this, Xiao Yi said, recognizing that Clinch was no match for General Blue's formidable presence. All right. Be careful, Clinch, aware of his own limitations compared to the imposing figure before him, retreated without protest. You must be the strongest here. Come on. Show me your strength, General Blue asserted confidently. All right. Without further ado, Xiao Yi delivered a powerful punch to General Blue's face before he could react, sending him flying. Wow, fantastic. Xiao Yi, give him a good thrashing. Bulma cheered enthusiastically for her beloved. Its Bulma calling out. Xiao Yukong distinctly heard her voice, setting aside the nearly finished octopus to leap into the nearby waterway. Ugh, with such a handsome face, how dare you kick my face? Blood. Nosebleed. I'm so handsome, and now I'm bleeding. General Blue, upon getting knocked down, prioritized his appearance over defense, muttering incessantly about his looks. What a disgrace. I am utterly humiliated. I can never show my face again. General Blue crouched on the ground, trembling with embarrassment. What is wrong with that guy? Clinch thought, perplexed. How dare you kick me? I want to let you off. General Blue declared, his eyes glowing with a strange light as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yi. Humph. Xiao Yi felt a binding force immobilizing his entire being. Ugh. Xiao Yi attempted to use his physical strength to break free from the constraint. But although he managed to move slightly, he could not fully escape its grip. You can still move. This is impossible. General Blue, confident in his abilities, was taken aback by Xiao Yi's actions. Ha ha ha. You are indeed affected by my powers. Moving so slowly. Suddenly, General Blue noticed that Xiao Yi's movements seemed somewhat sluggish, which delighted him. So that's what your powers do. How wonderful, as Xiao Yi's gaze locked onto General Blue. His mind was incessantly analyzing the latter's extraordinary abilities. In no time, General Blue's powers were fully deciphered, becoming a newfound capability for Xiao Yi. Successfully acquiring General Blue's ability, telekinesis, the power to manipulate matter through thought, max level. A system notification resonated within Xiao Yi's mind. And simultaneously, his body trembled. The restraints he had previously endured vanished without a trace. I will make you understand what true despair is, General Blue declared, launching a powerful punch toward Xiao Yi. That is precisely what I intend to say to you. Freeze. With Xiao Yi's command, General Blue's previously rapid movements abruptly halted, only to be propelled by inertia, rolling away uncontrollably. Thud, thud, bang. General Blue tumbled towards Xiao Yi like a deflated balloon, until he overshot and collided forcefully against the cavern wall. Crash! Oof! Though General Blue sustained no significant injuries from the tumble, his once dashing appearance was now marred, his clothing tattered and disheveled. More importantly, he found himself ensnared by the very ability he had once taken pride in. Experiencing the helplessness of being unable to move. How does it feel? Quite refreshing, I presume. Xiao Yi smiled as he addressed General Blue. Yu. How could you possess my abilities and even bind me like this? It is impossible. General Blue, now bordering on madness, could hardly comprehend how the man before him had rendered him immobile with his own powers. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi retrieved a specially crafted, exceptionally sturdy rope from his spatial ring, binding the incapacitated General Blue into a tight bundle. Crack, crack, bang. We must locate the Dragon Balls quickly. Otherwise, we shall be trapped here. Xiao Yi turned to Bulma, urging her to act. I will not kill you, but this cavern will soon collapse, and your survival will depend solely on your luck. Xiao Yi informed the helpless General Blue, defeating General Blue. Reward: 50 freedom attribute points. 50 yuan bao, 1,000 gold coins. Phew. Suddenly, little Goku emerged from a nearby waterway, gasping for air. Goku, you have finally arrived. Krillin, having nearly recovered, rushed to greet him. Indeed, I was in another cave and heard your and Bulma's cries. So I swam over. Little Goku replied. Chapter 66, Escape Crash, Crash. Just as little Goku and Krillin conversed, the cavern trembled ominously. Some rocks slipped from above, causing Bulma to dodge frantically. This is it. We must run. Krillin exclaimed, recognizing the dire situation. Bulma, where are the Dragon Balls? Little Goku asked, not following Krillin's lead to the bottom of the pool. Forget it. There is no time. Bulma pointed towards the water. Xiao Yi, you protect Bulma and escape first. I'll retrieve the Dragon Balls and join you. Little Goku declared before diving into the pool with a splash. What is he doing? Krillin, watching little Goku leap into the water, felt an urgent pang. Yet he understood that diving in could hinder Goku's progress. Xiao Yi, Krillin, hurry. We must flee. Bulma urged. You go ahead. I will follow shortly. With that, Xiao Yi dashed towards the pirate treasure chest, without hesitation. Xiao Yi stowed the enormous chest into his spatial ring. Completing this task, he cast a meaningful glance at the still struggling General Blue before sprinting towards Bulma. Once Xiao Yi departed, General Blue ceased his frantic struggles, adopting a calm demeanor. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The ropes binding General Blue began to writhe, as if animated, swiftly detaching themselves from him. Humph, just wait. I will have my revenge. General Blue, witnessing the ceiling's crumbling debris, glanced at the water pool and reluctantly chose to leave. However, not long after he had departed, little Goku burst forth from the pool, sprinting towards the submarine. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and the others encountered their own troubles. This is the end. The exit is blocked. Krillin lamented as the trap-laden passage they had traversed was now completely obstructed, trapping them within the massive pirate port. Forget it. Let us board the submarine. It might be our only chance, Xiao shouted. Clunk. Rumble. It's starting. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment as she activated the submarine that had been left behind by the pirates for years. Where is Goku? Bulma anxiously inquired. Come on. Hurry, Krillin urged. Concern etched across his face. We can't wait any longer, Bulma exclaimed, glancing at the stones continually falling from the cave's ceiling. Prepare to dive. Close the hatch, Bulma commanded Krillin. Are you really going to let Goku die? Krillin protested. Life is the most precious thing in this world. Is it not? Bulma retorted fiercely. That's true, but I still feel it's wrong to abandon Goku and escape alone. Krillin replied. Bang. The submarine hatch closed. Don't worry. That kid has a knack for survival. He won't die, Bulma reassured Krillin. All right, let us go. If we can't reach the ocean, we're doomed anyway. Bulma prepared to pilot the submarine underwater in search of another passage. Wait, it's Goku. He is coming. Krillin, keeping an eye on the entrance, spotted Goku racing towards them and called out to Bulma. Just as Goku was running, a stone the size of a human had plummeted onto him, knocking him to the ground. Ouch! Ignoring the pain, little Goku quickly stood, rubbing his head as he continued to sprint toward Xiao Yi. Goku, over here, quickly, Krillin shouted, urging him to come closer. Hurry, hurry, Krillin pressed on. We're leaving, Bulma announced to the group. Boom, rumble, rumble. With a cacophony of noise, the somewhat dilapidated submarine descended to the ocean floor. Go, go, Krillin urged Bulma as large boulders crashed into the water. Great. We're safe? Little Goku finally felt a sense of relief. Who said we're safe? We haven't even entered the ocean yet. Bulma shot back. Oh no, the entire cavern is really going to collapse, Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Bang, bang. Rocks continued to rain down upon the submarine. Ah, it's over, it's over. As the cave crumbled, the subsequent chain reaction threatened to dismantle the underwater passage as well. Look, there's an opening. It might lead to the ocean, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. That way, Krillin pointed out to Bulma, indicating where the boulders were falling. Hurry, this place is going to collapse too, Krillin urged anxiously. I know, Bulma snapped back at Krillin in annoyance. Suddenly, the submarine came to an abrupt halt. What's going on? Why did we stop? Krillin queried, puzzled by the sudden stillness. We're out of fuel. Bulma's realization hit her, leaving her momentarily at a loss as the critical situation unfolded. How could this happen? Krillin exclaimed, exasperated. Oh my god. I don't want to die. Krillin cried out in desperation. I haven't even experienced my first kiss yet. Bulma lamented, despair creeping into her voice. Let me handle this. Suddenly, a voice from the back seat startled everyone. As Xiao Yi projected his energy through his body, enveloping the entire spaceship, without allowing anyone a moment to react, he propelled the submarine forward at an astonishing speed, much like he had done previously with Bulma. Hurtling towards the end of the passageway, which was obstructed by a fallen boulder, with a resounding crash, the submarine burst through the passage and plunged into the vast ocean. Although the submarine was well stocked with oxygen, Bulma and Krillin found themselves gasping for breath, desperately trying to alleviate the despair they had felt on the brink of death. We did it, exclaimed Goku with uncontainable joy. We're saved. Yay, cheered Bulma. Equally elated, with a swift motion, Xiao Yi maneuvered the submarine into the air, and before long, they arrived at the previously encountered solitary island. Phew, that was close. Goku breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of survival wash over him. Indeed, we finally escaped. Thank goodness for you, Xiao Yi, Bulma said, her eyes filled with gratitude. Yes, thank you, Xiao Yi, Krillin added, his voice tinged with appreciation. It was nothing. Helping each other is the essence of adventure, Xiao Yi replied, slightly embarrassed by their praise. Chapter 67. The giant diamond. Such a pity about those treasures that I could have become a millionaire, Krillin lamented. Hee, Bulma smirked triumphantly at Krillin. He looked at her, puzzled. Look, what is this? Bulma exclaimed as she produced a colossal diamond from her underwear. This diamond was not only flawlessly crafted, but also large enough for Bulma to hold with a single hand. In comparison to the diamond Xiao Yi had previously acquired, this one was significantly larger, worth far more by any estimation. Huh? When did you manage to bring that out? Krillin asked incredulously, having spent most of his time near Bulma without noticing her conceal the enormous gem. This is a massive diamond, Bulma declared joyfully. What an impressive trick to hide it in such a place. Krillin marveled, unable to fathom how Bulma had managed to stow such a large diamond in her undergarments. This must be worth several $100 billion, Bulma boasted proudly. By the way, I also brought out a Dragon Ball, Goku chimed in with excitement. Only 3 stars though, he added, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Darn it. All that effort for nothing, Goku said, a bit annoyed. Wasn't it supposed to be 4 stars? Bulma asked, intrigued. Nope, Goku replied, feeling glum. Are you really fixated on finding that 4-star Dragon Ball? Bulma questioned, gazing at her Dragon Ball. Of course, Goku replied matter-of-factly. What a foolhardy obsession. I am utterly fed up. I will not assist you any longer, Bulma snapped, angered by Goku's relentless pursuit. Hey, I told you not to come. You insisted on tagging along. Goku retorted, looking at Bulma with confusion, that if you had mentioned the Red Ribbon Army, I wouldn't have come, Bulma said, though she knew her argument lacked merit, still harboring resentment from their previous perilous encounter. Enough arguing. Let us return to Master Roshi's place first. Thankfully, there is a Red Ribbon Army aircraft nearby, Krillin pointed out, indicating a plane not far off. With that, Bulma piloted the aircraft, carrying Krillin and Xiao Yi, while Goku soared on his Nimbus cloud, heading towards Kame House. Meanwhile, at a remote location on the uninhabited island, General Blue observed Goku and the others flying overhead. They must be returning to that secret base. He mused thoughtfully. This diamond is yours, Bulma said generously, handing the diamond to Krillin as she piloted the plane. Huh? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Consider it compensation for Kame Sinine's submarine. No need for change, Bulma stated with magnanimity. No change? Really? Is that all right? Krillin stammered, holding the diamond, unsure of how to respond. No problem. Don't forget, my father is a millionaire, Bulma proudly proclaimed. Krillin, perplexed, brought the diamond closer to himself. What are you doing? Bulma asked, puzzled by Krillin's actions. Nothing, just checking if it smells bad, Krillin blurted out, caught off guard by her question. What do you mean by that? Bulma shouted in anger. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, General Blue was piloting a helicopter, trailing Goku and the others from a distance. Oh, is this diamond for me? Master Roshi said, admiring the gem in his hand. Wow, that's worth a fortune, Lan Shi exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it's worth several hundred billion, Bulma replied nonchalantly. Several hundred billion. Master Roshi, who had just been calm, was now astounded, his beard bristling. Wow, even if I spent every day at the dance hall, it would take me many years to exhaust that, he mused, starting to calculate. Don't even think about wasting it. I traded my life for that, Krillin interjected, dissatisfied. I was just making an example. Master Roshi quickly defended himself, flustered. I'm truly sorry. I'll accept it, he said politely to Bulma, and if you regret it, I won't return it. Master Roshi confirmed, making a final assurance that I should keep it safe. If I leave it with you, you'll squander it, the sea turtle beside Master Roshi remarked. What? You doubt my character? Master Roshi exclaimed angrily at the sea turtle. Yes, as the one who knows Master Roshi best, the sea turtle did not fall for his tricks and retorted without hesitation. You old turtle, Master Roshi said, exasperated. Krillin, are you really the renowned martial arts master? Bulma remarked, witnessing the quarrel between Master Roshi and the sea turtle. Hey, keep still or you'll regret it. Unbeknownst to them, Lan Shi had been replaced by her enraged counterpart, now brandishing a submachine gun at everyone. Huh? The group was taken aback, as although Lan Shi's wrathful self frequently appeared, they had become accustomed to her not pointing guns at them. Hand over the diamond, the furious Lan Shi commanded directly. Realizing this was about the diamond, Krillin knew that it was the primary reason for her aggression. Smack. Master Roshi dared not play any tricks. Transformed Lan Shi had significantly enhanced physical capabilities, and he doubted he could disarm her without causing harm. Very well, farewell. Lan Shi, having secured the diamond, swiftly piloted the helicopter away from the island. Huh? Aren't they one of us? Bulma questioned, watching Lan Shi fly away in confusion. Half are our allies, and half are thieves. Krillin said, gazing skyward. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and chase them down to reclaim the diamond, Bulma urged, anxious as no one responded. Don't worry, just wait until she sneezes, and she'll turn back into a good girl. Master Roshi said calmly. What do you mean? Bulma asked, bewildered. She has both good and evil personalities that a single sneeze will switch her character, Krillin explained to Bulma. Buzz, General Blue, spotting the island where Goku and the others were located through his binoculars, declared, their secret base must be around here. There it is, that island. The Dragon Balls will be mine, and I'll take care of you lot as well. General Blue, uttering his words, leapt from the helicopter with a swift motion. Chapter 68. General Blue's counterattack. With remarkable speed, General Blue descended without any parachute. Just as he was about to make contact with the ground, his body executed an abrupt halt mid-air, followed by a flawless 180-degree flip, landing gracefully as if he had merely performed a somersault on level ground. Why hasn't he returned yet? Master Roshi gazed anxiously at the sky. Hey! General Blue, spotting Goku and the others looking upwards, realized his opportunity had arrived. Why precious diamonds? Master Roshi lamented. I am off to seek the Dragon Balls, Goku declared. Noticing that Lan Shi had yet to return, I must go home as well. School awaits me on Monday. Xiao Yi remarked. Are you joining me? Or will you continue adventuring with Goku? She asked tenderly to Bulma that I wish to explore with Goku for a while. Xiao Yi replied, unwilling to forfeit the impending opportunities. Thus speaking candidly to Bulma. Very well. But you must promise to find me once your adventure concludes. Bulma said earnestly to Xiao Yi. Indeed, I shall seek you out post-adventure. I have much knowledge to acquire from you. Xiao Yi exclaimed, her thoughts drifting to the Dragon Ball radar. Knowledge acquisition? Bulma appeared less than pleased with this response. Of course, primarily to see you. Xiao Yi quickly added, noting Bulma's expression. How infuriating. Just ensure you remain safe. Bulma said, her cheeks flushed. Master Roshi, could you lend me a plane? Bulma inquired. At a plane? I possess no aircraft, not even a boat. Master Roshi replied. What? Then how shall I return to the city? Bulma asked, taken aback. Then stay here and marry me. Master Roshi suggested nonchalantly. Dream on. Bulma retorted angrily at Master Roshi's shameless proposal. I can carry you to land. The sea turtle kindly offered, though its speed suggested it would take a considerable time to reach shore. Bulma, worry not. I shall escort you back before joining Goku in adventure, Xiao Yi said gently. You are truly kind, Xiao Yi. Bulma responded, her spirits lifted. Grandpa Turtle, I shall leave the Dragon Balls in your care. Goku announced to Master Roshi. Very well. Master Roshi agreed without hesitation. Keeping the Dragon Balls will attract the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin expressed his concern. With me, the illustrious Master Roshi, what is there to fear? Master Roshi replied dismissively, by the way. Krillin, didn't you go out to explore? Why are you still on Turtle Island? Xiao Yi inquired. Having found it peculiar that Krillin had not yet departed, I ventured out, but was unsure of where to go. And my progress here has been swifter than elsewhere. So I returned. Krillin admitted sheepishly. How about this? Join us in further exploration. Facing the Red Ribbon Army alongside Goku will greatly enhance your skills. Xiao Yi encouraged Krillin. A look of hesitation crossed Krillin's face. Consider this. If at the next martial arts tournament, you find yourself merely as a bystander, while Goku's prowess eclipses yours, will you be content? Xiao Yi guided him. But I cannot ride the flying Nimbus. I cannot keep pace with you. Krillin protested. Fear not. Master Roshi possesses a shrinking device. Once you are diminished, Goku can carry you. Xiao Yi proposed a solution. The shrinking device was something Master Roshi was reluctant to part with, as he intended to utilize it for Lan Shi. Suddenly, a multitude of serpent-like ropes descended from the sky, as if animated, swiftly ensnaring Xiao Yi and the others, binding them tightly, even capturing the sea turtle in their grasp. What is happening? Bulma exclaimed in distress. How should I know? Goku replied, also tightly bound and unable to move. Why is everyone restrained? Krillin echoed, panic rising. Though Xiao Yi was similarly bound, she revealed no signs of anxiety. After testing the ropes, she discovered that while they were resilient, her unique abilities made it relatively simple to free herself. Haha. We meet again. General Blue emerged from the shadows, exuding confidence. How does my second superpower feel? He taunted Xiao Yi and the others, intentionally avoiding eye contact with her, wary of being immobilized once more. Ah, the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma recalled her vivid impressions of General Blue. You are still alive. Xiao Yi feigned surprise. The Red Ribbon Army caused Master Roshi considerable annoyance. My apologies. I am here to search for the Dragon Balls. General Blue disregarded their astonished expressions and strode directly into the turtle house. This is disastrous. He will surely eliminate us. Bulma fretted upon witnessing General Blue enter the turtle house. Ugh, I cannot break free. Goku struggled with all his might, yet the specialized ropes held firm. Useless. These ropes are made from a special material, Xiao Yi informed Goku. How could this happen? Aren't you the renowned Master Roshi? Krillin complained. Having just witnessed him boast and now rendered helpless, I was caught off guard. Master Roshi blushed at Krillin's reproach. This foe is exceptionally powerful. I failed to notice, and these ropes are expertly tied, rendering me powerless. Master Rashi attempted to break free, but to no avail. Indeed, 3 Dragon Balls. Thank you. General Blue emerged from the turtle house, clutching the Dragon Balls and the radar. This infuriates me, Goku seethed. Watching the Dragon Balls he had painstakingly gathered being taken away, while they remained bound. What do you intend to do with the Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired, noticing their relentless pursuit. This is a matter for Commander Red. It is beyond my concern, General Blue replied dismissively. Thank you. This gift is for you, a token of my gratitude for not killing me last time, General Blue said, producing a time bomb and directing it at Xiao Yi. Chapter 69, Pursuit. Click. Ticking. This is an ultra-powerful time bomb. It will explode in 5 minutes. Enjoy these 5 minutes of terror, General Blue announced. What? Bulma gasped, staring at the bomb beside her, resembling an alarm clock. Farewell. How amusing. General Blue reveled in the impending explosion. Boom. General Blue activated a fighter jet capsule. Wait. I wish to join the Red Ribbon Army. Release me. Bulma suddenly shouted at General Blue. What nonsense are you spouting? Krillin chastised Bulma loudly. Virum, the Red Ribbon Army has no need for women. General Blue flatly rejected Bulma's plea. Do you see me? Master Rashi shamelessly interjected. Master Rashi, the sea turtle could no longer contain itself and shouted at Master Rashi. Virum, enjoy your last 4 minutes. General Blue turned to Xiao Yi and the others before boarding the aircraft. Boom. General Blue paid no further attention to them, taking off from the island. Help, help. Ah, Bulma cried out desperately. Ugh, I cannot break free. Goku continued to struggle against the ropes. With no success. 2 minutes remained. Bulma exclaimed anxiously. Ah, this is alarming. Master Rashi added, equally distressed. Ah, something is flying towards us. Little Wukong suddenly gazed up at the sky. Thank heavens, Blue Chi has returned. Master Rashi exclaimed with excitement. How did I end up on this aircraft? Blue Chi wondered aloud as she descended from the plane. Huh? What happened to you all? She inquired, noticing the group bound and helpless. Throw that bomb far away. Little Wukong shouted to Blue Chi. Hurry, throw it now, Krillin urged anxiously. Is this it? Blue Chi nonchalantly picked up the bomb. Yes, the farther you throw it, the better, Bulma urged. It's so heavy. I might as well toss it into the trash can. Blue Chi struggled with the weight of the bomb, addressing the group. You can't throw it in the trash can. Bulma shouted desperately. Help me untie the ropes, Little Wukong suddenly said to Blue Chi. They're tied too tightly. I can't get them loose. Blue Chi spent a long time trying to untie the knot. But as time was running out, she was unsuccessful. Use a knife to cut it. Master Rashi said anxiously from the side. Oh no. Blue Chi was sweating profusely from the tense atmosphere. Hurry, Little Wukong urged. Only 5 seconds left. Krillin exclaimed. It's broken. At the crucial moment, the ropes finally snapped. Wonderful. Little Wukong was finally free. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the ticking bomb and hurled it into the air. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated as the bomb detonated in the sky. Wow. Bulma felt a sense of relief wash over her. Phew. Master Rashi also sighed in relief. Nimbus. After such a harrowing experience, Little Wukong, feeling a surge of anger, realized he had to settle the score. Wait. Wukong, don't chase too far. Master Rashi, wary of General Blue's strength, feared for Little Wukong's safety. The Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of such a villain. Ignoring Master Rashi's warning, Little Wukong declared loudly, Blue Chi, quickly untie my ropes. I am going to help Wukong, Xiao Yi suddenly said to Blue Chi. Oh, all right. Blue Chi hurried over to help Xiao Yi cut the ropes. Xiao Yi, be careful, Bulma shouted to Xiao Yi, who was ascending into the sky. Sky dance technique. Master Rashi couldn't help but marvel at the familiar martial skill. Boom, I found it. Little Wukong finally caught up with General Blue's fighter jet. Stop, return the Dragon Balls to me. Little Wukong shouted to the aircraft ahead. What a troublesome fellow, General Blue thought, feeling a headache as Little Wukong drew closer. Whoosh, Little Wukong's Nimbus was now racing alongside General Blue's fighter jet. Humph, watch me shake you off, ha ha ha. General Blue laughed, activating the jet's secondary thrusters, propelling Little Wukong far behind in an instant. Humph, let's see where you escape to. Nimbus, charge. With that, Little Wukong accelerated upward. Meanwhile, down below in Penguin Village, boom, whoosh, huh. What is that? Alle remarked, observing the 2 flying objects in the sky. perplexed as she turned to her companion, Xiao Yi. Two of them. Xiao Yi replied, "Oh, what could it possibly be?" Alale said in disappointment. Whoosh. Hee hee. Little Wukong once again soared beside the fighter jet, matching General Blue's speed. Huh? How is this possible? He actually caught up to my rocket-powered plane. General Blue exclaimed in shock. That MY Nimbus is impressive, isn't it? Little Wukong boasted proudly. I'm about to strike. Little Wukong raised his golden staff. General Blue gasped at Little Wukong's action. Hey! With a mighty swing, Little Wukong brought his staff down U-turn. General Blue maneuvered the fighter jet, suddenly twisting to evade Little Wukong's staff. Whoosh! General Blue accelerated away once more. Little Wukong clearly hadn't expected his assured strike to miss. This is not advantageous for me. Alright, first, I'll turn off the rocket thrusters, General Blue muttered to himself. Whoosh-da-do! Little Wukong noticed the plane's speed had decreased. Feeling quite puzzled, it's back, Alale exclaimed, pointing at the sky as she turned to Xiao Yi. Hee hee, have you finally surrendered? Little Wukong cheerfully shouted. Hee hee, you've fallen for it, just as Little Wukong approached the fighter jet. General Blue suddenly declared, ignition. Suddenly, the jet's thrusters erupted with a massive flame, sending an unprepared Little Wukong tumbling off Nimbus. Ouch, Little Wukong fell headfirst, unprepared for the drop. Ha 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 ha, die. General Blue chuckled, reveling in his escape from Little Wukong's pursuit. Oh no. However, in a twist of fate, when General Blue turned around, he found himself facing a towering mountain. With a violent crash, the fighter jet exploded into a massive fireball. Chapter 70, Penguin Village. Little Wukong, soaring in the sky, was drawn to the sound of the explosion. Whoosh, how foolish. Hey! Little Wukong felt elated as he witnessed General Blue's jet collide with the mountain and explode. Wow! Alale gasped as she saw Little Wukong plummeting. Thud! Just before hitting the ground, Little Wukong executed a backflip and landed heavily. Hello! Alale greeted Little Wukong amicably. Hello! Little Wukong was taken aback by Alale's warmth, but quickly returned the friendly gesture. Nimbus! Ignoring the suddenly appearing odd child. Little Wukong called for Nimbus. The Dragon Ball shouldn't have been destroyed along with it. Jumping onto Nimbus, Little Wukong mused to himself, oh, so cool. Hey, let's play together, Alale shouted toward Little Wukong, but by then, he had flown too far to hear her, wobbling. How infuriating. In the vicinity of the crashed fighter jet, General Blue struggled to rise. I will definitely make that brat pay. He blamed all his troubles on Little Wukong. Whoosh, Little Wukong, riding Nimbus, soared through the sky toward the crash site. He's back so soon. General Blue felt an enormous headache at the thought of Little Wukong. Over there, I hope the Dragon Balls weren't destroyed with the plane. Little Wukong murmured to himself. General Blue quickly concealed himself. It seems I should return to headquarters. That brat is too difficult to deal with. At that moment, General Blue regretted his hasty decision and thought he should have dealt with Little Wukong back on Turtle Island. Whoosh! General Blue leaped off the mountain, sprinting swiftly into the distance. Where could it be? Why can't I find the bag with the Dragon Balls? Little Wukong searched through the rubble for quite a while, but found nothing. That's right, I didn't see that guy either. He must still be alive. Where could he have gone? Little Wukong looked around. Hey! In the distance, Alale waved to Little Wukong. Little Wukong curiously approached. Thud, thud, thud. Alale ran over, giggling as she looked at Little Wukong. You're that Little Wukong from earlier, right? She asked uncertainly. You ran over here? Little Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Alale replied. Wow, incredible. You nearly matched Nimbus's speed. Little Wukong remarked in astonishment. How did you train? He asked Alale and Xiao Yi with wonder. What are you talking about? Alale found herself perplexed by the words of Little Wukong. What are you playing at? She inquired of him. Not playing. I'm hunting for evildoers, Little Wukong replied earnestly. Nimbus. With that, he leaped onto his Nimbus cloud, soaring into the sky in search of his quarry, scarcely pausing for further conversation with Alale. Wow, I am so envious of Little Wukong's Nimbus. Alale exclaimed, watching him intently. Where did it go? Where could it have vanished to? Little Wukong pondered as he searched the vicinity. This is quite the challenge. How can I return to headquarters? General Blue has lost his flying capsule. In the distance, the sound of an approaching automobile echoed. Splendid. Upon spotting the vehicle, General Blue exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, he darted in front of the car, startling the occupants within, who screamed as the driver slammed on the brakes just in time to avoid a collision. What do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind? Shouted a bespectacled middle-aged man from inside the car. Get out of the vehicle, General Blue commanded the owner. For what purpose? The middle-aged man was taken aback by General Blue's audacity. Huh, so you're a robber? After regaining his composure, he surprisingly appeared quite pleased. Is that so? There's a telephone booth nearby, and I assure you, you'll regret this, he muttered to himself. Wait a moment. The man jogged over to a nearby telephone booth and slammed the door shut behind him. General Blue watched him curiously, unsure of the man's intentions. I am the illustrious super-dried plum, he declared upon emerging, now clad in a superhero costume, having removed his glasses. And what of that? General Blue retorted dismissively. What? You don't recognize me. You must be from out of town. No wonder you seem unfamiliar, the man, now known as Super-Dried Plum, remarked. Allow me to teach you a lesson, so you understand my prowess. He bellowed at General Blue. Undeterred by the bravado of Super-Dried Plum, General Blue merely thought to himself, I'll give you one more chance. If you flee now, I want to make things difficult for you. Super-Dried Plum issued his final warning to the unyielding General Blue. With a scornful glance, General Blue strode purposefully towards the telephone booth. Is there really a way to escape like this? Super-Dried Plum mused. With a swift motion, General Blue seized the telephone booth and, with a mighty effort, crushed it into a heap of scrap metal. After finishing this task, he dusted off his hands and approached Super-Dried Plum. Super-Dried Plum, how may I assist you, sir? Super-Dried Plum's demeanor shifted to one of humility. Hand over your flying capsule, General Blue demanded. What is a capsule? Super-Dried Plum admitted he was unfamiliar with the term. You don't know what a capsule is? You truly are a country bumpkin, General Blue scoffed. Well, I suppose I am a country bumpkin, Super-Dried Plum replied sheepishly. Does anyone here own an aircraft? General Blue inquired. An aircraft? Super-Dried Plum pondered. That fellow Chibana has an aircraft, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Follow this road straight until you reach the coast. The house on the left is his, he elaborated to General Blue. Virum. General Blue drove off towards Chibana's residence. All right, feel free to use it. No need to be polite. Safe travels, Super-Dried Plum bid him respectfully. I'll let you off this time, he muttered to himself. Trying to reassure himself. Chapter 71. The marvelous superpowers. Where did you escape to? Little Wukong fumed. Are you playing hide and seek? Alalay chimed in beside him. I'll use the Dragon Ball radar to see where 3 Dragon Balls are located. Little Wukong declared excitedly. Click. He activated the radar, only to be met with disappointment. Oh no, it seems to be malfunctioning, he lamented as he examined the device. Alalay observed with curiosity. I'll have to return to Bulma for repairs. Little Wukong sighed. Hey, where is this place? He suddenly realized he might be lost. Penguin Village. Alalay replied. I was so focused on chasing him that I lost track of where I was. You know where Master Roshi lives? Little Wukong asked Alalay. I don't know him. Alalay replied honestly. What should I do? Where exactly am I? Little Wukong fretted. Just then, a figure zipped across the sky. Xiao Yi, over here. Little Wukong shouted upon recognizing the silhouette. Wukong, it's been quite a task finding you, Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully. Hello, I'm Alalay. She greeted Xiao Yi warmly. Hello, I'm Xiao Yi. He reciprocated. Wukong, what are you doing here? Xiao Yi inquired. I'm searching for Dragon Balls. But my radar is broken. Little Wukong handed the device to Xiao Yi. Is that so? There are no professional tools here. Otherwise, I could attempt to repair it. Xiao Yi replied uncertainly. Is that thing truly broken? Alalay asked, pointing at the radar in Xiao Yi's hands. Yes, Little Wukong confirmed. The doctor can fix it, Alalay stated assuredly. Really? That's wonderful, Little Wukong exclaimed in delight. Quick, tell me where he lives, he urged. Let us take that. Alalay pointed at the Nimbus. Nimbus? Little Wukong questioned with confusion. I wonder if you can both ride. He pondered as he began to pull Alalay onto the Nimbus. Oh, this is so much fun. Alalay squealed with joy. Wow. Both she and Xiao Ji appeared equally thrilled. You're all good kids. Little Wukong praised Alalay and Xiao Ji as they sat upon the Nimbus. The house you just fell from is the one. My wish has been granted, Alalay informed Little Wukong, revealing the doctor's address. Is it over there? Get ready. We're about to set off, he announced. Xiao Yi, let us go. With that, Little Wukong took control of the Nimbus and soared into the sky, with Xiao Yi closely following. Wow, Xiao Yi, do you have wings like Xiao Ji? Alalay marveled at Xiao Yi's ability to fly unaided. Hold on tight. Don't fall off, little Wukong cautioned Alalay. Whoosh, yay. Alalay was too caught up in the excitement to heed his warning. Isn't this delightful? Little Wukong beamed at Alalay and Xiao Ji. Yes, charge ahead, charge ahead. Alalay cheered joyfully. What is that? Dr. Chibana wondered as he spotted the Nimbus approaching from afar. Haha, this is so much fun. Alalay exclaimed. Goo goo. Both Xiao Ji appeared equally ecstatic. Hee hee. Isn't it splendid? Little Wukong felt immense satisfaction with his Nimbus. Who is that child? The doctor questioned his companion. Mrs. Midori, it seems they're not from our village. Midori replied. That's the doctor. Alalay pointed to him, informing little Wukong. Hello. Nice to meet you. Little Wukong greeted Midori. Hello. Grienzi smiled as she greeted Xiao Wukong. This is the doctor. Alalay pointed to the man beside Grienzi. Whoosh. Bang. At that moment, Xiao Yi fell from the sky. Another Dr. Qianbingwei said to his wife, Grienzi, could you assist me in making repairs? Xiao Wukong addressed Dr. Qianbingwei. What is this? Dr. Qianbingwei inquired. Looking at the radar in his hand. It's a Dragon Ball radar, Xiao Wukong replied. Dragon Ball radar? Dr. Qianbingwei stared curiously at the round device. What exactly is a Dragon Ball? Grienzi asked Xiao Wukong. That IT can detect the location of Dragon Balls. Xiao Wukong explained to Dr. Qianbingwei. And what are Dragon Balls? Dr. Qianbingwei still seemed perplexed that IT appears to be a radar capable of capturing special radio wave frequencies. Dr. Qianbingwei's genius son, Xiao Debao, elucidated to his father. Dr. Qianbingwei finally grasped the principle behind the Dragon Ball radar upon hearing his son's explanation that it's broken. Please help me fix it. Xiao Wukong implored Dr. Qianbingwei. Let me take a look, Dr. Qianbingwei said uncertainly. My goodness! Upon opening the radar's casing, Dr. Qianbingwei was astounded by the intricate components inside, left speechless. Such a sophisticated machine. Who crafted this? Dr. Qianbingwei asked in amazement. A girl named Bulma. Xiao Wukong replied. Dr. Qianbingwei was astonished to think that someone could be even smarter than him. A genius, he chuckled. Well, this family owns an aircraft. Meanwhile, not far from Dr. Qianbingwei's residence, General Blue was driving a car he had commandeered from the mysterious man, heading towards Dr. Qianbingwei's home. Can you fix it? Xiao Wukong inquired of Dr. Qianbingwei. No problem. He is a genius. Grienzi expressed her unwavering confidence in her husband. No. The structure is too complex. I can't even comprehend it. Dr. Qianbingwei thought to himself, feeling conflicted. What should I do? This could ruin my reputation as a genius. Dr. Qianbingwei mused. Click, click. Noticing his father's troubled expression, Xiao Debao realized that Dr. Qianbingwei was unable to repair the Dragon Ball radar, so he used his superpowers to fix it. Huh? Dad, that's amazing. It's already repaired. Xiao Debao exclaimed. I haven't even touched it yet. Dr. Qianbingwei was equally perplexed about how the radar had been repaired. Is it fixed? Xiao Wukong asked Dr. Qianbingwei. Chapter 72. Reclaiming the Dragon Balls at that moment. Xiao Yi wore a satisfied expression that he had successfully acquired the abilities of Xiao Debao. 1. Superintelligence. 2. Spatial abilities, levitation, teleportation, advanced super speed, max level. All his previous endeavors were aimed at locating Penguin Village to obtain what was said to be the most formidable superpower in the Alale comic. Xiao Debao, whose full name is Zhijuan Debao, is the eldest son of Zhijuan Qianbingwei and Shanbai Grienzi. During an outing, he was struck by a spaceship descending to Earth and temporarily lost his life. However, after being revived through advanced extraterrestrial resurrection techniques, he returned safely. The side effects of the procedure granted him immense superpowers and exceptional intelligence, enabling him to levitate, teleport, and translate multiple languages. Xiao Debao's power and speed are on par with Alale and Xiaoya, and his intellect surpasses that of Zhejuan Qianbingwei. Compared to Xiao Debao's superpowers, General Blue's abilities are utterly negligible, lacking any comparability. This is why Xiao Yi continually spared General Blue, hoping to draw out the Penguin Village plotline. For Xiao Yi, Xiao Debao, as the mightiest ability user in the Alale narrative, his powers far exceed the singular telekinetic abilities of General Blue. This must be the place. At that moment, General Blue arrived at Dr. Qianbingwei's doorstep. Excellent. There truly is an aircraft here. General Blue thought gleefully. Why are they here too? Seeing Xiao Yi and Xiao Wukong by the aircraft, General Blue was startled and nearly gasped aloud. This is troublesome. He felt the situation becoming increasingly complicated. Here you go. Dr. Qiambingwei handed the inexplicably repaired Dragon Ball radar to Xiao Yukong. That ITS really fixed, Xiao Yukong exclaimed joyfully. Clap. Beep. Xiao Yukong activated the Dragon Ball radar. Fantastic, it's working, he cheered upon seeing the Dragon Ball indicators on the radar. Haha. What do you think? A genius is a genius. Although Dr. Qiambingwei was somewhat puzzled about how the Dragon Ball radar had been repaired, he soon shrugged it off, attributing the accomplishment to himself due to his laid-back nature. Thank you. Xiao Yukong expressed his gratitude to Dr. Qiambingwei. The locations of the 3 Dragon Balls are right in the middle, Xiao Yukong said uncertainly. Ah. We meet again. General Blue brandished a dagger at Alail, addressing Xiao Yi and Xiao Yukong. Alail was bewildered as to why this unfamiliar person was threatening her with a knife. You, Xiao Yukong exclaimed in shock. If you dare move, I'll kill her. General Blue threatened Xiao Yukong. Scoundrel, Xiao Yukong retorted angrily, and don't use your telekinesis to control my body. Last time, I was caught off guard, allowing you the opportunity, but this time I'm prepared and will definitely evade your powers before you can activate them. General Blue confidently declared to Xiao Yi, evidently still haunted by his previous defeat. Oh, is that so? Are you truly certain? Xiao Yi inquired with interest. Don't move, or I'll slay this little girl. General Blue's threats seemed to lack conviction. Return the Dragon Balls to me. Xiao Yukong shouted angrily at General Blue. Just as Xiao Yukong prepared to rush forward, General Blue's eyes gleamed, and he activated his abilities, immobilizing Xiao Yukong. This is bad. I can't move. It infuriates me. Although Xiao Yukong was frantic, his body remained unresponsive. Huh? What is wrong with you? Dr. Qiambingwei asked Xiao Yukong upon seeing him standing still. ITS a superpower. Xiao Debao explained to Dr. Qiambingwei. You dare use that power in front of me. Break. With that, Xiao Yi directly unleashed his newly acquired spatial abilities, nullifying the power General Blue had cast upon Xiao Yukong. The level of spatial abilities is indeed far superior to telekinesis, Xiao Yi mused to himself. General Blue was taken aback to see his powers so effortlessly dismantled by Xiao Yi, and he hastily fled towards the aircraft. You can't escape, Xiao Yi declared, instantly teleporting in front of General Blue, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the sky, unsure of where he would land. Xiao Yi did not eliminate General Blue, as the narrative dictated that he would be slain by Tao Pai Pai. He did not wish to alter the storyline. Moreover, all the experience points and abilities General Blue could offer had already been extracted, rendering him of little concern to Xiao Yi. Right, the Dragon Balls. Noticing that General Blue had been kicked out of sight, Xiao Yukong hurried to the aircraft, searching for the Dragon Balls. Here they are. Xiao Yukong joyfully discovered a bag containing 3 Dragon Balls in the cockpit. All right, come here, Nimbus, Xiao Yukong called out to the sky. Thank you all, Xiao Yi. Let us go, Xiao Yukong said to Xiao Yi. All right, we'll return to the turtle house first. You take Krillin on an adventure while I escort Bulma home. Then I'll come find you, Xiao Yi replied to Xiao Yukong. Good. Let us hurry. Little Yukong inquired. Why haven't Xiao Yi and the others returned yet? I hope they haven't encountered any danger. Bulma paced restlessly within the Kame house, voicing her concerns. Fear not. With Xiao Yi's prowess, these perils are of little consequence to him. Master Roshi reassured Bulma. However, despite Bulma's agreement with Master Roshi's words, she could not quell her anxiety for Xiao Yi, and her usual carefree demeanor seemed to vanish entirely. Hey, Bulma, Goku went along too. You should at least worry about him a bit. Krillin grumbled at Bulma. She disregarded Krillin's remarks, her gaze fixed intently on the sky. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the air. One was little Yukong riding on the flying Nimbus, while the other soared gracefully using the flight technique. Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, you've finally returned safely. Bulma exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Let us tidy up. I'll take you home. Xiao Yi responded warmly to the enthusiastic Bulma. Krillin, are you ready? Let us embark on an adventure. Little Yukong called out to Krillin. Chapter 73, The Sacred Land of Karen. Xiao Yi. Thank you for accompanying me back. Please be cautious in the upcoming adventure. The Red Ribbon Army is not to be trifled with. Bulma expressed her concern to Xiao Yi. Rest assured, I will remain vigilant at all times. Xiao Yi reassured Bulma gently, by the way. Bulma, I have a gemstone here. I would like you to analyze its composition and see if you can create a radar for locating such gems. Xiao Yi presented a piece of jade he had purchased on Earth to Bulma. The gemstone was enveloped in stone, causing its emitted frequency to be significantly lower than that of the gem itself. Xiao Yi inquired whether Bulma could develop a radar for exploration. This is quite simple. When do you need it? Bulma replied, confident in her capabilities, knowing she could modify the dragon radar with minimal effort. In truth, Xiao Yi could have completed this minor task himself with sufficient time. But as he needed to accompany little Wukong on his adventure, he entrusted it to Bulma instead. No rush. I will return to see you once I help little Wukong find the 4-star Dragon Ball. Xiao Yi assured Bulma, all right. I will have the radar ready and wait for your return at home. Bulma replied sweetly, reminiscent of a newlywed patiently awaiting her husband's return. I am off. Xiao Yi looked at Bulma, initially wanting to say something. But at that moment, all words seemed inadequate against the beauty of her presence. It was not that Xiao Yi wished to withhold promises. Rather, he was unable to offer Bulma any assurances, as he had a wife and daughter whom he loved dearly. With a sense of guilt, Xiao Yi chose to leave Bulma's home and flew towards little Wukong. Meanwhile, little Wukong faced a life-threatening crisis. Wukong, accompanied by Krillin and 3 Dragon Balls, soared westward on the flying Nimbus. Continuing the search for the next Dragon Ball, let us hope the next one is Grandpa's 4-star Dragon Ball, little Wukong remarked as he glanced at the Dragon radar. On the other hand, at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Commander Reed, that little brat seems to have headed west, reported the black aide to Commander Reed. Is he going towards Colonel Yellow? Commander Reed inquired. Indeed, that guy Yellow has already discovered the Dragon Balls, but has T secured them yet? Commander Reed questioned the aide. It seems they've encountered some trouble, the aide replied candidly. Bunch of useless fools. Commander Reed expressed his growing dissatisfaction with his subordinates. In the sacred land of Karen, hand over that ball. It's of no use to you anyway. One of the Red Ribbon Army's tiger-headed leaders brandished a gun, pointing it at a giant dressed as an Indian. I have no interest in that ball. However, I must protect the sacred land. I will not allow you to wreak havoc here. Leave at once, the Indian giant declared resolutely. I've heard all that before. The tiger-headed leader and his subordinates aimed their guns at the giant. Showing no intention of retreating, your numbers have dwindled considerably. If you do not leave, I will ensure your total annihilation, the Indian giant asserted with determination. Dad, watch out behind you. Suddenly, the giant's child, hidden within a nearby tent, warned him. In a swift motion, a Red Ribbon Army soldier attempted to ambush the giant from behind, only to be impaled along with a nearby tree by the giant's mighty spear. You scoundrel! Open fire! The tiger-headed leader shouted angrily as his plan unraveled. Bang! 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 A barrage of gunfire ensued. Yet the Indian giant remained unscathed, his body appearing as flawless as marble, not a single wound in sight. I told you. Those things can't kill me. The Indian giant scoffed at the tiger-headed leader. Bang! Thud! Oh, help! After the gunfire, the Indian giant charged into the Red Ribbon Army's camp, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, incapacitating the overly gun-reliant soldiers, leaving none capable of standing. The Indian giant reveled in his triumph. He suddenly heard the whirring of a helicopter. Glancing back, he saw the tiger-headed leader piloting the aircraft. Soaring into the sky. Running away, are we? The Indian giant remarked as he finished off the last Red Ribbon soldier, looking up at the sky. Dad. A young boy dressed as an Indian jumped down from the tent and rushed towards the giant. I'll bury these people. Wait a moment, the Indian giant instructed the boy, buzzing. This is Colonel Yellow, headquarters, please respond. The tiger-headed leader communicated while piloting the aircraft. Braku, report to me, an intelligence officer relayed to the black aide. What? The entire army has been wiped out. And you're the only one left? At all costs. If you fail, you can forget about living. The black aide warned Colonel Yellow over the phone. Yes, I will do my utmost, the tiger-headed leader affirmed. Do you still consider yourselves the infamous Red Ribbon Army? Commander Reed appeared behind the black aide unexpectedly. Commander Reed, the aide exclaimed in surprise. Yellow. Listen carefully. If you haven't secured the Dragon Ball within an hour, I will summon Tao Pai Pai. Commander Reed warned Colonel Yellow. Yes, Commander Reed. Colonel Yellow replied nervously. You're not truly that desperate. Are you? The black aide remarked in shock upon hearing Commander Reed's words. I must eliminate those little brats. Commander Reed was thoroughly enraged by little Wukong and his companions. Let me tell you, if you fail, Tao Pai Pai will kill you too. Commander Reed threatened. Yes, yes. Colonel Yellow acknowledged, thoroughly terrified. Buzzing. That kid has a father. If I capture his child as a hostage, The Dragon Ball will be mine. Colonel Yellow muttered to himself, motivating himself. Shill, shill. Whoosh. All right. Silence the engine noise and fly low. Colonel Yellow spotted the Indian boy not far away. Chapter 74. The world's greatest assassin. I too wish to become as powerful as my father soon. The Indian boy murmured to himself as he roasted fish. Suddenly, the Indian boy was seized by Colonel Yellow's aircraft, lifted into the sky. Oh no! UPA. At this moment, the Indian giant was digging a grave, preparing to bury the fallen members of the Red Ribbon Army. Suddenly, he heard his son UPA's cries. Looking up, he discovered that his son had been taken to the sky by Colonel Yellow, buzzing. Where did that man go? After capturing the young boy, Colonel Yellow searched the vicinity for a long time but found no trace of the Indian giant. Put my son down, came the thunderous roar of the Indian giant from below the helicopter. Oh, that's where you are. Colonel Yellow finally pinpointed the location of the Indian giant. Listen, if you hand over the Dragon Ball, your son will be safe. Throw the ball up to the helicopter. Did you hear that? Colonel Yellow called down from his elevated position, imposing conditions upon the Indian giant. Bastard. Though the Indian giant was furious. He was powerless with his son in the enemy's grasp. That it seems this is going rather smoothly. The Black Aide joyfully remarked to Commander Red. Even if we seize the Dragon Ball, that little brat's son Wukong will still be troublesome. Commander Red did not share the Black Aide's optimism. Commander, son Wukong is rapidly approaching Colonel Yellow's territory, reported the radar monitoring personnel to Commander Red. Not good. How could he arrive so quickly? Is he already here? Commander Red expressed his concern. All right, I'll give it to you. Just come down first. The Indian giant, clutching the Dragon Ball, reluctantly compromised. I want to fall for your tricks. Hurry, throw the Dragon Ball up. Colonel Yellow insisted uncompromisingly from the helicopter. I'm not like you who resorts to any means. The Indian giant retorted angrily. Whoosh, it should be around here, little Wukong said to Krillin in his arms. Help me. Daddy, the Indian boy UPA shouted towards the ground. Huh? What is going on? Little Wukong had not even begun his search for the Dragon Ball when he heard cries for help not far away. Help! Please save me! UPA continued to shout. Whoosh! Spotting UPA, little Wukong changed direction mid-flight and soared towards the helicopter. Colonel Yellow was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of little Wukong before him. That logo looks familiar, little Wukong thought as he recognized the emblem on the helicopter. Wukong! It's the Red Ribbon Army, Krillin reminded him, alarmed. You little brat, could it be that you are? Colonel Yellow seemed to deduce little Wukong's identity based on his attire and demeanor. Bang! Without any hesitation upon realizing the enemy was from the Red Ribbon Army, little Wukong launched a powerful punch from the side, striking Colonel Yellow directly and sending both him and the helicopter plummeting towards the ground. As Colonel Yellow was attacked, he could not attend to UPA, who began to fall freely from the sky. UPA, the Indian giant exclaimed in alarm as he witnessed his son descending. Bang! UPA landed on the soft, cloud-like Kintoan. Hee. Little Wukong felt a sense of mischievous delight at UPA's astonished expression. High. Little Wukong greeted UPA cheerfully as he landed on the Kintoan. UPA, Indian giant. The communication was abruptly cut off. The Black Aide informed Commander Red. Quickly summoned Tao Pai Pai. At this moment, Commander Red's mind was solely focused on annihilating little Wukong and his companions at any cost. Chirp, chirp, thank you for saving my son. The Indian giant expressed his gratitude to little Wukong. It's nothing. I just happened to save him while battling the Red Ribbon Army. Little Wukong replied honestly, devoid of any arrogance. Hello, I'm Krillin. Krillin, having returned to his normal size, introduced himself to the father and son duo. Hello, I'm Bra, and this is my son UPA. The Indian giant responded amicably to Krillin. Uncle, that's the Dragon Ball. Little Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Do you want this thing as well? Bra asked little Wukong. Show me, show me. Little Wukong joyfully urged Bra. Wonderful. It's the 4-star ball. My grandfather's 4-star ball. I finally found it. Bra handed the Dragon Ball to little Wukong, who was overjoyed. Yay. Little Wukong danced with glee. What is going on? What secret does this ball hold? Bra asked, puzzled. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Whoosh, crack. Hey, stop right there. This is not a place for just anyone to enter. Get lost, or I'll shoot you. The guards at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters stopped General Blue, who was not in uniform. Hey. General Blue was seething with anger and, without revealing his identity, elbowed the nearest guard, slamming him against the wall, causing him to slowly slide down, clearly mortally wounded. Bastard. You don't even recognize your superior. After venting his frustration, General Blue shouted, "Oh, it's General Blue." Another guard finally recognized him and hurriedly saluted. "Hurry and open the door," General Blue commanded, as if it were a matter of course. Meanwhile, within the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, I am the world's #1 assassin. Tao Pai Pai, a middle-aged man dressed in traditional attire with a long braid, announced to Commander Red. "Welcome, Tao Pai Pai." Commander Red did not take offense at Tao Pai Pai's rude demeanor, but instead greeted him with kindness. "But let me make it clear, my fees are quite high," Tao Pai Pai stated flatly. "As long as you can accomplish the task, I don't care how much it costs," Commander Red replied. "All right, to kill a person, it's 100 million. Tao Pai Pai quoted his price swiftly. 100 million. The black aide was taken aback by the figure. "But you're in luck. This year, I'm hosting a 20th anniversary assassin promotion event. So it's half price. To kill someone, it's only 50 million. His words, combined with Tao Pai Pai's deadpan expression, created a rather comical effect. "Thank you," Commander Red said, somewhat speechless. "Are you really Tao Pai Pai?" The black aide asked uncertainly. "Do you want to try?" Tao Pai Pai replied with ill intent. "No, I'd rather not," though the black aide had his doubts about the identity of the man before him. He certainly did not dare to risk his life to find out. Bang! Bang! "Who is it?" the black aide called out to the door. "It's me, Blue," came the voice of General Blue from outside. "Come in, General Blue." Although Commander Red spoke calmly, his furious expression conveyed the turmoil within. "Report." "I'm back." General Blue saluted Commander Red. "You actually managed to return," Commander Red said with a significant tone. "Indeed, both the plane and the car were stolen. And I went through great difficulty." General Blue, oblivious to Commander Red's implications, continued to recount the hardships of his return journey. "That's not what I meant. I meant the Dragon Ball was taken by Sun Wukong. And you still have the audacity to come back." Commander Red finally unleashed the pent-up rage within him. "That was an accident." General Blue finally realized that his current situation was quite dire. "I command you to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Since you failed to complete the mission, you ought to be executed." Commander Red uttered words that plunged General Blue into despair. No. General Blue finally succumbed to fear. "However, considering your contributions to the Red Ribbon Army, I'll give you a chance. Fight this Tao Pai Pai, and if you win, you will be spared." Commander Red offered General Blue a glimmer of hope, wanting to gauge Tao Pai Pai's true strength. "Thank you." General Blue was absolutely confident in his abilities, viewing his previous defeat to Xiao Yi as merely a fluke. You are the so-called world's #1 assassin. Tao Pai Pai? General Blue spoke confidently to Tao Bai Bai. "Do you desire my signature?" Tao Bai Bai, a man of considerable arrogance himself, responded with a laugh. "If you're the best in the world, then I must be the universe's greatest assassin." General Blue declared with unwavering confidence. "If I eliminate this brat, will I also receive a reward?" Tao Bai Bai, opting not to engage in further verbal sparring with General Blue, turned to Commander Red and said, "No problem. Show me your skills." Rather than reacting with anger, Commander Red appeared excited as he replied to Tao Bai Bai. "Against you, I need not lift a finger. My tongue alone suffices," Tao Bai Bai disdainfully remarked to General Blue. "Then let us begin." General Blue's confidence stemmed from the fact that his supernatural abilities had never been revealed in front of Commander Red, fearing it would incite jealousy. However, now, in order to survive, he had no choice but to unveil his ultimate technique. Although he had previously been bested by Xiao Yi due to their similar abilities, he was convinced that Tao Bai Bai lacked such prowess. He regarded ordinary martial artists with disdain, believing that even the strongest, when immobilized, would merely become prey on the chopping block. "Begin." The black officer, acting as the temporary referee, announced the commencement of the match. General Blue executed a fierce flying kick directed at Tao Bai Bai's head. Despite his decision to employ his extraordinary powers, he still held confidence in his martial prowess and instinctively chose to test his opponent with his skills first. Given that he was facing the world's foremost assassin, with ease, Tao Bai Bai evaded General Blue's seemingly inevitable kick, not even shifting his body, but instead leaning back at an incredible angle. Following his own words, Tao Bai Bai extended his tongue and, with a swift thrust of his head, shaped it into a dagger-like form, piercing General Blue's temple with a sound that echoed, "Puff." Commander Red and the Black Officer were rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Thud. General Blue convulsed, paused for a few seconds, and then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The unfortunate General Blue had barely begun to showcase his true abilities before meeting his demise, leaving Commander Red unaware that he had once commanded a formidable subordinate. Humph! Eliminating such a fellow is a sure profit. After killing General Blue, Tao Bai displayed no sign of excitement, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. In an instant, the shock of having slain General Blue left Commander Red utterly astounded. A stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor that I can hardly believe how terrifying Tao Bai truly is. The Black Officer, witnessing Tao Bai's skills, was drenched in cold sweat, recalling his earlier doubts about Tao Bai. Had they truly engaged, another corpse would surely have joined the ground. All right, let's end this game. Tell me the real target, Tao Bai said impatiently. What? This child? Tao Bai questioned, gazing at a photo of little Wukong with confusion. He is no ordinary child. He is quite formidable, the Black Officer interjected, sensing Tao Bai's dismissive attitude. No matter. As long as you pay, I will eliminate anyone, regardless of who they are, as the world's #1 assassin. Tao Bai adhered strictly to the assassin's code, showing no mercy to any target, whether old, weak, sick, or disabled. Very well, this little brat is named Sun Wukong. He possesses 4 Dragon Balls, so seize them for me. Commander Red then made another request to Tao Bai. These are the Dragon Balls. The Black Officer quickly produced one of the Dragon Balls to show Tao Bai, if anyone interferes, show no mercy. Commander Red commanded Tao Bai to, no problem. The location is 2,300 kilometers to the northeast, at Karen Tower. Tao Bai confirmed. The helicopter is ready. Please follow me this way. The Black Officer gestured for Tao Bai to proceed. No need. Helicopters are too slow. The surprise of Commander Red and the Black Officer. Tao Bai flatly rejected the helicopter prepared for him. Huh. The Black Officer was perplexed by Tao Bai's refusal. I will borrow this pillar, Tao Bai declared, pointing to a massive pillar nearby. A pillar? What do you need it for? Commander Red asked with curiosity. Whoosh, bam, tap. Standing beneath the pillar, Tao Bai suddenly leaped up, lightly tapping the top of the pillar with his right hand, while simultaneously kicking the base with his left foot. After completing this series of actions, he landed firmly on the ground. Crack! Tao Bai wrapped his arms around the pillar, exerting a gentle force, causing the entire pillar to split at the 2 points he had just touched. Forming a standalone cylindrical segment, Commander Red and the Black Officer were left dumbfounded by Tao Bai's remarkable display, but I will return in about half an hour from 2,300 kilometers to the northeast. Tao Bai announced, then with all his might, hurled the stone pillar, which shot out of sight like a missile. Hey! What followed was an action that transcended human comprehension. Tao Bai swiftly leaped, covering 100 meters, landing atop the rapidly flying stone pillar as he soared toward his destination. Whoosh! Buzz! This guy is truly impressive, the Black Officer couldn't help but exclaim, completely forgetting his earlier skepticism about Tao Bai. Ha ha! The Dragon Balls are as good as mine, Commander Red jubilantly declared. Karen Tower, so this Dragon Ball hides such a secret. No wonder they are so desperate to seize it. Bulma marveled as she gazed at the Dragon Ball in little Wukong's hand. However, I have no particular wish. I simply want to find the 4-star ball left by my grandfather. Little Wukong exclaimed with J-O-Y by the way. What is that towering structure? Little Wukong pointed at the soaring stone pillar. That. Bulma was surprised that little Wukong did not know of Karen Tower. That is Karen Tower. No one knows how tall it truly is. Legend has it that if one can climb to the top using their own strength and drink the sacred water bestowed by the immortal, their power will increase tremendously. My family has guarded this sacred tower for generations, Bulma explained. Wow, it can increase one's power. Has your uncle ever climbed it? Krillin exclaimed with excitement, having recently noticed the widening gap between his strength and little Wukong's. While he himself lacked effective methods to enhance his abilities, hearing Bulma speak of Karen Tower ignited a fervent desire within him to try and scale it. I attempted it once when I was younger, but I failed. To this day, no one has reached the top, Bulma told Krillin. Really? It's so high. Can you ride the Nimbus cloud to get up there? Little Wukong marveled. That's right. At that moment, Tao Bai was already nearing Karen Tower. Wow, it can enhance one's power. I want to give it a try. Little Wukong declared excitedly. It's an ancient legend. Perhaps it's just superstition, Bulma remarked, observing little Wukong and Krillin's eager expressions, realizing they were influenced by her words and wished to climb the sacred tower. Daddy, what is that? UPA, sitting on Bulma's shoulder, suddenly pointed and exclaimed, "It's coming this way." Huh? Bulma looked up at that moment. It's a person. There's someone up there. Little Wukong exclaimed first. They're heading our way, Krillin said in alarm. Be careful, Bulma warned everyone. Bang! The stone pillar crashed down precisely where little Wukong and his friends had been standing, creating a deep crater in the ground. Crack! Tao Bai Bai lightly landed atop the stone pillar. Hello there, he greeted softly. Who are you? Bulma asked warily. Little Wukong remained clueless about the unfolding situation. The world's greatest assassin, Tao Bai Bai, he proclaimed with pride. What business do you have at Karen's sacred land? Assassin? Bola spoke to Tao Bai Bai with a sense of urgency. It's nothing. I just have a matter to discuss with this little rascal, Tao Bai Bai replied candidly. Bola was taken aback by this unexpected response. Momentarily stunned. You have business with me? I don't even know you. Little Wukong remarked in confusion. It was the Red Ribbon Army that summoned me. Now you understand, don't you? My mission is to eliminate anyone who obstructs their quest for the Dragon Balls. Tao Bai Bai explained, refraining from resorting to violence immediately. Once again, the Red Ribbon Army. How troublesome. Little Wukong exclaimed in frustration. Daddy, please help this brother. UPA implored his father. This child once saved my son's life. I will not allow you to harm him. Bola declared loudly to Tao Bai Bai. Uncle, it's all right. Let us take care of him. Krillin readied himself for battle. My duty is to protect the sacred grounds. UPA, step aside. Bola instructed his son, who stood beside him. Haha, foolish guy. You're just asking for trouble. Tao Bai Bai mocked the towering figure before him. Let us get started. Bola brandished his spear, assuming a defensive stance. Go, Daddy. UPA cheered from behind a large tree, encouraging his father. Meanwhile, both little Wukong and Krillin prepared for the confrontation, wary of such a formidable opponent as Tao Bai Bai. Haha, it seems you are intent on meddling in my affairs. Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, Tao Bai Bai moved with the swiftness of teleportation, sidling up to Bola's spear and seizing its shaft. Bola was taken aback, not expecting his weapon to be snatched so swiftly. In a panic, he struggled to lift the spear, attempting to throw his opponent off balance. Humph! Tao Bai Bai felt the immense force emanating from the spear and exerted his own strength in response. Wow! Little Wukong looked on in astonishment. The speed displayed was even greater than his own technique of instant transmission. Ugh! Bola's efforts were in vain. The spear remained immovable. What's the matter? Can't move it. Tao Bai Bai taunted, effortlessly gripping the spear. Ugh! Despite Bola's utmost exertion, the spear did not budge. Then allow me to assist you, Tao Bai Bai casually remarked. With a swift motion, he lifted both the spear and Bola into the air. Smack! In an abrupt movement, Tao Bai Bai shook the spear violently, causing Bola to lose his grip and fly upwards into the sky. Yah! Bola soared as if unbound by gravity, ascending higher and higher. Chapter 77. The arrival of Xiao Yi. Here's your spear back. Tao Bai Bai exclaimed, tossing the spear with a swift motion. Daddy! UPA cried out in alarm. This is bad. Nimbus! Little Wukong hadn't anticipated such a sudden turn of events. It was too late to intervene. Crack! The spear pierced through Bola's body without resistance, eliciting a chilling scream from him. Little Wukong stood frozen in shock at the horrific scene. Thud! Smack! Bola's lifeless form plummeted from the sky, and his one sharp spear fell to the ground. Broken in two, perhaps due to its master's demise. Daddy! Daddy! UPA sobbed as he rushed toward Bola's body. Wah! Yoa! UPA knelt beside Bola, weeping inconsolably. You monster! Little Wukong, filled with rage, charged at Tao Bai Bai. It must be noted that Bola's death was a consequence of Wukong's desire to repay his kindness, making Wukong indirectly responsible for this tragedy. Whoosh! Zoom! Thud! Little Wukong reached Tao Bai Bai and launched a kick, but Tao Bai Bai effortlessly dodged, leaping into the air to deliver a kick to Wukong's face, sending him crashing against the side of the Karen Tower, where he slowly slid down. Wukong, don't be impulsive, Krillin warned, but before he could finish, little Wukong was already sent flying. Seeing little Wukong fall motionless, UPA stood in shock. Wukong! Krillin hurried over to assess Wukong's injuries. Is it over? This is so unsatisfying. Tao Baibai glanced toward little Wukong's direction. You bastard. Little Wukong struggled to rise from the ground. Surprising Tao Baibai. Oh, you're still alive? Tao Baibai exclaimed, astonished he knew the extent of his own strength. A kick like that would typically spell doom for any opponent. Yet the little Wukong merely appeared disheveled. Untouched, let me show you my power. Little Wukong realized that ordinary techniques posed no threat to such a seasoned assassin. Hence he unleashed his strongest move, the Kamehameha. Kamehameha. Little Wukong shouted as a beam of energy surged toward Tao Baibai. Tao Baibai, taken aback by Wukong's unexpected technique, realized too late that the Kamehameha was far too swift to evade, forcing him to shield his head with his arms in a defensive posture. Crack! Whoosh! You dare to ruin my clothes. Tao Baibai emerged from the Kamehameha's energy beam, his attire tattered, yet to his astonishment, his exposed skin bore no injuries. Useless. Little Wukong was dumbfounded. The Kamehameha was his most powerful technique. And yet Tao Baibai emerged unscathed, leaving Wukong at a loss. Finger beam. Tao Baibai seized the opportunity, launching an energy finger strike at the still-dazed little Wukong, sending him hurtling away. Thud. Little Wukong was flung far, crashing to the ground, devoid of consciousness. Wukong! Krillin shrieked, rushing toward little Wukong's fallen form. The Dragon Balls are here, he chuckled triumphantly, picking up the backpack left behind by little Wukong. With this brat out of the way, the Dragon Balls are within my grasp. The world's greatest assassin cannot return in such a disheveled state. I must acquire a new outfit. Tao Baibai mused as he approached the stone pillar embedded in the ground. Preparing to leave. You monster, why did you kill my father? UPA shouted angrily at Tao Baibai. Whoosh. UPA picked up a stone and hurled it at Tao Baibai. Humph. Tao Baibai merely breathed toward the incoming stone, which promptly returned to strike UPA down. Wah. UPA crouched on the ground, weeping while rubbing his head where the stone had struck. Ha! You're fortunate I didn't kill you. You should be grateful. Tao Baibai remarked to the sobbing UPA. You can't leave. You murderer. I will avenge Wukong. Just as Tao Baibai prepared to depart, Krillin, having somehow positioned himself before him, declared resolutely, "Do you wish to oppose me?" Tao Baibai's voice dripped with menace. Yes, you shall not leave here unless you step over my dead body. Krillin asserted firmly that I asked that so. Then do not blame me for your demise, Tao Baibai said, preparing to swiftly dispatch Krillin and make his exit. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a figure descended from the sky at great speed. Tao Baibai looked up in astonishment at the approaching figure soaring through the air with a skillful technique. Xiao Yi, Krillin exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the figure in the sky. Krillin, what transpired here? Although Xiao Yi was privy to the unfolding events, he feigned ignorance as he inquired. Xiao Yi, he is sent by the Red Ribbon Army. He killed Wukong, Krillin lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at little Wukong's direction. That I'll handle this. You take this child and get to safety. Wait until I deal with him before you return, Xiao Yi instructed Krillin. Understood, Xiao Yi, do take care, Krillin cautioned him. Rest assured, I will handle things here. Xiao Yi gestured a sign of reassurance towards Krillin. Hey, who are you? Don't you know I am the renowned #1 assassin in the world? Tao Baibai, to audaciously boast before me is akin to courting death, Tao Baibai declared to Xiao Yi. Allow me to witness your prowess. Xiao Yi did not launch an attack. Instead, he adopted a defensive stance. Courting death, as Tao Baibai spoke, he unleashed a punch. Bang! Thud! Crash! Tao Baibai's relentless barrage was effortlessly neutralized by Xiao Yi. Bang! Thud! Observing another straight punch from Tao Baibai, Xiao Yi opted not to defend this time, countering with a straight punch of his own, sending Tao Baibai flying a considerable distance, crashing to the ground. Chapter 78. The request. Xiao Yi initially chose to defend against Tao Baibai in hopes of acquiring some practical martial arts techniques from him. For after all, as the world's foremost assassin, Tao Baibai's skills must surely surpass those of Xiao Yi, a rising star in martial arts. However, Xiao Yi was left disappointed. Tao Baibai's fierce attacks revealed no remarkable techniques, merely commonplace kicks and punches. It was evident that Tao Baibai relied on his brute strength, speed, and years of experience in killing to make these techniques appear formidable compared to ordinary fighters. Kid, don't be too arrogant. That was merely a test. This time, I shall get serious, Tao Baibai declared gravely. If you intend to strike, do so quickly. I have no time to waste listening to your ramblings, old man, Xiao Yi retorted impatiently. Go to hell. Witness my ultimate technique, divine finger technique. As Tao Bai proclaimed, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger toward Xiao Yi. Watch out, Xiao Yi, Clint exclaimed in alarm upon seeing Tao Bai's movement. A beam of light shot forth from Tao Bai's fingertip, aimed directly at Xiao Yi's face. A mere trick. With that, an energy shield materialized around Xiao Yi, dissipating the energy of the incoming attack, causing only a slight ripple in his protective barrier. How could this be? My divine finger technique, the pride of my martial arts, failed to breach Xiao Yi's defenses. Such a blow was utterly devastating for Tao Bai. This technique is ineffective against me. Do you possess any more formidable skills? If not, your end is nigh. With that, Xiao Yi unleashed the full extent of his power, causing a violent tremor in the surrounding area. For the first time, Tao Bai felt genuine fear, an instinctual response akin to that of a mouse encountering a cat, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Since that is the case, you shall perish. As Xiao Yi prepared to end Tao Bai's life, a voice interrupted. Wait, Xiao Yi, at some point, little Wukong had awakened from his feigned death. Wonderful. Wukong, you're alive, Clint exclaimed with joy. Indeed, I narrowly escaped death. Saved by Grandpa's Dragon Ball. Little Wukong pointed at the Dragon Ball embedded in the gaping hole in his chest. Xiao Yi, could you spare him? I wish to avenge Bra myself, little Wukong said, gesturing toward Bra's lifeless body. Very well. I shall grant your wish, but you must be diligent. I will be leaving soon and cannot always be by your side, should you encounter Tao Bai again. If you are not strong enough, you may very well perish. Xiao Yi offered his final words of caution. Wukong. Clint attempted to persuade little Wukong, but upon witnessing the determination in his eyes, he swallowed his words. UPA, forgive my selfishness. I will find a way to gather all the Dragon Balls to resurrect your father, little Wukong declared resolutely. Duh. Is that truly possible? UPA, still sobbing beside Bra's remains, asked in disbelief. Of course. The dragon can grant any wish, little Wukong affirmed. Tao Bai, since little Wukong has chosen to spare you, I shall refrain from killing you this time. However, when you next encounter son Wukong, it will surely be your demise. Xiao Yi asserted confidently. I admit that my strength pales in comparison to yours, but dealing with this brat will be effortless. The next time I cross paths with him, it shall be his end. Tao Bai declared, pulling a stone pillar from the ground and casting it aside, before swiftly leaping onto it and vanishing into the distance like a rocket. Defeated Tao Bai. Success. Rewards, attribute points, 80 yuanbao, 50 gold coins, 1,000. Wukong, do you believe you can handle Tao Bai? Clint asked with concern. Not at all. That villain is far too formidable. My current skills are no match for him. I have never encountered such a powerful opponent, little Wukong admitted candidly. By the way, you could try climbing Corin Tower, UPA suggested excitedly to little Wukong. Little Wukong turned to UPA. You can definitely make it to the top. UPA encouraged him. Indeed, there are herbs at the summit that can greatly enhance my power. Little Wukong's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the towering Corin Tower. Yes, it must be there. UPA cheered for little Wukong. This tower? Xiao Yi pretended to be bewildered. This Corin Tower, as legend has it, Clint explained to little Wukong. It is indeed a marvelous place. Let us ascend together and see for ourselves, Xiao Yi proposed to Clint. Absolutely. After witnessing Tao Bai's might, Clint felt unsatisfied with his own abilities. He could not miss the opportunity to enhance his power. If one could ride the Nimbus cloud, it would be easy. But one must rely on their own strength, right? Little Wukong asked UPA. Correct. It is said that one can see it. UPA relayed what he had heard from his father to little Wukong. Hey, Xiao Yi. Clint, let us race to see who reaches the summit first. Little Wukong challenged them. Sure, Xiao Yi responded with a smile. Alas, I fear I shall come in last again, Clint remarked, though his actions contradicted his words as he surged ahead. Rapidly climbing. You're cheating, little Wukong exclaimed, quickly pursuing him. Then I shall take my leave. UPA, from now on, you must fend for yourself. We will gather the Dragon Balls and resurrect your father, Xiao Yi said to UPA. Thank you. Good luck, UPA replied to Xiao Yi. With a leap, Xiao Yi soared over 1,000 meters, leaving little Wukong and Clint trailing behind. Bang, thud, whoosh. As Xiao Yi reached the pinnacle of his jump, he grasped the edge of Corin Tower with one hand. pushing off with a foot to cover another 1,000 meters, surpassing them once again. Thus, Xiao Yi bounded on Corin Tower like a grasshopper, leaping thousands of meters at a time. After several jumps, the ground became obscured by thick clouds below. Crack! Boom! Just as Xiao Yi was about to employ the same tactic again, a tremendous flash of lightning and thunder interrupted his movements. It seems I cannot rely on trickery. I must climb steadily. Observing the omnipresent lightning surrounding Corin Tower, Xiao Yi resolutely began to ascend, grateful that this distance was not too great. Passing through a layer of immense clouds, he finally glimpsed the summit of Corin Tower. Chapter 79. The Corin Sage System Notification. Entering special scene. 1 month requires 1 merit golden light. Just as Xiao Yi prepared to ascend to the top of Corin Tower, he suddenly received a system prompt. Indeed, this Corin Tower is a special scene, Xiao Yi contemplated, yet his movements showed no sign of slowing. With a few agile leaps, he ascended to the Corinta. The uppermost level of Corinta resembled a 2-story palace. The lower floor cluttered with various household items and jars. Xiao Yi surmised that this might be the dwelling of the Corinta sage. He understood that the sage was likely awaiting him atop the palace. Yet he did not immediately ascend to the 2nd level. Instead, he began to inspect the jars on the 1st floor. After a thorough search, he indeed discovered several jars filled with soil, which he suspected were meant for cultivating celestial beings. Here, come up. Just as Xiao Yi contemplated continuing his search, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Xiao Yi was taken aback to realize that the Corinta sage possessed such abilities. With a swift motion, he climbed the staircase leading to the palace's upper level. Your speed is truly astonishing, the Corinta sage remarked. Corinta sage? Xiao Yi feigned surprise. It is I. Though, more accurately, I should be referred to as the celestial cat. Ha! The sage delivered a rather corny joke. I heard there is water here that can enhance one's power. I would like some. Xiao Yi addressed the sage. You mean the ultra-divine water? Of course, we have it. Look over there. The ultra-divine water is in the jars on that pedestal. The sage pointed to the center of the palace. However, you are already quite formidable. Why do you seek to enhance your power? The sage posed a curious question to Xiao Yi. Just as Xiao Yi prepared to respond, he suddenly sensed a probing presence. Simultaneously, his formidable comprehension ability within him allowed him to instantly grasp the nature of the sage's extraordinary power. A system prompt resonated. Mind-reading ability acquired, capable of synchronizing with the images in another's mind. The sage's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. Why can't I discern your thoughts? The sage, with a feline expression, displayed a look of shock. I can read minds too, Xiao Yi declared, manifesting his mind-reading ability towards the sage. Until now, it had always been the sage using mind-reading on others, and suddenly being on the receiving end left the sage momentarily dazed. Although Xiao Yi's mind-reading was swiftly blocked by the sage, he still glimpsed fragments of thoughts within the sage's mind. You can also perform mind-reading? How surprising! The sage did not suspect that Xiao Yi had learned this skill from him. As even if one were to learn it instantly, there would still be a period of adaptation. It was improbable to use it as adeptly as Xiao Yi right from the outset. This complicates matters. I am uncertain of your intentions. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot offer you any assistance. The sage apologized. I am not seeking your possessions for free. I am willing to exchange food for them. With that, Xiao Yi produced a capsule containing a lively pool of fish. Fish. So many fish. The sage's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, greedily gazing at the wriggling fish before him. That I have mentioned that I am a celestial cat. Do not treat me as an ordinary cat. Although the sage spoke lightly, the frequent glances towards the fish pool betrayed the true intentions of his heart. Do not misunderstand. What I wish to exchange is not these ordinary live fish, but delicacies made from them. As he spoke, Xiao Yi revealed another capsule, opening it to unveil a variety of exquisite fish dishes. Try this, sweet and sour carp. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like it before. And this, braised pomfret. Xiao Yi presented plate after plate of delectable fish dishes to the sage. Though the sage was still somewhat reluctant, his hands instinctively accepted the dishes. Wow, this is truly delicious. This is the most exquisite meal I have ever had. The sage remarked, patting his now bulging stomach with satisfaction. So, what do you think? Can we come to an agreement regarding these delicacies as my terms of exchange? Although it was framed as a question, Xiao Yi already anticipated the answer. In his mind reading, he had discerned that the predominant thoughts within the sage were indeed of various delicacies, which provided him with confidence in this negotiation. These capsules were treasures Xiao Yi had obtained from General Blue, exchanged for this world's goods. Besides the unique fish delicacies from this world, many were meticulously crafted dishes from Earth, which explained why he arrived so late. What would you like to exchange for? The sage inquired curiously. Ultra-divine water, celestial beings, and the cultivation methods for celestial beings, Xiao Yi stated without hesitation. You actually know about the existence of ultra-divine water from my memories. The sage murmured to himself. I can indeed exchange the celestial beings and their cultivation methods with you, but ultra-divine water. Ultra-divine water is not merely ordinary water masquerading as something else. It is a miraculous water that can unlock all of one's potential. Therefore, if you have already maximized your strength through training, drinking the ultra-divine water would be of no use. Furthermore, this ultra-divine water is indeed highly toxic. Without superhuman stamina, willpower, and tenacious vitality, one could perish. Only those capable of withstanding its toxicity can unlock their hidden potential. The sage cautioned Xiao Yi. You misunderstand. I seek the ultra-divine water not to consume, but for research purposes, Xiao Yi clarified. Research? The sage looked at Xiao Yi, speechless, realizing that all his lengthy explanations had been in vain. Indeed, in addition to being a martial artist, I am also a scientist, and I harbor great curiosity for the novel, Xiao Yi admitted candidly. Xiao Yi had no intention of drinking the ultra-divine water. After all, in the entire Dragon Ball world, only Goku had managed to consume it without perishing. Xiao Yi suspected this was related to Goku's scion heritage, as humans from Earth could hardly withstand such intense toxicity. Chapter 80. Farewell. Xiao Yi was not the type to possess a protagonist's halo. Aside from having a cultivation technique and the powerful comprehension gained from the Dragon Balls, he was merely an utterly ordinary human. Naturally reluctant to risk drinking any ultra-divine water. Since you say so, very well. I agree to the exchange. Although uncertain of the veracity of Xiao Yi's claims, the sage had fulfilled his obligation that if Xiao Yi truly chose to ignore the warnings and persist, the sage could do nothing further. After a round of bargaining, Xiao Yi acquired a full jar of celestial beans from the sage that in truth, he could have exchanged for even more, perhaps even all the celestial beans the sage possessed. However, such an action would disrupt subsequent events, which was not what Xiao Yi desired. The sage readily provided the cultivation methods for the celestial beings, as the process required an immense amount of spiritual energy. And the Corinthus summit was the most concentrated source of spiritual energy on the entire planet. Even if one knew the method elsewhere, they would be unable to cultivate celestial beings, which explained the sage's generosity. I wish to spar with you once to test my martial arts, Xiao Yi declared after the transaction was complete. Very well, I too am eager to witness your prowess, the sage responded, brandishing his staff and launching an attack toward Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a kick towards the sage. Though the sage appeared plump, his movements were remarkably swift. As Xiao Yi's kick approached, the sage leapt into the air, rolling to evade the strike. The sage was, to date, the most formidable opponent Xiao Yi had encountered. His techniques had been honed through countless trials. After approximately half an hour of combat, Xiao Yi had nearly mastered all of the sage's martial arts techniques. Thus, he no longer engaged in a prolonged struggle, but instead seized an opportunity to strike a punch towards the sage. Bang! As the legendary Kirin prepared to fend off Xiao Yi's punch with his claws. He was taken aback by the sheer weight behind it. In a single blow, Xiao Yi sent Kirin crashing to the ground. You have won, Kirin acknowledged, recognizing that Xiao Yi had finally taken the matter seriously and realizing that he was far from being a match for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to concede. Quest: Kirin Tower Trial, completed. Rewards: Attribute Points, 100, Yuan Bao, 100, Gold Coins, 5,000. Xiao Yi opened his attribute panel to review his stats. Name: Xiao Yi. Strength, Attack Power 425, 5. Bear Demon Axe, Speed, for 20, 5. Constitution, Defense Power 425, 5. Bear Demon Armor, Nerve Reaction, 420. Note: values have synchronized with the alien detector. Attribute Value, 570 Yuan Bao, 435 Gold Coins, 16999 Silver Coins, 9 Martial Arts, Body Refinement Technique, 20, Martial Skills, Basic Martial Skills, Proficient, 72 Transformations, Max Level, Qigong Blast, Skilled. Capable of various transformations, Qigong Wave, Advanced Spell of Qigong Blast, Giant Ape Transformation, Max Level. Powers: Carrot Transformation Technique, Max Level. Psychokinesis, Max Level. Super Intelligence Spatial Ability, Max Level. Mind Reading Technique, Max Level. Active Skill: in his battle with Kirin, Xiao Yi unexpectedly acquired basic martial skills, proficient, which filled him with immense joy. However, it also made him aware that the basic martial skills in the Dragon Ball world were not particularly impressive. Only after clashing with a being as formidable as Kirin did he manage to attain this proficiency, underscoring the state of affairs in the Dragon Ball universe. Note: the system has met the conditions for upgrade. Countdown until entry, 23:59:59. During the upgrade, the host will be forcibly removed from the main world and must wait for the system to complete the upgrade. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden system notification. With a day remaining until the system upgrade, he realized that he would find it exceedingly difficult to access the system during this time. This situation completely disrupted a series of plans he had in mind. However, given that he had already reaped all the benefits from the Kirin Tower storyline, he had a buffer period of 3 years, as long as he could re-enter the Dragon Ball world within 100 days of external time. He would be able to catch up with the ensuing plot. Fortunately, I've been granted a day of buffer time. Otherwise, I would have vanished without a trace again, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Kirin, I must take my leave. Please take good care of the 2 little ones here, Xiao Yi said to Kirin, who was indulging in a feast. Not a problem. You can leave with peace of mind. I will look after those 2 little ones. Kirin replied without lifting his head. With that, Xiao Yi ignored the gluttonous cat and directly employed the sky dance technique to leap down from Kirin Tower. Wukong, I am heading off to train elsewhere. You must work hard these next 3 years, and we shall meet again at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Xiao Yi called out to the focused young Wukong, who was diligently climbing the Kirin Tower. All right, I will definitely work hard. 3 years from now, I will astonish you. Young Wukong waved at Xiao Yi, nearly toppling over if not for his tail anchoring him. Krillin, I'm going to be away for a while. Make sure to train well with Kirin at the Kirin Tower, and we shall meet at the martial arts tournament in 3 years, Xiao Yi said to Krillin. Okay, Xiao Yi. See you in 3 years. Krillin replied, nodding at Xiao Yi instead of waving like the exuberant young Wukong. After bidding farewell to them, Xiao Yi proceeded to Master Roshi's Kame house, where he informed his companions about Wukong and Krillin's trials and suggested that Yamcha consider training at Kirin Tower after completing his training on Kame Island. Having departed from Kame Island, Xiao Yi wasted no time flying to Bulma's home to tea that moment. Bulma was in her room, staring intently at a radar. Bulma, I'm back. Xiao Yi's voice echoed beside her. Xiao Yi. You back. That's wonderful, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. This is the radar I made according to your specifications. It can detect underground depths of several kilometers, Bulma said proudly. You are truly remarkable in the realm of radar technology. There are few who can surpass you, Xiao Yi marveled. You flatter me to the point of embarrassment. Bulma, though a bit scatterbrained, couldn't help but blush at the compliments from someone she admired. That I'm sorry. Bulma, I must leave soon to train far away, and I won't be back for 3 years, Xiao Yi said, noticing the tear-streaked eyes of Bulma and swallowing his words. That I will wait for you, Bulma said without a hint of complaint, which only deepened Xiao Yi's feelings of guilt. Bulma, you are still quite young, Xiao Yi hesitated, not wanting to hinder her. Xiao Yi, don't say that. I will wait for you. Bulma gently interrupted him. All right, wait for me. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. Xiao Yi finally felt a sense of release and formally spoke to Bulma. Yes, I will wait for you, Bulma replied, a mixture of joy and shyness evident in her tone. Xiao Yi's reluctance to respond to Bulma stemmed not only from the situation with his wife and daughter in the outside world, but also from the time flow in the Dragon Ball universe. He was reluctant to invest in a relationship that could lead to her becoming a middle-aged woman by the time he returned, although he could wish for Bulma to regain her youth through Shinran. Her mindset would be difficult to revert to one of youthful exuberance. Having promised Bulma, Xiao Yi was determined to find a solution. The best method would be to use the system to bring Bulma out of the Dragon Ball world. However, the system did not yet possess this capability, and the upgrade would not be completed in a short time. Another option would be for Xiao Yi to remain in the Dragon Ball world for an extended period. But that would inevitably have irrevocable consequences for his family in the main world. That day, Xiao Yi accompanied Bulma, enjoying a delightful time in the bustling city, purchasing a plethora of items from the Dragon Ball world, especially meat, which constituted the majority of his haul, nearly leaving the city in a state of meat scarcity. The following morning, with Bulma's reluctant gaze upon him, Xiao Yi activated the sky dance technique and departed West City, finding an uninhabited wilderness to choose his return. This journey to the Dragon Ball world consumed less time than the previous one, primarily due to the focus on battles, making time seem to drag on. Are you Xiao Yi? A woman's voice suddenly called out from behind him, interrupting his thoughts on the trip's gains and losses. Are you Yang Lanlan? Xiao Yi replied uncertainly, gazing at the woman before him. It really is you. I was just a bit unsure earlier. How come you look so young? Yang Lanlan exclaimed in astonishment. You look young too. In fact, you are even more beautiful than when we were in school. Xiao Yi said sincerely, as the young Lanlan before him was a far cry from the somewhat awkward girl he remembered, clad in drab clothing and oversized glasses. Now, even Xiao Yi, as an outsider, could tell that every piece of clothing Yang Lanlan wore was of considerable value. Moreover, she adorned her neck with a diamond of over 10 carats, which Xiao Yi, having recently studied diamonds, recognized as genuine rather than mere trinkets. Thank you for the compliment. Back in school, you were quite the clumsy boy, never one to offer praise. Yang Lanlan chuckled, her lovely almond-shaped eyes narrowing into crescent moons. What brings you here? Xiao Yi inquired. My parents live in the nearby Jinlan community. What do you think I'm doing here? Yang Lanlan replied with a smile. Is that so? After all these years of being classmates, I had no idea you lived here. Xiao Yi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Haha, just teasing you. I'm glad to have run into you today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to find you. Yang Lanlan found Xiao Yi's awkwardness amusing. The main reason for my return, aside from visiting my parents, is that our high school classmates are planning a reunion. The several organizers among us have been exceptionally busy these days, inquiring everywhere for your contact numbers. However, back in our school days, mobile phones had yet to become popular, making it quite challenging to locate all our classmates, including you. We have managed to find over 40 classmates, but there are still more than 20 left. We plan to visit each registered address from our school days, hoping to track down a few more. Yang Lanlan remarked to Xiao Yi. When shall we hold the class reunion? Xiao Yi inquired of Yang Lanlan. This Saturday at noon, 12 o'clock, in the Rose Hall on the 3rd floor of the Hilton Hotel. Don't forget to bring your siblings and children, Yang Lanlan replied. Haha, the Hilton Hotel is quite upscale. Xiao Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Rest assured, all expenses for this event will be covered by Director Shui. Yang Lanlan smiled at Xiao Yi. Director Shui? Xiao Yi couldn't recall having such a classmate. It's Shui Su. Yang Lanlan clarified. Shui Manzi? Xiao Yi asked uncertainly. Yes, that's him. He is the most successful among our classmates. At not even 30 years of age, he owns a publicly listed company, with a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Yang Lanlan spoke of Shui Manzi with a hint of admiration, her previously composed demeanor revealing a touch of awe. That you're doing quite well yourself. Xiao Yi remarked with a smile at Yang Lanlan. Ah, we are different. I married a wealthy man, while Shui Su built his fortune from scratch. The essence is fundamentally different. As Yang Lanlan spoke, an inadvertent sigh of resignation escaped her lips, revealing that her marital life perhaps wasn't as blissful as one might hope. All right, I shall be there punctually this Saturday, Xiao Yi assured Yang Lanlan with a smile. There is something I feel compelled to tell you, but please don't overthink it. Just as Xiao Yi was about to leave after exchanging phone numbers, Yang Lanlan hesitated and said, What is it? Xiao Yi asked, confused. It concerns Gao Yuanyuan. She is now Shui Su's wife, so brace yourself, Yang Lanlan said hesitantly. The mention of Gao Yuanyuan plunged Xiao Yi into a torrent of memories. Xiao Yi, what kind of girl do you like? Xiao Yi, there's a rather unattractive girl in the next class. Should I deliver this letter to you? Xiao Yi, it's so dark. Could you walk me home tonight? Xiao Yi, you fool. Scenes from the past flashed before him like a movie reel, each memory evoking a bittersweet mixture of joy and heartache. These cherished memories had long been tucked away in the depths of his mind, untouched until today when Yang Lanlan's words unearthed them. Xiao Yi, you coward, I despise you. As he recalled the final scene, a sigh escaped his lips. Chapter 82. Grandfather, Xiao Yi, do not dwell too much on it. We were all young and foolish back then, and now we are adults. Yang Lanlan attempted to console Xiao Yi, but as she spoke, words seemed to elude her. It's fine. I will be there on Saturday. Xiao Yi steadied his emotions and smiled at Yang Lanlan. That's splendid. See you on Saturday, Yang Lanlan responded with her sweet smile. Xiao Yi left the small park and walked towards home. His residence was not far from there. A mere 10-minute stroll brought him back to his villa. Before even stepping inside, he heard the delightful sound of his daughter's laughter, and upon hearing that, the weariness of his journey vanished in an instant. Nuan, look who's back. As Xiao Yi entered, he saw his parents playing games with Nuan. Daddy. Nuan, having not seen her father for a few days, joyfully ran toward Xiao Yi, her steps unsteady with excitement. Hey there, Big baby, did you miss your daddy? Xiao Yi lifted Nuan high above his head, and she laughed gleefully at your back. What would you like for lunch? I can cook for you. Xiao Yi's mother exclaimed with delight upon seeing her son. No need for that. I'll be cooking for you today, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Your back? Everything went smoothly, right? Although Xiao Yi's father was quite concerned, he did not wish to express it overly. All is well. No need to worry. Dad, you seem to have something on your mind. Although Xiao Yi couldn't read minds. Ever since acquiring this ability, he had unconsciously begun to observe others' expressions. Seeing his father's furrowed brow, he couldn't help but ask, it's about your grandfather. Now he lies paralyzed, unable to move, and his condition worsens daily. To make matters worse, your two aunts are constantly bickering over who should take care of him. His mother complained to Xiao Yi, enough? You should say less. It's not easy for them to care for him either. As the eldest son, I've not been fulfilling my duty to look after him all these years, Xiao Yi's father interjected. I SNT that for work. Being away, how could one care for the elderly? His mother defended his father. How is grandfather doing now? Xiao Yi inquired of his father. Still the same, paralyzed, with only one hand and one foot able to move. Although he cannot speak, he should still have some awareness. Xiao Yi's father sighed, Do not worry. During my meeting with the master, he bestowed a miraculous elixir that can restore grandfather to full health. Xiao Yi reassured his sighing father. Really? That's wonderful, Xiao Yi's father exclaimed. Rising excitedly from the sofa, however, this miraculous elixir is exceedingly rare, and its effects are immediate, so we must keep it a secret. Otherwise, our family will be in danger, Xiao Yi cautioned his parents. Of course. It must be kept confidential, Xiao Yi's father agreed. I think we should bring grandfather over, Xiao Yi said to his father. That's fine. But your two aunts. Xiao Yi's father hesitated. No problem. I will handle this matter. Xiao Yi declared confidently. By the way, is Miao Xian still at the shop? Xiao Yi asked his mother. Yes. During your absence, she has been managing the shop. She should be returning around this time, his mother replied while preparing the meal. Creak. Upon hearing the sound of the front door opening, though faint, it resonated in Xiao Yi's ears like thunder. Click. The door was pushed open from the outside. Xiao Yi, you're back. Bai Miaoxin's face lit up with a sweet smile upon seeing Xiao Yi. But due to his parents' presence, she refrained from embracing him. Yes. Thank you for your hard work these past few days, Xiao Yi said, noticing Bai Miaoxin had lost some weight, feeling a pang of concern. It's nothing. The shop has been quite relaxed. I only need to contact clients online daily, Bai Miaoxin replied gently. Let us find a few more customer service staff. How can we keep the boss lady doing this alone? Xiao Yi suggested with a smile. Haha, you say that. But if I delegate all the online work, I might find myself quite bored. Bai Miaoxin declined Xiao Yi's offer. It's all right. I have many projects lined up. You want to be idle as the boss lady. The ornamental fish shop is merely an experiment for me, Xiao Yi explained to Bai Miaoxian. By the way, we're having a high school class reunion this Saturday, and spouses are required to attend. Would you and one want to accompany me? Xiao Yi asked Bai Miaoxin. A class reunion? From high school? Bai Miaoxin asked curiously. Yes, Xiao Yi affirmed. Is your first love going to be there? Bai Miaoxin asked casually. Xiao Yi was caught off guard by Bai Miaoxin's unexpected question, momentarily at a loss for words. Haha, indeed she will. I must prepare myself thoroughly, Bai Miaoxin initially asked out of mere curiosity. But upon witnessing Xiao Yi's stiff expression, she realized her conjecture was likely correct, igniting her interest in the reunion. By the way, I plan to bring grandfather over to stay. Please prepare a room for him. Xiao Yi said, somewhat shifting the topic. Grandfather? Bai Miaoxin inquired curiously. Xiao Yi explained once more to Bai Miaoxin. There exists such a miraculous medicinal herb. How extraordinary, Bai Miaoxin exclaimed in awe. That afternoon, Xiao Yi visited his grandfather's home, where he found his grandfather, who had already begun to lose his former vitality, and his heart ached as if it were being sliced by a knife. In his childhood, due to his parents' demanding jobs, he was raised solely by his grandparents, thus forging a deep emotional bond with them. Since his grandfather fell gravely ill, Xiao Yi had seldom visited, primarily due to his overwhelming work commitments and the need to care for his newborn daughter. Nuan. Yet, the foremost reason was Xiao Yi's inability to bear the sight of his grandfather's frail condition while feeling utterly powerless to assist. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yi rapped on the door of his grandfather's house. The residence, constructed in the early 1990s, now appeared quite dilapidated. Who is it? Came the voice of his aunt from within. It's me, Xiao Yi, he replied, The door creaked open. It's Xiao Yi. Come in. His aunt warmly ushered him inside. Take a seat. I'll fetch some fruit for you. Why didn't you bring Miaoxin and Wan along? Go check on your grandfather in the back room, she said, diligently preparing fruit for him. Chapter 83. The Celestial Being. Aunt, you needn't fuss. Please sit down. I have something important to discuss with you and my other aunt, Xiao Yi told his exceedingly hospitable aunt. All right, just a moment. I'll be right there. She quickly arranged the washed fruit on a plate and brought it in. Grandfather, how are you feeling? At that moment, Xiao Yi was engaging in a mental communion with his grandfather. Xiao Yi, the formerly dazed expression in his grandfather's eyes suddenly brightened. I ask that you, Xiao Yi, his grandfather pondered. Slightly bewildered, his eye. Grandfather, do not worry. Your health will improve shortly. I assure you, Xiao Yi reassured him. Good, 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 his grandfather exclaimed, becoming somewhat incoherent with excitement. Aunt, other aunt, you have arrived. Upon seeing his aunt summon his other aunt, who had been napping, Xiao Yi stood to guide them to the sofa. Xiao Yi, I hear you have something to discuss with us. His other aunt inquired first. Indeed, I wish to bring grandfather to my villa for rehabilitations. It will greatly aid in his recovery, Xiao Yi explained to his two aunts. Rest assured, I will hire the most professional caregivers to attend to his daily needs, 24 hours a day. Moreover, I have brought back a special medicine from abroad that will treat grandfather's ailment. I believe he will soon be able to stand on his own again, Xiao Yi assured them. Is that true? Grandfather can really stand again. Initially, his aunts listened quietly, but when Xiao Yi mentioned the possibility of curing their father's illness, their expressions transformed into one of shared excitement. Do not fret. My intention to bring grandfather to my place is solely for better treatment, Xiao Yi reassured them. Besides, you have both worked hard during this time. Especially you, aunt, with your heart condition. You must not overexert yourself. Xiao Yi felt a profound appreciation for his aunts, despite some minor disagreements regarding the care of their grandfather, as their emphasis on familial bonds deeply moved him. Very well. We have no objections. Just ensure that grandfather's treatment is not delayed. During this period, you must take extra care, his aunt fervently stated to Xiao Yi. All right, I shall call an ambulance to transport grandfather to my villa. Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy at his aunt's understanding. Grandfather, although your health has improved significantly, you must consume more nutritious food and practice the exercises I taught you. Originally, Xiao Yi believed that one celestial being would fully restore his grandfather's health. But he was taken aback to find that while the illness was cured, his grandfather still appeared emaciated. Do not worry about me. I feel better than ever, after years of immobility in his hospital bed. Xiao Yi's grandfather was nearly driven to madness, so the sudden ability to move and regain strength brought him immense joy. Father, you are finally better. Xiao Yi's father, witnessing his father regain his footing, felt a lump rise in his throat. This is all thanks to my eldest grandson. The grandfather, having traversed the brink of death, could not help but reflect on life. Father, during this time, do not concern yourself with the store. Spend quality time with grandfather and invite your younger brother's family over for a reunion, Xiao Yi proposed. Indeed, such a momentous occasion deserves a family gathering to celebrate. It is a pity about your second uncle. Xiao Yi's father lamented, his tone growing somber. Father, let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Your younger brother will soon be released. When that time comes, we shall all reunite. Will we not? Xiao Yi consoled his father while silently resolving to swiftly resolve matters concerning his uncle. Xiao Yi, how does this outfit look for your class reunion? On the morning of the gathering, Miaoxin donned a pristine, elegant white dress and inquired of Xiao Yi. Perfect. My wife is naturally beautiful. You look stunning in anything. At that moment, Xiao Yi dared not be dismissive, especially considering Miaoxin's awareness of his first love's attendance at the reunion. You are quite the charmer. Here is the suit I carefully selected for you. Do not let that rival of yours outshine you. Afterward, Miaoxin learned from Xiao Yi about Xue Su and Gao Yuanyuan. Look at you. My heart is solely yours now. Xiao Yi found himself compelled to utter the endearing phrases he usually found difficult to express. Hoping his wife, Miaoxin, would let him off the hook that we are already an old couple, yet you still lack decorum. Although Miaoxin chided Xiao Yi, the slight upward curve of her lips revealed her delight in his words. Have we prepared our little princess's outfit? Xiao Yi asked, glancing at Wan, who was playing with her toys. It has long been ready. Miaoxin replied while applying subtle makeup. Wan, would you like to go out with daddy soon? There will be many big brothers and sisters there. Among his classmates, Xiao Yi was considered relatively late to have children. Apart from a few exceptions, most of his peers had children older than Wan. Sure, Daddy. Thanks to the unique nutrition from the Dragon Ball world, Wan developed slightly faster than typical children and could engage in simple conversations with adults for the entire morning. Miaoxin meticulously prepared the family of 3 until she was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome before finally concluding her somewhat taxing efforts. Xiao Yi, let us hurry. We mustn't arrive late, Miaoxin urged. Xiao Yi glanced at the clock. It was barely past 10 that he drove his Dior Q7, ferrying Miaoxin and Wan toward the Hilton Hotel. Although Miaoxin was keenly aware of the significance of this gathering, her demeanor mirrored Xiao Yi's. Neither was given to ostentation, as evidenced by her choice of a simple, white dress out of course. Miaoxin was not frugal. The dress was quite costly, costing Xiao Yi nearly $1 million, which gave him a newfound appreciation for his thrifty wife. The Hilton Hotel was very close to the Xiao family home, and within 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at their destination. After handing the car keys to the doorman, the family of 3 proceeded toward the Rose Hall. Xiao Yi, over here, shortly after entering the hotel. Xiao Yi spotted Yang Lan waving at him. You still haven't changed that school habit of yours, always arriving punctually. Our classmates have all gathered, and you were the last to arrive. Yang Lan chided Xiao Yi. This must be your sister-in-law and your daughter. No wonder you have neglected us old classmates these past few years. With such a beauty and an adorable little angel, who would have time for us? Yang Lan, indeed, was the type to charm everyone, ensuring no one felt overlooked. Chapter 84. Song Zhao. I have heard Xiao Yi mention that he has a stunning class monitor. Seeing her now, she truly lives up to the reputation. Miaoxin had noticeably improved her social skills during this period. Xiao Yi watched in silence as the 2 women exchanged compliments upon meeting. What is that expression on your face, once again? Miaoxin, the wife of Xiao Yi, expressed her dissatisfaction with him. Not at all. It seems the time is just about right. If we delay any further, we will be late. Xiao Yi hurriedly shifted the topic. Indeed, this time, it's not just our classmates. Even our homeroom teacher, Teacher Ji, has come. Yang Lan also recognized that this was not an opportune moment for lighthearted banter. Really? Teacher Ji is here too? She certainly took good care of me back in the day. Xiao Yi reminisced. Come on, my esteemed Xiao Depengzi. If we don't head in soon, we might truly be late. Yang Lan remarked, observing Xiao Yi, who had again lost himself in memories. Xiao Yi was the first to push open the grand door of the Rose Hall. Greeted by a blend of familiar yet unfamiliar faces, including their slightly graying homeroom teacher seated at the head of the table, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Teacher Ji, it's been a long time. Xiao Yi smiled as he addressed her. Xiao Yi, you've grown into quite the handsome young man. Is this your wife and daughter? They are truly beautiful. Teacher Ji exclaimed sincerely. Miaoxin, this is my high school homeroom teacher. Teacher Ji, Xiao Yi introduced by Miaoxin, who stood beside him. Hello, Teacher Ji, I am Xiao Yi's wife, by Miaoxin, she said sweetly. Xiao Yi, you've finally arrived. We've been eagerly awaiting your presence. You are indeed a busy man. A voice called out from behind Xiao Yi, though the remark, while technically correct, felt somewhat awkward to him. Shui-Manzi? Xiao Yi turned around to see a burly, unattractive man approaching. The nickname Manzi had been bestowed upon Shui-Su due to his resemblance to an unsightly barbarian warrior from a video game in their youth. Shui-Su seemed momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yi's address, his expression shifting slightly before quickly returning to normal. Haha. Sorry, it's been so long since anyone called me that. I didn't react immediately. Shui-Su chuckled self-deprecatingly. Some people arrive late and still act like they are of great importance. Truly, they are oblivious, remarked a plump middle-aged woman. And you are? Xiao Yi inquired, perplexed as to why an unfamiliar person would be present at a class reunion. The woman, surprised by Xiao Yi's response, felt a surge of irritation but chose to ignore his question and took a seat. All right. It's been years since we had a reunion. Can't we engage in civil conversation? Furthermore, Teacher Ji is here. Yang Lan, who had been quiet upon entering, stepped forward with a serious expression directed at the middle-aged woman. Indeed, the former class monitor is absolutely right, chimed in several classmates who usually mingled well with Yang Lan. I am not some old class monitor. Yang Lan reverted to her sweet smile. The awkward atmosphere that had momentarily enveloped the gathering was once again revitalized through Yang Lanlan's efforts. You are truly something else. You don't even recognize CS Xiaofeng. Yang Lan revealed the identity of the middle-aged woman, CS Xiaofeng. Xiao Yi could scarcely reconcile the image of this matronly figure with the pure young girl he remembered, who always wore her hair in two playful pigtails. Xiao Yi questioned with uncertainty. Her husband works at Shui Su's company. Young Lanlan was well aware of what Xiao Yi was implying. Don't hold it against Xie Xiaofeng. She has endured much hardship in recent years. Her child was diagnosed with leukemia shortly after birth. If it weren't for dire circumstances, who would want their husband working under an old classmate? Young Lanlan explained to Xiao Yi. I understand. Xiao Yi replied, at a loss for words, as a heavy silence enveloped the group. Xiao Yi, over here? Suddenly, Xiao Yi heard someone beckoning him. Zhao, I can't believe you're here. Why didn't you call me when you returned? Xiao Yi exclaimed with delight as he approached the handsome man with Bai Miaoxin and Wan in tow. Hello, sister-in-law. Is this your little niece? I remember when you were just newlyweds, and now look at how grown up she is. The handsome man greeted Bai Miaoxin. Its Song Zhao. Good to see you. Wan, say hello to your uncle. Bai Miaoxin urged Wan. Uncle, Wan sweetly replied. Good girl. Here, this is your uncle's red envelope. Song Zhao produced a thick red envelope and handed it to Wan. Wan held the envelope. Puzzled, unsure of its significance. That we brothers don't need this. Xiao Yi stated to Song Zhao. Its nothing. I can't show up empty-handed on my first meeting with my niece. Song Zhao waved off Xiao Yi's concern. Having been best friends since high school, Xiao Yi and Song Zhao maintained a close relationship even after graduating from different universities, while Xiao Yi chose to enter the workforce immediately after college. Song Zhao continued his studies, even pursuing a doctorate abroad after Xiao Yi married. Have you graduated with your doctorate? Xiao Yi inquired. Sort of. Aside from waiting for my certificate, I have completed everything else. Song Zhao replied nonchalantly. Are you planning to return home for development? Xiao Yi asked, genuinely concerned for his good friend. You know, my aspiration has always been to seek excitement, yet my father persistently urges me to return. Inherit the family business, and marry someone I don't even know, living a life akin to his. Song Zhao quietly lamented. Xiao Yi, having known Song Zhao for quite some time, discovered during one of Song Zhao's drunken episodes that he was indeed a rich second-generation heir. Although he hadn't delved into the specifics, Xiao Yi was certain that Song Zhao's family wealth rivaled that of Shui Su. I happen to have a project that requires a trustworthy individual's assistance. Xiao Yi suddenly thought of the professional manager he had been seeking for quite some time. While Song Zhao was formally trained in this area, his family had groomed him as a successor since childhood, granting him an unparalleled advantage in overall management. Additionally, as Xiao Yi's closest friend with immense wealth, Xiao Yi felt no concern about potential financial misconduct. He could confidently regard Song Zhao as the most ideal candidate for the coveted managerial role. Chapter 85. Rising Tensions. Wow, it seems you've done quite well for yourself over the years, Song Zhao remarked, eyeing Xiao Yi with envy. Haha, I can't compare to your family, but I believe the task I have in mind will pique your interest. Xiao Yi felt confident that the intriguing opportunity he was about to present would entice Song Zhao, who would likely pursue it even without compensation. Just as Xiao Yi was about to reveal his intentions regarding the establishment of a foundation, a commotion erupted in the front. Wow, Yuan, you look stunning today. You truly compliment our manager Shui, came Xie Xiaofeng's flattering voice. Xiao Yi turned his gaze toward the alluring figure in the distance. Lost in reminiscence at that moment, Bai Miaoxin gently grasped his hand, her eyes filled with concern. Don't worry, I'm just reminiscing about the past, Xiao Yi reassured his wife. Well, now that all the old classmates who could attend are here, I hereby announce that the reunion officially begins, Yang Lanlan declared, noticing that everyone had arrived. Next, let us invite our homeroom teacher, Teacher Ji, to say a few words. Let us give her a warm welcome. Yang Lanlan appeared to excel in such situations, smoothly guiding the proceedings. As Xiao Yi and Gao Yuan entered, they immediately caught sight of Xiao Yi, who stood out like a crane among chickens. Over the past decade, it seemed that time had left no marks on Xiao Yi's face. The once merely handsome young man had transformed into a striking gentleman, in contrast to the youthful charm of the other men. Xiao Yi exuded a mature aura that drew the attention of many female classmates, who frequently stole glances in his direction. The other men in the class, however, presented a stark contrast. Time had etched deep lines on their faces, and their once fine physiques had succumbed to beer bellies, with some even sporting receding hairlines in comparison to Xiao Yi, they appeared as mere background figures, overshadowed by his presence. This was why, despite Xiao Yi's long arrival, aside from the equally handsome Song Zhao, Not a single male classmate approached him for a greeting. Come, let us go say hello to your old flame. It is unclear when Xue Su had approached Gao Yuanyuan. But upon witnessing his long-cherished wife gazing intently at his former lover as soon as she entered, an unexpected surge of anger welled up within Xue Su, who had always been doting towards his spouse. Xue Su, do not misunderstand, Gao Yuanyuan interjected, taken aback by Xue Su's sudden ire. What, has seeing your little lover made you forget everything I previously mentioned? Xue Su, instead of calming down, felt as though someone had thrown gasoline onto his flames of fury. Very well. However, as longtime classmates, do not go too far. Gao Yuanyuan was acutely aware that Xue Su intended to humiliate Xiao Yi during this reunion, seeking retribution against someone who had always eclipsed him in their academic days. Xue Su was a man of profound possessiveness, harboring lingering resentment towards Gao Yuanyuan's first love. In the earlier days, this was manageable, but as his business flourished, his temperament grew increasingly peculiar. When Yang Lanlan proposed organizing this gathering, he promptly volunteered to sponsor the event, aiming to undermine his rival Xiao Yi materially. Xiao Yi, do take a look at who is here, Xue Su said, leading Gao Yuanyuan before Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. It has been a while. How have you been? Gao Yuanyuan greeted Xiao Yi politely, her tone still gentle, yet devoid of the spark of affection it once held. Indeed, it has been far too long. Xiao Yi echoed, somewhat wistfully. Allow me to introduce my wife, Bai Miaoxin. And this is my little princess, Nuan, Xiao Yi stated, as his wife and Nuan approached. Hello, I am Gao Yuanyuan, Xiao Yi's high school classmate. You are truly beautiful. Gao Yuanyuan was taken aback by the unexpected circumstances of their reunion, which starkly contrasted her imaginings. Yuanyuan, you are the love of my life. Possessing you makes me feel as though I have the world. Yuanyuan, this is your favorite breakfast, which I specially traveled far to procure. Please enjoy it while it's hot. Yuanyuan, your forehead feels warm. It seems you might be coming down with a fever. Wait for me. I shall fetch you some medicine. Memories of the past resurfaced, igniting a sudden pang of jealousy towards the woman before her. Had she not let go back then, perhaps this delightful child might have been hers and Xiao Yi's. Xiao Yi, how do you find the ambience here? Should you require anything, feel free to speak with the staff. I have a stake in this establishment, and they will do their utmost to cater to your needs. Despite Xue Su's humble words, his barely concealed smile betrayed his intent to flaunt his success. Mr. Xue, the enterprises you possess are certainly not limited to this modest five-star hotel, are they? In Jiaqing, your legendary exploits are well known among the affluent. C.S. Xiaofang, whether intentionally or not, approached Xue Su, lavishing him with praise, causing Gao Yuanyuan to blush slightly. Oh, it's nothing, really. My achievements are quite insignificant. Xiao Yi, you excelled in school. You must be faring even better now. Correct? Xue Su was finally ready to confront Xiao Yi. How could that be? With someone like Xiao Yi, he is merely a bookish nerd, C.S. Xiaofang exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of several classmates who had been chatting nearby. C.S. Xiaofang, restrain your words. How could Xiao Yi be as you describe? Gao Yuanyuan reprimanded her, but this action caused Xiao Yi to furrow his brow. Yuanyuan, though you may not appreciate my candor, I must insist. Xiao Yi does not deserve you. C.S. Xiaofang, undeterred by Gao Yuanyuan's admonishment, raised her voice even further. What is happening? Why has this gathering turned into a quarrel? A few nearby classmates inquired as they approached. You arrived just in time. Mr. Xue was remarking that Xiao Yi consistently outperformed him in school and should, by now, be doing better in life. Yet, I disagree. While Xiao Yi was indeed exceptional academically, success in this world cannot solely rely on what one learns from books. It requires distinct abilities, much like our Mr. Xue. C.S. Xiaofang's voice resonated throughout the Rose Hall, capturing the attention of all present. Chapter 86. The counterattack. C.S. Xiaofang, did you not hear what I said? Are you intentionally causing a scene at this reunion? Yang Lanlan, who had been seated beside Teacher Ji, interjected angrily upon hearing C.S. Xiaofang's comments. Although Xue Su was the financial backer of this reunion, Yang Lanlan was the instigator, taking it upon herself to gather their classmates. Otherwise, Xue Su's influence would have attracted only a handful. Thus, it was clear that everyone had come primarily for Yang Lanlan's sake. Now, witnessing the typically gentle Yang Lanlan in a fit of anger rendered Xie Xiaofang momentarily speechless. Caught off guard, Xie Xiaofang glanced nervously at Xue Su, who remained composed, even encouraging her with a glance. Allowing her to regain her composure, I am not causing a disturbance. I am merely stating facts. Is it not permissible to express one's thoughts at a class reunion? Xiaofang, now emboldened by Xue Su's tacit approval, retorted directly to Yang Lanlan. Very well, Yang Lanlan responded, her voice trembling with indignation. Despite having held the position of class monitor, earning the respect of her peers, Yang Lanlan found herself at a loss. Unable to contend with Xiaofang's obstinacy, let us hear from everyone. Am I not correct? Xiao Yi, do you believe you can compare with Mr. Xue? Xiaofang proclaimed triumphantly that I concur with what Mr. Xue has stated. Xiao Yi replied calmly, as though discussing the merits of a dish. You see, even the person involved has admitted he cannot measure up to Mr. Xue. Xiaofang rejoiced at Xiao Yi's words that I think you may have misunderstood. I was agreeing with the last statement made by Mr. Xue. Xiao Yi interjected, interrupting Xiaofang. Which statement? Xiaofang inquired, seemingly caught off guard that Mr. Xue mentioned that he was inferior to me in school and would undoubtedly be so in society as well. I find his assertion quite accurate, Xiao Yi stated calmly to Xiaofang. Stunned by Xiao Yi's retort, Xiaofang found herself at a loss for words. Well said, Xiao Yi, pray tell, in what way do you believe I am inferior to you? Mr. Xue's earlier smug demeanor had now turned a shade darker as he spoke. Do you truly think that apart from your wealth, you possess anything that could compare with me? Xiao Yi replied, casting a disdainful glance at Mr. Xue. Mr. Xue struggled to formulate a counterargument, realizing, much to his dismay, that aside from his financial standing, he had little else to boast about in comparison to Xiao Yi. The disparity in appearance, height, and physique between the two was stark, akin to the contrast between a prince and a peasant, rendering any comparison utterly futile. In today's world, those with good looks are often reduced to mere courtesans. Only those with wealth reign as the true rulers of society, Mr. Xue proclaimed, his confidence in his achievements unwavering.